I was abandoned by my biological mother in a tiny village for 10 long years. Who would have thought that 10 years later she would show up in a Bentley to take me back? Not only did she give me luxury cars and a grand villa to live in, but I also suddenly gained 5 sisters as beautiful as flowers. When I was 7, my deadbeat father had an affair in the name of love. He left with nothing and divorced my mother. My mother sold the house immediately after. After leaving me with my maternal grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing all by herself to build her career. That journey lasted for 10 whole years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to take me to Beijing to live a life of luxury. However, throughout the entire journey, neither of us said a word to each other. Wu Lianxin remained silent for a long time. Before finally speaking slowly, Xiao Wandao, Mom really had her own struggles all these years. You can understand me, right? Yes, I understand. I nodded quietly. Carrying a child from a previous marriage is truly not easy. Do you resent me? Of course, there is resentment in my heart. Xiao Wandao, thank you. Hearing that, Wu Lianxin's eyes immediately turned red. In the future, Mom will surely make it up to you manifold. We have arrived at the airport. She smiled and patted my shoulder after such a long drive. You must be hungry, right? There's still time before the flight. Let me take you to get something to eat first. This is the first time in 17 years I've set foot in an airport. Wu Lianxin took me into a restaurant, and the two of us sat down by the window. I thought for a moment, then took the initiative to break the silence. How have you been living all these years, Mom? The space suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Wu Lianxin's expression froze for a beat, but then she smiled again. The first few years were indeed very tough, but now I've finally made it through. It's like the bitterness has ended and the sweetness has come. I was silent for about 2 seconds, then gave a soft nod. My first time on a plane. At the moment the plane took off, watched the tall buildings gradually fade away outside the window, and a surge of indescribable emotions filled my heart. The architecture outside the window slowly disappeared, replaced by a thick sea of clouds. Sunlight shining down looked so gentle and peaceful. Just as I was immersed in the beauty outside, Wu Lianxin gently patted my shoulder, handing me a tablet. Xiao Wandao. Inside this is all the information about my new family. It's best if you look through it carefully. Remember everyone's preferences. That way it'll help you adapt to the new environment faster. Yes, Mother, I nodded. I looked down at the tablet. It turned out to be nearly 100 pages. I was startled in amazement and began to flip through it seriously. After finishing, my mood became quite complex. Mother's remarried family has many members, and it seems none of them are ordinary at all. My stepfather's name is Ji Bada. He is currently retired early and is traveling everywhere. His late wife passed away from cancer 3 years ago. There are no sons in the house, only 5 daughters. The eldest sister works in finance. The second sister is a doctor. Third sister is a photographer. The fourth sister is a teacher. And the fifth sister is a rising actress in the entertainment industry. Just how formidable is this family background? I heard that noble families often have many rules, so I examined the documents a bit more closely. An hour and a half later, the plane landed safely. As soon as we exited the airport, a Maybach was already waiting. As we were about to get in the car to go to the G residence, after finishing a phone call, Wu Lianxin looked at me with smiling eyes. Xiao Wandao, the accommodation at your new school is all set, so I have to personally make a trip there. Go home by yourself first, okay? Any problem? I nodded. The car quickly stopped in front of a villa on the hillside. The driver said slowly, "Young master, we have arrived. The eldest young lady should be home at this time." "Yes, thank you, uncle." I nodded and got out of the car. Although I had mentally prepared myself, I still couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. My mother is truly amazing. Is this the legendary marrying into wealth? This second husband of my mother's is likely a diamond-tier catch, no joke. I took 2 deep breaths and stepped toward the closed door, intending to knock. Just as I raised my hand, the door suddenly opened automatically. What greeted my eyes was a vast entrance, with a lush money tree on the left and a wall of shoe and bag cabinets on the right. I quietly changed into slippers and walked inside. The first floor hall was exceptionally bright. On the sofa, a woman was sitting with her back to me, wearing a coffee-colored shirt, her hair loosely tied with a rubber band. Just from her back, she looked like someone not to be trifled with. I took a deep breath and approached her. "Hello, sister." The woman suddenly turned her head to look at me. The anger in her eyes hadn't quite faded yet, but she quickly regained her composure. Only then did I realize she was wearing headphones. It seemed she was in the middle of a meeting. I gave her an awkward smile, then obediently sat down where she pointed. Soon a servant brought me some water. I didn't dare disturb her. Just quietly thanked the servant and sat upright, patiently waiting for her to finish the meeting. The wait lasted for over an hour. Auntie Wu's son, right? Yes, hello, sister. My name is Xiao Wandao, I answered politely. Ji Xiaoman had a fairly good first impression of me. Seeing how tense I was, she said slowly, "Don't be so stiff, just treat this as your home. Your room is on the west side of the 3rd floor. The east side is my father and Auntie Wu's room. You can go anywhere in this house. So don't go up there unless you have a reason." I understand, sister, I didn't dare be careless at all. What could I do? This woman's aura was so powerful. It made one feel instinctively intimidated. I have another meeting later. Unless something changes, you'll be eating dinner alone. Just tell the maid what you'd like to eat. As she spoke, Ji Xiaoman handed me a card. There's 1 million yuan on this card, consider it a greeting gift. From now until you graduate and start working, 100,000 yuan for living expenses, less than greater than, will be transferred to this card every month. Less than greater than. Normally, whether you have a reason, less than, or not, please don't disturb me. The Ji family values self-reliance after graduation, so your future depends entirely on you. There's one more point you must remember. The Ji family rule is to stand united against outsiders. Anyone with ill intentions will be cast out of the house. Hearing about the monthly allowance of 100,000, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Sudden wealth had arrived right before my eyes, but I gently shook my head. Don't worry, sister. I know exactly where I stand. Being able to stay here is already lucky enough. Cannot accept this money. My sincerity, obedience, and lack of greed for money actually made Ji Xiaoman quite satisfied. She decisively grabbed my collar and stuffed the card into my breast pocket. Little brat, you're pretty good, but once you stepped into the Ji family home, you're one of us. If a member of the Ji family doesn't have money, how will you broaden your horizons and knowledge? If you really feel uncomfortable, then nurture your ambitions and pay me back double later on. With that said, she turned and stepped into the elevator. Watching the upward arrows stop, I looked down at the card in my pocket. For a moment, I didn't know what emotion to show, but I truly let out a sigh of relief. It seems that unless there's a reason, it's best to keep a bit of distance from her in the future. I opened the tablet and deleted that line, but in my heart I thought, people who are straightforward and decisive like that are actually the easiest to live with. Dinner was just as Ji Xiaoman had said. No one came home, so I ate alone. I asked the maid to prepare a few simple dishes. After eating, I changed my shoes and went for a stroll around the villa. High-end villa areas really are different. Even the landscaping smells like money. Just as I was reaching the artificial lake, ragdoll cat suddenly darted out, blocking my path. Meow, the ragdoll cat crouched before me, looking up with a cry, seeming to demand a petting. I squatted down and placed my hand on its head. The cat didn't avoid me, instead. It rubbed against my palm and then let out 2 lazy meows. Only then did I notice a small golden tag around the cat's neck, with its name inscribed on it. Little one, so your name is Zhao Taohua. Meow, the cat flopped onto the ground, exposing its round belly to me. It was signaling me to give it a few more strokes. A moment later, Zhao Taohua, where have you hidden now? My hand stroking the cat stopped. Looking at the little cat, I couldn't help but chuckle. So you did sneak out to play. Hurry back to your... Seeing me stop. The cat wasn't having it. It got up and circled my legs, looking as if it wanted to stick by me forever. Soon, the figure of a girl appeared before my eyes. She was wearing flat shoes. Her trotting gait looked quite adorable. That must be your owner, right? I couldn't help but smile. Zhao Taohua turned its head to look, giving a soft cry. Then, right before my eyes, the cat that had been circling my legs suddenly flopped onto the ground motionless. It happened so unexpectedly that I was momentarily stunned. The tiny creature lay there still, as if it had suddenly fainted. Seeing the cat's owner approach, I looked at her delicate face in confusion. It was perfectly fine just a second ago. Yes, I know. You don't have to worry. The girl gently picked up the cat. Zhao Taohua, don't make me slap you, she said. The ragdoll cat, which had been playing dead, immediately snapped its eyes open, found a comfortable spot in her arms to nuzzle its head, and then let out 2 obedient meows. I felt this cat must be a spirit in disguise. Seeing this, the girl's voice became sweet. I'm sorry. Whenever my cat sees a handsome guy, she plays dead to get attention. You're the 3rd person this month she's tried this trick on. A cat can actually do that. I gave an awkward laugh. It's fine, as long as she's okay. The girl reached into her pocket, pulled out her phone. It's getting late today. Let's exchange WeChat. I'll treat you to a meal another day to apologize. She didn't cause me any trouble at all, so you don't need to be so polite. I told her I didn't have my phone with me. Besides, it was just a chance encounter. We likely wouldn't meet again often. The girl wasn't discouraged. She pocketed her phone and flashed a sweet smile. All right then. My name is Mu Yulu. I live in Building 7. If you ever need help, feel free to come find me. Since she had introduced herself, it would have been rude to stay silent, so I replied, Im Xiao Wandao. I'm in Building 3. Though the chance of me asking her for help seemed unlikely. Living away from parents for 10 years, I had long ago learned how to be self-reliant. It's dark now, I'll head back first. See you later, I said, nodding to her. Mu Yulu had likely rushed out right after a shower. Her hair was still soaking wet with water dripping down. As she turned to leave, Zhao Taohua nuzzled against her, accidentally undoing her loosely fastened top button. Before I could look away, beneath the girl's beautiful swan-like neck, the pale, snowy skin glimpsed through the opening. Suddenly caught my eye. Her face flushed red in an instant, and I hurriedly averted my gaze. As I entered the villa, I intended to grab a bottle of water and go straight upstairs, but I saw the kitchen light was still on. I turned and walked toward it, seeing quite a few water droplets splash on the counter, and Ji Xiaoman was frowning slightly. Sister, is there anything I can help with? Ji Xiaoman looked up and saw it was me. She was silent for a few seconds before asking slowly, Do you know how to make porridge? Yes, I do, but it might not taste as good as the maid's. I walked around Ji Xiaoman, scooped a ladle of rice, washed it, put it in the pot, added some sliced shiitake mushrooms and ham, and seasoned it with soy sauce and salt. Before turning off the heat, I threw in a few green leaves, ladling the porridge into a bowl with practiced ease. I placed the bowl on the bar counter in front of Ji Xiaoman, gently saying, Please eat, sister. Thank you, perhaps because she was tired. Ji Xiaoman at this moment seemed far more approachable than she had been this afternoon. She took a small spoonful, blew on it, and tasted it. It actually tastes quite good. She couldn't help but offer an explanation. I don't like having strangers in the house at night. By this time, the servants have all gone home. I usually have the habit of not eating dinner. I didn't expect a sudden stomach ache tonight. I nodded slightly, thought for a moment, then spoke up to advise, You shouldn't skip any of the 3 meals. It's better if you eat dinner. Ji Xiaoman's hand holding the spoon paused. Then she continued to eat in small bites. After she finished, I handed her a glass of warm milk to soothe her stomach. Drink this before heading upstairs, sister. Thank you. Ji Xiaoman stared at the milk for a few seconds, looking at me with complex eyes. Then I went upstairs to return to my room. This time, Ji Xiaoman herself watched me into the elevator. She brought the glass of milk to her lips for a sip, and a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. Having a younger brother around doesn't seem so bad after all. I didn't see Wu Liangshan again until the following afternoon. Going downstairs, I saw her smiling brightly, carrying numerous bags into the living room with the help of a maid. The moment Wu Liangshan saw me, her smile widened even further. Xiao Wandao, you've come at just the right time. Come look at all these new things Mom bought for you. I nodded slightly and sat down on the sofa. Wu Liangshan began opening the bags. I settled everything regarding your school. It's the best private high school in Beijing, with a top-tier faculty. Since it's quite far from home, I've bought you an apartment near the school, just a 5-minute walk to the classrooms. You can sleep in a little more, stay refreshed, and study well. School starts in a week, and I bought you some school supplies. Actually, I really wanted to say it wasn't necessary, because my academic record was already excellent. I had long ago self-studied the entire 12th grade curriculum. Even if I had to repeat my senior year, getting into any university in the country would be no problem. But seeing Wu Liangshan so meticulously arranging things, I couldn't bring myself to interrupt her. This long-delayed motherly love. Though I told myself I didn't need it, the moment I actually felt it, I couldn't help but want to immerse myself in it after all. On the 3rd floor, Ji Xiaoman happened to witness this warm mother-son scene, and a flash of admiration crossed her eyes, before quickly vanishing. I met the head of the household at dinner. The dining table had grown from 1 person to 4, and dinner naturally became more lavish, with a table full of food. Jibata was nearly 50 years old, but still maintained quite a handsome appearance. He looked very kind. Haha, our Ji family has been lacking male energy for a long time. Now finally we have some. Xiao Wandao, from now on we are family. If you meet anything, just tell me. Don't be a stranger. While Jibata looked at me, I was also observing the man before me. Mother is no longer young. As her son, I needed to see what kind of man her second husband really was. Wu Liangshan smiled at Jibata. Bata, let's eat first. Don't let the children go hungry. Jibata nodded, then served some food to Ji Xiaoman, and placed a piece on my plate as well. Eat plenty, you two. Especially Xiao Wandao. I heard you're entering your senior year, so you need to stay healthy. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Dad. Ji Xiaoman and I spoke almost in unison. Since it's Xiao Wandao's first time here, Uncle will buy you a supercar as a gift soon. Also, I have a bottle of red wine I've been saving. I'll open it today so we can celebrate together. Saying so, he stood up and went straight to the wine cellar in the basement. I looked over at Ji Xiaoman beside me. She was staring at her food, her already cold face turning even more unpleasant. In the dish, there were 2 peanuts. I suddenly remembered Ji Xiaoman was allergic to peanuts, which Mr. Ji apparently didn't know at all. At that very moment, Ji Xiaoman's indifferent face grew even more unsightly. There were 2 peanuts mixed in the food. I recalled that Ji Xiaoman had a peanut allergy, yet he had no idea. Sister, I haven't touched this bowl of rice yet. If you don't mind, let's swap. Ji Xiaoman's train of thought was instantly interrupted. She looked at me in clear bewilderment, with complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Even this boy who had been home for less than 2 days knew that she couldn't eat peanuts. Normally, by now she would have dropped her chopsticks and stormed off, but this boy had stayed 1 step ahead of her, reminding her that skipping dinner would hurt her stomach. Her expression softened slightly. No need for the trouble, you go ahead and eat. Auntie Chu, please get me another bowl of rice. After the peanut allergy incident, the dinner atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. That 3 million yuan bottle of Romani Conti wine, aside from the first glass for everyone, the rest went straight into Ji Bada's belly. Ji Bada seemed to love his wine. He barely ate any rice, but finished 2 bottles of white liquor in the middle. As a result, he ended up drinking himself into a stupor. After Wu Lianxin had the servants take him upstairs, she didn't come back down either. In the spacious dining room, it was once again just Ji Xiaoman and me. She didn't eat much, setting down her chopsticks shortly. Looking at me eating heartily beside her, she was silent for a long time before she couldn't help asking, "You and your mother must have a very good relationship, right?" My hand paused for a moment. Then I replied slowly, "I haven't seen her for 10 years. Today is only the 3rd time we've met, since being reunited after all those years." Ji Xiaoman looked somewhat surprised. 10 years? So did you live with your father for those 10 years? I shook my head. I was raised by my maternal grandfather from a young age. Ji Xiaoman looked at me, her heart softening slightly. From now on, besides your mother, you also have me, your big sister. If you have any trouble, just come to me. With that, she stood up and left with a proud air. School starting was approaching. In the following days, I didn't leave the house, focusing on solving practice problems and exercising. This time, Ji Bada went with Wu Lianxin. They both went to see the aurora for their honeymoon. During the day, aside from the maid, I was alone in the villa. August 25th, I woke up before the alarm went off. Why wake up so early? Because basically, I hadn't been able to sleep a wink all night. I changed clothes and went downstairs, finding the first floor brilliantly lit. Ji Xiaoman was sitting there reading the financial news. "Sister, don't you usually go to work at 9? Why are you up so early today?" "I promised Auntie Wu that I'd take you to register this morning, so I got up a bit early." Ji Xiaoman didn't even look up, just taking 2 sips of her coffee. I looked down at my watch. It was only 6:30, and registration only required us to be there by 8:30. I rubbed my nose but didn't call her out. The maid hadn't arrived yet, and the beauty before me wasn't used to doing housework. So I went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast myself. At 7:30, the 2 of us headed out together. "Got everything?" "Check again. Student ID, school supplies, everything. If anything is missing, I'll have my assistant get it." "Are you full? Or should I take you to get something else to eat near school?" Along the way, I was stuck between laughter and tears. "I'm just going to school, not heading to a battlefield, sister. How can you talk to your big sister like that?" Ji Xiaoman shot me a glare. I felt comfortable enough around her, so I decided to play along. Yes, I'll listen to whatever you say, sister." Ji Xiaoman gave me another look, but this time she said nothing more. The car stopped not far from the school gate. Ji Xiaoman's voice returned to its cold CEO tone. "Get out. See you next week then. Remember to eat a proper dinner, sister." I didn't forget to remind her once more, before grabbing my backpack and getting out. Closing the door, Ji Xiaoman immediately started the engine. After a few meters, she stopped the car again. Window rolled down, and she looked at me standing outside, giving one final instruction. "If you don't feel comfortable out there, just come home to sleep. I can arrange for a driver to pick you up and drop you off every day." Meeting those cold yet serious eyes inside the car, my heart suddenly felt an irrepressible warmth. This eldest sister of mine, though not related by blood, is truly the type who is sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Only by getting to know her can one truly see her underlying tenderness. "Thank you, elder sister." A gentle smile played on the corners of Gui Xiaoman's lips. I have an older sister protecting me now. She might give me a harsh lesson when I make a mistake, But if anyone dares to bully me, she'll be the first to stand up for me no matter what. From now on, I have a sister watching my back, and it seems there are actually 5 of them. I just wonder if the other 4 sisters will be as approachable as Gui Xiaoman. Stepping into the school, I push all those thoughts to the back of my mind. Thanks to Wu Lianxin's connections, I was placed in class 1210, an elite class just one step below the honors division. I was about to look for someone to ask for directions when a guy as thin as a monkey, half a head shorter than me, blocked my path. He stared at me for a few seconds, and his eyes lit up. Lao Bi. Recognizing the person before me, I also showed my delight, a look of excitement flashing across my face. Yan Fei, it's me. It's really me. Yan Huigang excitedly gave me a tight bear hug. Did your family strike it rich too, you rascal? Did they throw you in here to suffer with me? You could say that. Meeting an old friend. And a sworn brother who shared everything with me. It's been over 3 years since we last met. How did you end up so thin? Don't even mention it. It's all because of the torture in this godforsaken place. Yan Huigang let out a desperate sigh, patted me on the shoulder, and smiled again. Lao Bi, let me tell you, this place really isn't for humans. I was dreading how to survive this final year. It's a good thing you're here, brother. You've come to share the suffering with me. My grades are actually quite decent. Life might be a bit easier for me. I corrected him without hesitation. Yan Huigang's face immediately fell. Oh, great. I forgot a monster like you is always at the top of the class. Class 10 is on the 2nd floor. The 2 of us quickly arrived at the classroom door. By the way, the home teacher's office is in room 201 at the end of the hallway. As a new student, you have to go report him first. He pointed to the sign not far away. Yan Huigang gave a sly smile, preparing to send to class. B, I'm not going to risk my life going with you. I haven't finished my homework yet. I need to find someone to copy from immediately. I nodded and strode to the office, knocking and entering to meet several unfamiliar gazes. I put on a polite expression and spoke. Good morning, teachers. My name is Xiao Yun Tao. I'm a new student here to report to Mr. Zhao of class 10. Xiao Yun Tao, you're here. Come and have a seat, said a young wearing glasses and possessing an elegant, calm demeanor. Yes, sir. Your files have been transferred over. I've already looked through them. Your academic record is very impressive. Don't be too nervous about being in a new school. Just maintain your previous performance and you'll be fine. Yes, thank you, teacher. Since you're new, you're probably not familiar with the campus yet. I'll arrange for someone to give you a tour later. Yes, sir. The teacher, seemingly invited through some higher influence, seemed much more thoughtful and refined than ordinary teachers. After chatting with Zhao Luming for a little while longer, I headed toward the classroom with him. The noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. This is Xiao Yuntao, a new student joining our class this semester. Our new classmate is not only handsome, but also has exceptionally outstanding academic results. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Leading the way from below was Ashtray. Welcome, welcome. A most enthusiastic welcome. Seeing Yan Huigang waving at me, a standard social smile appeared on my face. Once the enthusiastic applause died down, Zhao Luming looked at the class and said, starting from the first student near the door, everyone come up one by one to shake hands. Introduce yourselves and make it lively, so our new classmate can integrate quickly into our class. It's really not that necessary, the forced smile on my face becoming even more awkward. Near the door, the first student was a girl with a girl next door vibe. Looking at me standing 185 centimeters tall, she could only try her best to look up. She stepped up in front of me, her eyes gleaming with a hint of longing as she looked at me. Hello, B. I'm Jo Xiao. Welcome to our class. The first girl spent a full 5 minutes introducing herself, and she held my hand tightly for that entire time. It wasn't until I thanked her and tried to pull my hand away that she finally let go, looking quite reluctant. All right then, B. I'll head back to my seat. Make sure you remember my name. I'm Jo Xiao. I'll remember Jo Xiao. The expression on my face was starting to crumble. There were only 40 people, but the introduction took up 2 whole periods. I see there's an empty seat next to Yan Huigang. Xiao Yuntao, why don't you sit there for now? After the entrance exam this Thursday, we'll rearrange the seats based on your scores. Yes, thank you, sir. The moment my butt hit the seat, I heard Zhao Luming speak again. There's 1 period left before school ends. Who wants to show our new classmate around the school? Students of class 10 were truly over-enthusiastic. There was a 100% hand-raising rate. Bai, why don't you choose who you'd like to guide you? Zhao Luming thoughtfully gave me the power to decide, and some of the tension in my body finally relaxed. I stood up and glanced at Yan Huigang beside me. Teacher, letting this classmate guide me will be fine. All right then, everyone else can start their self-study. The 2 of us walked down from the teaching building together. Take me somewhere we can sit for a bit. I could really use some hot water to refresh myself. Small matter. Your brother here will take you for milk tea, and we can check out our school's milk tea beauty while we're at it. The smile on Yan Huigang's face suddenly turned a bit mischievous. I looked at him helplessly. It's only been a few years. How did you become so lecherous? Isn't appreciating beauty only natural? It's because your eyes are blinded by textbooks. You have no joy in life whatsoever. Yan Huigang looked at me with a look of disdain. Before long, the two brothers arrived at the milk tea shop. A girl in a blue Lolita dress paired with white stockings was busy preparing drinks. As soon as Yan Huigang saw her, he gave me a knowing wink. 2 large pearl milk teas, please, and add 2 scoops of ice cream. All right, you two sit over there and wait a bit. The girl set down a tray and turned around. She had a tall figure but the face of a sweet Lolita, wearing a white cat ear headband, and a cute little snaggletooth when she smiled. Well, pretty, right? I nodded in agreement. So you like this type of girl? My taste is broad. I like anyone who's pretty. Yan Huigang shook his head vigorously, not forgetting to add, but I like them best with nothing on. On the first day, there were no evening self-study sessions, so school ended at 6 o'clock. As I started packing my books, hey, speaking of which, this outfit and backpack of yours, even your school supplies look way more expensive than mine. What did your family do to strike it rich? I thought for a moment and then replied seriously, summing it up in 4 words, blessings from my mother. Your mom is really something. Yan Huigang assumed Wu Lianxin was like his parents, having built a reputation for themselves in Beijing. I nodded, offering no further explanation. Taking a taxi back to the gate of the apartment complex my mother rented, I had just reached the base of the building when the headlights of the car in front suddenly flared, flashing toward me. I turned to look, and the face I had just met this morning appeared behind the car window. I walked over, slightly surprised. Aren't you working overtime today? Why did you come here again? Just coming to see how you're adjusting. Want to come back home with me? No thanks, sis. Living there means I'd have to wake up an hour earlier. You don't need to worry so much. Besides, I ran into my old childhood best friend at school today. We're in the same class, so with him around, I'm adjusting quite well. Gui Xiaoman's day-long anxiety instantly vanished. Well, that's good news then. Invite your friend over this weekend. I'll treat him to a meal. I nodded. Have you eaten yet? How about coming up? I'll cook something for you. Gui Xiaoman seemed to have already planned for this. All right, let me go park the car first. With that, the car started up and quickly drove off. I watched the exhaust trail she left behind, a look of silly innocence in my eyes. Do you really need to put the car in the garage just for one meal? Thinking no more of it, I used my resident card to open the building door and took the elevator to the 8th floor. As soon as the door opened, the lights in the room automatically turned on. I looked around a bit dazed. The apartment was exquisitely decorated, with 2 bedrooms, 2 living areas, and 2 bathrooms. Over 100 square meters, the furniture and decor followed a primary black and white theme. Entering the kitchen, the refrigerator was fully stocked with food. I only knew how to cook a few simple home-style dishes, so I looked for the right ingredients, planning to make fish-flavored shredded pork for Gui Xiaoman, and a side of stir-fried eggs with tomatoes. There were 3 sets of house keys in total. Wu Lianxin had given 1 set to Gui Xiaoman. What's for dinner tonight? Is fish-flavored shredded pork and stir-fried eggs with tomatoes okay for dinner? I don't know how to make anything more complex, and other dishes take too much time. I spoke while slicing the bell peppers. When I looked up and saw Gui Xiaoman had changed her clothes, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. Sis, why did you change your clothes? I was afraid you'd be too scared to sleep alone, so I'm staying over tonight. Gui Xiaoman calmly took a bottle of juice from the fridge, poured a glass, and continued. I still have a conference call. It'll probably take about half an hour. If you finish early, go ahead and eat first. Watching Gui Xiaoman walk away, I felt a bit helpless. I'm not a 4 or 5-year-old kid anymore. At most, I might lose a bit of sleep from not being used to a new place. There's nothing scary about sleeping alone. Late at night, I lay on a large bed that could easily fit 4 people, tossing and turning because I wasn't used to it. It was clearly a residential area, but even at 11 p.m., it was so silent outside it was frightening. About half an hour later in the living room, Gui Xiaoman's low voice filtered through the crack in the door every few seconds. She seemed to be on a work call, though her tone sounded very serious. To my ears, it brought a sense of peace. I was woken up by the alarm at 6:30, went into the kitchen to toast bread, boil eggs, and warm up some milk. I ate a quick bite, left a note for Gui Xiaoman to remember to eat breakfast when she woke up, and then grabbed my backpack and headed to school. The last period of the morning was math. Everyone, please arrive 10 minutes early this afternoon. At 2:30, we'll head to the auditorium for the college entrance exam kickoff ceremony. The school has invited last year's science valedictorian to share their study experiences with everyone, so remember to bring your notebooks. Last year's science valedictorian? Isn't that Senior Mu Yulu? Yan Huigong's eyes instantly lit up. Mu Yulu? That's right. Lao Bi, you're new so you wouldn't know. She's a legend at our school, not only ranking first in the Beijing University talent exam, but also taking the science valedictorian title last year. Yan Huigong didn't forget to add, Senior is both beautiful and has great taste. People pursuing her could line up 10 times around the campus, but sadly, she hasn't taken a fancy to anyone. I nodded, an image appearing in my mind of someone wearing cute white rabbit pajamas in the sweltering heat, wearing those rhinestone loafers. It must just be a coincidence of names. The kickoff ceremony took place in a massive auditorium resembling a circus arena. It was my first time seeing the place. The entire grade had 20 classes in total, but even with so many people, they couldn't even fill half the hall. After sitting for over half an hour, the water bottle was nearly empty, and I really needed to use the restroom. Hey, fatty, where's the restroom in this auditorium? Just follow the stairs out, turn left, and walk straight in. I stood up, went out, and turned left, my gaze accidentally drifting toward the window, where the figure of a girl on the phone caught my eye. My footsteps halted, and then I walked over and stood behind her. Sensing someone behind her, the girl turned around, and when she saw it was me, a flash of surprise appeared in her eyes. A radiant smile spreading across her lips. Is it you? I never expected to run into you here. Yes, it really is unexpected. My gaze was also filled with utter surprise. The Mu Yulu I met when I first arrived in Beijing, who would have thought that she was actually that legendary senior student? Today she was wearing light makeup, with her long hair tied back in a spirited high ponytail. At this very moment, a flash of amazement lit up my eyes. The Mu Yulu I met upon arriving in Beijing really was indeed that famous senior. With her elegant makeup and high ponytail, her eyes crinkled radiantly when she smiled, exuding a youthful vitality from head to toe. She was truly so beautiful it made one's heart skip a beat. Just as that thought crossed my mind, I carefully pointed behind her. It seems something has happened behind you. Naturally clever and sharp, she immediately understood my implication. Her eyes widened in horror, and the smile on her lips instantly froze. She looked back with difficulty, and as expected, she saw a glaring red stain on her pants. Her cheeks immediately flushed a burning red. Just moments ago, Mu Yulu had been smiling brilliantly. Now she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and hide. Seeing the red stain spreading on her pants, her face turned a deep scarlet. This is crazy. Why did it have to happen right now? And of all people, that handsome guy I just spoke to saw it. Is it too late to buy a ticket to Mars? The expressions on her face were changing rapidly and vividly. In the midst of her wanting to vanish from embarrassment, a black jacket was held out before her. If you don't mind, please use this to cover yourself for now. Thank you. Thank you so much. His handsome younger brother is so kind. A wave of warmth flowed through Mu Yula's heart. She took the jacket and tied it around her waist, perfectly hiding that embarrassing red stain. Since she had luckily run into such good people, and even knew his name and where he lived, she absolutely had to latch onto this golden thigh. Despite being super embarrassed, Mu Yulu pressed her hands together in a plea, looking at me with a pitiful expression. She continued, Normally, my health is great. I usually don't feel anything on those days, but it came a whole week early this time, so I wasn't prepared. Could you do me a favor? I can't. The tips of my ears turned red in an instant. An instinct made me shake my head in refusal. I'm a guy, if I go buy those things for a girl, what kind of image would that leave? Is it really impossible? Mu Yula's eyes were already welling up, and she reached out to gently tug on my sleeve, her voice carrying a hint of a sob. Xiao Yun Tao, just consider that I owe you one. I really don't want to be humiliated here. Please, can you help me? I've always been one to yield to kindness rather than force, and I especially couldn't stand a great beauty acting so cute like this. My mind suddenly went blank, and I could only nod in agreement. All right then, I'll go buy them for you. Could you also buy me a new pair of underwear while you're at it, and a pair of long pants too, if possible? Mu Yulu was screaming on the inside, blinking her large, watery eyes as she looked at me. After this was all over, she swore she'd moved to another planet. And as for this boy in front of her, it would be best if they never met again in this lifetime. I looked at the girl before me, silently scolding myself for being such a busybody. Now I've done it. There's no escaping now. Suddenly an idea flashed in my mind, and I thought of a solution that worked for both of us. It'll be a while before you have to go on stage, right? My house is right here, less than a 5-minute walk away. If you don't mind, come to my place to change. The supermarket downstairs also sells everything you need. After saying it, even I had to admire my own cleverness. Really, thank you so much. Xiao Yuntao, that is absolutely perfect. Mu Yula's eyes lit up instantly. You are truly the best person in the world. Even though it's still quite embarrassing, at least it's much better than having a boy. Go and buy those sensitive items for me. Much better. Seeing her agree, I also breathed a sigh of relief. But wait for me for a moment. I have to ask the homeroom teacher for permission. Without a permit, we can't leave for the school gates. No need for all that trouble. Mu Yulu grabbed my arm with one hand. My face is the pass. Just follow me. The security guards definitely won't dare to stop us. That works too, I nodded. This was the first time I'd ever brought a girl home. And even though it was an emergency, I still felt a little strange about it. Following Mu Yulu, we indeed made it out of the school gates smoothly. Sakimo samdo a sioti chunghu chungku. The two of us quickly went upstairs together. No need to change into slippers. That's the guest bedroom. My sister's clothes are in there. See if any of them fit you. There's a bathroom in there too. Mu Yulu thanked me profusely and dashed into the guest bedroom. Only then did I suddenly realize that I needed to take care of my own urgent business as well. Mu Yulu worked very quickly. In no time, she had finished changing and came out to the living room. In the meantime, I had also prepared a glass of brown sugar water for her and handed it to her as soon as she emerged. Drink this to warm yourself up. Mu Yulu had been thirsty, but seeing a brown sugar water I had thoughtfully prepared, she suddenly felt a wave of immense warmth in her heart. Thank you. For a moment, neither of us said a word, the atmosphere suddenly becoming silent. Waiting for Mu Yulu to finish the water, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. It was a call from a school administrator. Mu Yulu quickly answered, offered a brief explanation of the situation, hum up, then looked at me and said, "It's almost my turn to go on stage. I have to get back to school immediately. About the money for these pants, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll transfer the money back to you later." I took out my phone and added Mu Yulu on WeChat. She and I left together one after the other. Before long, both of us had returned to school. Yan Huigang saw I was so late and had even lost my jacket, and he immediately sidled up to me like a dog, sniffing repeatedly. What kind of bathroom break makes your jacket disappear? Did you fall into the latrine or something? Or did you sneak off on a date and leave me behind? Stop talking nonsense. I was just doing my daily good deed. That dog nose of yours is quite sharp, isn't it? But every time I thought of the jacket, my brow furrowed slightly. Mu Yulu seemed to be wearing my jacket when she returned. She'll probably take it off when she goes up to speak, right? Very soon after, the host invited Mu Yulu onto the stage, and countless spotlights immediately focused on her. Right now, the host invited Mu Yulu to the podium, with numerous stage lights shining upon her simultaneously. The entire hall erupted in thunderous applause. The girl in the front row stood up, turned to bow to the entire audience, then took off the jacket and stepped onto the speaking platform. Finally, I could breathe a sigh of relief. Yan Huigang, sitting beside me and seeing his dream girl, excitedly gripped my arm. Lao Bi, look, look. As expected of the goddess of my heart, after just one summer break, how did Senior become even more beautiful? What kind of dream do I need to have to get the chance to have just one meal with her? Clearly, the one getting excited in the crowd wasn't just Yan Huigang. In the front row, there were even some bold guys who directly stood up, shouting so loud it could shake the heavens and earth. Mu Yulu had just stepped up, and as her gaze accidentally swept across the audience, she saw me being pulled up by Yan Huigang. Thinking of that humiliating moment just now, her cheeks couldn't help but flush once more, and she hastily looked away. She cleared her throat slightly, her sweet, gentle voice carrying through the microphone and echoing throughout the hall. Dear leaders, teachers, fellow students, wishing everyone a good afternoon. Yan Huigang gripped my wrist tightly, shaking it excitedly without stopping. Lao Bi, did you see that? The senior just looked at me. It seemed like she looked at me twice, didn't it? My eyes turned once again toward the girl on the stage. Facing nearly 1,000 people, she remained calm and confident, a radiant and gentle smile always on her lips. Her whole being radiated an aura of confidence, incredibly brilliant and captivating. Thump, thump. I clearly felt my heart suddenly skip a beat. Seeing me staring at Mu Yulu, Yan Huigang waved his hand in front of my eyes. What's wrong? Entranced by the senior's beauty? Everyone appreciates beauty. Everyone likes looking at pretty girls, but I wouldn't say I'm entranced just yet. I shook my head slightly. Yan Huigang thought for a moment, then decided to warn me anyway. It's best that you realize that. Don't blame your brother for not warning you. The senior doesn't just have beauty and talent, but her family background is not the kind of middle-class family that people like us can reach. We should just admire her from afar. Absolutely don't have any other intentions. You better etch those words into your heart. I patted his shoulder firmly and said, I remember. Rest assured, I know my place. Even if life changes rapidly, I understand that whatever I owe, I must repay. The girl on stage is indeed heart-shaking brilliant, but I clearly understand my own position. When Mu Yulu returned to her seat, Yan Huaigang couldn't help but nudge me. Do you notice that the jacket the senior is wearing looks a bit familiar? This guy doesn't just have a dog's nose, but his eyes are sharp too. Jackets all look the same. It's normal for it to look familiar. You're right. Luckily, this Yan Huaigang is quite easy to fool. This launch ceremony lasted for 3 class periods. By the time I got home, it was past 11 p.m. Taking out my phone to check, Wu Lianshin had just transferred another 10,000 yuan to me. Gui Xiaoman sent a message telling me to be careful and stay safe. Finally, there was a transfer notification from Mu Yulu. I opened the chat with Mu Yulu first. There were 2 screenshots of clothing prices and 2 transfer records, a total of 28,000 yuan. It seems she doesn't intend to return the jacket, which is fine. I tapped to accept the money, then replied with received. I immediately transferred 15,000 yuan of that to Sister Gui Xiaoman. Sister, a friend of mine ran into some trouble and ended up wearing a pair of your pants. This is the compensation for you. Just as the message was sent, a video call from Gui Xiaoman came through immediately. What's going on? Tell me the truth quickly. I had to immediately recount the entire story from beginning to end. Only then did Gui Xiaoman breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that you didn't run into any scams. Keep this money, consider it a reward for a good deed. Sister, please just accept it. After all, it was because I took your things, without your permission. If you don't accept it, it'll feel very pressured. All right? Gui Xiaoman didn't refuse this time, accepting the money with a smile, giving a few more instructions before hanging up. As for the money Wu Lianshin transferred, knowing she was quite well off, I accepted it naturally as her son. The academic atmosphere at the new school was very vibrant, and I adapted very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. On Thursday and Friday, the grade held a beginning-of-year survey exam. Exam rooms were arranged based on the previous semester's performance. After finishing the last exam on Friday, the school dismissed the students early. Just as I walked to the school gate, I saw a middle-aged man in a neat suit, bowing respectfully to me. Young master, the eldest miss, ordered me to pick you and your friend up for a meal. Right? Experiencing being treated with such importance for the first time, I was both surprised and filled with a wave of warmth. That day, Gui Xiaoman had only casually mentioned inviting Yan Huigang for a meal over the weekend, and after that she didn't mention it again. I thought she was too busy and had forgotten, so I had informed Yan Huigang in advance. I took out my phone and called Yan Huigang. The call connected almost immediately, and Yan Huigang's boisterous voice rang out instantly. What's up, son? Feeling lonely in your new environment? Want your father to take you out to play? My sister is inviting you to eat, a feast, and waiting for you on the east sidewalk of the gate. Yan Huigang on the other end immediately exploded with surprise. Feast. As soon as he heard that, he hung up immediately. His speed was truly terrifying. Yan Huigang ran for his life with his backpack, feeling like something wasn't quite right. But because he was in a hurry to find me, he didn't think much about it. Only when he ran in front of me panting heavily did he finally snap out of it. He finally realized what was wrong. Wait, I remember you don't even have a sister? Where did a sister suddenly come from? My mother remarried, and the other family is very well off. So now I have a sister. Remarried. Yan Huaigang immediately understood the situation in an instant. He also understood what I meant before by a mother's status rises with her son. Your sister is actually inviting me to dinner. It seems she's very kind-hearted. I nodded in deep agreement. Yan Huaigang rolled his eyes, then excitedly put his arm around my shoulder and asked, So, is our sister pretty? Does she have a boyfriend yet? Very pretty, but I don't know if she has a lover or not. I gave him a side glance, then slowly added, But you can forget it. There's definitely no chance for you. Whether there's a chance or not, we'll only know after meeting. Who knows, maybe she likes someone like me. Pure and energetic high school boy. That would be so interesting. Yan Huigang held his head high, his face full of defiance. In the future, you might even have to call me brother-in-law. The more he imagined that beautiful scenario, the more excited Yan Huigang became. Haha, I coldly replied with those 2 words. While we were chatting, the 2 of us walked up to a Bentley parked by the road. The driver, who had been waiting for a long time, opened the door, respectfully gesturing for me to enter. Please get in the car, young master. Young master? Yan Huigang looked at the luxury car in shock, then turned his head to look at the Bentley once more. Is this really here to pick us up? Just a moment ago, Yan Huigang was staring in awe at the luxury car, then turned his head to inspect the Bentley closely. Is it here for us? Just get in, you and I can sit in the back. Yes, young master. After the driver respectfully invited us in, he returned to the driver's seat and started the engine. Yan Huigang carefully observed the luxurious interior. His gaze toward me was full of timidity and shock. Lao B, just how terrifying is your family background now? Just for a meal. There's a dedicated luxury car to pick us up like this. A hint of uncertainty flashed in my eyes too, since I didn't even know how rich the Gui family was, and I had never actively looked into it. But just looking at this car was enough to know they weren't ordinary. Yan Huigang was shocked for a long time, then suddenly excitedly grabbed my shoulder. Godfather, does our mother need any more sons? The car stopped in front of the main gate of an estate named Bu Ming Zhuang. As soon as it stopped, without waiting for the driver, took the initiative to lead Yan Huigang out of the car. Seeing this, the driver rolled down the window and reminded, Young master, the eldest miss booked private room A. Just tell the staff at the door, and they will send an electric cart to take you there. I understand. Thank you, driver. Indeed, those who don't know have no fear. I looked up at the name Bu Ming Zhuang, without knowing how formidable this place was. My expression still completely calm. Yan Huigang really wanted to ask if someone like him was even qualified to be here, but the words stopped at his lips when he saw my rock-steady demeanor. Immediately felt small. He puffed out his chest and held his head high, clearing his throat to straighten his backpack. Yundao, let's go in. Seeing Yan Huigang looking like he was heading to a battlefield, I found it a bit funny, but I couldn't bring myself to expose him. As we just stepped into the main entrance, from the row of staff waiting nearby, the leader came forward to welcome us. Greetings, gentlemen. May I ask if you have a reservation? I calmly stated the room name. Private room A. As soon as I spoke, the respect in the staff member's eyes deepened. He spoke a few words into his walkie-talkie, and very soon an electric cart arrived. Please step onto the cart, gentlemen. Drinks and snacks were even thoughtfully prepared on the cart. In less than 5 minutes, the vehicle stopped in front of a small courtyard with a strong ancient vibe. This so-called private room A turned out to be an entire independent garden courtyard. Gui Xiaoman had already been here handling work for a while. Seeing us arrive, she gave a few more instructions before hanging up the phone. You're here. Come on in. Gui Xiaoman looked up, her voice slender. Having just come from the company, her hair was in a low ponytail, in a suit full of confidence. Her aura even stronger than when I first met her. Have you been waiting long, sister? I smiled, pulling Yan Huigang over to introduce him. This is my good brother, Yan Huigang. No longer acting arrogant like in the car, Yan Huigang was now so nervous he didn't know what to do with his limbs. I smiled at Gui Xiaoman, while he timidly spoke up to greet her. Hello, sister, I'm Yan Huigang, Xiao Yundao's brother. It's just an informal meal. Don't be too nervous. The corner of Gui Xiaoman's mouth curled up imperceptibly, but to maintain her cold image, she still nodded calmly. The way she looked at Yan Huigang was exactly like a leader respecting a subordinate. Yan Huigang was pulled down to sit beside me, his hands on his knees, restless and uneasy. Usually he feared neither heaven nor earth, managed by his mother at home, and strictly disciplined by teachers at school. Yet he never expected my seemingly approachable sister to have such a terrifying aura. At this very moment, he just wanted to immediately escape from this high-pressure place. Gui Xiaoman also noticed Yan Huigang's awkwardness. She withdrew her gaze and told the staff at the door, Everyone is here. Tell the kitchen they can start serving. Looking at the dishes decorated as exquisitely as works of art, being brought to the table one after another, the rich aromas competed to hit my nose. Not long after, friend Yan Huigang, my Xiao Yundao is new here. Thank you for taking care of him. Here, I'll use tea instead of wine to toast you. Yes, thank you, sister. Yan Huigang hurriedly raised his teacup for a phantom clink, then drained it in a single gulp. Witnessing this from the side, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I found this meal truly delicious. Living up to Bu Ming Zhuang's reputation and its 6-figure price tag, the food was perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Every bite seemed to touch the soul. Half an hour later, Gui Xiaoman put down her chopsticks and stood up. You two take your time and eat. I have a meeting in the room next door. When you're finished, have the staff lead you to me. I understand, I replied with a calm smile. Yan Huigang also nodded frantically, offering a fawning smile. Waiting until Gui Xiaoman's figure completely vanished, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief as if all the pressure had been released. Lao B, next time just treat me to some street food. These kinds of banquet dinners with your sister, better if there isn't a next time. I remain incredibly nonchalant. Well, are you going to keep eating? Yan Huaigang was instantly revitalized, grabbing his chopsticks and lunging at the feast like a hungry wolf, piling food onto his plate. It would be a waste not to eat this 100,000 yuan meal. The piece of meat I just put in my mouth almost sprayed out. What did you say? Hundreds of thousands of yuan? You didn't know. This booming zhuang is reservation only. The starting price is already 100,000 yuan. And we're sitting in private room A. The grade must be much higher. My hand trembled slightly, my eyes instinctively turning to the staff at the door. Yes. Roughly how much does our meal cost? Sir, counting just the food, it's about 300,000 yuan. The chopsticks almost fell from my hand. Yan Huigang began to show a mix of adoration and envy. Young master, do you still need someone to warm your bed? How about let this brother of yours take the loss and warm the bed for you? I don't have high demands. I gave him a scorching glare. Seeing his locust-like sweeping manner, I also began to increase my eating speed. Yan Huaigan was right about one thing. You'd be a fool not to finish such an expensive meal. I must eat a lot, eating until I made back the cost and then some. The two of us ate steadily for 2 hours, until all the expensive dishes on the table were completely swept away, only then leaning back contentedly and rubbing our bellies. When the two of us planned to find Gui Xiaomen, she was still busy with her meeting, so she called to have the driver take us home first. Since my stomach was filled to the limit, as soon as the car reached the villa area, I hurriedly got out immediately. If I didn't take a walk to digest, my stomach might just explode. However, walking alone in this vast villa area felt a bit lonely. If only there was a pet by my side to walk with right now. Just as I thought that, I seemed to hear a cat's meow, but the sound only lasted a fleeting second. Could I have misheard? I shook my head and kept walking. It seemed like Zhao Taohua was around here. I tried calling out tentatively. Just as I turned a corner ahead, I faintly heard the sound of an argument. Looking up, I was suddenly stunned. I had misheard. That sound really was Zhao Taohua. At that moment, after turning the corner, I clearly heard the arguing voices coming from ahead. Looking closely, I couldn't help but be surprised. Zhao Taohua was actually being held by a strange man. But what stunned me more was the person standing opposite that man was Mu Yulu. At first, I thought they knew each other, so I intended to just walk around them. However, to my surprise, Zhao Taohua was struggling discontentedly, and Mu Yulu's voice was getting louder and louder. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "I'll say it one more time. Give me back my cat now." The other guy just laughed nonchalantly, not caring at all. This scene looks really weird. Could Zhao Taohua be pulling a scam again? And this time it bumped into a tough customer. I saw it was getting dark. The surroundings were deserted with no one around, and there wasn't even a single surveillance camera. A girl standing here arguing with a strange man like this is definitely very dangerous. I sighed and quickened my pace toward them. I told myself that if I'm going to help, I'll see it through. I can't just pretend not to see. "Mu Yulu," I called out. She whipped her head around, her eyes lighting up instantly, as if she had just seen her savior, her face showing clear excitement. "Little brother, why are you here?" I smiled and replied, "I was too full, so I had the driver let me out midway for a walk to digest." As I moved closer and closer, looking at Zhao Taohua meowing in that guy's arms, I turned to ask Mu Yulu, "Who is this, sister? Is it another unlucky person being scanned by this little zombie?" Mu Yulu's expression suddenly turned a bit more unsightly. I took a casual look at the man. He was less than 1.8 meters tall, looking exactly like a dandy. This wasn't unusual, but not returning the cat and continuing to cling and harass like this. It must be for money or beauty. I stood in front of Mu Yulu, coldly saying, "Hey friend, this is my cat. It's its fault for scaring you. Now, do you want compensation or to go to court? If you want money, I'll transfer it now, or call insurance for an appraisal. If you want a lawsuit, I'll arrange a lawyer for you." My gaze settled on Zhao Taohua as I continued. "However, first give the cat back to me. The way you're holding it is hurting it. In case it suffers psychological trauma, then I don't know who will have to compensate whom." The man's expression stiffened immediately. Seeing I was half a head taller than him, and my tone was full of aggression, he awkwardly returned the cat. "You've misunderstood. I just happened to see your cat. It's very cute and didn't do anything to me, so no compensation is needed. But letting a cat run wild at night like this is dangerous. Remember to watch it more carefully in the future." I stared directly into the man's eyes, making him increasingly panicked. A long while later, I nodded slightly, keep that in mind." The man waved his hands hurriedly. "It's nothing. I have other things to do, leaving now." With that, he turned and ran off. I handed the cat back to Mu Yulu. "Meow. Jiao Taohua looked up, big watery eyes instantly softening the heart, looking at Mu Yulu as if acting spoiled. Mu Yulu's face suddenly hardened, raising her hand to give the cat a firm smack on the head. I think you're asking for a beating, pulling a scam without even looking at what time it is. Meow. Jiao Taohua lowered its head, its cry much softer, looking extremely apologetic and pitiful. Who could bear to stay angry at this? This cat has truly become a spirit, and the girl in front of me is also a bit scary. Just as that thought flashed through my mind, I heard Mu Yulu continue. Thank you for saving me. I really didn't know what to do just now. She seemed a bit embarrassed. Every time she met me, such awkward things happened. I smiled. It's nothing. I just happened to be passing by. Jiao Taohua is indeed very lovely. I casually stroked the cat's head and continued. However, you need to watch it more carefully. If it causes trouble again, it might not be so lucky. Mu Yulu nodded obediently. She suddenly tugged at the hem of my shirt, whispering, Good person, could I borrow your phone for a moment? I forgot mine in the rush to find Jiao Taohua. I helplessly took out my phone, unlocked it, and handed it to her. She dialed a number, her brows furrowing. Is this security? I'm the owner of Unit 7, Mu Yulu. Check the cameras from 3 minutes ago, at the pavilion in front of Building 5. Check the surrounding area cameras. Look for a man with middle-parted hair, wearing a striped shirt with overalls. Confirm if he has left the villa area. Regardless of who he is, never let him appear in this Banshan villa area again, or else all of you should prepare to be fired. The other end hurriedly complied. After hanging up, her expression finally relaxed slightly. Counting this, I've troubled you 3 times. As they say, bad luck comes in threes. How about I invite you into my home for a bit? I rub my belly. I probably shouldn't. It's getting late. It's not very convenient for a boy to enter a girl's house now. I continue to rub my bulging stomach, smiling bitterly. I'm so full right now that I need to walk more to digest my meal. I shifted my gaze to the little one in my arms, half-jokingly saying, If you want to thank me, just let it walk with me. Mu Yulu lowered her head to glance at the cat. I nodded. I quite like animals. I just don't have time to keep them. She smiled. All right, letting it follow you for 2 days is enough to pay off the debt. I'll come to pick it up Sunday afternoon. Whoever caused the trouble should take responsibility. With that, she decisively pressed Jiao Taohua into my arms. I looked surprised. Can you bear to? Mu Yulu replied nonchalantly. I don't know about others, but you're a good person. Besides, there's no escaping fate. I'm very relieved to leave it with you. Maybe after giving the little zombie a change of scenery for 2 days. Jiao Taohua might even take you as its master. And who knows, it might stop pulling scams everywhere. My eyes were filled with excitement. Don't you worry, Nuna. It'll definitely take the best care of her. Then I asked, Do you have all the cat supplies ready? If not, I'll still have to stop by your place for a bit. Mu Yulu nodded, remaining silent. I felt a bit awkward. If you take me home, won't your parents be unhappy? She replied firmly, There's no one at my house. Don't worry. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Going into a girl's house in the middle of the night, with no one else around, is that really okay? Right at this moment. After hearing that, my heart suddenly clenched. Thinking of the soft Jiao Taohua in my arms, it's not like I'm a bad person. Just picking up some cat supplies should be fine. So I carried Jiao Taohua and went with Mu Yulu to her house. This was my first time visiting a girl's house, and with Jiao Taohua as company along the way, the two of us didn't fall into an awkward silence. The villa quickly appeared before our eyes. As Mu Yulu opened the iron gate, I couldn't help but speak up. I'll just wait here for you, Nuna. She turned to look at me, understanding my intention, and her favor for me grew a little more in her heart. Not long after, Mu Yulu came out carrying a paper bag. In here is food and cat litter for 2 days, along with her favorite toys. Sorry to trouble you with this little one for the next 2 days. I smiled and took it, feeling very honored. Just then, her phone rang again. I quickly said my goodbyes. Mu Yulu waved and lowered her head to answer the call. On the other end, a playful lolly voice. I'm here. My darling, has the sky fallen or are you heartbroken? Mu Yulu immediately rolled her eyes upon hearing that. You're embarrassing me. You took so long to answer the phone. Her expression changed. Jiao Taohua has caused trouble again. The other person cheered. Did our daughter catch another guy? Extremely excited. What kind of handsome guy did she catch this time? Is he your type? Did you get his WeChat? Does he have 6-pack abs? Have you slept together yet? Mu Yulu held her forehead. Qinling, shut up right now. You're getting further and further from reality. She helplessly recounted the whole story from beginning to end. Qinling flew into a rage after hearing it. At how Jiao Taohua had been raised, That guy actually thought finding a cat was destiny. Going for meals, making friends. He'll eat him alive. Only after venting did she feel satisfied. Xinling suddenly reacted. Wait a second. You and him, meeting 3 times in the first month of school, and he helped you every single time. Mu Yulu lowered her head shyly. It seems so. Xinling was thrilled. Lulu. This is fate ordained by heaven. Hurry up and conquer him. Pounce on him. Just do it, don't be shy. Mu Yulu's face turned red. Xinling. Don't tempt me to corrupt a minor. It'll pull your hair out. She hastily hung up the phone. Looking in the direction I had just left, fate? This world is so vast. Meeting the same person 3 times by chance in a month is indeed a coincidence. But she felt this was an ill-fated connection, because beautiful encounters usually don't happen like this. I was in a very good mood today, full and relaxed, carrying the cat alone along the pebble path, feeling incredibly refreshed. Zhao Taohua really knew how to flatter me. In other words, this cat was truly a genuine green tea bitch. But the target of its green tea antics was me, and the feeling was indescribably wonderful. I originally intended to walk for half an hour, but ended up wandering for a full hour until I was slightly breaking a sweat. Only then did I pick up the little cat and carry the bag toward Villa number 3. Ji Xiaoman hadn't returned yet, and I wondered if she liked pets or not. After entering, the first thing I did was carry Zhao Taohua to my room. I took a photo and sent it to Ji Xiaoman to report, Nuna, do you mind if there's a cat in the house? A friend asked me to look after her for 2 days. Don't worry, I promise she won't step a single foot into the bedroom, won't shed fur everywhere, and definitely won't bother you. I sent the photo I just took. Not long after, Ji Xiaoman replied, You like cats? Yeah, I quite like small animals. Fine. Just don't let her run around wild. Seeing this sentence, I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Nuna. Ji Xiaoman saw those 3 exclamation marks and couldn't help but laugh. You like cats that much? She zoomed in on the photo. Staring at Zhao Taohua's coquettish face, the pretty cat made one's heart skip a beat. Before going to sleep that night, I used a cardboard box to make a nest for Zhao Taohua, lined with a soft cushion, leaving food, water, and cat litter out on the balcony. She lay down peacefully, a soft purring sound echoing. I quickly took a photo and sent it to Mu Yulu to report all was well, then climbed into bed myself. Soon I drifted off to sleep. Perhaps because the air conditioning wasn't set right, it felt warmer than usual. Just as dawn broke, my chest felt uncomfortable under a heavy weight. In my sleepy days, I reached out to feel, my palm touching soft cat fur. Opening my eyes and pulling the blanket down, a pretty cat head popped out. Zhao Taohua with watery eyes gave me a gentle meow. Attacked by this beauty so early in the morning, my heart completely melted. I clearly made a nest for you, yet you snuck into my blanket. Meow meow. She tilted her head at me, and I laughed, stroking her head. I picked her up and rolled over, closing my eyes to sleep some more. Since you jumped into my arms yourself, sleep with me a little longer. Zhao Taohua clearly enjoyed the warmth, finding a comfortable position in my arms and starting to purr again. This weekend, the summary was simply eating with the cat, sleeping with the cat, doing homework with the cat, and swimming with the cat. The little green tea lady was everywhere, making me a willing cat slave. She knew her limits, knowing when to play and when to be good, leaving me completely enchanted. However, happy times are always short-lived. Sunday afternoon, Mu Yulu sent a message, so I had to take the little one and her toys back to her. Senpai, thank you. Your cat, having her by my side these last 2 days was great. Though I was reluctant, I still had to return her. When Zhao Taohua returned her arms, she found a familiar spot, her eyes filled with lingering regret. Meow. Seeing the two of us so attached, a strange feeling rose in Mu Yulu's heart, like an evil female lead heartlessly tearing lovers apart. She laughed and said, It's only right that she makes you happy. I'll send her to stay with you again when there's a chance. My eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Of course, my foot. If I leave her a few more days, this kid will probably change her surname to mine. Thinking that, Mu Yulu chatted politely with me for a bit, picked up Zhao Taohua and left quickly, secretly vowing in her heart to never let this boy-crazy cat have private contact with me again. Right at this moment, An Yu appeared very confident. Between a beautiful top-scoring girl and a mischievous deskmate with bad grades, everyone in class knew who to choose. Instead, I calmly spoke. Thanks for letting me know. But I already promised. Yan Hugang won't change his mind about switching seats. He'll talk to the homeroom teacher, sorry. Wan Yu's expression became a bit stiff, yet she tried to maintain her smile, watching us walk past her. Her face gradually darkened. What was this? She had taken the initiative, yet I rejected her. How ungrateful. Behind her, a close classmate entered the building. Seeing her standing there blankly alone, the friend ran over smiling. You, why are you standing here waiting for me? Wan Yu forced a smile. Yeah, I'm waiting for you. The girl before her was named Liu Lin, who was always at the top of the class before I arrived. Liu Lin complained the pressure in the elite class was too high, so she proactively asked to transfer to a regular class. Wang Yu and she were on quite good terms. Because she was smart, Wang Yu could occasionally borrow notebooks or ask her for help with schoolwork. However, Liu Lin was very independent-minded, not indulging Wang Yu in everything. When facing difficult problems, she was too lazy for long explanations, telling her directly to ask the teacher, so as not to waste time. That was another reason Wang Yu sought me out. Boys are easier to talk to. Just give them a little sweetness and she'd benefit more. As the two girls walked upstairs arm in arm, Liu Lin pushed up her glasses, suddenly speaking. Yu, have you talked to Xiao Yuntao yet? Is he approachable? Wan Yue was wary. What do you want? Oh, didn't you already agree to sit with someone else? Liu Lin walked along, not noticing Wang Yue's expression was worsening. As you said, he knocked me off the top spot. We're ranked first and second. Presumably, there's a high chance the teacher will pair us as deskmates. If he's hard to get along with, naturally I'll have to ask the teacher for a different seatmate. Wan Yue gave a cold laugh, but her face quickly bloomed into a smile. Don't even dream about it. He just said he wants to keep sitting with Yan Huigang. Forget it, since I can't bear to leave you. I'll reluctantly sit with you then. Even though there's a 30-point gap between them, if I can't catch Xiao Yuntao, I certainly can't let Liu Lin fall into anyone else's hands. Hearing her say that, Liu Lin's face brightened with joy. Really? Yu Yue, I love you to death. Yan Huigang and I were completely unaware of the little drama following. When we returned to the classroom, the teacher had posted the start-of-year grades next to the blackboard. Yan Huigang eagerly squeezed into the crowd of onlookers, spotting his own unsurprising name, ranked 5th from the bottom of the class. Then looking right at the very top, sure enough, the 3 characters for Xiao Yuntao were in first place, sitting proudly at number 1. Scanning the scores for each subject from left to right, the total score was 722. First in the whole grade, leading the runner-up by a full 30 points. He couldn't help but yell, "Holy crap. Old B, you're amazing. I knew you were smart, but I didn't know you were this terrifying. You're 200 points higher than me. How can anyone else even survive?" I had already calculated my own score, so I calmly put my hands in my pockets and went to my seat. Yan Huigang jumped out, grabbed my shoulders, and shook me. 722 points. You wouldn't even dare dream of that, right? We both grew up eating the same rice. So why are you so much higher than me? We haven't seen each other for years, and my old bro has become a rich young master, crushing everyone with his academic scores. This feeling is just too intense. I said casually, isn't this perfectly normal? I thought you'd be more composed. Yan Huigang wanted to hit me but couldn't bring himself to. I don't care. Back then, the two of us swore an oath before that grave. If you made it big, you'd have to take me with you. I never said I wouldn't. Use whatever method, but you have to help me raise my score by at least 100 points. Yan Huigang let go, making a grand gesture. I looked at him with full seriousness. If you wanted to master all the knowledge of the 3 high school years, reaching a 600-point level would mean enduring a lot of hardship. If I have to suffer, I will. We're brothers. No matter the pain, I won't just sit idly by. Yan Huigang spoke very seriously. These words had been carefully thought out. He knew family background would determine my future, and that social circle was a class that he'd struggle to reach, even if he risked his life. With my scores, a spot at Beijing University was practically already in hand. Under this total dominance, even as brothers, a distance would inevitably form. He'd either become a useless leech beside me, shamelessly relying on my help, or they would gradually drift apart, due to their different classes, becoming people from 2 completely different worlds. He didn't want either outcome, so he'd rather put in more effort now, so that in the future we could stand side by side and fly high together. As long as you agree, I'll give it my all to help you. I didn't know how much he had considered, but this kid's seriousness brought a lot of comfort to my heart. When class started, Mr. Zhao Luming indeed rearranged the seating, but I had already brought Yan Huigang to see him beforehand, so the 2 of us could continue being deskmates. Thanks to me, Yan Huigang, who used to always sit in the back, was now moved all the way to the front row. The homeroom teacher was glad to see he listened to me, so he made an exception for us to keep sitting together. Sitting in the front row meant the teachers would be watching us to prevent Yan Huigang from distracting me from my studies. Wan Yu stared at me from across the aisle. She had been watching me for a long time this morning, discovering that I had actually quickly befriended several boys. But what about the girls? It seemed I never initiated a conversation, even when girls said hello. I only replied politely but with a sense of distance. Thinking of this, the anger of being rejected in Wang Yu's heart gradually faded. If I coldly rejected all girls, then she could still accept it. And for a boy who never actively pursued girls like this, once he fell in love, then his eyes would surely only have that one person. So if she successfully pursued me and told me to go east, would I even dare to go west? At the thought of being able to control me, Wang Yu's heart suddenly skipped half a beat, and her mood became light and airy again. Mingli School was also quite thoughtful. 12th graders were still scheduled for 3 PE classes a week. In the first period of the afternoon, Yan Huigang dragged me out to the stadium. Old B. This PE class is the trick the Mingli teachers use to keep students here. Did you know that? Because the PE and art teachers never report sick or take leave, so every class happens as scheduled and is high quality. It's just the best. I nodded slightly, taking a pocket-sized book from my bag and throwing it to him. There are still 8 minutes before class starts. Memorize these vocabulary words. I'll find time to quiz you during PE. Yan Huigang's smile slowly vanished. Master B, you really know how to seize every opportunity. Even during the break, Yan Huigang was forced by me to study vocabulary. I laughed and rubbed his head. Good boy. If you learn them, there will be a reward. What reward? Yan Huigang was immediately excited again. When a young master gives a reward, it's bound to be generous. Reward is letting you play basketball to your heart's content during PE. Get lost. Busy life continued to roll on, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing answering Wang Yu's last question, I began packing up my books. Beside me, Yan Huigang had finished packing long ago, his eyes glancing at Wang Yu one moment, then looking at me the next, his expression looking incredibly sly. Let's go. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and spoke leisurely. Yan Huigang nodded with a grin, and the two of us walked out into the corridor shoulder to shoulder. Old B, did you notice? The academic rep has been looking for you a lot lately to ask questions. Oh, really? Aren't you the most diligent one? Just as he was about to retort, someone called me from behind. Both of us turned around, and Wang Yu once again appeared before me. She smiled, tucking the stray hair behind her ear, her thin lips adorned with a light coat of lipstick. Hey, Xiao Yuntao, do you have a moment? I'd like to treat you to a meal, as a thank you for explaining the lessons to me all week. Old B, you're being invited out to eat. Yan Huigang smirked while I gently declined. I'm sorry, but if I don't finish the tasks my sister gave me last week today, I'm afraid I won't be allowed into the house. Besides, we're classmates. Helping each other is normal, so there's no need for such formalities. A look of disappointment flashed across Wang Yu's face. After being rejected 3 times in a row, she was starting to get used to it. Watching Yan Huigang and me leave, she rarely didn't get angry. Instead, an intense desire to conquer surged in her eyes. Xiao Yuntao, I will definitely have you. Go ahead and reject me so bluntly now, but once I've won your heart, I'll surely make you regret it. The taste of pursuit. When no one was bothering us, Yan Huigang put his arm around my shoulder, winking suggestively. So, Old B, the academic rep, most likely likes you. Don't go guessing girls' feelings. Maybe she just wanted to thank me. I replied calmly, besides I wasn't blind. She treated quite a few boys very well, giving them snacks, occasionally inviting them to eat. It was nothing special. By that logic, the number of boys she liked must be at least 10 or more. Yan Huigang was stunned by my words, scratching his head in thought. You have a point. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Of course you are. Fatty, your head really needs adjustment. I quickened my pace. Yan Huigang chased after me, mimicking a slam dunk. Fine. Xiao Yuntao, you got guts to say your dad's head has a problem. Let's see if I don't give you a thrashing. The driver who came to pick me up today had switched to an Aston Martin. Yan Huigang stared at the new car, his heart filled with complex emotions. If it weren't for my cousin's birthday, I'd definitely have to leech off your young master aura today. Riding in such a fancy car would be awesome. Let's go. There will be other chances. I patted his shoulder, watching him get into a taxi before I hopped into the passenger seat. The car quickly merged into traffic. Wang Yu watched the Aston Martin drive away, her eyes flickering. On the first day, it was a Panamera. Last week, a Bentley. And this week, it's an Aston Martin. Though she had her own Maserati to pick her up, and her status at Ming Li was considered wealthy, compared to me, it seemed she was still a level below. Thinking of that, she clenched her fist, a winning determination flashing in her eyes. The driver took me to the gate of the capital's largest pet market. I took my phone and got out, observing the unfamiliar surroundings. With no one familiar around, I felt a slight unease, but quickly headed into the market. All kinds of small animals caught my attention, and my tense mood gradually relaxed. Both sides of the gate were lined with pigeons and rabbits, along with dyed baby chicks. I walked deeper inside. I was completely won over by the adorable furry creatures, my heart suddenly turning soft, nearly wanting to scoop them all up and take them home. But I immediately suppressed that impulse. Villa had enough room for them all, but if all these newly weaned little ones made a racket together, Ji Xiaoman would surely have my head. Shuddering slightly, I continued my stroll further in. Passing a corner, I saw creatures in a cage that looked like baby pandas. Those tiny beings caught my eye. I was wondering why the shop owner hadn't been questioned yet when my focus made me completely unaware of someone suddenly bumping into me. Ah? A clear voice rang out, and I saw a head suddenly appear, my chest being pressed hard by two small hands, her eyes filled with embarrassment. Have you felt enough? The girl hadn't reacted yet, but her hands were faster than her brain, unintentionally clutching me a few times, her fingertips curling slightly. Wait, I seem to have heard this voice somewhere before. Not far off, a girl holding a large chinchilla was watching with her mouth agape. My soft Lulu. Mu Yulu snapped out of it, turning her head to look at me in a daze. Only then did I realize that the one who crashed into me and then took advantage was actually Senpai. Senpai, could you please let go of me first? Muyulu looked down at her restless hands. When she looked up and saw my expression, less than greater than, her face instantly flushed red like a ripe gok fruit. Less than greater than. Ah, so sorry. I didn't mean it. Next time, I'll let you eat me back as compensation. Pff, no, that's not what I meant. She had just been frightened by the chinchilla, then discovered she just acted like a rogue, so her words were all jumbled up. Her shame was so great she wanted to vanish on the spot, so she just threw out another apology, covered her face, and ran off. Right at this moment, Mu Yulu covered her face and ran for her life. The girl nearby, seeing this, also hurriedly set down the chinchilla, chased after her, calling, Lulu, wait for me. As she passed me, she didn't forget to clasp her hands in apology, her eyes full of remorse. That really wasn't intentional. The two of them quickly disappeared. My heart suddenly began to beat unusually fast, having someone take advantage of me, yet being shy to the point of my heart racing. Truly useless. Oh well, let's just focus on choosing a cat. After leaving the pet market, Mu Yulu quickly got into the car, using her hand to fan her face frantically. Qin Ling took the opportunity to use the less than greater than chinchilla to scare her, making her heart nearly stop. Less than greater, and she ran as fast as she could. When she bumped into someone, she instinctively reached out to steady herself, but who knew she'd crash into an acquaintance? What was even more embarrassing was that the first thought in her head was that she'd just gotten a little bargain, and it didn't feel too bad. She felt like she was about to go crazy. Lulu, I'm sorry. I was just joking around with you. Qin Ling was also flustered, speaking as her face slightly reddened. Usually scaring her was fine, but this time the most awkward prank ever. Mu Yulu glared fiercely at her friend, and leaned back and closed her eyes. Qin Ling, I'll give you a chance. Buy me a ticket to Mars tonight, or else I'll kill you. It's not that bad, right? Qin Ling chuckled and climbed into the car. It was just a bump with a stranger. You won't meet again. No need to run all the way to Mars. Besides, that handsome guy looks pretty good. Touching his chest isn't a loss anyway. Just as that was mentioned, Mu Yulu reflexively stepped on Qin Ling's foot. What stranger? That's Xiao Wandao. I already told you about that, Junior. We all live in the same villa area. Even if I hide, we'll still cross paths. How am I supposed to face him after this? Qin Ling's eyes widened in surprise. The Junior you have a fated encounter with. Qin Ling slapped her thigh excitedly. Lulu, the opportunity is here. There are people you can't even meet if you want to, in such a vast capital city. Yet you bump into this top-tier guy everywhere. Isn't this being tied together by the god of marriage with steel wire? I'm telling you, if you two don't get married, I won't believe in love anymore. Shut up, Mu Yulu snapped in embarrassment and started pummeling Qin Ling inside the car. I looked around at the cats, finally drawn to a lazy little one. It was a beautiful golden cat. I grabbed it by the scruff. It glanced at me indifferently, then closed its eyes to sleep again. A lazy cat isn't necessarily a must-buy, but being this lazy really touched my heart. I negotiated the price with the owner, dropping it from 5,000 yuan to 2,500 yuan, so I bought both of them, so the little ones could have company. Carrying the cat cage out, a surge of pride welled up inside me. 5,000 yuan for one fancy cat, yet I got two for the same price. What a total steal. Behind me, the owner watched my back, grinning from ear to ear. Selling pets really should be sold to naive 20-year-olds like this. clearly getting ripped off yet still feeling satisfied. On the way home, I looked at the two little ones in the cage and pondered. One was meowing energetically, while the other was so lazy it was snoring in the corner with its butt up. Soon I brought them both home. Ji Xiaoman came home early. She purposely waited there to receive the cats, to prevent anyone else from taking them. She didn't even bother to look at me once. Nuna, you're home early? Yeah. Ji Xiaoman glanced at the cage indifferently, though she was dying to snatch them and cuddle them. But to maintain her image, she pointed at the cage and asked, "What kind of cats did you buy?" "2 golden cats." I grinned, sat down, opened the cage, and took them out. "Do you want to see them?" "Bring them here." Ji Xiaoman nodded, thinking this insensitive guy finally did something right. I carefully placed the 2 kittens in front of her. Ji Xiaoman casually reached out to take them. The soft, fluffy feeling made her eyes light up. Her gaze stopped at the little one fast asleep in her palm. She frowned slightly. "What's wrong with this one?" I asked the owner. "It's been checked at the hospital. Its health is perfect, it's just exceptionally lazy. It sleeps wherever it goes." I smiled and stroked its little head. "Because it's so strangely lazy that I bought it. The other one is its sibling, so I thought I'd buy the pair, so they'd have company and not be lonely." "Yeah." Ji Xiaoman nodded. "Auntie Zhao, schedule a vet later. Have them bring equipment to check them." "Yes, eldest miss." Seeing the cats I brought home getting such attention, my smile brightened. "Nuna, don't worry. After the checkup, I'll take them to the 4th floor. The small garden there is enough for them to play, and they won't disturb you." Ji Xiaoman frowned. Was that thoughtfulness just an illusion? He still wants to monopolize these 2 little ones. How annoying, but she had already prepared. She turned and pointed toward the spiral staircase nearby. "No need. I've already had a cat house set up right there. When you're at school, the nanny can easily take care of them." I turned to look. The large space under the stairs that was once empty had now been partitioned into a room for the cats. "Okay, then let's keep them on the 1st floor." I nodded, my eyes full of gratitude. "Nuna, thank you. I've bothered you so much. Yet you still thought of them so thoroughly." "Sure. I have work. I'm going upstairs now." Ji Xiaoman set the kitten down and stood up casually. "Bothered? Finally, there's a reason. Openly raise these adorable little things. No one would find it a bother." I played with the 2 little ones for a bit longer, before putting them in the cat house. The room was fully equipped. Cat food filled the shelves. The 2 kittens caught the scent of the prepared milk and immediately rushed toward the milk tray. However, I saw that lazy cat froze after just a few laps. I reached into the cat house to pick it up. Turns out the little guy fell asleep mid-drink. Truly the reincarnation of a sleep god. Oh well, let's wait for the doctor's checkup. Just then, my phone rang repeatedly. Someone was frantically sending messages. I put the lazy cat back into its soft little bed, tucked it in carefully, then went out to check my phone. On the screen was a familiar fluffy-haired avatar. The contact name was Mu Yulu. Just now, I opened my phone. On the screen was a familiar fluffy-haired avatar. Contact name was Mu Yulu. Sorry. The whole screen was filled with apologies. I helplessly replied, "It's okay." And the other party finally stopped the message bombing. Immediately after, a new message notification appeared. A transfer of 10,000 yuan with a note, compensation. At this moment, I stared at the phone screen with a complex mood. This feeling was like I'd just been bought, like a generous tip from a wealthy client. It really made me not know whether to laugh or cry. I had just returned the money to the senior, thinking it was all over. She wanted to use another way to make it up to me. I suddenly had an idea, to suggest she use her beloved cat Zhao Taohua as collateral. But I never expected. My proposal would make her flip her lid immediately. On the other end, Mu Yulu lied that Zhao Taohua had been taken to school. Then she concluded, "They'll treat you to dinner next week," and allowed no rebuttal. The next second, next to the message I just sent, a bright red exclamation mark suddenly appeared. She had blocked me. This reaction left me stunned. Oh well, dinner is dinner. When the time comes, I'll bring that fatty along. We'll see who feels awkward then. I didn't think much more about it. Having 2 new family members made me very concerned. The next day, the vet's results were out. Both little ones were very healthy. The weight in my heart was finally lifted. Watching them chase each other in their new home, I contentedly went back to my room to study. Little did I know. As soon as I left, Ji Xiaoman rushed downstairs. With one in each hand, she cuddled the kittens to her heart's content. Her usual cold aura vanished in an instant. She even grumbled that if I weren't home, she could have taken them to the office. Right now, I was in my room solving problems, suddenly feeling a chill down my spine. I couldn't help but sneeze. On the other end of the video call, Yan Huigang immediately grinned. Is our young master Kim being missed by some girl again? I glanced at him indifferently. Are you done with the problems? Yan Huigang immediately shut up and buried his head back into his work. Soon, the pace of schoolwork increased dramatically. Exam papers poured out like rain, as if they cost nothing. It was truly endless. But when I finished the last essay question, I shook my hand and flopped onto the desk to sleep. Yan Huigang sitting next to me was green with envy. That's a top student for you. While he hadn't even finished half the paper. It was Friday again. Thinking of the little ones waiting at home, my spirits lifted significantly. But Yan Huigang was like an exhausted old dog slumped over the desk. Old bye, any plans for the weekend? I shook my head slightly. Unless something changes, staying home to study. Yan Huigang was speechless, but he didn't give up and pressed on. Last time you promised to treat me to dinner. Does that still count? It counts. As soon as I spoke, Yan Huigang jumped out of his chair. Then what are we waiting for? Your brother here will take you somewhere great to let loose. I'm a man of my word. So I nodded in agreement. Just going home a bit late wouldn't be a big deal. But just as the two brothers were about to head out, Wan Yu suddenly dragged Liu Lin and lunged toward us. Xiao Wandao, are you guys going out to eat? Just in time, we were planning to go too. I know a newly opened barbecue place that's great. Let's go together. This time I couldn't find any reason to refuse, so I turned to look at Yan Huigang. However, he was staring at the two pretty girls in front of him, his eyes sparkling. Seeing that I didn't intend to refuse, Yan Huigang immediately grinned and dropped a bombshell. Going together is fine, but old B and I are planning to go clubbing. No time for barbecue. You two want to come along? Clubbing. Wang Yue immediately frowned. She hated noisy places like that the most. Plus, she felt the people who went there weren't very decent. Thinking of this, Wang Yue's dislike for Yan Huigang increased even more. Xiao Wandao is so well behaved, yet he dares to invite him to such places. However, this was a rare chance for private interaction. Did she really want to give it up? Wang Yue bit her lip and finally nodded. Fine. But you two can't get drunk, and you must ensure our safety. That goes without saying. Yan Huigang's smile grew even wider. He finally got to go clubbing with pretty girls. Just like that, the four of us walked through the campus together, watching Yan Huigang tease the two girls. They chased him playfully. The sound of laughter and talk never stopped. A faint smile played on my lips, but at that moment, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. I felt like I had forgotten something extremely important. Just now, the four of us walked grandly and leisurely out of the school gate. Right then, Yan Huigang seemed to remember something and turned to ask me, "Right, old B, what car did your family driver bring today? Or you should just find some excuse to tell him to go back first." Yeah, I nodded, glanced around, and quickly located the driver standing formally over there. So I strode over, tossed my backpack to the driver to take back first, feeling a weight off my shoulders, then turned back to catch up with the group. By the roadside, that quick-handed Yan Huigang had already hailed a taxi, but I had only taken 2 steps when a gloomy voice came from behind me. "Xiao Wandao, where do you think you're going?" That voice, oh my god, why does it sound so familiar? I whirled my head around in a startle. When I clearly saw that familiar face, my heart sank. An unnamed guilt immediately surrounded me. "Say, senior, why are you here?" Asking why I'm here. Mu Yulu had a smile on her lips, but her voice oozed a sense of danger that sent a chill down my spine. She approached step by step, her words full of sarcasm. "It seems this junior is truly a busy man with a short memory. Couldn't make it for an appointment set a week ago. So where are you heading off to play now?" Oh no, my mind felt like it exploded. Dinner on Friday night, no wonder I felt like I'd forgotten something important. I was just about to open my mouth to explain, when that guy Yan Huigang over there saw me turn back and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Old B, hurry up, the two beauties can't wait any longer." That's it, it's over. I didn't even have a chance to speak anymore. I saw the smile on Mu Yula's face grow even brighter, but it carried a bone-chilling coldness. Turns out you're dating 2 pretty girls. No wonder this sister didn't stand a chance. Actually, Mu Yulu wasn't entirely furious, but the annoyance in her heart was real. After all, I was the first guy she had ever proactively invited to dinner, yet she ended up being stood up. It made her start questioning life. Had she become old and ugly already? So annoying she just wanted to give me a beating. Right now my scalp felt numb, finally. I could only squeeze out the most sincere face possible and hurriedly apologized, "Senior, I'm so sorry." The academic pressure was huge this week. I was so busy I completely forgot, and going out with them was just spontaneous. I also owed my friend a meal. He mentioned it today. So I thought I'd settle the debt to clear my head. How about I tell them I'm not going, and tonight's dinner is on me, okay? Mu Yulu blinked, knowing I didn't do it on purpose, so the annoyance in her heart had mostly dissipated. Forget it. It's also my fault for not confirming with you before coming. Since you owe them, then go play with them. I'm going home. She paused for a moment, then added, as for treating you to dinner, see which week you're free, and just message me anytime. After speaking, she turned and walked away very decisively. I couldn't help but slap my forehead, sighed deeply, then turned back toward the taxi. That guy Yan Huaigang, thanks to his thick skin, had squeezed into the back seat with the two girls. Seeing me get in, he shouted, "Old B, what were you doing standing there just now?" I kept calling, but you didn't come over. Nothing, just accidentally stood someone up. I shook my head slightly. Maybe I should invite the senior to dinner tomorrow to apologize. I just didn't know if she had unblocked me yet. Thinking so, I bowed my head and took out my phone, quickly sent a message to Mu Yulu. Senior, let's have dinner tomorrow. Before I could think further, the other side replied in a heartbeat, okay. I locked my phone again and turned my head to look out the window. At this time, the girl driving only looked straight ahead, her expression very calm. It was hard to tell if she was happy or sad, which inadvertently made me feel a bit more guilty. Stood someone up? Who did you have an appointment with, male or female? Why didn't you invite them along for the fun? Yan Huigang's voice rang out again. At the same time, I felt a gaze from behind fixed on me. Wan Yue was staring at the back of my head. Her heart was also hanging by a thread. Just a senior. She was busy and went home first. I replied nonchalantly, then said nothing more. Another senior. Yan Huigang immediately lost interest. Hearing it was a senior, Wan Yu also let go of the tension in her heart, and a smile reappeared on her face. The next place Yan Huigang took us was a cyberpunk-style bar called Future. The brilliant and surreal neon lights were dizzying. After booking a table, before I even got my seat warm, I was dragged onto the dance floor by him. Those two girls seemed quite reserved at first, but after being provoked by Yan Huigang for a few words, they held hands and plunged into the crowd, dancing more intensely than anyone. Old B, are you feeling it? Yan Huigang danced randomly while swaying wildly, utterly ecstatic. It's okay, I could only respond helplessly to get it over with. In the heat of the moment, a plump hand suddenly rested on my waist. Jumped in surprise, hurriedly dodged and turned my head to look. A bun-like face caked in powder was right in front of my eyes. Just then, a fat hand suddenly landed on my waist. Froze. Then quickly broke free and looked back. A wide face caked in heavy makeup was pressed right up to my face. That person even winked at me flirtatiously, bright red lips that looked no different from two sausages, directly leaning in closer. Hey, handsome, want to hang out? I have 3 houses in Beijing. I had never encountered such a scene before. Scared to the point my pupils constricted. At this moment, I didn't care about brotherhood anymore. I pushed through the crowd and ran straight out. Standing outside for a long time, the cold wind blowing made me come to my senses, but now I really didn't want to go back to that place at all. So I pulled out my phone and messaged Yan Huigang. You guys keep playing. I don't think I fit the atmosphere here, so I'm going home first. Just let me know how much it costs. I had just sent the message, and to my surprise, less than 5 minutes later, someone's arm tightly wrapped around my neck from behind. You little devil, if it's not a fit, you should have told your big brother earlier, so I could take you somewhere more gentle. Wouldn't that have been fine? Yan Huigang saw my expression, as if my soul had been sucked out, and felt a bit guilty. After all, we're brothers. How could I, for my own fun, let you go home all alone? He lightly patted my chest, sighed. Little fish, a bookworm like you. Really can't stand noisy places. Look at you, after being in there for just a bit. You look like some enchantress sucked out all your vital energy. Just mentioning that enchantress made me feel frustrated, so I kicked Yan Huigang. You still dare to say that? I was almost devoured by an old lady. If I weren't fast on my feet, it'd probably be dragged into some hotel by now. What? Yan Huigang was stunned to hear this, followed by a look of indignation. Where did that woman who doesn't know her place come from, to dare touch our young Master Kim? He rolled up his sleeves to charge inside. Go. Big brother will lead you in to get justice. Forget it. I sighed and pulled him back. It's so crowded in there. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Besides, those rich ladies hunting guys never go alone. The two of us are so lean. What if we fall into a tiger's den? Yan Huigang thought it over. Found my words made sense. After all, with our looks, in Beijing would be top tier, like Yanzu or Yu Yan. Absolutely can't let those old ladies tarnish our purity. But I suddenly remembered something, and looked around behind Yan Huaigang. Where are those two girls? Yan Huaigang slapped his thigh. Damn. As soon as I heard you wanted to leave, I rushed to pay and chased after you, and completely forgot those two girls. So Yan Huaigang had to dejectedly crawl back into the bar to find them, while I waited outside. A few minutes later, Yan Huaigang gingerly followed behind the two girls, as they walked out, bowing and apologizing profusely. Ladies, please calm down. I really didn't mean it. Let me treat you both to barbecue as an apology. Then we're even, okay? Wang Yu thought about how she had struggled to get away from Liu Lin, to search the whole dance floor for me for a long time, and found no trace of me in the end. She was furious. She had never suffered such a slight since she was a child. However, she still suppressed her anger, and her expression looked a bit less stormy. The four of us going together? Need you even ask? After all that dancing, I'm starving. Eating something is what should be done. And let's just go to that place. You guys mentioned after school. What do you think? Yan Huigang nodded vigorously. Right then, he saw a milk tea shop not far away, and hurriedly flattered them. Two heroines. Let me go buy milk tea for you. Consider today's matter cleared, okay? All right, the two girls finally nodded reluctantly. I really didn't want to deal with this alone. The two frustrated girls quickened their pace, catching up to Yan Huigang. Let's go. Well, wait over there. Seeing the backs of me and Yan Huigang standing side by side, Yan Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of calculation. Just as they approached the bubble tea shop, she pretended to accidentally twist her ankle, her whole body lunging forward toward me. Unexpectedly, Liu Lin, who was holding her arm, reacted too quickly, firmly catching her. Yu, are you okay? No, I'm fine. I just tripped accidentally. Thank you, Wang Yu said with a smile, but she couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes at her best friend for a long time. The barbecue flavor was truly fantastic. The whole time, Yan Huigang was in charge of grilling and serving the meat. I didn't even lift a finger, just kept my head down and ate happily. Opposite us, Liu Lin was also eating like there was no tomorrow. To win the heart of her crush, me, Wang Yu began her performance, intentionally acting reserved and demure. She elegantly ate a few pieces of vegetables, and then put down her chopsticks. Liu Lin looked at her in confusion. Yue, why aren't you eating anymore? Wang Yue forced a shy smile. It's nothing. I usually have a small appetite anyway. I'm already full after this much. You guys keep eating. Liu Lin was about to say more, but Wang Yue quickly grabbed a piece of meat and put it in her bowl, cutting her off directly. Lin, don't you love beef the most? If you don't eat fast, Bi Yuntao will finish it all. I'm always very focused when eating, stuffing a large piece of meat into my mouth. The way my cheeks puffed out while chewing made me look just like a hamster hoarding its food. Wang Yue, sitting opposite me, just kept staring, resting her chin on her hands, starting to daydream infatuatedly. She even secretly took out her phone, pretending to take a selfie, but actually turned the camera around. Snap, she caught a secret photo of me eating. Seeing the sky getting darker, everyone had almost finished eating. Wang Yue suggested once again it's still early. How about we go see a movie? Great idea. The sci-fi movie I like is playing right now. I was originally going to see it tomorrow. Yan Huigang immediately got excited, but I checked the time on my phone and shook my head slightly. You guys go ahead. It's getting late. I need to head home. Right, old B, you head back first. We'll go watch it. Yan Huigang nodded understandingly. Hearing this, the two girls opposite saw their smiles instantly freeze. Leaving the barbecue shop, I hailed a taxi to go straight home. Catching another car by the roadside, Yan Huigang grinned. Two beauties get in, but he noticed the smile on Wang Yue's demure face had mostly vanished. She looked apologetic, her voice soft. I'm so sorry. I just got a message from my mom. I think I have to go home now. You guys go ahead. Beside her, Liu Lin, who wasn't comfortable being alone with a boy, heard Wang Yue wanted to leave. Immediately blurted out, Then I'm going home too. Didn't we say we'd watch the movie together? All right, Yan Huigang glanced at the two girls, nodded, and dejectedly got into the car alone. By the time I got home, it was pitch black outside. Pushing open the villa door, the massive house was dead silent. All the lights were off and it was dark. Is Nuna not home yet? Mimi, my babies. Daddy's home, I called out with a smile, but I was met only with an eerie silence. Where did those two little ones run off to? They're not in the living room, so where could they be? I searched all around the house but couldn't find a single trace of the cats. So I hurriedly grabbed my phone and called Ji Xiao Man. On the other end, Ji Xiao Man let it ring for a while before leisurely picking up. Aren't you out playing? Are you back? I might be late today, so don't wait for me. Remember to lock the doors and go to bed early. I was a bit anxious, and didn't even register Ji Xiaoman's words, speaking immediately. Nuna, the two little ones are gone. It looks like they haven't been home all day. Do you know where they are? Could the helper have accidentally let them out? On the other end, Ji Xiaoman went silent for a few seconds. Her gaze fell to her feet, where the two little ones, exhausted from playing, were curled up in a deep, peaceful sleep, making her smile despite herself. Only then did she speak unhurriedly. The helper had the day off today. I was worried Kun and Now would be hungry, so I had the driver bring them to the office. Don't worry, they're being cared for here. I'll bring them home safely in a bit. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a surge of guilt in my heart. I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble again. Ji Xiaoman continued to calmly comfort me. We're all family. Don't be so formal. Besides, many people at the office love them. They're all fighting to take care of them. It's really no trouble at all. That's great then, thank you, Nuna. Hearing my relieved laughter on the other end, the corner of her mouth involuntarily curved up. Just before I was about to hang up, Ji Xiaoman seemed to remember something, and added, oh right. 2 days ago when I was getting a Teacher's Day gift for your fourth sister. I happened to pick up a watch for you too. I left it by the robot. Remember to take it out and try it on. Yes, I got it. Thank you, Nuna. The feeling of being cared for is truly magical. It made my heart feel unusually warm, as if my whole body was surging with energy. Right after that, I invited Yan Huaigang for a few rounds of Honor of Kings, seeing the enemies Xiao Chao to the point of depression, and then I casually handed them a report ticket, only then happily going to sleep. In the blink of an eye, another idle Saturday arrived. I woke up and had a quick bite, and sat down and finished a set of practice problems, finally feeling a bit more clear-headed. So I casually took out my phone and sent Mu Yulu a message. Nuna, want to have lunch together today? Unexpectedly, it took a few minutes before she leisurely replied with, okay, you pick the place. Pick me up at 12. Soon it was 12 o'clock, and I arrived at Mu Yulu's villa right on time. She stepped out, her calm gaze resting on me, and asked straight to the point, what are we eating? This was my first time having lunch alone with a girl, so I had specifically looked up tips online, and now I cautiously suggested, how about Western food? As a result, the girl in front of me decisively waved her hand, rejecting it directly. I don't like Western food. Aside from looking pretty, it's useless and doesn't suit my taste at all. Let's pick something else. Then hot pot, barbecue, skewers, or Chinese food are all fine. I threw out a bunch of options. Mu Yulu didn't even need to think, and immediately decided, let's have hot pot then, at Haidalao. She jingled her car keys. Let's go. I'll drive. Sitting in the car in silence wasn't great, so I thought for a moment, and took the initiative to start a conversation. Do you really like crystals that much? Unexpectedly, just mentioning this made Mu Yulu instantly excited. I quite like them. In my free time, I take them out to look at, finding mysterious shapes inside stones. Federals so ordinary is fascinating, and their colors are truly mesmerizing. But my luck isn't very good. I've been wanting to find candy like rose quartz to carve, but it never turns out the way I want. Is candy quartz also a type of crystal? This was my first time hearing about these things, so I just asked directly without thinking. A hint of surprise flashed across Mu Yula's face, as if she didn't expect me not to know this, but she still explained patiently. It's a variety of crystal. The texture is very smooth and soft, looking like jelly candy coated in white sugar, glittery and very beautiful. Hearing her say that, I immediately looked down and opened my phone, search for images and check it out. It really is beautiful. Seeing her hobby being acknowledged, Mu Yulu was clearly happy, her lips curling into a slight smile. Next time there's a chance to see some stones, I'll take you along. Sure, I nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Together we went to Haidalao. The store was incredibly crowded and bustling, and it looked like we were about to have to wait in line. Just as I was thinking that, Mu Yulu took out a VIP membership card from her bag, walked straight to the server, calmly showed her card, and requested the largest private room. The staff member immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, please follow me, distinguished guests. While waiting for the food, Yulu opened her phone to reply to messages, still yawning repeatedly from sleepiness. Out eating with Bai Yum Tao. Talk later. She sent that voice message and then put her phone away. But when she looked up at me, she didn't know what else to say, and the atmosphere fell into silence once again. Just then, the waiter brought 2 bowls of laba porridge and the 2 portions of steamed eggs I had ordered, which finally broke the silence. Nuna, you look so tired. You probably just woke up and haven't had breakfast yet, right? I pushed the steamed eggs toward her. Have some porridge. Eat this first to line your stomach. She really hadn't had breakfast. Mu Yulu nodded, immediately took a few sips of porridge. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she looked up at me. Do you play games? I don't play much, just a few rounds occasionally to decompress, I replied softly. Hearing that, Mu Yulu followed up, do you play Honor of Kings? Sometimes I play a few rounds of classmates. But since school started, I only played a few rounds last night. Finally, there was a topic to talk about. I answered Mu Yulu's questions seriously. She continued her interrogation. What role do you like? I started getting into the flow of the conversation more easily. I play all roles, but I like being the jungler best. Mu Yulu nodded. Then when you're free, let's add each other on QQ and play together. Sure, but I'll probably have to wait until I graduate. Senior year is very busy, so I won't be playing very often. I nodded honestly, and Mu Yulu said that was only natural. How could I corrupt a future sprout of the nation? She said with a matter-of-fact look. If you have any trouble with your studies, just come to me. My old notebooks should still be around. I'll find them and show you. Thank you, Nuna, but my studies are actually going quite well. I probably won't need them for now. I said this very sincerely. After that, the two of us quietly lowered our heads and switched back to eating like hungry dragons. Not until the waiter pushed the food cart over did Mu Yulu suddenly remember the previous topic and look up. Oh, right. Which jungler hero do you like playing most? I like Prince of Landling the most. If he's taken, I'll use Ake instead. I answered very earnestly. But I never expected that in the next second, the smile on the face of the girl before me would vanish, bit by bit. A dangerous wave of killing intent instantly surged at that moment. I watched as the smile on her face faded away, and a threatening atmosphere suddenly enveloped us. I suddenly felt a chill down my spine. Nuna, is something wrong? Mu Yulu took several deep breaths, seemingly telling herself seriously that not all Prince of Landling players are jerks. Only then did she squeeze out a question. Between Luban and Xiao Qiao, who do you like more? Xiao Qiao, of course. After all, Xiao Qiao has a certain... The more I talked, the more I noticed that Mu Yulu's eyes, which had softened slightly, had now turned completely murderous. I whispered the words innate attraction so softly that she could barely hear them. This time, before I could ask what was wrong, Mu Yulu let out a heavy huff, violently stabbed her spoon into the steamed eggs, and began stirring them vigorously. I lost sleep last night because some jerk playing Prince of Landling targeted and killed me 12 times in a row. After the match, he even reported me and I lost 6 credit points. I went to bed with that Prince of Landling on my mind. My hand holding the spoon suddenly froze. Killed 12 times. Ported and lost 6 points. Wait, could this really be such a coincidence? An unexplained anxiety suddenly gripped my mind. I spoke cautiously. That guy just didn't know any better. Please don't be angry anymore. What do you want to eat? I'll dip it for you. By now, the steamed eggs had been stirred into a mush by her. Mu Yulu suddenly looked up, staring at me fiercely as she spoke. There are so many junglers to play. Why do you insist on playing Prince of Landling? Why do you love using him to target Xiao Qiao? I felt that if I made even one slip of the tongue, the next thing to be crushed wouldn't be the eggs, but me. So I stole a cautious glance at her, trying to use game theory to persuade her. Nuna, it's actually not Prince of Landling's fault. Isn't the jungler's job to hunt the enemy's main damage dealer? No matter which jungler it is, their eyes light up whenever they see a squishy hero. Mu Yulu pouted and snorted coldly, the killing intent in her eyes finally fading a bit. Immediately after, she started giving orders. Dip some beef, and shrimp paste, honeycomb tripe, and prawns, put it all in the spicy pot for me. I immediately followed every request, my hands moving swiftly as my survival instinct kicked in with full force. Seeing how compliant I was, Mu Yula's anger finally softened a little. In the future, remember to switch to a more human jungler, she gave me a final warning. People who play Prince of Landling are all mean-spirited. That lot is up to no good. Yes, I immediately nodded my head like a woodpecker. I casually picked up a piece of tripe, started dipping it in the boiling pot. But seeing Mu Yula's lingering resentment, I couldn't help but feel secretly worried. If she gets bullied by a Prince of Landling again in the future, won't I be the first person she thinks of? This isn't good. I have to find a way to turn the tables. So I cleared my throat, tentatively asked, Nuna, have you ever heard this saying? She replied inquisitively, huh? Those eyes looked up at me. I immediately dropped the famous meme, suspect him, understand him, and eventually become him. To my surprise, as soon as Mu Yulu heard that, she shook her head like a rattle, decisively refusing. You want me to play sneak attacker? I don't know how to jungle. I refuse. Seeing her intense opposition, I immediately struck while the iron was hot and began to guide her skillfully. I'm sure you've heard the saying, to defeat your enemy, you must first have a full understanding of him. If you don't try it, you'll never understand how a Prince of Landling player thinks. As Xiao Chao, you'll always be the prey, with no chance to fight back. I paused for a moment, and then delivered the finishing blow. Once you've mastered this hero, you'll just need to see the exclamation mark over your head to guess his movement. Wouldn't your survival rate increase significantly then? Mu Yulu picked up a piece of meat and thought in silence. Clearly, she had been persuaded by my words. Consequently, she slammed the table. You have a point. I'll practice as soon as I get home. Remember to share your experience with me. I'll make a Smurf account to climb up from bronze. I refuse to believe I can't understand this hero. No problem. I'll teach you. I patted my chest in assurance. At this point, the danger sirens were completely silenced, so I began to share all my heart and soul regarding my Prince of Landling's secrets with her. By the time we finished our feast, the distance between Mu Yulu and me had narrowed significantly, thanks to our shared topic of gaming. Mu Yulu rubbed her stomach with a satisfied expression. I'm a bit too full. I want some hawthorn soup. Do you want anything? I'll have a can of Coke, I replied casually. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left my mouth, a threatening look flickered in Mu Yula's eyes once more. You want to ask for some goji berries to nourish yourself too? My spine instinctively stiffened as my survival instinct flared up. No, that's okay. Just some ice would be fine. Seeing my reaction, the danger sirens were silenced again, and Mu Yula's gaze finally softened. By now, how could I not realize how small this world truly is? Good heavens, it's really coming for my life. The Xiao Chao I bullied to the point of madness last night actually turned out to be her. This is bad. Given the situation, I must hide my identity thoroughly, or there's a high chance she'll settle the score right here. While I was lost in thought, Mu Yulu got up to go to the restroom. In that critical split second, I quickly pulled out my phone, set it to silent, and rushed to log into the game. Using the fastest hand speed of my 17 years, I found a rename card, changed my game name at light speed, and then immediately hid all my match history. Not satisfied with just that, I hurriedly opened QQ and instantly changed my profile picture to something unrelated. After completing everything swiftly, I realized that my palms were coated in a thin layer of sweat. At the same time, Mu Yulu happened to walk back in. Are you full? I've already paid the bill, let's go. I'm full. Thanks for the treat, Nuna. Perhaps because I felt guilty for hiding something, the smile on my face seemed even brighter than before. Mu Yulu looked suspicious, glancing at me from head to toe, sensing something was off, but she couldn't point out exactly what it was, so she let it go. I was abandoned by my mother in a remote village for 10 years, only for her to arrive in a luxury Bentley a decade later to pick me up. Not only did she give me a fancy car and a huge villa, but I also suddenly gained 5 beautiful elder sisters. When I was 7, my irresponsible father had an affair in the name of love, leaving the house empty-handed and divorcing my mother. My mother then sold the house, left me with my grandfather in the countryside, and headed to the capital alone to start a career, staying away for 10 long years. Today, she suddenly appeared in an expensive car, saying she wanted to take me to the capital to live in luxury. Just a moment ago, Mu Yulu glanced at her phone, and seeing it was still early, made a suggestion. There's a shopping mall nearby. Want to go for a stroll? Sure, I nodded instinctively. It wasn't like I had anything important to do. Turns out the mall was right next door. We just walked, and in less than 5 minutes we were there. Bi Yun Tao, does this hat look good on me? Mu Yulu picked a beret and put it on. She checked herself in the mirror for a bit, and suddenly turned around, her bright eyes fixed on me. I looked at her intently, and nodded. It looks great. This hat was practically made for you. It suits your aura perfectly. Receiving my compliment, Mu Yula's smile brightened even more. Without any hesitation, she handed the hat to a nearby clerk and said decisively, I'll take it. After that, from headbands to cute hair clips, whenever Mu Yulu tried something on, I always gave her a subtle compliment. As a result, she was in an extremely good mood, and the whole shopping trip was filled with joy and happiness. And right now, while I wasn't looking, Mu Yulu secretly and quietly grabbed a horror-style face-kini mask from the shelf, suddenly pulled it over her head. She crept up behind me. Immediately after that, she reached out and gave my shoulder a hard pat. Just as I was turning my head in confusion, she bared her teeth and grinned, exclaiming in a weird tone, Hey, handsome little brother. Do I look beautiful? Suddenly, a distorted ghost face appeared without warning, hitting me right in the eyes. This sudden jolt made my heart skip a beat. I frantically stumbled back several steps before I could regain my footing. Sis, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I clutched my chest, caught between laughing and crying. Pff, ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be such a scaredy cat. Mu Yulu immediately ripped off the mask. She casually tossed her hair, slightly messy from the mask, no longer caring about her image as she doubled over with laughter. I looked at the girl in front of me who was laughing so hard that tears were about to stream down. I could only let out a helpless sigh. Yet that radiant laughter seemed to have a magical charm. Before I knew it, her mood became infectious, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but quirk up. At the same time, the shop assistant who had been following us watched the two of us, one playful and the other smiling, creating a truly beautiful scene. A shipper's smile unconsciously appeared on her face. You two have such a great relationship. This handsome young man is the most patient guy I've ever seen shopping with his girlfriend. I have ever seen. The assistant's casual comment made both of us immediately stare blankly at each other. At this moment, a few messy strands of hair were still stuck to the girl's face. Yet those eyes, overflowing with laughter, were extraordinarily bright. So bright that my heart couldn't help but skip a beat. And as Mu Yulu looked at me, her mind also drifted for a brief moment. Shopping with Kinling before was fun, but it was nowhere near as refreshing and natural as today. However, this subtle, lingering gaze only lasted a few seconds, and as if by unspoken agreement, both turned their heads away at the same time. I was the first to clear my throat, to break this awkward atmosphere. You've misunderstood. We are not in that kind of relationship. Right? We're just friends. Mu Yulu finally reacted, hurriedly nodding in agreement. The smile on the shop assistant's face only grew more knowing. Just friends? I understand. After paying, I took the initiative to take from Mu Yula's hands the shopping bags of all sizes, carrying them as we both headed up to the 3rd floor. My eyes accidentally brushed past the floor directory, and when I saw that the 7th floor had an arcade with flashing neon lights, my heart suddenly fluttered. My heart suddenly skipped a beat in a strange way. What boy could possibly resist an arcade? No sooner had this thought appeared than an indescribable emotion in my chest almost wanted to burst out. So I turned to look at the girl beside me who was happily looking around, seemingly in a wonderful mood, cautiously suggested, "Sis, can we go to the arcade for a while? You like playing too?" Mu Yula's eyes immediately lit up, as if she had just discovered a new continent. Let's go. Why didn't you say so earlier, making us waste all this time here?" As she spoke, Mu Yulu quickly pulled her foot back, just as she was about to step onto the escalator, and then she grabbed my wrist, spun around, and dashed toward the elevator that went straight to the 7th floor. I looked down at the small hand gripping my arm, feeling a slight coolness distinctly transferred to the skin of my wrist. I felt my heart rate speed up once again, and the tips of my ears flushed slightly red. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years. Who knew that 10 years later she would come to pick me up in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion to live in, but I also suddenly gained 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father cheated on her for a mistress, leaving with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold the house. After dumping me with my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to build her career, a journey that lasted for 10 years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to bring me to Beijing to enjoy a life of luxury. At this very moment, I looked down at the small hand gripping my arm, the cool sensation, distinct on the skin of my wrist. I felt my heart rate speed up once more, and my earlobes tinged with a shade of red. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she let go of my hand immediately. "Do you know how to use the claw machine?" Mu Yulu looked at me with sparkling eyes, full of expectation. I shook my head somewhat bashfully. I've never been to an arcade before. The smile on Mu Yulu's face immediately faded a bit, and she looked at me with a gaze, as if she were looking at some strange creature. "No way. Is your family that strict with you?" Scratched my head, explaining with my usual calm smile. "I grew up with my grandfather in the countryside. My mother remarried not too long ago. And actually, the first day we met was the very first day I arrived in this city." Not expecting me to have such a past, Mu Yulu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. But seeing me smile so naturally and confidently, if she were to show pity or sadness, it would instead feel quite out of place. So she gallantly patted her chest. "It's okay. Today, sis will take you out to play to your heart's content. Then thank you very much, sis." I also broke into a smile that grew increasingly radiant. In the blink of an eye, the two of us were on the 7th floor. Out of special concern for a newbie, Mu Yulu generously went to the reception desk and bought 500 game tokens at once, then handed half of them to me. Come on, let's go for the claw machine first." She eagerly pulled me forward. "You're in your newbie protection period. You'll surely catch plenty of them. Just wait and see. Last time I luckily caught a Lena Bell. Quick, help me catch a Stella Lou. I'll do my best. Arriving in front of a claw machine, I replied carefully, trying this for the first time. Deep down, I felt a tiny thrill of excitement, mixed with a subtle, barely noticeable nervousness. Mu Yulu tossed 100 tokens into the machine in one go, then yielded the spot to me. It's 3 tokens per try. You can go for 33 attempts. No need to rush. If you don't catch any, we still have plenty of tokens. Having said that, as if suddenly remembering something, she threw 3 tokens into the adjacent machine and started playing herself. Just use the joystick to move up, down, left, and right. Aim carefully and then just press that button. I nodded, carefully manipulating the directional joystick. Once the position seemed right, I took a deep breath and pressed the catch button. Unexpectedly, the plush toy was actually grabbed firmly and then dropped precisely into the exit chute. Mu Yulu was immediately even more excited than I was, and she jumped for joy. Whoa, 1 shot, 1 kill, she shouted excitedly. Xiao Yuntao, you're amazing. This must be the newbie protection I was talking about. I smiled a bit bashfully, crouching down to retrieve the adorable Stella Lou from the chute, then immediately handed the prize to Mu Yulu. Sis, here's your Stella Lou. Thank you. Mu Yulu happily took the plushie and hugged it to her chest, her smile so radiant it was as if flowers could bloom from it. Still have tokens left? Quick, keep going. After that, it was as if I were divinely assisted, as within the first 15 attempts, I actually caught 8 Stella Lous. But a newbie's luck eventually has its limits, and the subsequent tokens all went down the drain, not a single one more caught. I looked at Mu Yulu beside me with some embarrassment. I think I've wasted a fortune in tokens for you. To my surprise, upon hearing this, Mu Yulu wasn't disappointed at all, but on the contrary, smiled even more broadly. That's more like it. It's only normal to become a total noob once the newbie period is over. Mu Yulu looked at me, unable to resist teasing me. If your success rate stayed that high forever, I'd have to bow down to you in total respect. The machine probably would have blacklisted you by now. I thought for a moment, then looked at her beside me and asked, Sis, is there any specific one you really want? I want to try another machine and see. Go ahead and catch whatever you like. Anything is fine. If we don't catch plushies to our heart's content today, well, just stay here and catch them all afternoon. Mu Yulu looked at my fired-up expression, as if she were seeing her former self. So she hugged the pile of plushies in her arms, walked toward the reception desk, asked the staff to bag them for her, then excitedly returned to continue catching more. Just like that, both of us were suddenly filled with fighting spirit. But what was the result? It was beyond pathetic. Keep going? Mu Yulu looked at today's relatively decent harvest, looked at me with satisfaction, and shook her head. This time I'm truly defeated by this machine. Let's stop and switch to another game. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it! Next, the two of us completely let loose. From racing games to dance machines, from fighting games to shooting games, we played almost everything in the entire arcade. As a result, we were so absorbed in playing until past 7 p.m., until our stomachs started to protest with untimely growls, voicing their objection. Only then did our high spirits gradually start to cool down. What should we eat now? I looked up at the directory. I see the 8th floor seems to be the food court. How about we go up there and just grab something? Mu Yulu nodded with great satisfaction. I'll call you every time I go to play games from now on. It's been a long time since I've cut loose like this. Yes. I also smiled in agreement. Then Mu Yulu used a delivery service to have the pile of plushies sent home first, and we headed straight for the 8th floor, entering a black bean noodle shop. We ordered 2 bowls of noodles, along with some side dishes. This simple dinner, when eaten, somehow felt much more enjoyable than the hot pot at noon, and the conversation between us gradually grew closer. After eating our fill, Mu Yulu wiped her mouth and suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly opened her phone. Oh, right. I was so busy playing all day that I almost forgot. We still haven't added each other on QQ yet. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years. Who knew that 10 years later she would come to pick me up in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion to live in, but I also suddenly gained 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father cheated on her for a mistress, leaving with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold the house, and after dumping me with my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to build her career, a journey that lasted for 10 years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to bring me to Beijing to enjoy a life of luxury. Mu Yulu wiped her mouth, suddenly remembering something, so she quickly opened her phone. Oh, right. I was so busy playing all day that I almost totally forgot. We haven't added each other on QQ yet. That's right, adding each other on QQ. I also hurriedly nodded, inwardly feeling fortunate. What a relief. I had already prepared in advance. Everything that needed editing had been edited. Otherwise, this would have been so embarrassing. The capital at night looked even more radiant and splendid than during the day. The two of us strolled through the brightly lit streets, the gentle, cool breeze blowing past, making one feel extremely comfortable. After getting back into the car once more, both of us simultaneously and in unison reached for our seatbelts, just about to buckle them. Ah, shh. Who would have thought a lifetime dream, accompanied by two brief cries of pain that rang out almost at the same time. Because our movements were so similar, we slammed into each other painfully the moment we leaned down. The next second, both of us coincidentally rubbed our foreheads and looked at each other, and then neither of us could help but burst out laughing. I looked at Mu Yulu with a bit of embarrassment. Sis, you go first. Mu Yulu rubbed her forehead twice more, then buckled her seatbelt first. Immediately after, I also finished buckling mine, then leaned back comfortably into the seat. Soon it was already 10 p.m., and the car came to a steady stop in front of building number 7. Mu Yulu saw that there was still no movement from my side, so she turned her head to look, only to discover that I had fallen fast asleep at some point. Xiao Yuntao? In a sleepy haze. I responded softly in a somewhat husky voice. Mu Yulu saw my dazed expression and couldn't help but chuckle. We're home. If you keep sleeping, I'll drive you straight into my family's garage and make you stay the night there. I rubbed my eyes, immediately snapping awake. That's embarrassing, sis. I seem to have accidentally fallen asleep. I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt and slowly stepped out of the car. Who would have thought after only walking a few steps, I heard the girl in the car behind me calling out, "You dummy, aren't you taking your phone?" I scratched my head, grinned sheepishly, and turned back to take the phone from her hand as it reached out of the car window. Thank you, sis, and going in now. Good night. Good night. Mu Yulu gave a soft chuckle. Remember to get inside before sleeping again, because if you pass out on the sidewalk, I won't have time to come and pick up your carcass, you hear? I know. With the cool breeze blowing past, my mind finally started to gradually clear up. I took out my phone, which was always on silent mode, to check, and appearing first on the screen were two messages Yan Huaigang sent a while ago, demanding to know what I was secretly up to behind his back. Since I hadn't bothered to reply to his messages, below that was a message from Ji Xiaoman sent half an hour ago, asking why I hadn't come home yet. There were even more than 10 messages, all sent by Wang Yue. I've never really liked being bombarded with messages like this, especially from someone I'm not that close with. I frowned as I looked through the pile of messages, but out of politeness, I still sent back 2 sentences. Sorry about that. I had something to do outside today, so I didn't check my phone for a while. As for those exercises, if you still don't get them, let's wait until Monday. I'm busy these 2 days, so it's not very convenient. Then I sent another message to Yan Huaigang, and then slowly walked toward the house. However, the moment I pushed the door open today, my whole body couldn't help but freeze on the spot. Seeing the 2 little cats in the house, one wearing a funny little lion hat, and the other forced to wear a green turtle shell on its back, they looked both silly and adorable. And Ji Xiaoman was currently holding a cat teaser wand, playing with them very excitedly, a rare, radiant smile showing on her face. I thought to myself, no way. It's only been a week, and she's already a cat addict? I'm back. Hearing my voice, Ji Xiaoman, teaser wand in hand, immediately had the smile on her face stiffen. She abruptly turned her head, and after clearing her throat twice, quickly regained her usual cold demeanor and sat down. Well, since I had some free time, and saw these 2 little things were so bored, I just played with them for a bit. The 2 little furballs zipped over, affectionately rubbing against my pant legs and meowing non-stop. At this, I conversely felt a bit apologetic and hurriedly said to Ji Xiaoman, "Yes, sorry to have troubled you." The more I thought about it, the more I felt it wasn't right, so I looked up, looking at Ji Xiaoman with sincere eyes. Sis, I was the one who brought them back after all. But now they become a burden for you and the housekeeper. How about I take them to live with me at school next week? To my surprise, before I could even finish my sentence, Ji Xiaoman, who was sitting on the sofa, interrupted me with absolute decisiveness. No. This blunt answer left me stunned immediately. Before I could even gather my wits, I saw Ji Xiaoman's expression turn serious, and a barrage of questions hit me like cold water to the face. These little ones are still so tiny. Do you really have the heart to let them be locked up for 24 hours in that old apartment of less than 100 square meters? Or do you think the housekeeper doesn't take good care of them? Or is it that you don't even trust me? My heart suddenly skipped a beat, That familiar sense of danger washed over me, and my survival instincts immediately kicked into high gear. I shook my head frantically like a rattle, waving my hands in a panic, words pouring out as fast as a machine gun. Please rest assured, sis, please don't worry. You're the most trustworthy person in the world. How could I possibly not trust you? As long as you don't blame me for bringing them here and not being around much to care for them, and for adding to your burden, then let these two stay at our home forever. Hearing these words of mine, Ji Xiaomen's expression finally softened a bit, and she gave a satisfied nod. Having these two little things at home in the evening to play with is quite entertaining. I don't find it troublesome at all. Immediately after, she suddenly changed her tone, casually adding, I also just got back. I haven't had dinner yet. The second I heard that, I blurted it out without even thinking. My tone firm and without hesitation. Let me go cook for you. Seeing me quickly turn around and slip into the kitchen, a satisfied smile curled at the corners of Ji Xiaomen's lips. She lowered her head and continued playing with the two clingy little ones. For her, life now, where she could rightfully boss her little brother around and have cute cats as companions, was truly much more interesting than the string of monotonous pond-still days from before, making her feel significantly happier. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years. Who knew that 10 years later she would come to pick me up in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion to live in, but I also suddenly gained 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father cheated on her for a mistress, leaving with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold the house, and after dumping me with my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to build her career, a journey that lasted for 10 years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to bring me to Beijing to enjoy a life of luxury. The end of September monthly exam was terrifyingly difficult, and everyone in class saw their scores drop. But Yan Huaigang, my desk mate, held my test paper, with a look on his face as if he'd just seen a ghost. Lao Bi, you're truly a monster. How come your score is even higher instead? Especially the English reading section. It was mind-bogglingly hard. Yet he discovered I only lost exactly 2 points in the essay section. I didn't even bother to look up, calmly reviewing the questions I got wrong. My English has always been decent, didn't you know that already? This one sentence made Yan Huaigang grit his teeth in frustration, threatening to drag me to some shady clinic to get my brain swapped. I just gave a soft chuckle and advised him to go get reincarnated, to grow a new brain faster. He messed around with me for a bit, but right after, he suddenly deflated like a soggy cracker. Lao Bi, if you get into the honors class, you absolutely cannot secretly raise another best friend behind my back. I gave him a somewhat helpless pat. What are you babbling about? The next second, I directly declared, am not going. Those 2 words made Yan Huigang's eyes light up instantly. I nodded seriously, explaining that the homeroom teacher had talked to me long ago, but I was just too lazy to adapt to a new environment. He suddenly let out an excited, powerful shout. Just stay here in class 10. They'll cover for you. I feigned a look of sincerity and patted his head. My son has truly grown up. Just then, the class beauty Wang Yu walked in with the grace, her gaze fixed tightly on my name, the corners of her mouth curling up excitedly, as if that 12th place in the entire grade belonged to her. Immediately after, she marched straight toward me, her eyes filled with admiration. Xiao Yuntao, you're so amazing. I only gave a polite nod, thanks. But then, her tone changed, and she even wanted to invite me to celebrate tomorrow. I immediately shook my head and rejected her flatly. Sorry, I have to head home to catch a flight. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu wasn't disappointed in the least, but instead became even more excited. Are you guys going on a trip? Coincidentally, I don't have anywhere to go either. Would you mind if I tagged along? I could only patiently explain once more. That's not it. I have to go back to the countryside to visit my grandfather. Wang Yue was still about to press me on which city I was heading to, but at that very moment, having finished checking the names, Yan Huigang rushed over aggressively, throwing his arm around my shoulder. Lao Bi, I moved up over 100 spots. My parents are going to be crazy happy when I get home. I nodded calmly. Give me half of your allowance. He waved his hand instantly. No problem. Half is guaranteed. But then he suddenly said, Oh, right. I just heard you say you're going to the countryside to visit the old man. I haven't been back in a long time either. How about we go together? Hearing this, I immediately shot him a look of disdain. Aren't you planning to lounge at home for 10 days? Yan Huigang grinned, explaining that there are fewer people in the countryside. Plus, he missed Hu Zi and the others. Wang Yu, standing nearby, immediately caught the key point. It turned out that Yan Huaigang and I had known each other for a long time. But when she heard the words countryside, the interest in her eyes vanished instantly, because in her entire life, she would never set foot in such a rustic place. The next second, at Beijing Airport, I watched the driver pull big and small bags out of the trunk, my face full of helplessness. Sister, I'm just going back to visit Grandpa. You prepared so many things. How could he possibly eat all of this? That's right, the person seeing me off was Ji Xiaomin. She folded her phone, looking at me calmly. This is my filial piety for the old man. You're just the transporter.
I could only sigh. Understood. Rest assured, CEO mission will be accomplished. Only then did she nod with satisfaction, glancing at her watch, telling me to let her know once I've landed safely. I tried to hold back a smile, because I saw Yan Huigang was secretly hiding, not far away, peeking. As the car started moving, Ji Xiaomin added another instruction. Send my regards to the old man for me. If he agrees to settle down in Beijing, I'll take care of everything. I waved goodbye, my heart full of emotions. Like the anxiety when I first arrived, this trip back home felt completely lighthearted. As soon as the car left, Yan Huigang rushed over dragging his suitcase. Your sister finally left. You made me wait forever. The assistant handled the check-in for the things Ji Xiaomin prepared. So Yan Huigang and I just carried our suitcases and leisurely boarded the plane home. The two of us bought first-class tickets. Not long after we settled in, a surprised female voice suddenly called out, Xiao Yuntao? I turned my head in shock and was stunned. It was the senior from the fine arts department, Mu Yulu. I asked in surprise, Senior, are you also going to Jushi? She nodded, explaining she wanted to find inspiration for landscape paintings in Jushi. What about you? I replied with a smile, in visiting my grandpa. Feeling Yan Huigang excitedly clutching my hand, I immediately introduced him to Mu Yulu. Senior, this is my brother, Yan Huigang. We're childhood friends. Yan Huigang immediately broke into a beaming smile, excitedly greeting her. Hello, Senior. Hello there, Senior. He then greeted the girl standing behind Mu Yulu. Hello, Senior Qinling. After some small talk, Qinling pulled Mu Yulu to sit in the diagonal seat in front of us. Seeing that the two goddesses weren't looking back, Yan Huigang couldn't hold it in anymore, putting me in a headlock, his eyes full of envy. Little you Spill it. How do you know Senior? You guys even seem quite close. And more importantly, why have I never heard you mention her? I couldn't help but cough twice. This meeting was truly unexpected. So I had to explain in a low voice, we're not that close. Her house is in the same villa area as mine. I once found her cat. What? Yan Huigang immediately bristled, grabbing me excitedly. Did you step in dog poop to get this lucky? To live in the same area as my goddess? I gave him a look of disdain. Can you have some potential? Anyone else would think I live in the same house as her. Unexpectedly, Yan Huigang's voice suddenly shot up. You even want to live in the same house as my goddess? Just as he finished, Qinling in front immediately turned around, her face sporting a knowing smile, nudging Mu Yulu. Did you hear that? The junior wants to live in the same house as you. I was left in a small village by my birth mother for 10 years. Who knew 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley? Not only giving me supercars and a mansion, but suddenly I have 5 beautiful sisters. At age 7, my worthless father cheated for love, leaving with nothing after the divorce. My mother sold the house instantly, and after dumping me with my grandpa in the countryside, she ran to Beijing to start a business, gone for a full 10 years. Today, she suddenly showed up in a supercar, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Just a moment ago. Mu Yulu's cheeks flushed red. She scolded playfully, "Don't talk nonsense." But Qinling wouldn't let it go, reaching out to touch Mu Yulu's hot cheeks, laughing even more mischievously. You're blushing. This damn fate. Meeting each other everywhere. Hurry up and take him down. Mu Yulu was so embarrassed she got annoyed, decisively closing her eyes to pretend to sleep. But her heart was already in a mess. The coincidences between her and me were truly quite many. I threatened Yan Huigang a bit, and he finally shut up, taking out his tablet to watch cartoons. At first I watched along for a bit, but soon I fell asleep too. When I woke up, the plane was over Jushi preparing to land. Yan Huigang looked out the window, full of emotion. It's been so long, everything looks so unfamiliar. Getting off the plane, Mu Yulu and I locked eyes, and we both smiled and nodded at each other. Then Yan Huigang and I took off first. Still asked out of concern, Senior, have you booked a hotel yet? Mu Yulu nodded, it's already booked. I then thoughtfully added, that's good. We're heading straight to the village. If you two need anything, just give me a call. Mu Yulu smiled and agreed, I know, I won't be shy. After saying goodbye to them, Yan Huigang and I took a taxi from the airport. The tall buildings gradually disappeared, placed by a rustic landscape. Half an hour later, the taxi under my direction
crossed winding concrete roads, and stopped in front of his self-built two-story house. Carrying various bags and belongings, I shouted toward the open gate, "Grandpa, back." A second later, an old man in a tank top and baggy shorts stepped out of the house. Seeing me, he immediately brightened up. "Why are you back? You didn't even give me a heads up." I grinned. "I wanted to surprise you. I've been gone for over a month. I thought the house would be a mess by now." His mouth complained about me being a nuisance, but he couldn't stop smiling. Then his gaze settled on Yan Huigang, looking closely for a few seconds, before asking in surprise, "Is this little Huigang?" Yan Huigang grinned. He. "Are you still doing well, Grandpa?" Joy on Grandpa's face intensified, and he happily welcomed us inside. However, just before entering, he turned back to look outside. The road was empty. A flash of disappointment crossed his eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. This self-built two-story house was built by Grandpa using his retirement money. There was a vegetable garden in the yard, with rows of lush green corn, every ear of corn plump and full. Out of habit, I glanced at the waist-high water jar in the yard, and at a glance, I saw only a few small grass carps swimming. I immediately turned to ask Grandpa, "Is the harvest not good lately? I don't see you catching any big fish." Grandpa glared at me. "What season do you think it is? Where would I find the time to fish every day?" But immediately after, he suddenly chuckled. "However, you came back at just the right time. I was actually going to spend money hiring someone to pick corn. Now that you're back, I'll save that money. We're going to the field tomorrow." I immediately grinned, joking, "Is it too late for me to grab my suitcase and run away?" Actually, I chose to come back during National Day, partly because I missed him, and partly because I knew it was corn harvest time. With Grandpa's stingy nature, if I didn't help him, heaven knows how long it would take for him to finish alone. Unexpectedly, Yan Huigang standing next to me seemed very excited. "Give me a spot too, let me help. I haven't done this in years. My hands and feet are itching to work." Look at little Huigang, so eager. Grandpa poured tea for us, then asked, "Have you guys eaten lunch yet?" The two of us immediately shook our heads like rattles. I immediately cried out, "Grandpa, your beloved grandson is about to starve to death. A big bowl of minced meat noodles will do. You really are casual." Grandpa turned toward the kitchen, telling me to take Yan Huigang upstairs to tidy up the room. I led Yan Huigang to the second floor. Grandpa lived on the first floor. The second floor had 2 bedrooms. One was mine and one was my mother's. Except that woman named Wu Lian Xin had never stayed here once. Without hesitation, I tossed my luggage into that empty room, giving my own bedroom to Yan Huigang. Yan Huigang looked around the room, unable to stop praising it. Grandpa built a really nice house. It was still an old shack when I left. I said no more, shoving a broom into his hand. "Clean it yourself. I'm going to the room next door." Over half an hour later, the 2 starving kids finally came downstairs. A rich aroma of food wafted into our noses, making us gulp with hunger. "Now that you're down, wash your hands and eat. I've made noodles for you." Grandpa brought out a plate of stir-fried pork with chili, along with a basin of homemade minced meat broth. Seeing the vermicelli and green onions floating in the soup, Yan Huigang said nostalgically, "You can never get this kind of soup in Beijing." I scooped half a bowl of soup for him first. "Then eat a lot today. This broth is very flavorful. It has minced meat, diced mushrooms, as well as wood ear and tofu, combined with our gnawing hunger." We slurped down the soup even without noodles with great relish. By the time Grandpa brought out a basin of noodles, the plate of stir-fried pork was already polished clean. He laughed and scolded, "Eating like a whirlwind. Anyone would think you're reincarnated hungry ghosts." Despite his words, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. I grinned, quickly mixing my noodles with chopsticks. "It's just because your cooking is so delicious, Grandpa." Yan Huigang was even faster than me. Just as I was about to feast to my heart's content, I suddenly remembered something, and my hand movements froze. I was left in a small village by my birth mother for 10 years. Who knew 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me supercars and a mansion, but suddenly I have 5 beautiful sisters. At age 7, my worthless father cheated for love, leaving with nothing after the divorce. My mother sold the house instantly, and after dumping me with my grandpa in the countryside, she ran to Beijing to start a business, gone for a full 10 years. Today, she suddenly showed up in a supercar, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Just a moment ago, I looked up and asked, "Oh, right. Grandpa, what did you eat for lunch? Or how about you have another bowl, too?" I looked up at Grandpa sitting across from me, but he shook his head, his face full of pride. "If only you two had called before coming back, you wouldn't have missed the stewed chicken I made myself." My eyes lit up instantly. "So where's the stewed chicken? Did you eat it all by yourself?"
You should know that Grandpa's stewed chicken and spicy sour fish are absolute delicacies that go perfectly with rice. Unexpectedly, Grandpa chuckled, directly extinguishing my fantasies. You just got home and already want to eat leftovers? In your dreams, I gave the rest to Dai Huang. Dai Huang was the watchdog in the backyard for nearly 10 years. The light in my eyes faded. Fine then, noodles will have to do. But as soon as I lowered my head, I saw Yan Huaigang had finished his first bowl and was about to scoop his second. I widened my eyes, and without caring about anything else, I immediately buried my head and ate like crazy. Grandpa watched the two of us eat, laughing happily before standing up to go to the yard. Eat slowly. I'll boil some corn. Later, I'll pick some pears in front of the gate. Hearing that, the smile on my face grew even brighter. I know. The sweet corn in the yard is at its best now. Plus, stewed with pears, potatoes, and pumpkin, that flavor is truly top tier. After eating and drinking our fill and helping Grandpa put things in the pot, the two of us went upstairs and fell into a deep sleep. The long, tiring journey had indeed taken its toll. By the time I woke up, it was after 4 p.m. The sun was setting, and the temperature was just right. I drove Grandpa's beloved tricycle, taking Yan Huigang for a ride around. Passing by Yan Huigang's old house, it was now overgrown with weeds. The scene was desolate. Next, we circled around the abandoned primary school. Yan Huigang couldn't help but exclaim, "Remember back then, when we were in primary school? This place was still just a row of bungalows. They rebuilt it right when we started middle school. How annoying." I sighed, "No need to hurry. It's only been 5 years. And yet this place is already abandoned." Yan Huigang was stunned. Abandoned? Then where do the kids in the village study? I nodded and explained, "The population has declined severely. Schools merged, and our old middle school has now become the primary school for the entire town. Changes happen so fast." Amidst our reflections, we circled the town once more, buying a heap of snacks to take home. The sky gradually darkened. When we entered the house, Grandpa was lying in the yard gnawing on corn, casually glancing at us. "The corn's in the pot. Go get it yourselves." I grinned, messaging in the group chat while eating corn, sending a photo of the snacks to the group, along with "Hu Han-san is back. Anyone for cards?" The group exploded immediately, and not long after, 3 figures rushed over from not far away, running straight toward my house. Before they even arrived, noisy shouting reached us first. "Old B, since when were you back? You didn't even give a heads up. Now that you've returned home in glory, did you bring any cool gifts to broaden our horizons? You left without saying a word, making me have no homework to copy this month." Yan Huigang and I looked at each other, immediately tossing our half-eaten corn back onto the tray. I stepped out warmly. "No fancy stuff, but I did bring someone back for you." Just as I finished, Yan Huigang jumped out like a monkey, hugging everyone. "Huzi, Lao Miao. Nuji, it's been years. Did you miss me?" But the other 3 looked at him for a few seconds, then asked me in unison, "Who is this?" "Don't know him." Half the smile on Yan Huigang's face died out. "Damn, I went to all the trouble to bring specialties back for you, yet not a single one of you recognizes me." "Fine, then don't even think about getting anything. I'd rather feed it to a dog than give it to you." Hearing that, the other 3 immediately changed their expressions, grinning and rushing forward, each giving Yan Huigang a playful smack. "Fatty, have you been living poorly these years? You hardly have any meat left on you. The two of you really have deep ties, even going to the same school and class. If it weren't for old B meeting you, our young master Yen probably wouldn't have bothered visiting his brothers in this lifetime." Amidst the teasing, everyone's eyes reddened slightly, but the house was filled with laughter. The 5 of us played cards and ate snacks, chatting for hours in the blink of an eye. Until 12 midnight, when parents from the 3 families called repeatedly, did they reluctantly leave. It was late and quiet, but my heart was still racing, and I couldn't fall asleep. I took out my phone to review the photos taken today, finally choosing a few to post on my moments. Reunited with old friends, so happy. Very quickly likes began to appear, and I closed my eyes with contentment. At the same time, Mu Yulu in the city was scrolling through her phone out of boredom. After walking all afternoon, she still hadn't found inspiration to paint. When she habitually opened her moments, my status immediately appeared before her eyes. She had originally planned to just browse casually, but when she clicked to view the photos, her gaze completely stopped at one particular picture. It was a golden cornfield, with an image of a woman and a child accidentally caught in the lens, which touched her heart. This is it. She immediately knew what her entry piece needed to be.
I was left in a small village by my birth mother for 10 years. Who knew 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me supercars, living in a mansion, but suddenly I have 5 beautiful sisters. At age 7, my worthless father cheated for love, leaving with nothing after the divorce. My mother sold the house instantly, and after dumping me with my grandpa in the countryside, she ran to Beijing to start a business, gone for a full 10 years. Today, she suddenly showed up in a supercar, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Just a moment ago, Mu Yulu glanced at the time I posted, immediately opening the chat, being, asleep yet? However, after 10 minutes passed, there was no reply from the other side. Mu Yulu didn't think much of it, yawning as she tossed her phone aside and turned off the light. Waking up early the next morning, after washing up, I finally picked up my phone. I immediately saw the message Mu Yulu sent at midnight, and nothing else after that. I suddenly felt a bit worried. She didn't run into any trouble, did she? Feeling restless, I hurriedly called her. No one picked up the first call, making me even more anxious. I had only just fallen asleep for a bit. How could I have slept like the dead? I didn't give up and called again. Just when I thought no one would answer, the call went through. A sleepy voice mixed with a hint of irritability spoke. What is it? Hearing his voice that sounded like it wanted to stab someone, my hanging heart immediately settled. The senior's voice sounded like she wasn't fully awake. With a bit of morning grumpiness, it seemed she wasn't in any trouble. I cleared my throat and said, Senior, it's me, Xiao Yuntao. Xiao Yuntao? I don't care if you're an idiom or a proverb. Her voice was still very sharp, but she seemed to wake up instantly. The next second, Mu Yula's voice softened, like a bristling cat, suddenly becoming a cuddly kitten. Oh, it's you, Junior. Is something wrong? It seems she still wasn't fully awake. I said slowly, Senior, did you need something from me last night? Last night? Mu Yulu yawned. Last night's photo immediately flashed through her mind and she bounced up like a spring. Hey, Junior, send me your home's location. Qin Ling and I are planning to stay in your village for a few days. Her cheerful voice rang out, but my heart sank. Staying in the village for a few days. At my house? The neighborhood ants would gossip like crazy. I scratched my head, having to decline tactfully. Senior, there's probably no room at my house. Mu Yulu immediately caught my meaning, hurrying to explain, you're overthinking it. I was just inspired by the photos you posted, so I want to go to the village to paint. Is there an inn or a hotel near you? I'll treat you to a meal if you can show us around for a bit. So that was it. I breathed a sigh of relief instantly. You two should just take a taxi directly to Pingyang town. There's a hotel there called Kijia, and there's even a supermarket right next to it. I glanced down at my watch, then sighed. As for showing you around, I have to help Grandpa pick corn today, so it might have to wait until 8 p.m., or even 3 or 4 days later. Picking corn? On the other end of the line, Mu Yula's eyes immediately lit up. I've never seen a cornfield before. How about Qin Ling and I come to help you two pick corn? Someone's volunteering for free labor? I thought for exactly 2 seconds and nodded, sure. Call me when you two reach the town. I'll come pick you up to lend a hand. In the meantime, I'll take care of all the meals. That's reliable. See you later. Mu Yulu hung up at the speed of light. As for me, I stared at the phone, thinking picking corn is both dirty and deathly tiring. Labor costs have already risen to 1,500. Senior is excited now, but once she's in the field, she'll definitely cry. I turned and walked out of the room. Yan Huigang's snoring in the next room was still thunderous. I went over and nudged him. Fatty, get up. Yan Huigang tossed over. Exhausted voice. Let me sleep a bit more. Last night, I stayed up late watching some overly sexy girl videos. I looked at him silently for 2 seconds, then casually dropped a bombshell. Sister Mu and Sister Qin are coming to town for a few days. They said they'd help us pick corn for free. Seems only I can go pick them up. Before I finished, Yan Huagang, who was lying in bed, sprang up like a fish in water and jumped to the floor, pulling up his pants with eyes wide. My goddess is coming? What are we waiting for? Go, 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 let's go get them. We can't keep them waiting until they're impatient. Girl crazy guy, I gave him a side eye and said softly, there are some of my old clothes in the closet. Find something suitable to wear for the fields. It'll take them at least another hour to get out of the city. Let's have breakfast first, then go to the street to buy some things while we wait. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yan Huaigang heroically rushed straight into the bathroom. I couldn't help but sigh. This guy will definitely be trampled by his lover in the future. Grandpa has been up since early morning. When the two of us went downstairs, he was leaning back on the sofa listening to Chin Kang opera. Yan Huaigang grinned. Good morning, Grandpa. Grandpa turned down the TV volume,
leisurely replied. Breakfast is in the pot. Go get it yourselves. Remember to wash the dishes clean for me when you're done. Suddenly it was 10:30. Yan Huaigang and I took a walk around the supermarket, buying sun hats for the two girls, face masks, and sun protection gloves for all four of us. I carried a crate of mineral water, over a dozen ice creams, plus a huge watermelon tossed onto the small tricycle, then waited patiently with Yan Huaigang. Not long after, a taxi stopped in front of the hotel. Yan Huaigang immediately rushed out to meet them. He swiftly carried the luggage down for the two girls, giggling, "Good morning, seniors." Mu Yulu and Qin Ling nodded slightly at him, then turned their heads to look at me. I leisurely drove the small tricycle closer, then directly arranged. "Fatty, you lead. The seniors to check in. I'll stay out here to watch the things." "No problem." Yan Huaigang thumped his chest, leading the two into the hotel with a welcoming face, waiting for him to come out. I then led the three into a women's clothing store, buying Mu Yulu and Qin Ling some cheap but convenient clothes for working in the field. Everything was ready. Now I drove the tricycle to take the three home. I was left behind in a small village by my biological mother for 10 years. Who would have thought 10 years later she'd come in a Bentley to pick me up? Not only giving me supercars and a big mansion, but I suddenly gained 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7 years old, my deadbeat father cheated for love, abandoned us after the divorce, and left with nothing. My mother then sold the house. After leaving me with my grandpa in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to build her career. That trip lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother returned unexpectedly in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live comfortably. Along the way, looking at the vast cornfields and the passing vehicles, the two girls had eyes full of curiosity and excitement. "Where is all this corn taken for processing?" "Well, we get to eat fresh corn right after picking." I didn't answer. Yan Huigang excitedly spoke up from beside me. "This is corn for kernels. You can't eat it directly once it's old. Most of it is dried for animal feed, and a small part is kept for seeds." With just one sentence, the smiles on the girls' faces immediately became forced. "Oh, so that's how it is." The two of them went silent instantly. From the town back to my house, it only takes about 5 or 6 minutes by tricycle. I put the things away carefully, told them to change into the new protective gear, and led the three on a march to the cornfield. Grandpa had already driven the vehicle there, and the tractor had already picked 2 rows. I took out some corn huskers, giving everyone a strap to wear around their wrist. "Let me demonstrate." I grabbed an empty fertilizer sack, stepped up to a row of corn, picked an ear, placed it with the husker, peeled back the husk with both hands, and golden corn cob appeared before our eyes. With another forceful snap, the corn was tucked neatly inside the sack. "Looks simple enough. Let's get to work." Mu Yulu smiled and carried her sack to the other side. Qin Ling was also extremely excited. "Today's goal is to conquer this entire cornfield. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Go seniors, go." Yan Huigang was even more energized. Immediately after, the fatty and I ducked into the cornfield that was taller than us, while the two girls handled the areas where the stalks were already cut and the wide spaces along the ditch. At first, everyone was enthusiastic, listening to music and chatting, talking lively, but as the sun grew more intense and sweat soaked our backs, the fun started to fade. By the time Yan Huigang and I were competing with each other, each carrying 2 full sacks of corn to dump into the tractor. The two girls had long since taken off their hats, sitting slumped on the sacks, completely drained of life. I walked over with 2 bottles of water. "How are you feeling? Have you seen the truth yet?" Mu Yulu looked at me with a pained expression. "I always ate ready-made food before. I didn't realize picking corn would be this exhausting." Qin Ling added, "It's been less than an hour, and my wrist is already killing me. Since they volunteered their labor, I didn't want to be a heartless capitalist. If you can't go on, go rest in the vehicle for a bit. Just help us empty the sacks when we come back." "I can do that." Qin Ling nodded repeatedly, pulling Mu Yulu toward the tractor. But emptying the sacks wasn't easy either. A full sack of corn takes quite a bit of strength to lift. On the other hand, Yan Huaigang, to show off in front of his goddess, was like he'd been given a shot of adrenaline. Again and again, as soon as he finished picking, he would rush out to bring it for them to empty. Around noon, I finished a row, set the full sack down at the edge of the field, grabbed a new sack, and moved to the next row, continuing to work diligently. Just then, as I took 2 steps forward, another sack suddenly appeared at my feet. Startled, I looked up and saw someone standing less than a meter away. My face froze. "Senior, weren't you resting in the tractor? Why are you back here?" "I've rested enough, so I wanted to help out some more." Mu Yulu hid under the brim of her hat, her eyes flickering, as she casually explained. But I didn't know that. Just now, while standing on the tractor, she had seen a girl around 12 or 13 years old nearby, busily helping her parents pick corn. The girl couldn't lift the sack,
so the father walked over with a gentle smile to help, while the mother stood aside wiping sweat, smiling happily at the father and daughter. That scene deeply moved her once more, so a surge of new energy rose within her, and she picked up the sack to enter the field again. A senior like her made my heart suddenly feel unusually soft. I even wanted to reach out and pat her head, but I managed to restrain myself. I looked at the girl who only reached my shoulders and gave a gentle smile. "Then I'll trouble you, senior. Let's finish this row, then go home for lunch." Okay, hearing about going home for food, she seemed to regain her spirit. But compared to an old hand like me, Mu Yula's speed was indeed very slow. By the time I carried a full sack out of the cornfield, she was only halfway through. I immediately grabbed a new sack and went back to pick from the other end to meet her. When we met in the middle of the row, I smiled and spoke up. "Senior, I'm here to meet you." Thank you." Mu Yulu nodded slightly. She looked at my back as I carried a sack in one hand and swiftly ran out. Her eyes couldn't help but flicker. This was the first time she realized this junior's shoulders seemed quite broad. If she were carried on his back, it would probably feel very safe, wouldn't it? The thought only flashed through her mind before she hurriedly shook her head and ran after me. I was left behind in a small village by my biological mother for 10 years. Who would have thought 10 years later she'd come in a Bentley to pick me up? Not only giving me supercars and a big mansion, but I suddenly gained 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my deadbeat father cheated for true love, abandoning everything to divorce my mother and leaving with nothing. My mother didn't hold back either and immediately sold the house. After leaving me with my grandpa in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to build her career. That separation lasted for 10 long years. Now my mother returned unexpectedly in a luxury car, saying she'll take me to Beijing to make it up to me. Back at my house, the 2 girls finished washing up and changing first, then slumped on the long bench in the courtyard, looking like life had nothing left to offer, too tired to move. I chose 2 small watermelons, cut them in half, and handed them spoons. "Eat some melon to recover after lunch. I'll take you 2 back to the hotel to rest." I knew very well that having these 2 ladies work for over an hour had already taken half their lives. Mu Yulu held her half of the melon, scooped the sweetest part into her mouth, and her small face showed pure satisfaction. "This melon is so sweet." Then, she looked at me and continued. "You all still have to work this afternoon. Don't worry about taking us back. We can find our own way." It turned out a complete composition had formed in her head. Inspiration was overflowing. She was anxious to get back and paint right away. Do you understand? I was still a bit uneasy. Muyulu nodded repeatedly. My sense of direction is great. I could find my way back even with my eyes closed. All right then. When you get back, buy some ointment for the bruising on your wrists. It's best to buy a box of painkillers too, and take one before bed. I advised her thoughtfully. The 2 girls looked at each other blankly. Their wrists didn't even hurt anymore. But because this was territory they'd never touched before, they were both very obedient, nodding without hesitation. The cornfield in the afternoon was like a giant steamer. Without the beauties cheering him on, Yan Huigang immediately looked like he'd lost his soul, and his picking speed became slower and slower. But 3 clumsy people are better than 1 Zhuge Liang, and by around 5 p.m., they finally finished clearing this patch of land. I drove the tractor to take Yan Huigang to deliver the corn. Unexpectedly, on the way back, Yan Huigang suddenly shouted excitedly, "Stop the car. Stop now." Planning to buy something? He shook his head vigorously, pointing toward the artificial fishing pond nearby, his eyes sparkling. Isn't that the goddess and the seniors? The goddess seems to be painting. I have to go say hello. I turned my head in the direction he pointed, pulled the tractor to the side of the road, and walked over side by side with Yan Huigang. At this moment, Hu Yulu was completely immersed in her work, while Qinling beside her was using a power bank, intently playing a game. Yan Huigang and I crept up behind the 2 girls. Immediately, a 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide watercolor painting appeared before us. A grand scene was laid out before us. The first thing that hit the eyes was the infinite deep blue sky, clashing violently with the golden waves of corn stalks. In the painting, young and old were working hard in the fields. Those silhouettes amidst the vast stalks looked small but also truly great. This scene made my heart feel a profound shock. Right then, Yan Huigang's gaze swept over, figure being sketched in the painting. He suddenly grinned. "Hey, old B, look at that fool carrying a sack and staring at the sky. Doesn't he look like you?" I looked Yan Huigang up and down, then casually said, "Blue shirt, black pants, looking sneaky. Are you sure that's me? Yan Huigang blanked out, looked down at his own outfit, and fell silent for a few seconds. But then he looked closely at the painting again and laughed with pride. Then that's even better.
Senior only painted me and not you, which proves she recognizes my hard work. Little brother, you're not on my level yet. Mu Yulu was so focused on creating that she didn't bother to look back. Conversely, Xinling, having just won her game, put her phone down and looked at me suggestively. Then you're dead wrong. When we went back to rest at noon, Lulu suddenly had a burst of inspiration and already drew a solo piece for someone. As for this painting, Xinling raised an eyebrow. These empty spaces are clearly reserved for the four of us, and Grandpa too. They'll all be painted in sooner or later. Yan Huigang and I were stunned simultaneously. My heart skipped a beat. Senior drew a solo piece for me. I'll let you in on a secret, Junior. Our Lulu rarely does portraits. You're the first male she's ever drawn. Xinling winked at me suggestively. Just as my mind was soaring, Mu Yulu, who had been focused on her drawing, finally couldn't help but look back. Xinling, I just drew your older brother last month. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you into the water right now. Xinling, however, wasn't scared at all, stepping back a few paces, laughing. But that was because I paid you to draw a wedding gift for him. Mu Yulu didn't want to argue with her friend anymore, continuing to change colors and focusing intensely on the painting. My eyes were glued to her, and I didn't know if it was the sunset. But I seemed to see Senior's earlobes turning bright red. She even drew a separate portrait for me. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to see it in the future. Looking at her focused and passionate expression, I planned to suggest she rest, but ultimately remained obediently silent. That night, after showering, I flopped onto my bed, my mind full of Senior's image from during the day, so I slept extremely well. But at the hotel on the other side, the situation was completely different. It was past 2 a.m., and the two girls, unable to sleep, suddenly turned on all the lights, one looking at the other looking back at the first, both of them looking dejected and miserable. Lulu, my fingers and wrists hurt so much. I can't sleep. What should we do? Xinling's eyes were brimming with tears. Mu Yulu burst into tears while rubbing her arm. I'm in pain too, from my arm all the way to my fingertips. Everywhere feels like it's being pricked by needles. There's no way I can sleep like this. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, then grabbed a bottle of manhwa oil, applying it frantically as if it cost them nothing. After the pungent smell of the oil filled the room, they each took 2 painkillers. The result was their eyes remained wide open looking at each other. 10 minutes passed and the pain didn't subside even a little. Xinling looked at Mu Yulu with pleading eyes. Lulu, it seems the medicine isn't working. Maybe you should ask our junior to see if there's any other way to save the situation. Mu Yulu squeezed her arm tightly, tears streaming down her face, her voice full of self-pity. I'm crippled. I don't want to move anymore, you message him. Being sleepy and in pain in the middle of the night was truly a torture. Xinling reluctantly picked up the phone, held it up for Mu Yulu's facial recognition, unlocked it, went to the chat app to find my account, and her fingers tapped away a long message. However, after waiting for a while, the phone remained completely silent, with no reply from my side at all. Clearly, I was sound asleep. Xinling wasn't satisfied and sent another message, but the result was still as if she'd sent it into a void. At this point, she truly went crazy, writhing on the bed like a worm. Didn't the junior do even more work than us? How can he not be in pain? On what grounds is he allowed to sleep so soundly? Just like that, some people had to writhe in pain, not falling asleep until the medicine finally kicked in. While I was dreaming the sweetest dreams, the sky began to brighten. I was immersed in a sweet dream. In the dream, the solo portrait Senior drew for me suddenly appeared right in my bedroom. I crept closer. And the moment I lifted the white cloth, Senior's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Junior, what on earth are you doing? I was startled, feeling incredibly guilty, as I watched her step-by-step approach me. I couldn't help but keep backing up, retreating until my back hit the wall, leaving no escape. The next second, Senior pressed her hand against my shoulder, smiling enchantingly like a succubus. Biyuntao, do you like me? My heart pounded like war drums, and I hurriedly nodded my head. Senior smiled with satisfaction, then stood on her tiptoes to proactively give me a kiss. I immediately turned the tables, pinning her against the wall. But right at the critical moment, I suddenly snapped my eyes open. With a smile still on my lips, I wasn't ready to give up and close my eyes, trying to resume the dream. But the longer I lay there, the more awake I became, so I had to get up. It was already 8:30 a.m. Just as I picked up my phone, I saw message notifications on the lock screen. Opening them up, I couldn't believe my eyes and had to rub them a few times. 2:30, Junior, my arm hurts so much. I'm about to die here, come save me. accompanied by a miserably crying cat icon. But right after that, second message took a completely different tone. 2:48. Asleep already? Truly asleep. My sister and I are in so much pain we're about to ascend to heaven. On what grounds are you allowed to sleep so soundly? Stop sleeping. Get up and party. Less than 15 minutes apart. Yet the psychological states were worlds apart. Imagining Senior's frantic state, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. My fingers slid across the screen, quickly typing, Senior, I'm sorry. I was so tired yesterday that I slept quite heavily. Are you still in pain? Maybe you should rest for a few more days. If it's too bad, let me take you to the clinic for a shot. I calculated silently in my head, suddenly understanding the issue immediately. Two high-born young ladies. One person painting all afternoon, another gaming the whole time. It would be a miracle if they weren't sore. After waiting a few minutes with no reply, I was certain they were sound asleep by now. So I put down my phone and went to wash up. Just as expected, the girls slept until 1 p.m. Though their arms were still a bit sore, they felt much better. Mu Yulu reached for her phone. As soon as she saw my reply, the very next second her gaze was glued to the messages Qin Ling sent yesterday. In an instant, she sat bolt upright in bed, panicked. I was left behind in a small village by my biological mother for 10 years. Who would have thought 10 years later she had come looking for me in a luxury Bentley, not only giving me supercars and a mansion, but I suddenly gained 5 angelic sisters. At age 7, my irresponsible father betrayed the family for a mistress, accepting a penniless divorce to go with his new person. My mother then also sold the house, and after entrusting me to my grandpa in our hometown, she went to Beijing all alone to find a living. That fateful trip lasted 10 years. Today, my mother returned grandly in a luxury car, saying she'll take me to Beijing to start a new life. Just a moment ago, what on earth is this? Setting aside Qin Ling, the part after that, is to say nothing of these crazy words. Besides, the very first sentence is reeking of flirting. What the heck is that actually? The more noteworthy thing is that the junior actually replied in such a serious manner. In her excitement, Mu Yulu didn't stop to think, and immediately made a video call. I had just finished lunch, and was resting comfortably on my bed. Suddenly seeing a video call request from Mu Yulu, I immediately sat up and pressed the answer button. In the dim light, a girl with hair as messy as a bird's nest suddenly appeared right in the middle of my phone screen. Instinctively, I hit the screenshot button, then slowly asked, Senior, does it still hurt? Yeah, it's a bit better now. Mu Yula's voice sounded much more relieved. I continued to ask caringly, should I take you to the clinic to have it checked out? No, it's fine as long as it doesn't affect my sleep. Mu Yulu shook her head slightly. Then she changed her tone and said a bit apologetically, I called you to explain something to you. I was in so much pain last night. Those messages were all sent by Qin Ling, so please don't misunderstand. So that's what happened. I suddenly felt completely relieved, finally understanding, oh, I see. Wait a second, let me take a sip of water first. As Mu Yulu spoke, the image on my phone suddenly shook violently, and in an instant only the white ceiling was visible. Then she moved the phone, and very quickly she crawled back over, picking up the phone again. At that exact moment, the image zoomed in close and hit my eyes. Images I had just seen suddenly flashed through my mind, and my heart suddenly skipped a beat in surprise. That's when I noticed. Senior was actually wearing a very mysterious nightgown. When she lay on her stomach to prop the phone up, those clear curves for a brief moment suddenly came right into my view without any cover. They were, well, quite big. I hurriedly tried to push all those strange thoughts out of my head completely, then quickly found a topic to talk about. Senior, don't paint for the next 2 days. Look at the scenery more. And rest for a few days. Or take photos of scenes you like. Paint them in a few days. Yeah, I was planning on that too. Mu Yulu seemed completely unaware of my awkwardness, and nodded slightly. Then she looked at me suspiciously. But wait, don't your arms and wrists hurt at all today? You guys worked all day yesterday. I smiled and shook my head, answering basically no pain at all. In the past, every weekend, I would help my grandfather with heavy labor, and in my free time, I'd play ball with my friends. Mu Yulu blinked, asking curiously, then aren't your biceps really well developed? It's all right, I said while rolling up my sleeve, flexing my arm hard, then showing it off to Mu Yulu. On the other end, Mu Yulu took a glance, able to hold back her praise. Wow, the definition is so smooth. I bet those muscles could take down 3 people like me with one punch, huh? Probably possible. I had just opened my mouth to speak when the girl on the other end seemed to think of something else and asked another question. Then do you also have abs? Like an 8-pack? I have a 6-pack. I answered honestly. Do you like 8-packs, Senior? Maybe I'll train for more later. As that thought crossed my mind, Mu Yulu's eyes lit up even more. She exclaimed excitedly, "Really? Show me! Is the senior always this bold?" My face instantly turned bright red. With our current relationship, if I actually showed her my abs, wouldn't that be a bit too sudden? But facing the girl through the video screen, I realized I had absolutely no resistance. Just as I was about to nod shyly, suddenly saw the video call in front of me had ended. Immediately after, 2 messages appeared on my phone. "Ha ha ha, I was just teasing you. Were you scared? I'm hungry now, going to eat. Let's talk later when we're free." I put the phone down a bit dazed. It turned out I was just being teased by the senior. On the other side, Mu Yulu threw her phone away, lay face down on the bed, quickly pulling the blanket over her head. She was deeply regretful, getting carried away in the conversation and forgetting her manners. How could she reveal her true nature in front of her junior like that? He must have been scared out of his wits. She'd probably have to avoid him by 300 meters from now on. Over the next 3 days, Yan Huaigang and I recruited a few friends who had just finished their chores. With their powerful help, the 5 young men succeeded plowing up the acres of land the old man planted, completely turning it over from top to bottom. That afternoon, Yan Huaigang and Qinling was the first to notice the situation. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, exclaiming, "Xiao Lu, are they reincarnated hungry ghosts? Ordering a whole table of fried chicken and skewers like that?" Mu Yulu looked where Qinling was pointing. Just as I was gulping down 2 big swigs of my drink, my mouth puffed out like a bun, and I also happened to glance toward them. Click. Mu Yulu's fingertip moved slightly, unconsciously pressing the shutter button on the camera she was holding. Mu Yulu looked into the camera, seeing my simple and pure appearance. For a moment, she seemed unable to look away. A junior like this really makes one's heart skip a beat. Beside her, Qinling saw that Mu Yulu wasn't paying any attention to her at all, so she nudged her arm, saying teasingly, "Hey Xiao Lu, stop staring at that camera. Is any scenery more beautiful than your junior?" Mu Yulu snapped back to her senses, quickly pressing the save button, then hiding the camera behind her back. Annoyed, she said, "I don't know what you're talking about. You're getting more and more ridiculous." She glared at Qinling, then looked up at the other side. By then, I had looked away and was looking down at my phone, so it was just an accidental glance this way. What a coincidence, Mu Yulu looked up and continued walking forward. Qinling saw Mu Yulu was about to leave and was extremely surprised, asking, "Xiao Lu, we already bumped into them. Aren't you going to say hello?" Mu Yulu turned around and smiled, explaining, "They're fulfilling their dreams. Better not to go and disturb them." Qinling was even more confused after hearing that. She scratched her head, wondering, isn't it just eating a bunch of junk food? Why bring something as lofty as fulfilling dreams into this? "Let's go, don't you want fresh corn? I see grilled corn up ahead." Mu Yulu glanced over one last time, saw me laughing and didn't explain further. Instead, she strode forward to where the old lady was selling corn. At the same time, I opened my phone and sent Mu Yulu 2 messages, intending to ask if they wanted to come over to enjoy some skewers together, and maybe go for a walk later. After sending the messages, I looked back, but the senior had already disappeared into the vast crowd. I looked down at my phone again, but she hadn't replied to my messages. A nameless sense of disappointment rose in my heart. The sun was slowly setting on the horizon. Fiery pink clouds spread wider and wider around, the colors shifting from purple to pale pink, breathtakingly beautiful. The sunset that evening was unspeakably beautiful, truly overwhelming. Driven by an impulse, I took a photo of the sunset from the perfect angle, then sent it to her. "Senior, are you busy now? Want to come out and watch the sunset with me?" Mu Yulu opened the photo I just sent, hesitating for a few seconds. She looked at Qinling beside her and said softly, "Qinling, I'm full. I want to go out for a walk. What about you? Want to lie on the bed and play on your phone? Or come along with me? Don't go too far. And always keep your GPS on. Call immediately if anything happens." Qinling replied lazily, "Okay, then I'm going. Don't just open the door for strangers." Mu Yulu finished her instructions, took the pink sun protection jacket from the closet, put it on, and casually put on her hat. Just as she stepped out of the hotel entrance, she finally replied to my message. "Sure, I'm right here at the hotel gate. Come find me." Seeing Mu Yulu's reply, I felt unusually happy. Even my steps as I left the hotel became much lighter. When the hotel came into view, the girl who was taking pictures of the clouds with her phone also immediately caught my eye. Mu Yulu obviously saw me too. Her gaze left her phone screen, and she looked up at me from a distance. My heart betrayed me once again, racing wildly, and my throat tightened. At that moment, I was sure she was more radiant than the sunset. Mu Yulu said a few more words into her phone,
then stopped recording, tucked the phone into her pocket, and then strode toward me. I walked toward Mu Yulu against the light, as if the entire pink sky was just a backdrop for me. As the distance between us closed, Mu Yulu's mind wavered slightly. This was the first time that standing before me, she felt a bit of nervous anxiety in her heart. Just as she was hesitating to speak, I suddenly, as if performing a magic trick, pulled 2 ice creams from behind my back
and held them out to her. "Senior, do you want some ice cream?" "Thank you." Mu Yulu took an ice cream from my hand. She smiled softly, and the bit of anxiety that had risen in her heart vanished completely in an instant. "Where are you taking me to watch the sunset?" She asked about the message sent earlier. Actually, I hadn't really thought about it. I scratched my head, laughing. "We can just walk through the streets. Just look up while we walk and we'll see it, okay?" Mu Yulu readily agreed. The 2 of us unwrapped our ice creams, eating while walking side by side along the road. "By the way, Senior, you and Senior Chin have been away for a while. What about Jiao Taowa?" I suddenly spoke up to ask. "So much time has passed, yet you still remember her cat." Mu Yulu thought to herself. "I was left in a small village by my mother for 10 years. Unexpectedly, 10 years later, she came to pick me up in a Bentley, not only giving me a luxury car and a big mansion, but I suddenly had 5 beautiful older sisters. That year when I was 7, the worthless father had an affair, leaving with nothing after divorcing my mother. My mother then sold the house, sent me to my grandfather in the countryside, and went alone to Jingcheng to build a career. That journey lasted a long 10 years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to take me to Jingcheng to enjoy a good life. Achi, my heart suddenly tightened. I guiltily avoided her gaze, hurriedly explaining, "Senior, you're joking. I already have 2 little ones of my own. How could I still be thinking about Jiao Taowa? Look at that. It better stay that way." Mu Yulu gave a small huff, then continued walking forward. "I'm not selling the cat. Besides, I've had Jiao Taowa neutered. You have no chance in this lifetime." "I know," I nodded, feeling a slight sense of regret. Without Jiao Taowa as an excuse, I didn't know what to say next for a moment. And so the atmosphere became quiet. It was Mu Yulu who restarted the conversation. "It's this late and you're still not home. Won't your friends worry?" "He's with some of the brothers from the village, singing at a nearby KTV. They're singing now. I was released early thanks to them, so I booked a table to treat them," I explained patiently. Mu Yulu nodded, then suddenly remembered something. She didn't give up and continued asking, "But having said that, you worked on the farm for 4 or 5 days straight, and your limbs and arms really don't feel anything." Even today, her arms are still a bit sore. When the first day ended, it was still a bit sore on the second day, but now the feeling is completely gone. "If you don't believe me, you can try feeling my muscles." As I spoke, I pulled my t-shirt sleeve all the way to my shoulder, flexed my arm hard, instantly showing off my muscles. "Looks pretty firm." Mu Yulu stared for a bit, unable to resist reaching out with a finger, gently poking my bicep. "Yeah, it's normal that you don't feel pain." I nodded. Her fingertip was a bit cold, and her pokes were very gentle, slightly ticklish, even making my heart suddenly feel a faint fluttering itch. "Want to feel it again?" My voice unconsciously became much gentler. With those pokes as a start, Mu Yulu naturally reached out 2 fingers, squeezing gently. "Go ahead and feel it. When I get back to Jingcheng, I need to train hard too, to see if I can build some muscle too." After Mu Yulu spoke, I saw her withdraw her hand and casually pull my sleeve back down. I suddenly remembered the unfinished topic from before, my face heating up slightly. I looked at her shyly, asking, "What about the abs? Do you still want to see them?" Mu Yula's face instantly turned as red as a ripe fruit. She looked up, her eyes meeting mine at close range. I saw her flustered expression, yet so sincere, making my heart pound wildly once again. She stomped her foot hard, suddenly turned around and walked away quickly, leaving me behind as she moved forward. "You pervert," in broad daylight. "Who would want to see your abs?" I blinked, a bit dazed, withdrawing my hand from the hem of my shirt, which had been ready to lift it at any moment, then watched her retreating back as she walked away. Wasn't it the senior herself who wanted to see them? Why did she get so mad? Maybe because there are too many people around. I hurried to catch up, with an apologetic look in my eyes. "Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. Please don't be mad." I hesitated for a moment, then added softly, "How about I find a private spot to show you later? Or I can just send you a photo when I get back." Mu Yulu, because of those words, actually came to a halt. She was completely speechless. This time, the embarrassment on my face had vanished, replaced only by apology and sincerity in my eyes. She couldn't help but think, how can someone be this foolish, showing his abs just because someone asked? What if she said she wanted to do something else to him? Would he just let her do it? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt even more heated. Mu Yulu said crossly, "If any girl asks to see your abs, are you just going to stupidly show them to her? A guy has to protect himself when he's out. You know that? Someone as gullible as you could be sold off, and you still be smiling while counting the money for them." She questioned him fiercely. "I was left in a small village by my mother for 10 years. Unexpectedly, 10 years later, she came to pick me up in a Bentley, not only giving me a luxury car and a big mansion, but I suddenly had 5 beautiful older sisters. That year when I was 7, my worthless father had an affair, leaving with nothing after divorcing my mother. My mother then sold the house, sent me to my grandfather in the countryside, and went alone to Jingcheng to build a career. That journey lasted a long 10 years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to take me to Jingcheng to enjoy a good life." Mu Yula's anger instantly vanished into thin air. The noise and bustle seemed to rush back in, making it impossible for her to hold back anymore. Seeing my anxious face wanting her to stop being mad. "Do you know that this unconscious flirting of yours is more than my heart can take? Forget the sunset." She was in no mood to watch it anymore. "I'm hungry, come eat with me." Mu Yulu avoided my gaze, muttering under her breath, then turned and walked straight toward a small eatery nearby. Seeing that, I hurried after her. "Sure, it's on me, as long as you're not mad anymore. I'll even throw a feast for you if you want." "Do you think I'm a pig? How could 2 people finish a whole table of food?" Mu Yulu turned and glared at me, scolding me again. Dummy. The National Day holiday had more than half passed in the blink of an eye. It took Yan Huigang's reminder for me to remember the pile of homework the school had assigned. Lao Bi trying to finish 40 sets of problems in just 3 days is impossible. It's clearly out of the question for me. Never mind the next few days. But the brothers have sweated for you for the past 6 days. So just finish them and let me copy yours. Let's just do that. Yan Huigang stared at me. This was the most time-saving and effort-saving way he could think of. I turned and met the pleading eyes of Yan Huigang, bent down and pulled out 12 sets of problems, handing them to him, grinning widely. "Fine. I'll take care of these time-consuming science subjects, but you'll have to handle literature and English yourself. And while you're at it, copy a set for me too." I agreed very decisively. Yan Huigang never expected I would agree so readily, and he immediately nodded repeatedly. Everything was settled. I struggled through 100 push-ups, then took a clean shower, and lay down comfortably on the bed to open a game. And so, the senior and I happily started a duo rank match. My happy laughter, mixed with the warm voice of the girl on the other end of the phone, reached Yan Huigang's ears. He immediately felt completely devastated. "Xiao Yuntao, you absolute jerk. And right next door working myself to the bone. And you, if taking an early break wasn't enough. You're even here flirting and playing games with a girl. Unbelievable. This is just too much." Yan Huigang shouted angrily. "Oh, I've already finished all my homework." I dropped that line nonchalantly. "You're already finished?" Yan Huigang paused for a beat, feeling even more crushed than before. "Damn it, hand over your girl and your brain right now." He seemed like he was about to lose his mind. However, after Yan Huigang identified the identity of the girl on my phone, he instantly transformed from a raging thunder god into a warm little lamb. "Moo Moo Senior?" he asked timidly. "Yeah, it's me, Junior. You two go ahead and play. I'll be here cheering for you both." Mu Yulu smiled and answered. Beside me, Yan Huigang suddenly felt unsteady, the light in his eyes suddenly fading out. "Xiao Yu, why did I even walk in here? Do you understand what it means to be heartbroken? Your old man understands, my son. Just try to suppress your grief." I nodded, looking at Yan Huigang with a face full of kindness, thinking to myself that this kid really knows how to put on a show. Mu Yulu couldn't understand what we were bantering about, so she proactively joined the conversation. "What heartbreak? Weren't you two about to fight? You're completely off topic." "Yeah, thanks for the critical hit of 100,000 points of mental damage, Senior. Little Zhao Yan has fallen. This match probably can't go on anymore." I curled my lip, unable to resist starting to tease her. Yan Huigang gave me a burning death stare, then slammed the door and left, not forgetting to leave a message. "Just you wait. Next game, get a good connection. I'm going into the canyon to slay everyone, thanks to all the fans." Less than a minute later, I heard Mu Yulu still, unwilling to let it go, asking another question. "What on earth did I even do? Why did I cause 100,000 points of critical damage to Zhao Yan?" "Xiao Yan is your goddess." "Psh, you're Xiao Yan's goddess, more like it. You know that too, right?" I replied casually. "So what?" Mu Yulu pressed. "Playing games is when I'm most relaxed, and words just flow straight from my heart." So I spoke up immediately. "Goddess is a word representing purity, divinity, and untouchable nobility.
Nuna, you're more like a comedian. Except for your name, there's nothing related to that at all. The other end went silent for 2 seconds. And then, Muyulu's voice started to sound dangerous. How you I'll give you one more chance to rephrase your sentence.
Oh boy, my mouth worked faster than my brain and I said the wrong thing again. I forced a smile and immediately changed my tone to save myself. Nuna, I was just joking. You're so beautiful and kind. If you can't carry the title of goddess, then no girl can. Then, am I your goddess? Muyulu asked further. How could you not be? I heard Muyulu's tone soften and immediately played along to please her, thinking I had finally defused this bomb. Muyulu was satisfied. She led the super minions straight to the high ground, smiling as she continued, then go out and change your ID. Change it to Goddess Muyulu, and don't change it for a month. Otherwise, I'll be the first one to take you down. You'll change it, of course. You'll change it right now. I won't even change it back later. I'll just keep using this ID to play with you. My attitude was extremely good, fearing she might bring up the past to settle scores. Muyulu was very pleased with that. Soon after I found the name change card, while typing in the new ID, I couldn't help but daze off for a moment. The future. I was actually thinking about the future. But Nuna is so beautiful, and has such a cheerful, confident personality. Finding someone to play games with would be as easy as pie. She might even find a boyfriend. Thinking of this, I felt my heart suddenly tighten inexplicably, and my mood uncontrollably sank. She didn't hear me say anything for a long time. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years. 10 years later, she arrived in a Bentley to pick me up, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but I also suddenly gained 5 beautiful stepsisters. When I was 7, my deadbeat father had an affair for personal desire, leaving home with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold all the properties, and after dumping me with my grandfather in the countryside, she went to the capital alone to build a career. That journey lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to the capital to live in luxury. Not too many besides my roommates. There are just a few cousins at home, and it seems like there's one more now. Muyulu spoke casually from the other end. So once you go back to school, I guess before the college entrance exam, you won't be playing games much anymore. Will I still have the chance to be carried by you later, Nuna? In my voice, there was a trace of unnoticeable disappointment. That's hard to say. Muyulu let out a soft laugh. My heart grew a bit heavier for a moment, but then I heard Muyulu continue. Wait, by the time you graduate, I'll be in my 2nd year. In my 2nd year, I plan to take on a minor. Studies will probably be very busy. I'm afraid I won't have much time for games. So that's how it was. Being busy is good. It's good. My mouth agreed, but in my heart, I started calculating. If she's that busy, she probably won't have time for dating, right? My heart, which was sinking to the bottom, suddenly felt a bit lighter. Oh, right. Muyulu suddenly asked, I haven't asked yet, which university are you planning to apply to? Jinjing University. This time I answered very clearly, firm as a nail driven into a board. In Muyulu's voice, there was an immediate trace of joy. That's wonderful. If you get into Jinjing University, won't we be schoolmates? When that happens, just let me cover for you. Thank you, Nuna. I thanked her sincerely. Study hard. If you get into Jinjing University, I'll give you a big gift then, she said with a smile. Hearing this, I felt as if I had been revitalized, instantly filled with enthusiasm. I even pushed my luck and spoke up. Nuna, I'm not that fond of gifts. Can I trade it for a promise from you instead? If I can't do it, you can order me to do anything you want, okay? Sure, tell me what it is. Muyula's voice carried a hint of curiosity. I took 2 deep breaths and exhaled sharply. Perhaps because I was so nervous, even my voice was trembling quite a bit, as I stuttered. Nuna, before I get into Jinjing University, could you please not date anyone? These words of mine suddenly plunged straight into Muyula's heart. Her hand operating the game suddenly shook, and her heart seemed to disobey her, beating faster and faster. These words from this junior, could his hidden meaning be that after getting into university, he wants to be in a relationship with me? Heh, nice dream. Am I really that easy to pursue? While Muyula's mind was in a whirl, my voice reached her once again. Nuna, you don't have to feel awkward. It's okay if you refuse. The entrance exam is my own business after all. I spoke with extreme caution. This kid sure knows how things work, even knowing how to use the strategy of retreating to advance. But that voice sounds so pitiful, as if he's going to burst into tears at any second. Besides, this junior's looks are quite her type. Muyulu thought to herself, he probably looks quite handsome even when crying. Thinking of this, a mischievous thought suddenly arose in Muyula's heart. This promise is quite demanding. I can agree to it, but only if you cry for me, like a pear blossom in the rain, making one feel pity just by looking. There was a hint of teasing in her voice. The suffocating feeling of my heart being squeezed was successfully dissolved in an instant. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Nuna's mouth really makes people not know whether to laugh or cry. But since she's joking with me like this, doesn't it mean she's willing to agree? My mood suddenly became much lighter. I immediately moved my character Yao next to Lan Ling Wang and said, "All right, Nuna, watch closely." As I spoke while Mu Yulu was responding, I repeatedly tapped the crying emoji.
Nuna, look. I'm crying like a piteous blossom in the rain. Are you satisfied now? I even added a voiceover. Mu Yulu heard that my voice was happy again. Her thin lips curled up slightly, and she gave a soft snort. Learning to be shameless now? I want Bi Yuntao to cry, not the character Yao, so this doesn't count. All right, Nuna, remember to check your messages. Don't let me fall off your character. I let out a long sigh, then switched to the camera interface, picked a perfect angle, and took a selfie. Found a picture of a waterfall online, cropped it, shrank it, and pasted it right under my eyes, sending it with a single tap, along with a message. Nuna, look. Sorrow has flowed back into a waterfall. After saying that, I went back to the game. Mu Yulu on the other side received the message. Then she opened the small window on the game interface. That photo, once she saw it clearly, made her burst into laughter. Are you satisfied now, Nuna? I asked again. Well, it's passable. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years. Who knew that 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but I also suddenly had 5 beautiful stepsisters. When I was 7, my worthless father had an affair, leaving home empty-handed after divorcing my mother. My mother turned around and sold everything. After leaving me with my grandfather in the country, she went to the capital alone to start her business. That trip lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to the capital to live a good life. In the blink of an eye, this 10-day vacation was nearing its end. Mu Yulu and Qin Ling, those two, had already slipped back to the capital earlier. Ironically, Mid-Autumn Festival fell exactly on the last day of the break. So on the early morning of the 10th, Yan Huigang and I pulled our suitcases together, strolling out of the front gate. Pa, are you really not planning to stay in the capital for a while? I still haven't given up and asked one more time. But as a result, the old man impatiently waved his hand, as if shooing away 2 flies. Beat it, get lost. I'm sick of hearing this. I'm not used to that big city. I only like this countryside spot for my retirement. I had to helplessly compromise. All right then. If anything important comes up, remember to call me right away. I know. Now scram. You 2 kids have been bothering me for so many days. I can finally have some peace and quiet. I stare at the old man for a few seconds, an indescribable feeling rising in my heart. Immediately after, I decisively dropped my suitcase, strode forward, and gave him a tight hug. Grandpa, you must take good care of yourself. If you ever feel lonely, just call Hu and the guys to come over and hang out. Patting his back, I added a less than serious remark. I'm off. I'll visit you during winter break. Don't miss me too much. By the time I returned to that mansion, the sun was hanging right overhead. I pushed the door open and entered, only to be greeted by the usual silence. The young master is back. Lunch is ready. Please wash your hands and get ready to eat. Hearing the sound of the door, kitchen helper came out of the kitchen with a bright smile. I nodded slightly, my eyes scanning the empty living room, not finding the person I was looking for. I couldn't help but sigh. Auntie Jo, is my sister at work again? And where are the little ones, Kun Kun and Nao Nao? Mentioning this, the helper could only sigh helplessly. The eldest young lady is truly a hard worker by nature. All year round, I never see her take a break. Every day she's either at the office or on her way to negotiate a contract. The helper suddenly changed her tone. But then again, it's a good thing you came here. The number of times she came home in a whole year before doesn't even add up to this past month. She even knows how to eat more regularly now. The 2 cats, Kun Kun and Nao Nao, you bought are quite charming too. The eldest miss really likes them. Having them around to play with every day has made her smile much more often. I muttered to myself, my sister really is a workaholic. I already knew that much, but I didn't expect that she would actually genuinely like those 2 little cats. I shook my head, stopping the wandering thoughts. Instead, I took the mooncakes brought from the country, shared them with the helper and the driver, then headed straight into the dining room. However, when my gaze rested on that exquisite dining table, I thought of Ji Xiaoman's personality, how once she's busy with work, she'll forget to eat and sleep. So in the end, I couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Aunt Zhao and Uncle Jia, could you two help me pack a meal? And going to the office to visit my sister in a bit. To be honest, it's quite shameful. I've been staying at their house for free for over a month. Yet I don't even know which way the gate of Ji Xiaomen's company faces.
Fortunately, the driver knew the roads well, driving me through the heavy traffic all the way, finally coming to a firm stop right in front of a skyscraper in the heart of the city. Young master, outsiders who want to see the eldest miss need an appointment. It's best if you give her a call first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even get through the front door. That made sense, so I nodded, pulled out my phone, and dialed Ji Xiaomen's number. The other end rang for over 10 seconds before someone picked up. Still the same thin, cold voice as always. You're back? Yeah, I replied softly, then immediately asked, have you had lunch yet? Ji Xiaomen on the other end seemed to glance at her watch, her tone very casual. I'm about to. Just waiting to finish processing these documents. And find someone to come downstairs to pick me up. I've come specifically to bring you some provisions. Provisions? A hint of doubt showed in Ji Xiaomen's voice, but she quickly reacted. Wait there. Got it. I decisively hung up. Not long after, a middle-aged woman with black-rimmed glasses, looking very energetic and capable, appeared in front of me. She glanced at the person looking around and inquired, Young master, you must be President Ji's younger brother. That's me. I immediately nodded in confirmation. On the woman's face, a smile that was both respectful and very professional instantly appeared. Greetings, young master. I'm Sun Ru, President Ji's assistant. President Ji told me to come down and bring you up. Thank you, but my last name isn't Ji. You can just call me Xiao B. Yes, little President B. This way, please. The numbers on the elevator jumped up floor by floor, finally stopping at the 18th floor. The two of them stepped out one after the other. Sun Ru respectfully pointed ahead. Little President B. President Ji's office is right over there. You can head straight in. Sorry for the trouble. I thanked her again, then strode towards the room with a plaque that read, General Manager's Office. I raised my hand and knocked, waiting until Ji Xiaomen's voice from within gave permission to enter. Then I pushed the door open and went in. How about you take a quick break, eat first, then get back to work? Ji Xiaomen looked up from the pile of documents, then quickly shifted her gaze back to the files. Just leave it there. Make yourself comfortable. I'm almost done with this. Meow meow, who would have thought that hearing my voice, the two little ones who had grown quite chubby would crawl out from under the sofa. Fearing it disturbed Ji Xiaomen's work, I didn't say another word, but just leaned down and reached out, scooping the two little creatures into my arms. Looking at their smooth and shiny fur, it was clear they had been extremely well cared for. Seems I was overthinking it before. My sister really does love cats. It wasn't just because of me that she cared for them. Thinking this, I pulled out my phone, recorded a short clip of the cats, and sent it to my Nuna. Since sharing that sunset with her last time, I've become almost addicted these past 2 days, always wanting to share interesting things I encounter with her. But sadly, Nuna still hasn't replied to anything. And then, not long after, Ji Xiaomen finally finished all her work and began to eat. After eating, she took a bite of the mooncake I brought, seeming to suddenly remember something. She looked up and asked, Are you busy this afternoon? No, I'm not, I shook my head. Then I heard Ji Xiaomen continue, If you have nothing to do, come with me to the old house this afternoon to have dinner with our grandparents. I was immediately stunned. In fact, since moving into the Ji house until now, I still haven't truly met the Ji family elders. Do they have any special interests, sister? So I know what kind of gifts to prepare. I continued, Are the other sisters coming too? Do I need to prepare gifts for them as well? Don't worry about the gifts. As for your other sisters, I think you'll meet your fourth sister. Ji Xiaomen's tone was very casual. I gave a slight nod, feeling somewhat relieved. However, Ji Xiaomen is the type who, when she's busy herself, doesn't want to see anyone else idle in front of her. Oh. While I was engrossed in petting the cats and forgetting everything else, she made a phone call, and in the next second, I was handed a thick stack of practice exams. Right while I was working on the problems and my eyelids were getting heavy, nearly drifting off to sleep with the Duke of Zhao, my phone suddenly vibrated. I looked down at the message, and in an instant my spirit was fully awake, and the corners of my mouth unconsciously revealed a slight curling smile. I was left by my own biological mother in a small village for 10 whole years. Who knew that 10 years later she'd come for me in a luxury Bentley, not only giving me fancy cars and a beautiful mansion, but I also suddenly had 5 flower-like beautiful sisters. Back when I was 7, my birthless father had an affair with another woman, leaving empty-handed after the divorce from my mother. My mother then sold the house right away, leaving me to be raised by my grandfather in the country, while she went to the capital alone to build her career. That journey lasted for 10 long years,
Until today, my mother suddenly reappeared driving a supercar, saying she wants to take me to the capital to live a life of luxury. These two little ones are quite cute. I'm back. I looked at my current situation and didn't hesitate to play the pity card to gain sympathy. Right? I had no qualms about choosing the complaining tactic, quickly replying, I'm back. I meant to come here to cheer up eldest sister a bit, but instead I got the privilege of solving exams until she finishes work. Unbelievably, Mu Yula's message came back almost instantly. Aw, you poor thing. Immediately followed by an emoji popping up on the screen. When I saw that very familiar handsome face, with the background of a rushing waterfall, along with those 5 bold letters that fit the scene perfectly, it immediately caught all my attention. I acted all pained and typed out, Nuna, you're really bullying me too much. Right then, I sent another icon of a cat's head crying piteously. Who would have thought? On the other end, Mu Yulu was silent for a full half-minute before leisurely sending 2 messages. When are you coming home? I accidentally made too many mooncakes. Do you want some? Following that, a photo appeared on the screen, showing all kinds of mooncakes in different shapes, and each one was so exquisite and beautiful it left me speechless. Amazement immediately rose in my heart. Oh wow, Nuna, you even have a talent like this. I replied almost instantly, fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. I'll eat them, I will. As if I was afraid she'd change her mind and not let me have them. Right after I added, but I'll probably be back a bit late. Later I have to go with my sister to the old house, to have dinner with my grandparents, and meet another one of my sisters too. Seeing my rocket-like speed, Muyulu seemed very satisfied, and it wasn't in vain that while she was preparing mooncakes for her roommates, she suddenly thought of this junior and made a few extra specifically for him. All right, let me know when you're almost home. If it's too late, I'll send them to your school another day. Hee hee, thank you so much, Nuna. The smile on my face instantly bloomed like a flower. A spark of hope had been lit in my heart, and now even solving exams felt full of motivation. In a blink, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Maybach glided smoothly through the bustling streets, then turned out of narrow alleys, finally driving straight into a peaceful farmhouse in the suburbs. Soon after, the rhythmic sounds of traditional opera wafted in through the car window. Couldn't help but look up, directing a curious gaze towards Ji Xiaomin sitting next to me. Do your grandparents like listening to opera a lot? Yeah, it was very popular when they were young, and they love it even more in their old age. That's why the old house even keeps a private opera troupe, performing for them every few weeks. She paused and added, Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, so the family banquet will be held right by the opera pavilion. Everyone will be focused on listening quietly to the performance, so you don't need to feel too much pressure. Once again, I was stunned, feeling a bit anxious in my heart. I thought for a moment, then bowed my head and pulled out my phone, starting to search for information on famous classical opera plays, so I wouldn't be scrambling at the last minute, reading through the lyrics and their storylines. A moment later, the car slowly came to a stop in an open area. I suddenly felt an unusual sense of nervousness, so I obediently followed behind Gui Xiaomin, walking forward step by step. The two of us passed through an arched gate, then walked down a small pebbled path. Just then, Gui Xiaomin suddenly stopped. She turned her head to look at me, seeing how pitifully quiet I was. What's wrong? Are you feeling constrained and out of place? I nodded honestly. This look of mine seemed somewhat similar to when Gui Xiaomin first met me. It really was a bit of a parallel. She couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Come here. Walk beside me, Nuna. No one here is going to bite you. You don't have to hide behind me like a little tail. All right, I obediently moved to stand beside Gui Xiaomin. To ease the tension in my heart, Gui Xiaomin spoke up again. The grandparents are very easygoing. Whatever they ask you, just answer them politely. Since you're such a bookworm, with nothing but academic research on your mind, all you have to do is greet them, and it'll be fine. As for the others, you don't need to take initiative to engage with them. If someone actually comes up to talk to you, I'm right here, so you don't even need to respond. Just stand there and nod with a smile. I immediately widened my eyes, my face full of disbelief. There are other people too. Of course, the Gui family estate is so vast. If there were only a few people, woodmen have collapsed long ago. Wei Xiaoman gave me a nonchalant glance. Then she lightly frowned. But this is also my oversight. I'll hire a tutor for you later, spending a bit of time each week, to give you a thorough briefing on the rules. Within these high society circles. Yeah, I guess I was being too naive. I gave a bashful, sheepish smile. Before we had gone much further, an ancient-style, 2-story opera house appeared before my eyes. As we approached, the sounds of opera singing flowed into my ears more and more clearly. Even though I didn't understand a single word, I felt like I had heard this melody somewhere before. It sounded so familiar. I felt a slight surge of excitement. Just as I pulled out my phone to try and identify the music,
to see if I could find out which play was being performed. Gui Xiaoman's gaze swept over and landed right on my phone. The elders don't like it when someone is glued to their phone during family gatherings. I know that, Nuna. Hearing that, I quickly stuffed my phone back into my pocket. Gui Xiaoman led me straight to the spot with the best view below the stage. Facing two elderly people dressed in traditional Tang suits, she wore a rare smile. Grandpa, Grandma, I've come to visit you. I've also brought along the newest member of our family. Li Wensheng quickly gave an obedient smile and greeted the two elders. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. The two elders looked over as soon as they heard the voice, their eyes first landing on Gui Xiaoman. The old lady reached out and affectionately patted her hand. What took you so long? I was swamped with work. As soon as I finished, I rushed right over. Gui Xiaoman answered dutifully. Immediately after, the two elders shifted their gaze to me. Their look was incredibly kind, without the slightest hint of dissatisfaction despite the fact that I wasn't of Gui family blood. Is this the youngest brother? Very good, very good. My voice carried a touch of shyness as I presented the bag that Gui Xiaoman had prepared beforehand with both hands. I apologize for the late intrusion. I've been in Beijing for a while now, but only today have I come to pay my respects. This is a small token of my appreciation for you both. I hope you like it. We like it. We like it very much. The two elders accepted the gift with bright smiles, but they didn't open it right away. Instead, they turned around and pointed toward a premium yellow rosewood table nearby. Now that you're here, go over there and have a seat. The fourth girl has been sitting there for a while. Go and chat with each other. Yes, of course. I nodded. Soon enough, I followed Gui Xiaoman to the spot the elders had pointed out. In front of a square tea table, a woman with neatly cropped short hair came into my view. However, the woman seemed completely unaware. She was holding an eyeliner pen, intently scribbling and sketching on a piece of tissue. Gui Xiaoman pulled out a chair and sat right down, tossing a box casually onto the table. Here's your mid-autumn gift. Oh, eldest sister is here. The woman looked up at the sound, her gaze behind her glasses a bit dazed, as if she hadn't quite emerged from her own world yet. Gui Xiaoman gave a slight nod, then shot a glance my way. I immediately got the hint, and took the initiative to introduce myself. Hello, fourth sister. I'm Xiao Yundao. As this is our first meeting, this is a little something I prepared for you. Thanks. Gui Xiaoyu's voice was polite but tinged with a certain distance. After accepting the gift, she casually pulled a card out of her pocket. I didn't have time to get you a gift. Buy whatever you like yourself. I was abandoned by my birth mother in a small village for 10 years, never imagining that 10 years later she'd arrive in a Bentley to get me, not only giving me luxury cars and a grand mansion, but also suddenly gifting me 5 sisters, as beautiful as flowers. When I was 7, my deadbeat dad cheated on my mom for a mistress, leaving her with nothing in the divorce. My mother turned around and sold the house, and after dumping me with my grandpa in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to start a career, a journey that lasted 10 whole years. Today, my mom suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to bring me to Beijing to live in luxury. I instinctively turned to look at Gui Xiaoman, and seeing her give a slight nod. I then obediently reached out to take the card. Thank you, fourth sister. Gui Xiaoyue only gave an indifferent hum in response, then bowed her head once more, continuing to scribble and sketch on that napkin. Just then, after about half an hour, a woman dressed in a Cheong Sam, who still maintained an air of elegance, arrived while leading a teenage boy who looked to be around my age straight toward us. Xiaoyue, that matter I discussed with you before, how much have you considered it? To my surprise, Gui Xiaoyue only lazily lifted her eyelids, glanced at the boy, and then looked away. My place isn't a junkyard, Auntie. If there's no outstanding competition ranking or exceptional academic performance, I wouldn't give a damn even if God himself showed up. The smile on the woman's face froze instantly. However, she quickly refused to back down and continued. Xiaoye, after all, we're all family. Why be so calculating? Even if Zihao's grades are a little behind, he's at least obedient and well-behaved, right? This time, Gui Xiaoyu's annoyance was written all over her face. Standing by her side, I felt a chill run down my spine. I thought to myself, this fourth sister doesn't seem to have as strong an aura as the eldest sister, but her temper is far more explosive, and her personality is as rigid as steel. She really speaks without a shred of sentimentality. To my surprise, the woman still didn't give up, reaching out to give a sharp pinch to her son, who had been silent all this time. Then turning back resentfully, aiming her frustration at me. Are you refusing Zihao because you're saving that assistant position of yours for this kid instead? I was momentarily stunned, looking at the woman's wary and suspicious eyes. At that very moment, Gui Xiaoman suddenly spoke up. Auntie, our Xiao Yundao isn't some fool,
and he certainly doesn't need to resort to tricks, like squeezing into a lab, grab a recommendation for academic achievements, through such underhanded means, just to secure a ticket into Peking University. This time, the woman's face looked like a knocked-over paint palette, shifting colors repeatedly, before finally darkening completely. Do you really think everyone is desperate for that pathetic spot of yours? With that, she led her son away in a huff. I just watched them with indifference, then quickly looked away. After all, it was someone else's family drama. I thought it best to ask fewer questions and mind my own business. Unexpectedly, Gui Xiaoyu, who was beside me, stopped writing. She pushed up her glasses, her gaze landing on me. "How are your studies going?" "They're all right," I replied modestly. Gui Xiaoyu casually pulled out another napkin, scribbled a problem on it, and handed it to me. "Do you understand this?" I lowered my head to glance at it, recognizing it as a problem on genetic hybridization combinations. But as I read through it sentence by sentence, my brows unconsciously furrowed, and my expression immediately became much more serious. I didn't have a pen on me, so I could only stare at the eyeliner pen, in Gui Xiaoyu's hand. "Fourth sister, could I borrow that pen for a moment?" Gui Xiaoyu decisively tossed the pen to me, then pulled another one out of her bag, bowing her head to continue her sketching. So I immersed myself in calculations for half an hour, using up over a dozen napkins, nearly breaking into a cold sweat, until I finally meticulously completed all the answers, onto the napkin that Gui Xiaoyu had provided. Sau đó tôi mới cẩn thận đẩy tờ khăn giấy, filled with answers, back to her. "Fourth sister, I've finished the calculations. Please take a look." Gui Xiaoyu finished writing the last few numbers in her hand, then looked up and casually glanced at it a few times. However, after seeing those answers, when she looked up again, the way she looked at me had noticeably brightened, and even her tone had become slightly more enthusiastic. "What's your rank at school?" I was ranked 12th in the last monthly exam. This fourth sister suddenly wasn't as cold as before, which actually made me feel a bit awkward. "And your total score?" 730. With results like these, you could be fast-tracked for admission. Very impressive. Hearing that, a rare smile suddenly appeared on Gui Xiaoyu's face, and the way she looked at me became much softer. "Are you planning to apply to Peking University?" I gave a firm nod. "Yes, Nuna." Gui Xiaoyu probed further. "Are you interested in biology? Later on, if your grades are good enough, you can come to my laboratory." I couldn't help but scratch my head. Back in my hometown, I always thought studying medicine had the best future. But now that I'm here, to be honest, I haven't given it much more thought. Surprisingly, Gui Xiaoyu's eyes brightened even more. "That's perfect then. The research focus of our laboratory is overcoming cancer cells. Studying this is essentially a contribution to medicine anyway, isn't it much the same thing? Let's do this." Well, add each other on WeChat, and you can give it some serious thought. If you're really interested, I can start guiding you through some of this stuff ahead of time. This sudden turn of events left me a bit overwhelmed for a moment, but my nervous mood relaxed considerably, and I hurried to reply, "Yes, Nuna." Gui Xiaoman stood by, quietly observing the scene, and couldn't help but let a small smile touch her lips. The family dinner at the Gui ancestral home was lavish, featuring nothing but exquisite Chinese dishes. I endured the opera singing until 9:30 p.m., feeling like I was finally being liberated from those lingering, soulful melodies. Afterward, I said goodbye to the elders alongside my two sisters. As we headed out, I found myself sandwiched between them, feeling a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Before parting, Gui Xiaoyu got into her car, turned back to look at me, and added one more thing. "The meeting gift today was a bit sloppy. Another time, I'll make it up to you with a different gift sent to the house." "Yes, thank you, fourth sister." "Drive safely, fourth sister." I politely waved goodbye to her. I waited until her car was out of sight, and only then did my tensed-up spine suddenly relax. To my surprise, from behind me, Gui Xiaoman watched the car fade away, and her voice drifted over softly. "Speaking of meeting, when you meet your other three sisters later, are you also planning to prepare meeting gifts for them?" I turned around, smiling much here. Of course, that goes without saying. Gui Xiaoman's voice suddenly dropped. "So, we've known each other for quite a while now, but where's the meeting gift for your eldest sister? Don't tell me you haven't even thought about it." I was abandoned by my birth mother in a small village for 10 years, never imagining that 10 years later she'd arrive in a Bentley to get me, not only giving me luxury cars and a grand mansion, but also suddenly gifting me 5 sisters as beautiful as flowers. When I was 7, my deadbeat dad cheated on my mom for a mistress, leaving her with nothing in the divorce. My mother turned around and sold the house, and after dumping me with my grandpa in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to start a career. A journey that lasted 10 whole years. Today, my mom suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to bring me to Beijing to live in luxury.
Oh no, my heart skipped a beat. Having just arrived, I was still overwhelmed, so I hadn't had time to think about things like this. I bashfully scratched the back of my neck, then forced an honest smile. How could that be? I just feel that eldest sister is the one who treats me best. So the meeting gift naturally has to be the very best one, which is why I want to save up a bit more money to give it to you in a while. So you're planning to pool the allowance I give you, just to turn around and buy me a gift. Gui Xiaoman shot me a deep, knowing look. After speaking, she turned and stepped into the Maybach that the driver had just pulled back around. This time I really panicked, hurrying after her. No, please, let me explain. Unexpectedly, as the car rolled forward a few meters, before I could even figure out how to coax Gui Xiaoman, the butler of the old manor, came rushing over, raising a hand to start. Surprised by the car being blocked, the windows slowly lowered, and the butler's respectful voice sounded immediately. Miss Gui Xiaoman, the old mistress asked me to bring this meeting gift for Master Xiao. Gui Xiaoman only nonchalantly gave a hum of acknowledgement. I hurriedly and obediently nodded, while reaching out with both hands to firmly take the wooden box butler, cradling it in my palms. Sorry to trouble you, and please thank Grandma and Grandpa for me. The car began to roll forward again. Gui Xiaoman's gaze swept over the wooden box in my hands, her voice still light and airy. The things Grandma gives are always high-quality antiques. Take it back and keep it safe. Those words made my heart tighten. I bowed my head and gripped the box tightly, my movements becoming more cautious than ever. Is this an antique, Nuna? Gui Xiaoman gave a signal. Open it and take a look. So I held my breath and tentatively opened the box. To my surprise, what greeted my eyes was a wolf hair brush, crafted with incredible finesse. Gui Xiaoman just glanced at it casually before looking away. This brush is quite good, much more practical than the impractical things Grandma used to give to others in the past. You don't even need to hide it away. Later on in your spare time, you can use it to practice calligraphy, to calm your mind. Yes, Nuna, I replied softly and carefully closed the lid once more. Stealthily observed Gui Xiaoman's expression and saw that she really didn't seem angry anymore. Thus my courage grew, and thinking back to the awkwardness from before, I let out a cheeky grin at her and patted my chest in a promise. Nuna, about the meeting gift, that was my mistake. I'll definitely bring you one next week. And I promise I won't spend a single cent of yours. To my dismay, Gui Xiaoman just shot me a sidelong glance, piercing right through to my hidden thoughts with a single sentence. So you're planning to spend the money fourth sister gave you then? It was over. My heart skipped another beat. And I thought to myself, I'm really done for. As I immediately looked away in guilt, not daring to meet her eyes, stuttering out a denial. No, I won't spend it. Seeing this panicked look on my face, Gui Xiaoman finally couldn't hold it back, letting out a laugh. All right. Come home next Friday and cook dinner for me for 3 days straight. I'll pick the dishes and you cook them. This was like a blessing from heaven. Light immediately washed over my face, and I hurried to nod repeatedly. No problem at all. I guarantee it'll be just to your liking, Nuna. Having finally appeased Gui Xiaoman, I then secretly pulled out my phone and sent a message to my senior. After arriving back home, the first thing I did was go upstairs to safely store the brush and the card from fourth sister, then immediately crept downstairs and slipped out. To my surprise, just as I was strolling down the street, the figures of my senior and little Zhao Taohua appeared right before my eyes just like that. The moment it saw me, its sparkling green eyes seemed to shine even brighter in the darkness. Yow! It was about to lunge at me to act spoiled, but the leash in Mu Yula's hand held it back, making it unable to advance even a single step. Consequently, it could only spin in frantic circles, 2 meters away, meowing desperately. Seeing this shameless behavior from Zhao Taohua, even its meows sounding far more excited than usual, Mu Yula's face immediately darkened. Zhao Taohua, she growled through gritted teeth. Don't push me, or it'll take you to be neutered first thing tomorrow morning. Meow. Zhao Taohua's look of yearning toward me vanished without a trace instantly. The next second, it scurried back to its owner's side and obediently used its head to rub back and forth against Mu Yula's legs. I wondered to myself, didn't Nuna say that Zhao Taohua had already been neutered? Was she lying to me? Mu Yulu clearly remembered what she had said, so she very nonchalantly handed the paper bag in her hand to me. See? This little creature was only with you for 2 days, but in its eyes, its true owner doesn't even compare to you. Thank you, Nuna. I bashfully reached out for the bag, glancing down at Zhao Taohua by Mu Yula's feet, who was peeking at me, before I quickly looked away. I admit that I really like Zhao Taohua, but now I like its owner even more.
Seeing that I wasn't paying it any attention, Zhao Taowa let out a tiny, aggrieved meow, about to stretch out a paw to rub against my leg. But as soon as it looked up at Mu Yulu, it was so cowed that it didn't dare move. Finally, it could only pitiably curl up in a corner on the ground, looking as though its heart was about to crumble. Mu Yulu saw this and felt both annoyed and amused. I thought to myself, here it comes. That evil stepmother feeling, trying to split up the couple, is back. Well, what can you do when this evil stepmother has a soft heart? She gave a sigh, grabbed my arm, casually handed the leash to me. Son-in-law, take her with you. Mother won't stop the two of you from meeting anymore. You don't even have to mind me when you're being all lovey-dovey. A son-in-law? This sudden title caught me completely off guard, leaving me frozen in shock. Help needed urgently. The girl I like suddenly wants to be my mother-in-law. What should I do? It's an emergency. Seeing the weary look on my face, Mu Yula's mood immediately brightened even more. My daughter likes you so much, and you've always wanted to kidnap her home. Now that I, as her mother, have allowed you two to be together occasionally, why are you just standing there in a daze? You're not planning to cut and run, now that you've gotten what you wanted, are you? Meow. As if understanding Mu Yula's words, Zhao Taohua, whose heart was supposedly broken, scrambled up, sat up straight in front of me, and obediently wagged its large, fluffy tail at me. Nuna, you're totally taking advantage of me. I just felt like my head was about to explode. Surprisingly, Mu Yulu raised her eyebrows and nonchalantly admitted it. Nuna is indeed taking advantage of you. So bottom line, do you want to hold her or not? If you don't even think about holding her ever again. I stayed silent for 2 seconds. In the end, I still bowed my head and took that little one into my arms. Right after that, I decided to sound the horn for a counterattack. I gently stroked Zhao Taowa's head, calling out in a tender voice, Zhao Taowa. From now on, I'll be your daddy, okay? If you agree, give me a meow. Finally, back in a warm embrace, being petted on the head, Zhao Taowa with a delighted face let out a cry. At the same time, Mu Yula's face suddenly turned bright red following. Zhao Taowa's echoing cry. Yuntao, you're being a rascal again. I was left in a small village by my biological mother for 10 years. Who would have thought that 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but also suddenly giving me 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father had an affair for love, leaving home empty-handed and divorcing my mother. My mother turned around, sold the house, and after throwing me to my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing to start her career, staying away for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Senior, I didn't even do anything this time. Why are you suddenly scolding me? I looked up, meeting her gaze with an innocent face. Mu Yulu was instantly driven mad with frustration again, stamping her feet in a huff. I am Zhao Taowa's mother, yet you want to be her father. If this isn't taking advantage of me, then what is? If you're not a rascal, then who is? Nuna, you've misunderstood me. I tried to suppress the smirk forming on my lips, continuing to seriously feign innocence. I simply just didn't want to be so far below you in rank. I never thought about taking advantage of you. You jerk, only a ghost would believe you. Mu Yulu, blushing from anger, raised her foot and stomped hard on mine. As I winced in pain and jumped up, Mu Yulu quickly snatched Zhao Taowa from my arms and let out 2 cold snorts. Holding Zhao Taowa, she huffily declared, you person and cat, dared to team up to bully me. I'm definitely playing the role of the wicked stepmother now. Don't even think about seeing each other ever again. With that, she turned around and walked away with the cat, without a hint of regret. The stinging pain in my foot made me hop a few times, and only then did I call out to her departing figure. Senior, we agreed you'd take me stone hunting next weekend. Is it still on? Unexpectedly, only a sentence echoed back in the wind as she didn't even bother to look back. The wicked stepmother doesn't play with rascals. I watched her figure gradually disappear, finally unable to hold back a chuckle. This fluffed-up look of hers is truly to die for. It's so cute. I really like it so much. After getting home, I carefully washed my hands, and then took out a cat head-shaped mooncake from the bag, took a bite, ate 2 in a row, then contentedly took out my phone to text Mu Yulu. Thanks for the mooncakes, Nuna. They were delicious. Good night. See you next week. Mu Yulu didn't reply for the longest time. Not until I finished preparing my school stuff for tomorrow and stepped out of the shower did 2 simple words pop up on my phone. Good night. It seems the plans for next weekend aren't canceled, I thought happily to myself. Now life has a goal to look forward to again. In the blink of an eye, the first day back at school arrived. Most classmates seemed a bit restless, but I remained steady as a rock, doing homework, flipping through notes, looking completely calm. Right then, Yan Huigang suddenly threw an arm around my shoulder, beaming with pride. Little fish, hubby has some good news to share with you. I calmly set down my pen and looked at him, spitting out one decisive word. Speak. Yan Huigang chuckled twice, then proudly announced, hubby is in love. Before I could even speak, the eavesdroppers behind us were instantly intrigued, buzzing with excitement. Tell us quickly. Which girl in our school is so desperate? Is she blind? Surprisingly, Yan Huigang shook his head smugly. It's not anyone from our school. It's a girl from the neighboring province. She's also in 12th grade.
We agreed to meet in person after the entrance exams.
Now I understood. So it's an online romance. This is all thanks to a heartless guy like you that night when I was climbing ranks alone. I accidentally met a lady. Yan Huigang spoke with great enthusiasm. For the next few days, I played with her whenever I was free. And just yesterday, we set our CP relationship, even changed to matching names. Having said that, he bowed his head, took out his phone, and showed the lock screen to me and the two guys behind. How is it? Pretty, right? Yeah, quite pretty. I nodded but still offered a sincere word of advice. Whether it's photoshopped, an internet photo, or a real person. As a brother, I can only tell you.
Online dating requires caution.
The two eavesdroppers, standing behind, also chimed in. Old Yan, we don't want to pour cold water on you. But online scams are serious these days. Losing some pocket change is a small thing. Careful, or you might get tricked into selling a kidney. Don't worry. Yan Huigang slapped his chest generously, looking completely fearless. I know what I'm doing. If any girl wants to scam me for love or looks, I'm game. But for money or kidneys, no way. Seeing him so clear-headed, I finally felt at ease and picked up my English book. Since you're so happy, let's study vocabulary together. Wednesday night before going to sleep, I suddenly received a message from Senior. Little fish, Nuna is busy this weekend. I can't take you stone hunting anymore. Stay focused on your studies. See you next week. I could only reply with one word. Oh, I sighed inwardly. The wait just got extended even further. It was supposed to be in just 2 days, but now 5 more days have been added. The next day during PE, after playing basketball for half the period, Yan Huigang and I were out of breath. And just as we sat down to rest, Wang Yu walked over with 2 bottles of water and a pack of wet wipes. No need to thank me then, class monitor. In this moment, you truly look like a goddess descending to earth, saving my dog life. Yan Huigang didn't hesitate to take the water, unscrewed it, and gulped it all down, then used the wipe to clean the sweat off his face. I hesitated for 2 seconds, and after taking the water, I looked at her and asked seriously, how much in total? Let me transfer the money to you. No need. This water and wipes don't cost much. Wang Yu waved it off, smiling naturally. Besides, we're considered friends. Why be so formal? Exactly. Everyone is friends here. Old B, you don't need to be so polite. At most, you just treat her back next time. Yan Huigang chimed in agreement. I let out a sigh, so I could only let the matter rest. Seeing that I didn't refuse anymore, Wang Yu clasped her hands behind her back, looked at me with a smile, and asked again, Are you too busy this weekend?
I'm busy, I answered without hesitation.
Yan Huigang also shook his head. I have plans too. This weekend I have to pick stars for my Xing. Hearing this, Wang Yu surprisingly didn't persist, but simply curled her lips, glanced at me, and said, All right then. Having said that, she turned and left, after returning home on Friday. I looked over the menu Ji Xiaoman left, and used my tablet to find tutorial videos, studying them carefully, and only then did I start making beer-braised duck, beef stew with tomatoes and potatoes, tricolored stir-fried shrimp, and boiled cauliflower. Luckily, the menu didn't look too difficult, and I managed to cook quite handily. Right at 6 o'clock, Ji Xiaoman walked through the door,
And as she sat down in the dining room, she casually tossed a bag to me. I bought this Su for you. She instructed me very seriously. Tomorrow is the Su family patriarch's milestone birthday. Come with me. I'll introduce you to everyone in this circle. Is there anything I should keep in mind? Having to meet a bunch of strangers again, I felt a sudden pang of pressure, but I didn't intend to object at all. I understood very well that Ji Xiaoman wanted to bring me into the high society circle, so no matter the pressure, I had to stand firm. I made up my mind that I absolutely could not, at such a critical moment, be ignorant and ruin things. Ji Xiaoman nodded, her clear voice saying, Yes, there are. But not too many. I've already had my assistant email them to you. Be sure to look them over carefully. I replied decisively, yes. After eating with Ji Xiaoman, I immediately returned to my room, opened my tablet, and began studying seriously. Unexpectedly, when I saw the ballroom dancing section, a layer of cold sweat immediately broke out on my back. Save me. I really don't know how to do this. Can I just not dance when the time comes?
I was left in a small village by my biological mother for 10 years. Who would have thought that 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but also suddenly giving me 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father had an affair for love,
leaving home empty-handed and divorcing my mother. My mother turned around, sold the house, and after throwing me to my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing to start her career, staying away for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. The Saturday I wasn't looking forward to much finally arrived. At 5 p.m., Ji Xiaoman returned home on time, bringing along a team of style experts to get her ready. Compared to her, I had it much easier. I put on the suit, clumsily tied my tie neatly, then was pressed into a chair by a stylist who styled my hair, applied some hair wax, and in the blink of an eye, I was made up to look like an adult. I stole a glance. Ji Xiaoman today was truly stunning, wearing a sexy tight black dress, paired with high heels, long legs looking even longer than life itself. Along with her exquisite makeup, she exuded a powerful aura that kept strangers at a distance. Meanwhile, I was huddled in a corner frantically cramming party etiquette, so I had no mind left to admire my sister's peerless beauty. The car slowly came to a complete stop, and we had reached our destination. I was the first to get out, and immediately after, elegantly reached out my hand to help Ji Xiaoman down. Seeing this gesture of mine, she nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good." The first step was satisfactory. I curled my lips into a slight smile. Naturally, I wouldn't let you lose face before we even entered the party. Ji Xiaoman said concisely, "Arm." I finally reacted, hurriedly lifting my head and squaring my chest, bending my arm for her to take. The hall was bustling with people, and calling it a birthday party was less accurate than calling it a high society networking event. Soon someone spotted Ji Xiaoman and took the initiative to come say hello. It wasn't until she finished her last round of socializing that she finally led me, with confident strides, toward a group of 7 or 8 people gathered together. Ji Xiaoman's voice rang out, "Grandpa Su, I've come to visit you." The surrounding crowd immediately parted, and leaning on a cane, an elderly man with silver hair appeared in my line of sight. The head of the Su family, Su Yu-an. This was the man who could shake the political world, with just a stamp of his foot. Seeing Ji Xiaoman, Grandpa Su's face immediately brightened with a smile. Good, it's been a long time. This girl is more and more like old Ji from the past. Are Mr. and Mrs. Ji doing well lately? Ji Xiaoman smiled and nodded. Yes, my grandparents are still very healthy. That's good, that's very good. The old man nodded repeatedly in satisfaction, his gaze then stopping on me. Sir, this is my brother Yun Tao. I brought him specifically to greet you today. Ji Xiaoman introduced me with a smile. I hurriedly gave the old man a polite smile and took the initiative. Greetings, Grandpa Su. So he's your family's newest member. He's quite tall, too. How old are you? Su Yuan's expression softened, and I obediently answered each of his questions. Then, under Ji Xiaoman's introduction, I was introduced to the seniors standing before us. After that, I followed Ji Xiaoman around the hall, finally managing to recognize almost everyone mentioned in the email. Did I perform well enough? The polite smiling and greetings were finally over. It felt as if my spirit was being drained away. Ji Xiaoman nodded, smiling slightly and whispering, "Not bad, you didn't shame our Ji family." Right then, among the distant crowd, Wang Yue, looking around, suddenly had her eyes light up. She tugged at her father's sleeve beside her, whispering, "I see my classmate. I want to go say hello." The middle-aged man beside her smiled warmly upon hearing this. "Go on, let Papa go with you." The two of them approached step by step. When the man saw Ji Xiaoman in front of me, his eyes widened in an instant. "Yue, your classmate said, that woman in black drinking over there, the one beside her is your friend. His name is Yun Tao." Wang Yue's lips curved into a brilliant smile. Hearing my name, the man immediately became excited. Yue, didn't you say you're quite close with him? Invite him over to our house when you're free. You're both not that young anymore, and you could consider taking things further in the future. Understanding her father's implication, Wang Yue first paused. Then her heart skipped a few beats, and her face immediately showed a look of determination. "Papa, don't you worry. I won't let you down. Truly, my good daughter." The man patted her head in satisfaction, then led her toward us with wide strides. I was busy chatting with Ji Xiaoman when a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Yun Tao!" I turned around to see Wang Yue waving at me from afar, with a look of sheer joy on her face. Ji Xiaoman also turned to look, and after scanning the newcomer, she calmly asked, "You know her?" "She's my classmate,
We're not that close. I nodded slightly. Father and daughter reached us in no time. Upon seeing Ji Xiaoman, the excitement on the man's face hadn't yet faded. He submissively reached out a hand. Greetings, CEO Ji. I'm Wang Cheng Shan of Fenghua Media. My daughter said she saw a friend here, so she wanted to introduce us. Never did I imagine this friend was of CEO Ji's family. Yes, hello. Ji Xiaoman casually reached out, gave a perfunctory handshake, and immediately withdrew. Wang Yu, tilting her head slightly, obediently greeted Ji Xiaoman, then looked at me in surprise. Yuntao.
This is great. I didn't expect to meet you here. I thought I'd be sitting alone, bored in some corner, all evening.
Yeah, quite a surprise indeed. I nodded, my manner polite yet distant. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Wang Chengshan hurriedly chuckled to smooth things over for his daughter. You, since you found a classmate, you've got a companion. Why don't you two go find something to eat over there? You young people these days, I'm afraid you don't want to linger around us adults any longer. Yes, of course. Wang Yu immediately nodded eagerly with a smile. I frowned slightly, instinctively turning to look at Ji Xiaoman. Unexpectedly, she spoke up nonchalantly. It's good to have company.
Go over there and get something to eat.
It works out well, since I have to go have a few drinks with some old friends too. I let out a heavy sigh in my heart, glanced at the dessert area not far away, and could only start walking toward it. Seeing this, Wang Yue quickly followed. Wang Chengshan stayed behind with a benevolent smile and took out his phone. CEO Ji, we've met because of the children. It seems like fate. Perhaps we should exchange contact information. Ji Xiaoman surprisingly agreed. As for me, after taking 2 pieces of cake and some fruit, I sat down on a sofa and began eating with intense focus. Seeing me eating so seriously, Wang Yue couldn't help but smile. Didn't you eat before coming?
The desserts at this gala are quite tasty, though they're a bit rich if you eat too many.
Oh, by the way, I tried some of today's sparkling wine earlier. It's not bad. Would you like a glass? No thanks, my sister doesn't let me drink. I shook my head, unhesitatingly using Ji Xiaoman as my shield. I felt a slight headache coming on. Truth be told, when I'm alone with Senior, time always flies by in a flash, and I want to listen to everything she says. But now, with another girl beside me chattering away incessantly, I just find it far too noisy. So noisy that my head aches. Right, Nuna? I was left in a small village by my biological mother for 10 years. Who would have thought that 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but also suddenly giving me 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father had an affair for love, leaving home empty-handed and divorcing my mother. My mother turned around, sold the house, and after throwing me to my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing to start her career, staying away for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Just then, a thought flashed through my mind. Senior also lives in the hillside villas, so her family background must be quite extraordinary. She said she had something to do today. Could she have come here too? At that thought, I immediately regained my spirits. I quickly pulled out my phone and sent her a message. Nuna, you said you were busy today. You wouldn't happen to be at a party, would you? Unexpectedly, she replied very quickly. How on earth did you know? A slight shiver ran through me, and I instantly felt completely invigorated. Fatigue from dealing with others earlier vanished in the blink of an eye. I suddenly stood up and began looking around expectantly. YMU beside me looked up at me in total confusion, standing up to follow my searching gaze. What's wrong? It's nothing. My face suddenly broke into a radiant, joyful smile. So sorry. Suddenly have something I need to take care of. Without another word, I strode straight ahead. Wang Yue immediately rushed after me. What's wrong? I'm free anyway, after all. Taking a girl along to find my Nuna. Are you kidding me? Wouldn't that be an instant disaster? I thought to myself that being too blunt might be impolite, so I casually said, in going to the restroom, are you sure you want to come with me? The smile on Wang Yue's face suddenly froze, and she gave a forced, awkward laugh. Then go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Don't bother waiting, I thought for a moment and added one more thing. I'm not really comfortable being alone with girls. I'll probably head home early with my sister later anyway, so you should probably just go find your family. All right then. The smile on Wang Yue's face slowly faded away, and she couldn't help but clench her hands. Finally free from the nagging, I started looking around the crowd, searching for that familiar figure. From a place where I couldn't see, by a secluded railing on the 2nd floor, Qin Ling rested her hand on Mu Yula's shoulder, amused by the scene she had just witnessed. Xiaolu, that junior of yours is quite popular, isn't he? Look at how happily he was chatting with that pretty girl just now. His face was almost beaming like a flower. Let him talk. Who he talks to has nothing to do with me. Mu Yulu looked calm on the outside, but she suddenly felt strangely irritated. Oh wow, nothing to do with you, huh? As soon as you got a text from him, you couldn't wait to run out here.
Qinling teased her suggestively, only to receive a razor-sharp glare from Mu Yulu. She turned around without hesitation and headed back to the lounge. I just couldn't stand those troublesome vixens you guys are hanging with, so I came out specifically to get some fresh air. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell a certain someone about your secret crush diary. One where you're already dreaming about marriage and having kids with him. Mu Yulu, you're too much. Stop talking rubbish. Qinling immediately stomped her feet and chased after her. Actually, I knew nothing about this little episode. I was still very enthusiastically searching for my Nuna's figure. The trouble was, this place was just too huge. I searched for a long time, but there was no sign of her anywhere. A sense of disappointment suddenly surged in my heart. Had I misunderstood? Was Nuna actually at a different party? With that the energy seemed to drain from my body once again. So I trudged back from the garden to the main banquet hall. At the same time, a man in a neat suit holding a microphone stood in the center of the large front hall. Welcome everyone here today to celebrate Master Su's 88th birthday. Next will be a performance by Master Su's granddaughter, Miss Su Wei Yi, along with her brother Su Yang dancing the opening dance. To honor the master, please give them a warm round of applause. I listlessly raised my eyes to look, but my gaze froze at the staircase entrance, and my eyes brightened accordingly. Following the first pair coming down, were 6 girls walking in pairs arm in arm. Among them was someone wearing a light blue strapless dress, her hair flowing down her back like strands of seaweed. She walked down the stairs step by step, holding the railing, standing out from the crowd with her glowing white skin. Isn't that my Nuna? If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to play it cool hoping for a chance encounter. I should have just texted her directly to find her earlier. The corners of my mouth curled up once again involuntarily as I stepped forward lightly. Qinling just happened to be Mu Yula's dance partner. She saw me appear in the crowd, standing there in a daze like a lovesick puppy, staring at Mu Yulu without blinking, and she couldn't help but smile and wink at me, then whispered to Mu Yulu, "Oh my. I don't know whose junior that is, but his eyes are practically glued to a certain someone. Seeing how you're dressed today, it's no wonder he's absolutely smitten. One more word and I'll sew your mouth shut." Mu Yulu gave Qinling a fierce glare, but her eyes still caught a glimpse of me. She let out a soft, cold humph and turned her face away again. Why doesn't he go back to showing off his feathers to that pretty girl instead of staring at me? The opening piece quickly ended, and a new melody echoed through the main hall. Mu Yulu and Qinling, along with the girls who had just come down, blended into the middle of the dance floor. The handsome men and beautiful women around me also took turns extending dance invitations to their partners. Seeing myself standing there foolishly in the crowd, looking a bit out of place, even though seeing Nuna made my heart bloom with joy, all I could do now was step by step back away from the dance floor, getting out of everyone's way. Just after taking a few steps back, Wang Yu appeared out of nowhere right next to me. With a smile on her face, she directly reached out to me. "Handsome, if you don't have a partner, I happen to be alone too. Would you mind having a dance with me?" Since I had already seen Nuna, my mood was fantastic. So even my refusal carried a sense of genuine cheerfulness. "I'm sorry, I don't know how to dance. Please find someone else." Wang Yu didn't believe it at all. This guy clearly said he was going home, yet here he is still wandering around. She took the initiative to invite him, and yet he rejected her again. How could there be someone as stubborn as a block of wood in this world? An indescribable frustration rose within her, but the smile on Wang Yu's lips remained unchanged. All right then. With that, she turned and walked a short distance away, heading to the man who had just invited her to dance. And so, I retreated to a corner with a clear view, imitating those around me. I took a glass of champagne and swirled it gently. My gaze remained fixed on that light blue figure in the middle of the dance floor. This was the first time I'd seen Nuna dance. I didn't expect her dancing form to be just like a fairy's, making my heart race uncontrollably. I was left by my birth mother in a small mountain village for 10 years. Who thought that 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but also suddenly giving me 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father had an affair for love, leaving with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold the house, and after leaving me with my grandpa in the countryside, she went to Beijing to start her own business.
That journey lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Meanwhile, on the dance floor, Qinling took Mu Yula's hand, leading her in a spin, then leaned in close to her ear to tease. Xiao Lu, your junior just turned down that pretty girl over there. Aren't you happy about that? If he turned her down, he turned her down. Mu Yulu casually glanced toward my direction, seeing me standing there all by myself in a distant corner, with no one to talk to, just standing there smiling foolishly, looking toward the dance floor. Another song ended, and Mu Yulu spoke slowly to Qinling. I'm a bit tired, going to take a break. What a perfect excuse to go find someone, how convenient. Qinling signaled her understanding from a distance, then turned and walked away decisively. Using that excuse, Mu Yulu stepped off the dance floor, heading straight for where I was standing. I never in a million years expected that Nuna would stop dancing, let alone come straight toward me. Is she coming here to rest, or did she see me? Very quickly, Mu Yulu's eyes met mine, and this time I was sure she was coming for me, making me even more excited. I immediately waved at her. Mu Yulu Nuna. Mu Yulu calmly walked right up to me. Why are you here all alone? My sister went to meet her friends, so she left me here by myself. I spoke quite naturally, then added with a chuckle. I didn't expect to run into you here. It's really great. Mu Yulu nodded slightly. You don't know how to dance? Yeah, I replied very firmly. Mu Yulu then said casually, come on, I'll teach you. If Nuna taught me how to dance, we have to stand very close together and even hold hands. My heart rate quickened slightly. I really wanted to agree immediately, but reason made me speak up cautiously. But Nuna, I really have no talent for dancing. My limbs aren't very coordinated to begin with. I probably won't be able to learn it. It's fine. Other beauties might mind you, but your Nuna won't. Mu Yulu put on a big sister act, rubbing my head as she spoke. She just rubbed my head. My heart fluttered strangely for a moment. Thinking back to what she just said, I immediately caught the main point of her words, meaning that when Wang Yue invited me to dance, Nuna had been watching me the whole time. It turned out that in this vast sea of people, not only could I spot her instantly, but she also saw me first. A sweet feeling suddenly welled up in my heart, so I pretended to look around in confusion. Mu Yulu Nuna, you're teasing me again. Besides Goddess Mu Yulu, where is there even another beauty here? You're quite the smooth talker today. Did you take some Playboy training course somewhere? Despite saying that, Mu Yulu was clearly pleased by what I said. I immediately shook my head seriously. Nuna, everything I say is from the bottom of my heart. I think you're just showing your true colors. Mu Yulu couldn't help but laugh, extending her hand to me. Come on, invite your Nuna to dance. All right, I couldn't help but smile too. I immediately applied what I'd just seen, mimicking how others were inviting their partners, bowing and extending my hand formally. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of this dance with you? I'd love to. Mu Yulu generously placed her hand in mine. Nuna's hand was very soft, and it felt so small compared to mine. I felt a sudden stir in my heart and involuntarily squeezed that tiny hand. The two of us walked side by side to the edge of the floor. Mu Yulu looked at me and spoke again. Put your right hand on my shoulder. I looked at Mu Yulu and felt my heart beat even faster. The evening gown she was wearing was strapless, so if I put my hand on her shoulder, wouldn't I be touching her skin directly? But since Nuna already said so, it would be unmanly of me to hesitate. I took a deep breath. Nuna, please excuse my boldness. My fingertips lightly touched her shoulder, and immediately, my fingertips felt like they were burning. Mu Yulu appeared perfectly calm on the outside, but her heart also trembled slightly from the heat spreading from her shoulder. Now follow my lead and match my steps. Be careful not to step on my feet. Yes, ma'am. As the music slowed down, I followed Mu Yulu's movements, following her step by step. My heart beat entirely in sync with her rhythm. Gradually, I felt my steps become smoother, so I tried to look up instead of at my feet. Her face was right there, and she looked breathtaking from every angle. Nuna, you're truly beautiful. I couldn't hold back my sincere praise. Mu Yulu tilted her head back and smiled proudly. It was Qinling, who was already dancing on the floor, who had noticed this scene early on, and then led her partner around, gradually moving toward the edge of the floor. Unfortunately, both of them were too focused to notice a familiar face approaching. At one point, Mu Yulu ended up standing back-to-back with Qinling. Qinling seized the chance to give her a hard shove backward, making Mu Yulu lose her balance and stumble, tumbling uncontrollably toward me. Mu Yulu let out a cry of alarm, and the next second I had her safely in my arms. I was abandoned by my birth mother in a small mountain village for 10 years, but who knew 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a big villa, also suddenly giving me 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my deadbeat father had an affair for love, leaving with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold the house. After dumping me with my grandpa in the country, she went to Beijing to start her career. That journey lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly showed up in a luxury car, saying she wanted to bring me to Beijing to live well. My reaction was very quick, immediately standing firm and holding her tightly. However, the soft feeling against my chest made my heart flutter wildly. At the same time, a sharp pain shot up from my foot as her heel stomped on it, hurting so much my face was about to contort in pain. Struggling to suppress the agonizing pain from my foot, I carefully helped her stand steady, only then speaking up. Nuna. Mu Yulu Nuna. Are you okay? I'm fine. Mu Yulu quickly stepped out of my arms and stood up straight, immediately turning her head,
only to see her best friend's apologetic gaze from across the floor. Lu, I'm so sorry.
Zhao Qian and I were dancing so intensely, we didn't notice you were right behind us. Mu Yulu knew exactly what kind of person her best friend was, better than anyone. But because both I and Zhao Qian were there, she could only give Qinling a sharp glare, not exposing her right then and there. However, she wasn't one to back down easily, as Mu Yulu suddenly smiled sweetly. Yeah, it's fine. Then she turned to look at Zhao Qian standing nearby. Hey Zhao Qian, you didn't know Qinling kept a diary, did you? The contents are very interesting. Zhao Qian was immediately intrigued. She has a habit of writing in a diary? No, I don't. Qinling hurriedly denied it. Let's go. Don't listen to Lulu's nonsense. Let's keep dancing. Let's not bother their two-person world anymore. And then they were gone. At this point, I was in no mood for gossip, looking at the person in front of me with a pained expression, slowly uttering, Nuna, I think my foot is done for. I don't think I can learn to dance anymore today. Only then did Mu Yulu remember that she had stepped hard on my foot just now. I'm so sorry. Does it hurt much? Should I take you to the hospital to check? No need. Sitting over there, rest for a bit will be fine. I shook my head slightly. Mu Yulu reached out to support me. Then I'll help you over there. This time I didn't refuse. Leaning half my weight on her and limped along step by step, toward the resting area not far away. After helping me sit down, Mu Yulu was still worried. Does it hurt that much? Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital? Nuna, I'm really okay. A little rest and I'll be fine. I smiled and shook my head, trying to reassure her. Do you want anything to eat or drink? From now until we leave, just tell me if you need anything. That's okay. If you still want to dance, don't mind me. I was being very considerate, but Mu Yulu couldn't help but give me a glare. Just sit still right here. She then turned and went out to make a call, returning with some small cakes from the dessert section, and asking the waiter for 2 glasses of red wine. She placed them in front of me. Eat if you want, drink if you want. I'll stay here and watch over you until we go home. Thank you. I couldn't help but laugh, thinking to myself getting stepped on in exchange for such careful attention. It seems I didn't lose out at all, did I? Mu Yulu sat down firmly right next to me. I looked at her, then reached out and took off the suit jacket I was wearing. Maybe you should put this on. It's crowded with people coming and going, and sitting like this, it's easy to expose too much. A strange possessiveness arose in me. I didn't want other men staring at her. Mu Yulu heard the implication in my words, glancing down at herself, and immediately covered her chest guardedly. You pervert! Did you dare to peek at me? You've completely misunderstood me. I put on the most innocent face possible. It's just my height advantage. Even a gentleman can't always avoid accidentally seeing things. Mu Yula's face instantly turned bright red as she snatched the jacket from my hand and put it on, her fingers quickly buttoning it up to the very top, wrapping herself up tightly. After all that, she finally turned to look at me. Does the height advantage let you see that clearly? A little bit. I nodded obediently. Mu Yulu quietly shuffled further away till there was enough space between us for another person to sit down. Then from now on, I'll have to stay far away from tall guys like you. I looked at the guarded Mu Yulu and could only let out a helpless sigh. Nuna, you really don't have to guard against me like I'm a thief. If I really wanted to be a creep, I wouldn't have told you in the first place. Men's words are like the devil's whispers. Mu Yulu let out a small humph, but her expression relaxed. How about we play some games? It's boring just sitting here anyway. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, deciding to take the initiative and distract her from this slightly awkward topic. Mu Yulu nodded. Let's do it. It's been a few days since I last dominated. At the same time, Wang Yu, exhausted from dancing not far away, said goodbye to her partner and began silently searching for me. When she caught sight of me, her lips curled into a smile at first, but after seeing the scene in front of me clearly, her face gradually turned sour. I was looking down at my phone, which was fine, but the problem was there was a girl sitting next to me, and what's more, that girl seemed to be wearing my suit jacket. Immediately, alarm bells went off in her head. She strode toward me. "Xiao Yun Tao," she called out loudly. Both people on the sofa looked up at the same time. Only then did Wang Yue clearly see the person next to me. "Mu Yulu Nuna? Why are you here?" "It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm just attending the party." Mu Yulu looked up and smiled at her, then turned to me. "Do you two know each other?" "Yes, we're classmates." I nodded. Mu Yulu looked at Wang Yu with interest, noticing how the other girl looked at her, as warily as if she were facing a mortal enemy. It seemed she had feelings for me, so she looked at Wang Yu and generously extended an invitation. "Want to sit down and play with us?" "Sure, let me join." Wang Yu took the opportunity to sit on my other side, peering at my phone screen, and said with a bright smile, "Oh, you're playing Honor of Kings. I'm not very good at it. I've only reached master rank. I might just get in your way." I felt Wang Yu was sitting way too close to me. Her loose hair was almost touching my shoulder. So I frowned slightly and unconsciously shifted toward Mu Yulu. "Wang Yue, I don't like it when girls sit too close to me. And besides, we're only playing at gold rank. Your rank is too high. We won't be able to queue together." I was abandoned by my birth mother in a mountain village for 10 years. Who knew that 10 years later she'd come in a Bentley to get me, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but also suddenly giving me 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7 years old, my deadbeat father had an affair for love and left with nothing, divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold our house, and after leaving me with my maternal grandfather in the countryside, she went to the capital alone to start her career. That journey lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to the capital to live in luxury. Just now, my words and instinctive actions made the smile on Wang Yue's face vanish once again. She awkwardly stepped aside, trying to force a smile before continuing. "All right then, it's fine. You two go ahead and play. I'll just watch from here." She backed away to a sufficient distance, and my furrowed brows finally relaxed. However, I didn't move any closer, maintaining a distance from Nuna, where our elbows would occasionally brush against each other, an intimate proximity. Mu Yulu didn't know Wang Yu at all, so she didn't say anything else. The frustration I felt earlier completely vanished in this moment. Then the two of us started playing the game, watching us chat and laugh together. Wang Yu was completely unable to cut in. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. The way I treated Mu Nuna was entirely different from how I treated her, she thought to herself bitterly. The game ended quickly. Mu Yulu finished a phone call and stood up. "Sit here and be a good boy for a bit. I'm going out for a moment." "As you command," I replied with a nod. I watched Mu Yulu's figure as she walked out of the hall, and when no one else was around, Wang Yu looked at me with a sour expression. "Are you and Mu Nuna really that close?" "I guess you could say that." I nodded, unable to hide my smile at the mention of Nuna. Wang Yue's heart skipped a beat. Although she was somewhat pretty, compared to Mu Nuna, she was completely overshadowed in every way. Thinking of this, she felt incredibly upset, but she still teased me with a nosy look. "Really? Since she's so beautiful, there must be many guys chasing her at Jin University, right? She probably has a boyfriend already, doesn't she?" That comment made me feel very uncomfortable, and my face showed clear dissatisfaction. I looked at her calmly. "That's Nuna's private business. It's not right for you to ask me about it. Besides, you aren't exactly a suitor of hers, so why are you being so inquisitive?" The smile on Wang Yue's face completely crumbled. A sense of grievance welled up in her, and her eyes reddened slightly. "I was just curious. She's not some untouchable deity. Everyone gets curious sometimes. You don't have to be so cold about it." Seeing her eyes starting to water, I was afraid she would burst into tears right here. I sighed softly, and my voice softened. "I'm sorry. I'm just a very blunt person. I don't like prying into others' privacy, and I don't like it when others ask me about such things either." Hearing my apology, Wang Yue felt a little better. "I was just asking casually earlier, just trying to find something to talk about. If you don't like it, I won't ask again." Just as she finished, Mu Yulu returned, carrying a bag in her hand. "This is a bruise healing patch. Want to go up to the second floor lounge to apply it." "Are you hurt?" Wang Yue suddenly looked at me with concern. "Is it serious?" I gave a faint, weary smile and replied quite helplessly, "It's not serious." I stood up and looked at the girl in front of me. "Mu Nuna, it seems you don't have much faith in me." Actually, you should have a bit more confidence in your weight. You're not heavy at all. That step was a bit painful at first, but I can't even feel it anymore. But I'm hungry, and I just ordered some food. Are you sure you don't want to have a bite? Mu Yulu smiled gently. I was immediately convinced. Well, I am feeling a bit hungry. Sorry to trouble you to lead the way upstairs, Nuna. Okay, Mu Yulu handed me the bag, then turned to Wang Yue. Listen, little girl, I'm sorry, but my sisters don't like strangers entering our private area, so I can't take you up with us. No, it's quite all right. Wang Yue's expression was very poor. She pretended to check her phone and laughed. It's late anyway. It's time for me to head home. All right, hope to see you around. Mu Yulu smiled as she watched her leave, a flicker of possessiveness in her eyes that an outsider would never notice. She looked back at me and said, since it's better now, I guess I don't need to help you walk anymore. Of course not, I replied with a laugh, but Mu Nuna, I'm a stranger to your sisters too. Won't they mind you bringing me up there? With me and Qin Ling vouching for you, they won't have anything to say. Mu Yulu replied nonchalantly. That's good then. Thinking nothing of it, I obediently followed Mu Yulu upstairs. Opening the lounge door, Mu Yulu closed it behind us. She sat down comfortably on the sofa, and I approached with the bag, taking out the bruise-healing patches from the top, then carefully removing the 3 boxes of food underneath. Take off your shoe. Let me see how it is. She spoke while examining the medicine box. Seeing her authoritative manner, my ears began to burn. Yes, I took off my shoe and sock, bowing my head to look at my left foot. There was a red mark on the instep, but luckily it wasn't swollen. After Mu Yulu had inspected it thoroughly, she took out a spray bottle and handed it to me. Spray some of this so it heals faster. While I was applying the spray, she stood up, and from the cabinet next to the vanity, she took out 2 pairs of indoor slippers, placing a pair of pink bunny-eared slippers in front of me. Tight leather shoes will rub against the injury and hurt. Wear slippers to be comfortable. If you don't mind, once the spray is dry, you can borrow mine for a while. She then kicked off her high heels and slipped her feet into the white slippers. Are these Nuna's slippers? The 2 pairs looked just like a couple's set. Those pink bunny ears once carried a hint of blood. Those small, rosy toes. This is so embarrassing. The tips of my ears turned so red they looked ready to bleed. I was abandoned by my birth mother in a small mountain village for 10 years, never dreaming that 10 years later she'd come in a Bentley to pick me up, not only giving me luxury cars and a grand villa, but also giving me 5 beautiful step-sisters. When I was 7 years old, my deadbeat father cheated with another woman, leaving home with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold our house, and after leaving me with my maternal grandfather in the countryside, she went to the capital alone to build her career. 10 long years have passed since then. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she'll take me to the capital to live in wealth. From the time I was alone with Nuna until I got in the car to return, looking down at the fluffy slippers on my feet, my mind still felt a bit dazed. That's right, those were the gift Mu Nuna gave to me. But I never expected that. Right in front of everyone, I would be carrying my leather shoes in a bag, my heart racing as I wore these slippers and stepped into the car to go home. Ji Xiaoman saw the smug smile on my face. With her hand on her forehead, she glanced at me with a somewhat lazy gaze. Which girl gave you those slippers? I snapped out of it, frantically shaking my head in denial. It's not like that. My Nuna gave them to me. She accidentally stepped on my foot, so she gave me these slippers to wear. She nodded, a hint of concern appearing in her eyes. Was it a bad step? She asked. I replied, I'm fine. It was just a little red, and I've already used some spray. I shook my head, but my cheeks were still slightly flushed. Suddenly changing the subject, she asked again, and the jacket? Did you give that to your Nuna too? I answered obediently. She was dressed too thinly, and since it was cold tonight, I let her borrow it. Ji Xiaoman couldn't help but tease me. Our Xiao Lu is quite the caring gentleman. I'm cold right now too, so why aren't you helping me? My face turned bright red again. But aren't you already wearing a jacket right now? Then how did you know your Nuna didn't have one? She stared at me, her gaze seemingly piercing through my heart. I quickly mocked myself. Sis, I was wrong. From now on, I'll definitely put you first. I curled up near the window, sweating profusely. For a moment, I suddenly remembered the image of Ji Xiaoman, who used to make my heart race and feel a bit timid. She seemed to see through my little thoughts, finally averting her eyes. Consider yourself lucky. I'll let you off this time, but you need to sober up. The Ji family hates those who lose their minds over love. She patted my shoulder. Also, whether those who come to you genuinely like you, or are after the Ji family's status, you have to keep your eyes wide open
and see for yourself. Otherwise, once you can't give them what they want, you'll be in big trouble. Yes, I understand. Please don't worry. I nodded solemnly. After that, my life returned to its tedious routine. The promise to go see gemstones with Nuna seemed to grow increasingly distant, and our communication gradually dwindled. However, the longing within my heart began to spread intensely, making me feel suffocated and unable to breathe. It was another ordinary Friday evening. After finishing a set of exam papers, I looked up and saw white snow falling outside the window. I immediately put on a coat and ran to the second-floor garden. Gazing at the falling snowflakes, I took out my phone, captured a photo of the snow shimmering under the lights, and sent it to my pinned contact, Nuna. "It's snowing. Are you doing okay?" Almost at the same time, she sent back a photo, also of snow fluttering under dim lights. "Xiao Yuer, it's starting to snow in S province too. How about the capital?" Seeing each other's messages, I couldn't help but laugh. "Nuna, are we just perfectly in sync?" Mu Yulu replied with a cute sticker. "I guess so." After glancing at that sticker, I looked up at the misty sky again, thinking to myself, it seems I want to see her even more now. So I quickly sent a message. "Nuna, I want to see you." Receiving these few short words, her heart suddenly raced, realizing it had been nearly a month since we last met. Watching the snow fill the sky, she couldn't help but think of me too, so she took a photo and sent it over. Seeing I wanted to see you, she stayed silent for a long time, then softly typed back a single decisive word. "Okay." After 10 minutes of waiting, that simple okay was like a sudden electric jolt, making all my excitement freeze in an instant. I immediately opened the booking app, buying a ticket for the 8 a.m. flight to S province tomorrow, the city where she was. I sent her the screenshot. "Nuna, remember to head home early, see you tomorrow." Reply came instantly. "See you tomorrow." Before dawn broke, I woke up very early, ate my fill, and left with my suitcase, boarding a flight alone to a strange city, just to see the person I missed so dearly. This was the first time in my life I had truly acted on impulse, but just the thought of her being there filled me with an endless source of energy. The plane landed at 9 a.m., and I immediately messaged, "Nuna, I've landed." She had replied yet, but as I walked out of the terminal, my phone suddenly vibrated. It was a voice call from her. I smiled and answered, "Where are you?" Her voice sounded rushed. "Just came out from." I was abandoned by my mother in a remote mountain village for 10 years, never knowing that 10 years later she'd pick me up in a Bentley, gifting me luxury cars and high-end villas, and suddenly giving me 5 gorgeous stepsisters. When I was 7, my worthless father cheated for another woman, leaving with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold our old house, and after sending me to my grandfather in the countryside, went to the capital alone to find her way. Gone for 10 long years. Today, she suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she'll take me to the capital to live in comfort. Mu Yulu slowly removed the scarf covering her face, taking a few deep breaths, with a hint of helplessness in her voice. "What did you say?" "If I hadn't suddenly received your call and happened to read the message you sent, I would probably be on a flight back to the capital by now." She shook her head and sighed softly. "I'm exhausted." Looking at her, so adorable, yet clearly tired, my heart suddenly softened. I could only pat her head, a wave of guilt washing over me. I managed a sheepish smile. "And sorry, Nuna. It's my fault for not telling you, making you go through all this trouble." "It's fine." She regained a bit of energy, waving her hand dismissively. "This was just a misunderstanding between us. Don't always take the blame on yourself. Anyway, nothing was really ruined." Saying that, she unceremoniously handed the suitcase she was holding over to me. "Let's go. I haven't had breakfast yet." I was going to have a snack on the plane, but now I can finally find a place to have a proper meal. I replied happily, "As you command." Afterward, Nuna led me through a hidden little alley and into a crab roe noodle shop. The two of us had a satisfying feast. Mu Yulu then took me back to the same hotel she had just checked out of this morning and booked 2 new rooms. Once we were settled in, she suddenly appeared at my door, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "Do you have any plans next? I know this place well. Where do you want to go? Just follow me, and it'll be perfect." I thought to myself, as long as I'm with a person I like, it doesn't really matter where we go. Just being together is enough for me. But not wanting to disappoint her kindness, I thought for a moment, then answered softly, "How about we go see the art exhibition you're taking part in?" She nodded happily. "The exhibition is ongoing these few days. If you like any piece, you can even buy it and take it home." The exhibition wasn't too crowded. Mu Yulu walked with me, explaining and introducing each painting as we went. I listened obediently to every word, gradually feeling her dedication and passion. As we reached the end of a corridor, My gaze stopped at the painting right in front of me. It was a watercolor painting, the harvest season piece that Nuna had painted in the countryside. I observed it closely, looking at the bottom right corner of the painting, and finally found her tiny sketch. A surge of overwhelming happiness filled my heart, and I couldn't help but let out a smile. I said with a laugh, "Nuna, this painting is truly interesting. Can you tell me the story behind it?" She didn't answer directly, but gave me a light glare. "I don't know how to tell stories. See for yourself." Just as I was about to turn around and praise her, my eye caught a well-dressed man in a suit, balding, who was striding toward us. Upon seeing Mu Yulu, his face immediately broke into a fake smile. "Miss Mu, I was just about to call you. I never imagined I'd run into you here," he said while taking out his phone. "Here's the thing. A client named Young Master Chien insists on meeting you once. He's right over there." He pointed to the other side of the exhibition hall, and Mu Yulu and I both looked in that direction. The man in the suit opposite smoothed back his slicked hair, his eyes lighting up when he saw Mu Yulu, and he quickly stepped forward. No wonder these paintings seemed extraordinarily beautiful to me. It turns out the artist herself is even more attractive. He flashed a smile and began to look Mu Yulu up and down. "I wonder if the lady is free right now. I'd like to invite you for a meal, and we can discuss buying the paintings while we're at it. What do you think?" Deep down, I understood very well that this man's gaze was filled with scrutiny and possessiveness. I frowned slightly and cut him off, giving a cold half-smile as I spoke on Nuna's behalf. "I am the representative for Miss Mu's artworks. If young Master Chien wants to buy paintings, he can just deal with me." Young Master Chien asked with a smirk, "What do you want to eat?" "My treat." His contemptuous gaze swept past me, fixing solely on Mu Yulu. "Miss Mu, those 5 paintings of yours must be worth over 2 million in total, right? For a patron like me to be handled by a mere representative, I find that quite inappropriate." Fury rose within me, and just as I was about to snap back, Mu Yulu gently linked her arm with mine, her voice cold and full of disdain. 2 million is supposed to be a lot. The fact that my Xiao Yuer is willing to invite you for a meal is already doing you a great favor, yet you have the nerve to be picky. Question is whether you are even worthy. Only turning around, she spoke to the balding man. "He is not worthy of buying my paintings. If no one buys them by the end of the exhibition, I will buy them all back myself and donate everything to charity." When things reached this point, young Master Chien's face darkened. He licked his lips, pointing at the two of us. "Fine. Very well. As long as I, Chien Shihang, am around, don't dream of selling even a single painting." My gaze suddenly turned frigid, and without hesitation, I reached out and firmly grabbed his pointing finger. I was abandoned by my mother in a mountain village for 10 years, but 10 years later she came for me in a Bentley, giving me luxury cars, a grand villa, 5 gorgeous stepsisters. When I was 7, my deadbeat father cheated on my mother, leaving with nothing and divorcing her. My mother sold our house, left me with my grandfather in the countryside, and went to the capital alone to find her success, and 10 years have gone by since then. Today she appeared in a luxury car, saying she'll take me to the capital to live in luxury. I didn't care about those words, only staring coldly at his face, which was twisting in pain from my grip. His haggard face, as I spat out each word. "Apologize." "I am sorry." He finally lowered himself. I glanced at Mu Yulu, then added, "Not to me, but to Miss Mu." He hurriedly fumbled for words. "I'm sorry. Miss Mu, I won't buy the paintings anymore. And I won't dare to invite you to dinner. Please just ask your man to let me go." Mu Yulu gave a quick look. "Let him go." "As you command." My face lit up with a smile in an instant. Even though this bastard deserved a beating, at least he recognized me as Nuna's man, and she didn't deny it at all. A basic 5-figure watch. Next time, keep it hidden. Don't bring it out to show off. It makes you look like some nouveau riche poser. It's really lacking in taste. I casually rolled up my sleeve, revealing the limited edition Roger Dubuis watch on my wrist, one of only 28 in the world. Its high-end brilliance hitting him right in the eyes. His face instantly turned pale as a sheet. He was about to utter more threats, planning to act tough with a few words, but then had to swallow them whole. He could only bow and scrape an apology. "You're absolutely right, sir. I was blind to the truth. I will never wear this watch again." I laughed inwardly. This rogue was entirely to blame for his own mess today. He hurriedly tried to show some sincerity. "If the two of you don't mind, may I invite you to have a meal at the Platinum Palace?" As he spoke, he didn't hesitate to reach out, ripping off his own watch, throwing it straight into the nearby trash can. This sudden dramatic shift in attitude satisfied me quite a bit, so I gave a slight nod. "No need, thank you." I glanced at Mu Yulu beside me,
and suddenly I lost all interest in the exhibition. I gently tugged on her arm, my voice full of concern and a suggestion. Miss Yulu, the air in this exhibition hall isn't very good. Why don't we go somewhere else for a walk? Yulu immediately nodded in agreement, looking relieved. You're right. She still hadn't let go of my hand, just keeping her arm linked with mine, as we weaved our way through the crowd, leaving the quiet space of the exhibition hall. After escaping that suffocating atmosphere, I stole a glance at the person holding my hand tightly, and the corners of my mouth couldn't stop curling into a smile. After walking on the sidewalk for a bit, she suddenly gave me a thumbs up, her voice full of teasing. Little fish, your presence was overwhelming today.
Seeing you hold your head so high with such confidence was really cool. Of course it was, but that director Chen we just met, and this breathtaking senior before me, made my brows furrow in worry. I thought to myself, this was only the second time she had met him. She must have been stalked quite a few times before. I couldn't help but advise her. From now on, you should try to have someone with you when you go out. It will save you a lot of trouble. Yulu looked at me, corner of her mouth curling into a knowing smile. Are you worried about me? I nodded and she said, don't worry. I don't usually go far by myself anyway. Besides, there's something else I haven't told you yet. Yes, I'm listening, Nuna. Her eyes lit up. I recently hired a taekwondo coach, and the training has been quite effective. Do you want to spar for a few rounds right now? Taekwondo? I swallowed hard. My heart tightened. If I ever upset Nuna in the future, I might get beaten so hard I won't even have the strength to fight back. I nodded awkwardly. That sounds great, Nuna, but let's skip the sparring for now. I'm wearing such thick clothes right now. I wouldn't be able to move properly, and if we fight here, we'll definitely be invited to the police station for tea. Eula's smile broadened as she shook her head slightly. No need for all that trouble. Her eyes sparkled. Come here. Let's arm wrestle. Let me show you the power of Mu, the power of Yulu. Her eyes glistened, full of challenge. I smiled comfortably and slowly approached her. She was sitting on a long bench, resting one elbow on the backrest. I knelt on the other side, my right hand gripping her small, slightly cold hand as she slightly strained her wrist. Oh, your arm strength isn't bad at all, but I'm no pushover either. She increased the pressure slightly, and I felt my arm being held firmly, thinking to myself while making sure not to show any weakness. Nuna, you're really good. Keep going. You're almost about to pin me down. After teasing her a few times, noticing she was starting to tire, I suddenly loosened my grip. My hand was immediately pinned down against the backrest by her. I looked at her with total admiration, smiled and exclaimed, Wow. As expected of Yulu, you're the best. She nodded proudly. Of course. She let go of my hand. Yulu shook her slightly tired arm, which was feeling a bit sore. I asked caringly, Nuna, should I massage your arm for you? Looking at my relaxed and easygoing demeanor, she finally realized that I had intentionally let her win. And so, she didn't hold back and gave my shoulder a loud slap. Little fish, you dared to go easy on me? You're totally looking down on me. No, that's not it at all. It's just that you're too good, Nuna. Couldn't hold my ground, so you caught me off guard. I quickly made an excuse. Beside me, Yulu couldn't help but click her tongue a few times. She was acting all stern with me. I was left behind in a small mountain village by my biological mother for 10 years, who knew that 10 years later she'd come for me in a luxury Bentley, giving me a supercar, a huge villa to live in, and out of nowhere, 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father had an affair for love, leaving with nothing after divorcing my mother. My mother turned around, sold everything we owned, and after dropping me off with my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to build a career, staying there for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly showed up in a luxury car, saying she wanted to take me to Beijing to live a good life. Yulu didn't expect to be counterattacked by me. Her cheeks flushed slightly pink. Embarrassed and annoyed, she gave me a light slap. Little fish, you're always saying such nonsense. So young and yet you've learned nothing good. I smiled with a completely innocent look. Nuna, I was talking about hand strength. Don't overthink it. How could that be considered nonsense? Not over yet. Yulu didn't hesitate to reach out. Let's go then. Time slowly ticked by. 3 minutes passed. Yulu decisively stood up, and 5 minutes later, she started using both hands, and 8 minutes later, she simply rested her chin on her hand. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they might smoke, her eyes full of determination to pin me down no matter what. I smiled contentedly. Nuna, you're cheating too much. I only said I wanted to arm wrestle you. I never said what the rules were. Yulu didn't hesitate to use every trick in the book. I nodded, then pouted. Senior,
After being tormented for so long, am I still doing okay? Yulu's face turned even redder. She glared at me, withdrew her hand, and turned away. I'm not playing anymore. You rogue. A senior like her? I really wanted to hide her away and keep her as my own secret treasure. I secretly pulled out my phone, aimed the camera at her face, and said, all right. I'm a rogue, Nuna. Please turn your face back here. What are you doing? She curiously turned her head around. I pressed the shutter button. She didn't hesitate to give me a kick. How dare you take a secret photo of me? The two of us wandered outside for a long time. After dinner, she and I returned to the hotel together. Wanting to stay by her side, I kept racking my brain for reasons, and eventually managed to sneak into her room successfully. One of us was hunched over the tea table, buried in exam papers, while the other leaned against the window sketching, silent but filled with a deep sense of understanding. After a night full of excitement and several hours of mental exertion with almost no sleep, the comfortable environment gradually soothed my brain. An intense wave of sleepiness hit me like a tide. The pen slipped from my fingers, and my eyelids felt heavy, drained of all energy. Just as I tried to resist, I collapsed onto the table and fell fast asleep. Yulu finished her unfinished drawing, glanced at the clock. It was already 1:30 a.m. She turned her head to tell me to get some rest, only to find me sound asleep on the table. She picked up the exam paper I had left, a faint smile appearing on her lips. As she murmured, his handwriting is actually quite nice. She leaned in close and called my name, Yuntao. Then she gently blew into my ear, but I remained completely motionless. Yulu couldn't help but exclaim, goodness, how can he sleep so well hunched over like this? Could he be pretending to sleep just to stay here with me? With a mischievous smile on her face, Yulu stealthily pushed the sofa behind me, a bit further away, fearful of disturbing the sleeping beast. She quietly walked around behind me, tried to lift me up from the table, and gave me a gentle push, laying me down on the rug nearby. Off you go, she laughed, an affectionate look in her eyes. Yet I didn't even twitch an eyelid, merely rolling over once and sinking into a deeper sleep. Yulu stood there stunned for a few seconds, blinking her eyes, a hint of helplessness appearing between her brows. Tussling her hair, she thought, should I pull out his room key card and take him back to his room to sleep? She thought to herself, but thinking about searching my pockets while I was asleep, she worried she looked like a creep if I woke up. After much hesitation, she finally sighed. Forget it. He's a minor anyway. Technically, he's just a kid. Sharing a room with a kid, it's not like we're sharing a bed. It's no big deal. She took a few more steps, decisively pulled a spare blanket from the closet, covered me from head to toe, and gave me a bolster. Then she turned off the lights, leaving only the soft nightlight on before getting into bed. Wrapping herself tightly in her blanket, she still felt uneasy, stealthily turning to check on me several times, seeing that I hadn't moved at all, sleeping like a log. I was abandoned in a small village for 10 years by my mother, only for her to show up 10 years later in a Bentley, giving me a supercar, a villa to live in, and 5 breathtakingly beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my deadbeat father had an affair and left with nothing, divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold everything, and after sending me to stay with my grandfather, she went to Beijing alone to make her way, staying away for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Finally getting a look at that sleeping face, it was still an ethereal, otherworldly beauty. Senior's sleeping posture was just as free-spirited and bold as her personality, daring to let a grown boy like me stay in her room, and sleeping so comfortably to boot. It seems she's truly unrestrained. I couldn't help but smile, thinking that waking up to see her first thing, that feeling really wasn't bad at all. I stared at her face for a long while. Then after checking the time, I stealthily backed away, cleared my things from the table, and quietly left. I left after finishing breakfast, and once enough time had passed, I returned with breakfast in hand. Yulu had had enough sleep, and the knocking on the door woke her up. She opened her eyes and sat up, seeing that the table had been cleaned, and the blanket on the floor neatly folded on the sofa. When did Yuntao leave? She wondered to herself. The knocking sounded again. Nuna, are you awake? I asked. She smoothed her messy hair and got up to open the door. I quickly handed her the bag. Nuna, good morning. I bought breakfast just for you. It's still piping hot. Yulu took it blankly, her eyes sweeping over my fully dressed appearance, as she asked suspiciously, when did you leave? Around 8 o'clock. I saw you were sleeping so soundly. I didn't want to disturb you, so I just left. I scratched the back of my neck, looking very bashful. Nuna, I accidentally fell asleep in your room last night. Don't let there be a next time. Yulu nodded, and without closing the door, she walked back inside. I followed Senior into the room, pressing as I closed the door. Definitely, I promise. Watching Senior go into the bathroom to wash up, I heard the sound of running water. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. Time was passing way too fast. I only had a few more hours left with her before I had to leave. When Yulu stepped out of the bathroom, she had once again restored her elegant, divine appearance of a goddess. Noticing my suddenly gloomy expression, she spoke up with a bit of surprise. "What's wrong, Nuna?" "I bought my plane ticket for 3 o'clock, so I'll probably have to leave around 1. Yulu's eyes were full of amusement. "It's already after 10 now, which means there is still about 3 hours left. That's soon." She felt a bit sentimental, but quickly perked up. 3 hours is still enough for a short walk. Is there anywhere else you want to go? "I'm not very familiar with this place. Do you have any cool places to recommend, Nuna?" I looked up and asked. Yulu thought for a moment. "I've got it. Come shopping with me in a bit." Waiting for her to finish breakfast, I expectantly got into the car with her. The taxi drove further and further from the center, eventually leaving the city proper entirely, arriving at a large stone processing and trading area. I looked at Nuna with some surprise and asked, "Are we here to cut stones?" Yulu let out a small smirk. "You're half right. Cutting stones? That would take at least half a day to finish. I have to take you to the airport soon, so of course it's not cutting stones." "Did you want to show me something new, Nuna?" I pondered thoughtfully. Yulu continued to shake her head. Soon I followed Yulu as we strolled around, until we came to a place with a casually placed sign, "Gold ore, raw materials." After staying there for half an hour, Yulu and I stepped out of the yard, followed by the owner driving a small tricycle, carrying 3 sacks of stones on the back. After telling the owner to load the stones into the taxi, Yulu lightly patted my shoulder. "Little fish, how's your luck usually?" "It's pretty decent," I answered humbly. Yulu nodded with satisfaction. "Want to play a game with me?" "Those 3 sacks of stones are a gift for you. Whenever you're tired of studying, find a hammer and crack them open for me. I'll send you instructions on how to do it later. If you find solid pink, solid black, solid purple, or solid green stones, and hand each one to me in person, I'll treat you to a meal. How about that?" Yulu had the look of someone coaxing a child, but my eyes lit up as I looked at her. "Really? And I get to decide when we eat too, of course, not just the time. Even if you want me to cook for you myself, it's no problem." Yulu beat her chest in guarantee. Fearful she might regret it, I nodded repeatedly. "It's a deal." Yulu's gaze was firm, as she said encouragingly, "Good luck. I'm sure you can do it." Hearing her encouragement, I felt like I'd been set on fire. So much so that I almost forgot where I was. Up until the moment I said goodbye to Nuna, I was still immersed in that excitement. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce with 3 sacks of stones, the driver couldn't help but give me a shocked look, but I was still full of high spirits, completely unfazed by the bizarre scene. After carrying the stones into the storeroom, I excitedly asked the nanny for a hammer and sat down on a small stool, picking the stone that looked best and getting ready to smash it. With the first strike, I intentionally held back my strength, fearing the stone would shatter too violently. Just a moment ago, after sending a message, I casually tossed my phone aside, staring at the pile of stones on the floor again, my eyes almost glowing. This is the bright future for me and Nuna. Feeling an unusual warmth in my heart, since it was still early anyway, so I started hammering away at the stones. The nanny didn't know what was going on and, trembling, stood in the corner to call Xiaoman. Less than 3 minutes later, the phone rang. "Hello? What's going on? What are you doing?" Xiaoman's lazy voice came from the other end. I looked down at the pile of stones on the floor, corners of my mouth curling up. "I'm cracking stones." Xiaoman frowned slightly. "Didn't you go out to play with friends? Why are you back home hammering stones all by yourself? Did someone bully you and you have nowhere to vent?" I was stunned and quickly explained. "Sis, it's not like that. A friend gave me some crystal ores, and I'm cracking them to get the crystals out. I was even planning to pick the best one for you." "All right then, take your time. I'll wait to see your filial piety." After saying that, Xiaoman hung up and immediately sent a WeChat message. "Brain specialist appointment. Cancel it, but pay the service fee as usual." After Yulu brought me home, she fell asleep for a bit because she was bored. Waking up and seeing the message I sent on her phone, she couldn't help but rub her eyes, and then suddenly sat up. "Solid pink? I've been opening them for so long and never found one, and this time he actually found one." Her heart raced with excitement, and with trembling hands she called immediately. "Hello, the subscriber you have called is currently unavailable." Like being doused with cold water, the excitement on Eula's face slowly froze. Refusing to give up, she called again but got the same answer. "Yuntao, you're definitely doing this on purpose." Yulu threw her phone aside in frustration. Waited a few more minutes, then tried again, but it was still off. Yulu looked out the window, her expression gradually turning serious. A few minutes later, she called while looking down at her phone, searching for her flight to Beijing booked for tomorrow, and directly changed her ticket. I was in far-off Beijing, completely unaware that my phone had died.
when I suddenly felt a chill down my spine and couldn't help but sneeze. At 9:30, the nanny realized she had misunderstood, stealthily approached and knocked on the storeroom door. "Young master, there's a girl named Moo here to see you. She's very beautiful, and since it's quite cold out, I told her to wait in the living room." "Someone named Moo who's beautiful, Nuna." I was so excited that instead of hitting the stone, the hammer struck my hand. It hurt a bit, so I threw the stone and hammer aside, quickly grabbed my phone to check, only to find it had shut down. It must have run out of battery, but my mind quickly cleared. Nuna just left me a few hours ago. She clearly said she wasn't coming back until tomorrow. How could she be at my door already? Thinking this, I quickly took off my gloves, brushed the stone fragments off my clothes, and rushed out of the storeroom. Coming into the living room, I saw her sitting and drinking tea with a suitcase beside her. I froze on the spot, my face unable to hide my joy. "Nuna, weren't you supposed to come back tomorrow? Why are you back here already? What do you think?" Her eyes were full of triumph. I understood immediately and quickly said, "I get it. Nuna, you came back for that pink crystal, right? Wait a second, I'll go get it for you right now. There are a few others I just cracked open too, even though they are not exactly what you like most. Each one is very beautiful." With that, I turned and dashed away like the wind, soon returning with a plastic box in my arms. "Look, Nuna, it's bright pink." Vibrant pink, sparkling under the bright lights of the living room, making Eula's face glow too. "Are you satisfied, Nuna?" I grinned. Her eyes sparkled. "Of course, I love it. How many did you have to crack to find this?" I scratched my head. I was lucky. I found it in the very first one. "What?" She jumped up immediately. "You really have the ultimate luck." I nodded. It seems pink isn't that hard to find after all. Then, suddenly remembering something, I quickly opened the box, found one specially marked with a sticky note, and handed it to Yulu. "And there's this one too. It's a bit of a shame. It's half pink and half purple. It's beautiful. But it's not the pure color you were looking for." She took the stone and looked at it. A flash of stunned amazement crossed Eula's eyes, and she was about to praise me, but seeing my face full of regret and pity, she momentarily couldn't restrain herself from wanting to strike. "Are you trying to humble brag to me right now?" "Huh? Not at all, Nuna. This clearly isn't the type you needed." I was a bit confused. Yulu almost wanted to strangle me right then and there, but since I had given her all the stones I'd found, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She had to sit down in a state of extremely mixed emotions. With this kind of luck, it's a crime you don't play the lottery. Stones you just casually cracked open. Others might search their whole lives and never find them. I finally understood her point. This half-pink, half-purple one is also a rare find. As long as you like it, Nuna, that's what matters. It must be because you have such a good eye, picking the right stones perfectly, so that I could crack open exactly what you like. Chuckled. Eula's anger vanished completely. Yulu gave a soft huff, the corners of her mouth curving up, clearly very pleased with my flattery. "All of these, how long did it take you?" "It didn't take very long. I've just been cracking them since I got home and had some free time." With that, I grinned broadly and brought up the story of how my mother left me in that small village. Mu Yulu shook her head and said with a complex expression, "Xiao Yuntao, you really are a darling with explosive luck." I awkwardly avoided her gaze. "Really, maybe my luck is just particularly good today. If you like these things, I'll bring them all to you." "All right, count how many meals there are in total, and we'll settle them one by one." Mu Yulu nodded cheerfully. Joy immediately flared in my eyes. "Does every single one count?" As long as you want." After getting a definite answer, I quickly rummaged through the boxes to count. Once I finished, I was beyond excited. "Nuna, there are 51 pieces in total. You owe me 51 meals, okay? That's 51 whole meals. If we crack open all 3 of these sacks, then before graduation, I'll be able to see you every single day." "Sure." Mu Yulu nodded. "But I should tell you first. Mondays through Thursdays are no good. I'm busy, so you'll have to pick another time. Don't worry, even at this late hour, I don't expect you to come for a meal. It will definitely be whenever you're free." Mu Yulu put her hat and scarf back on. "Let's go then. Help me take these things home." "As you command." I hugged the box and followed behind her with a skip in my step. I couldn't hide the grin on my face. By the time I saw her off, said my goodbyes, and returned home, Ji Xiaoman had already returned. "You're back, Nuna?" Ji Xiaoman nodded, looking a bit surprised to see me just coming back from outside. "Out so late?" "A friend came to see me. I was just seeing them out. I was planning to go to the storage room to tidy up before heading upstairs." Ji Xiaoman spoke again. "Where are the stones you promised me?" "Bring them out for me to see. What kind of patterns did you get from those stones of yours?" "Oh no.
Not a single one of the stones she liked was left. I broke into a sweat, my expression shifting rapidly. Nuna, wait a second, let me go get them for you. I'm going upstairs to change into my pajamas. Just leave them in the living room when you're done. I practically flew into the storage room, quickly shutting the door behind me. I picked out a few stones, found the most beautiful one, and suppressing my nerves, I carefully cracked it open. 7 minutes later, I walked out of the room with 5 stones, my back soaked in sweat. I had just sat on the sofa and downed a glass of water when Ji Xiaoman stepped out of the elevator. Seeing her, I immediately flashed a bright, toothy grin. Nuna, I specially picked these out for you. Come and see if you like them. Ji Xiaoman approached step by step, staring at the 5 decent-looking stones on the table, and picked up a white quartz. The stone shimmered with a blue hue, and looking closely, it indeed had blue veins inside. It's truly beautiful. I love it. To reward your filial piety toward me, tomorrow I'll have my assistant transfer 5 million yuan to you. Spend it on whatever you like. I immediately shook my head. Nuna, there's no need. I still have enough money to spend. Ji Xiaoman glanced at me. Who's the one who calls the shots in this house? I didn't hesitate for a second. Then I'll just do whatever you say. The last week before the new year. More precisely, only the last 4 days. In my monotonous life of nothing but studying, cracking stones had now been added. After the final class of the year, Yan Huigang finished packing his things, and seeing my high spirits, he asked, "Got any plans this afternoon?" My treat. "Didn't you say you wanted to focus on studying?" I looked at him with a bit of surprise. Yan Huigang used both hands to slick his hair back from his temples. And while doing so, he said proudly, "My Dian gave me permission to let loose for the day today. She even transferred 520 yuan to me, telling me to go have a nice meal. As your father, I can't help but think about sharing the wealth, so you can get a taste of this luck too." I smiled, but I felt a bit salty inside. Isn't it just getting 520 yuan from the girl you like? My pocket money has 7 digits. I'm not jealous at all. Yan Huigang looked very satisfied and was about to grandly invite everyone for hot pot when that figure suddenly glided over. She approached with a radiant smile, leisurely saying, "Today is my birthday, so I want to invite everyone over to my house for a meal. To make it lively, my family has prepared both Asian and Western dishes, all sorts of delicious food. In the evening, we can also have a barbecue in the yard. Could you handsome guys give me some face?" As soon as he heard handsome guys, Yan Huigang was the first one to jump up. He turned a satisfied gaze toward me, the one who hadn't spoken yet. "Top student, what about you?" I was still hesitating. Beside me, Yan Huigang nudged my shoulder. "Tao, let's go together. We've been bros for so long, but we've never gotten to have an outdoor barbecue before." The smile on Wang Yu's face almost collapsed. She looked awkward and said slowly, "My family is going on a trip abroad in February, so I have to focus on reviewing. If we don't go, then we'll just have to celebrate the Lunar New Year early." "All right." Liu Lin nodded. After school, Wang Yu's family sent a few cars to pick everyone up. Not long after, the cars stopped at townhouse villa area. Wang Yu generously invited everyone into the courtyard. There weren't many people here who could live in a villa like this, so everyone took turns looking around, constantly gasping in amazement. And Huigang was marveling at it, unable to stop himself from putting an arm around me, whispering, "Xiao Yuntao, the villa you live in must be way bigger than this, right?" "It's just all right," I said, my voice not too loud. "The area of my villa is roughly double this townhouse, and if you count the front and backyards, building 10 of these would be no problem at all." Yan Huigang's eyes sparkled with admiration. I wonder if we'll ever have the chance in this life to live in a villa like that. While they were chatting, the villa door suddenly opened. A well-preserved, middle-aged woman quickly pushed the door open and stepped out. "Oh, Yu's classmates are here. Please come inside." Once she saw me, the woman became even more enthusiastic in her greeting. "This must be Yun Tao. I heard from my Yu that you're a top student and that you often help her with her lessons. It's really a lot of trouble for you." I just explained a few problems to her. "It's no trouble at all," I replied politely. The woman's smile grew even brighter. "I still have to thank you so much. Yue's father and I both want to express our sincere thanks to you." Fortunately, after entering the villa, everyone was taken to the dining room to start the party. After the meal, it was time for entertainment. Wang family's basement also had a game room, so everyone scattered around to have fun. I was dragged to the pool table by Yan Huigang, but before I could even get warmed up, Wang Yue
appeared in front of me out of nowhere. She hid her hands behind her back, looking excited. "Hey, Xiao Yuntao, my dad's back. He's so happy to know you're here. He wants to see you for a moment." I put down the cue, my brows furrowing slightly. I followed Wang Yu out step by step. She led me to a small lounge on the second floor. Inside, a man who had just changed into casual clothes saw me and immediately greeted me warmly. "Yuntao, how have your studies been lately?" "They've been fine," I nodded. Wang Chengshan pulled me down the sit, even personally poured tea for me, then called out to Wang Yu standing nearby. "Yu, what are you standing there for? Come and sit with us." "Okay, I'm coming." Wang Yu sat down next to me with a bright smile. Probably because the previous lesson was too deep, she didn't dare sit too close. Wang Chengshan smiled and remarked, "I didn't notice it last time we met." Yuntao sitting next to my Yue. "You two really look like a golden couple. After all, you're both almost adults now." "You're too kind, uncle." I politely took a sip of tea. Seeing that I wasn't moved at all, nor did I show even a hint of the shyness expected from a teenage boy, he glanced at Wan Yue, then shifted the topic as if asking casually, "Speaking of which, Ji Zong and I haven't met in a while. How has she been lately?" All that beating around the bush was just for this question. I understood clearly in my heart. I just gave a faint smile and replied with two simple words, "Still good." Clearly, I had no intention of elaborating. Since I didn't elaborate, Wang Chengshan had to take the lead. "Actually, a few days ago, I planned to invite your sister for dinner. Too bad she's been so busy lately that she didn't have any free time." "Is that so?" I smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "After all, I don't carry the Ji surname. Those family matters aren't for me to worry about. So I haven't heard her mention how she's doing lately. So that's how it is." Unable to get the information he wanted, Wang Chengshan looked a bit regretful, quickly regained his composure. As he spoke, he took 2 bags from beside the sofa and handed them to me. "These are New Year gifts I prepared for you and your sister. Just small tokens, they aren't worth much at all. Yuntao, don't mind it, and please, send my regards to your sister when you go home." "This gift is like a hot potato. I can't possibly accept it." I sighed inwardly, then hurriedly declined politely. "Thank you for your kindness, uncle. I'll accept the sentiment. And I'll definitely pass on your regards to my sister. But as for this gift, I'll have to decline. My sister doesn't really like me accepting gifts from outsiders. If I were to accept it for her, I'm afraid I'd be sleeping on the streets tomorrow." "Well, all right then." The smile on Wang Chengshan's face didn't change at all. He took back the gift box, as if nothing had happened, then turned to look at Wang Yu. Yu, she's usually been spoiled too much by me. Yuntao hasn't been in the capital for long. So don't you dare act like a spoiled princess at school, or bully him." "Dad, what are you saying? Xiao Yuntao and I are friends. How could I possibly bully him?" Wan Yue pursed her lips and smiled shyly. Watching the two of them perform like actors in a play, I just felt a chill in my heart, and my whole body felt uncomfortable. Just as I was hoping for someone to rescue me, my phone suddenly rang. I looked down, it was her. She was indeed very thoughtful, helping me escape this awkward situation at the perfect time. "Excuse me, uncle, I have a phone call I need to take." I found a quiet corner and answered. "Aren't you at a party? Why are you calling me at this hour?" I lost a game." Her voice replied nonchalantly from the other end. Her gaze at that moment must have been gentle, with a slight smile shimmering in her eyes. I turned on the call recording while thinking to myself, planning to listen to it over and over again later, whenever I miss her. The next second, her voice came through the phone. "White cabbage, oh white cabbage. This is little piggy. Do you copy? Over? Do you copy?" What on earth does she mean by that? There seemed to be the sound of girls trying to stifle their laughter nearby. I was a bit dazed, but still replied obediently. "White cabbage copies. Snort, snort. You big white cabbage, listen carefully. Don't run away. Wait obediently for me to come root you up." Pfft. The sound of her imitating a pig made the girls on the other side burst into laughter. I couldn't help but chuckle as well. Is it really that funny? "Don't laugh." Her voice was a bit fierce. I tried to suppress my laughter. All right, white cabbage won't run away. Hurry up and come over, you can root me up however you like. Did you hear all that? It seemed she had moved the phone away on the other end, and the sound became noticeably quieter, but I could still clearly hear that proud voice. My punishment is complete. Next it's your turn to suffer. You little monsters, tremble. Nuna? I probed timidly, but no one answered. I called out twice more and was just about to hang up, when suddenly another voice rang out from the phone. "Hey, Junior.
Your precious Nuna is dead drunk. Hurry up and come take her home. The address is the Red Rose Bar near Jingda University. Hey Kinling, what nonsense are you talking? Do you want to die? Her angry growl rang out, and then the phone was hung up abruptly. I immediately regained my composure, opening the GPS on my phone to find the Red Rose Bar. Now I had a legitimate reason. I stuffed my phone into my pocket, pressing the joy in my heart to return to the lounge. Looking at the father and daughter still performing their theatrical act of kind father and filial daughter, I said with a look of apology, "I'm so sorry. A friend of mine is in some trouble. I'm afraid I have to leave early." By the time I reached the Red Rose Bar, although it was dark out, it wasn't even 9 p.m. I looked around to search, finally spotting a familiar figure at the table with the best view of the stage. I looked around once more, just about to go over and strike up a conversation, when my wrist was suddenly grabbed. I turned around, and a face with slightly dazed eyes appeared before me. Isn't this Muyulu Nuna? Her face was flushed bright red, and her steps were unsteady. I hurriedly supported her. "Nuna, it's me. I'm here to take you home." However, she suddenly pushed me away forcefully, then spun around me a few times looking closely. "That's not right. My junior can't possibly appear here. I must be seeing things, and clearly not drunk at all."
Nuna, you're not seeing things. It really is me, Xiao Yuntao. I could only hold her firmly with a wry smile. Xiao Yuntao? Real or fake? Mu Yulu reached out and pinched my cheek. Aha, this face doesn't look fake at all. It really is Xiao Yuntao, hee. Nuna, exactly how much did you drink? I was a bit helpless. Not that much, just 5, 6, 7, 8 glasses or so. Mu Yulu snuggled into my arms, with a sweet and adorable smile. I intended to lead her back to the table, but unfortunately those hands wouldn't stay still. Every few steps I felt a hand on my cotton jacket near my stomach. The hand felt around randomly a few times, then immediately pushed me away. "You rogue. I won't let you support me. You don't even have six-pack abs. Yet you dare lie to me and say you're Xiao Yuntao. Do you want to get beaten up?" Having said that, she quickly ran back to the table, pulled her best friends over and pointed at me, shouting, "There's a rogue impersonating my junior, trying to harass me. Hit him." I stood there stunned, looking bewildered and helpless. The two girls opposite heard this, and grabbed their handbags about to confront me. Seeing this, Qinling hurried to stop them, telling them to stay their hands. Don't hit him. He's not a rogue. He really is Xiao Lu's junior." That's right. The girls opposite immediately drew their handbags and turned around excitedly. "Is this the legendary 185-centimeter junior with six-pack abs? Where? Which one is he? Did she really introduce me to her roommates like that?" I suddenly felt a weight like a mountain on my shoulders. It took a moment of mental preparation before I dared to step forward. "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Yuntao." Then I turned to look at Qinling. "Hello Sister Qin, we meet again." Qinling was clearly not at fault. She handed me Mu Yula's handbag from the sofa. "Yuntao, I'm entrusting her to you. Make sure you get her home safely." "Don't worry, I will." After gaining Qinling's trust, Mu Yula's gaze toward me suddenly turned gentle. "Xiao Yuntao, just now a rogue tried to take me away by impersonating you. I scared him off. Hee. The warmth in the car slowly spread, and she gradually fell asleep on my shoulder. The whole world suddenly became very quiet. Looking at the girl sleeping peacefully beside me, I felt a surge of emotion. An indescribable sense of contentment washed over me. From the bottom of my heart, I couldn't help but wish that time would stop at this very moment. The car stopped outside the villa on the mountainside. Although reluctant, I woke her up to help her out of the car. In the sky at some point, small snowflakes had begun to drift down. Muyulu saw it and couldn't help but reach out to catch the snowflakes, smiling. "Xiao Yuntao, look, it's snowing again. This is the first snow we've watched together. Xiao Yuntao, I don't want to walk anymore. Carry me on your back." She suddenly reached out her arms. All right. I bent down and the girl didn't hesitate to jump on my back, hugging my neck tightly, and even patted my chest. "Xiao Yuntao, let's go. Then you better hold on tight." I walked this path for nearly half an hour, but to me, it passed as quickly as a blink of an eye. I regretfully put her down in front of the porch. "Nuna, we're home. You should go inside." Mu Yulu nodded in response. She took 2 steps forward, then suddenly remembered something and turned back, pointing at my chest. "Xiao Yuntao, you just forgot to say goodbye to me." This drunken look of hers really made it impossible not to fall in love with her. My heart suddenly grew incredibly soft, and I couldn't resist patting her head. "Then goodbye, I'll see you tomorrow." See you tomorrow." The girl before me smiled contentedly and went inside. Watching her walk step by step into the villa,
I reluctantly turned my gaze away. I looked down and suddenly felt a slight numbness in my arm. It turned out her bag was still hanging around my neck, and even her phone was still inside it. Oh well, she just went inside. It is too late to disturb her now. Besides, I will see her again tomorrow anyway. I carried her small white bag and headed back home. As I pushed open the large front door, it sounded like people were talking in the living room.
I walked in and suddenly froze. Uncle G, Mom, when did you all get back?
Oh, fourth sister, you are here too. Yes, we wanted to surprise you both, so we did not tell anyone we were coming. Ji Boda chuckled and nodded, waving me over. Xiao Yuntao, you are back. When your mom and I came, specially picked out gifts for all of you. Come and see if you like it. Yes, sir. I nodded, feeling a bit awkward. Wu Lianxin noticed my lack of confidence and took the initiative to keep the conversation going. Right, Yuntao? This is the first time you have met fourth sister, isn't it? Technically, it's the second time. After all, when eldest sister took me to visit our grandparents, I met fourth sister once before. Yuntao is finally back.
I made up for the meeting gift last time. Do you like it?
I like them, the books you gave me. I've been a bit busy lately, so I haven't had time to read them yet. I bit my lip and nodded in agreement. It's fine, you can read them after you graduate. Fourth sister pushed up her glasses and asked again. So, how about now? Have you decided to study biology with me? Ji Boda and Wu Lianxin looked at each other, both showing looks of surprise in their eyes. I gave a forced laugh and spoke up. Actually, I'm quite interested in cells, genes, and things like that. But what I learn daily is basically just from textbooks, so I'm a bit worried. Is that so? Fourth sister nodded. That's simple enough. Winter break is coming soon, right?
I'll take you to the lab for a visit. Yes, sister. I nodded in agreement. Standing nearby, Wu Lianxin could not hide the emotion in her eyes. Fourth sister and Ji Boda weren't very close, and she was the same way with others. The four of us sat in the living room, and very quickly we ran out of things to say. At this point, I couldn't help but sigh 1,000 times inside. Unable to bear the stifling atmosphere, I took the initiative to pull out my phone. I said with a loud laugh, "It's New Year's Eve after all. I'll call eldest sister to ask when she's coming home." That's right, you should ask when your eldest sister will be back. The family dinner is almost ready. Wu Lianxin immediately smiled in support. I called Ji Xiaoman and walked over to the window. She answered the phone quickly. Yeah, what is it? Sister, uncle, and mom are back, and fourth sister is home too. I wanted to ask when you'll be home. The New Year's Eve dinner is almost ready. Are you almost home? Ji Xiaoman stroked the heads of the two little ones sleeping on her lap. Her expression calm. I plan to tell you once I finish, but am on a business trip today. Work isn't done, so I can only return tomorrow. She signaled the driver with her eyes, and he immediately turned the car around. I see. It's almost the new year, and eldest sister is still working so hard. I gave a wry smile, a trace of sadness rising in my heart. She added, This bit of awkwardness is just for one meal. Just pretend to be mute around fourth sister at the table. Be good, just endure it for an hour or two. I'll bring you a New Year's gift when I return tomorrow. Then she hung up. I straightened my back, forcing a smile. I looked at everyone and said slowly, Eldest sister is away on business and not in Beijing, so she can't make it back tonight? Wu Lianxin nodded, her face full of concern. Your eldest sister is truly reckless. She doesn't care about her health at all. Ji Boda nodded as well, his expression heavy. That is the path she chose for herself. Years ago, when she was younger, I arranged for her to meet many wealthy young men, but her pride was too high and she didn't like any of them. And now look, in all of Beijing, is there even a man left who dares to marry her? As soon as those words left his mouth, fourth sister flared up instantly. Those words are truly ridiculous. When she was little, you wouldn't even ask about her a few times a year. I had just set down her handbag when the phone started ringing. I glanced at it. It was Qin Ling, so I answered immediately. Sister Qin, it's me. Humph, I can't reach Xiao Lu on her phone. Is she with you? Have you hidden her away in your house? Qin Ling's voice was full of suspicion. I hurried to explain. You've misunderstood. I've already dropped her home safely. It's just that her bag was around my neck and I forgot to return it. I'll give it back to her tomorrow. Qin Ling's guard dropped significantly. She even teased. This underclassman knows how to play, not returning the bag tonight. So you have an excuse to see Xiao Lu tomorrow, right? We already plan to meet early tomorrow, I explained with a headache. An hour later, Wu Lianxin knocked on the door. I walked out and saw her carrying 2 plates of food and a large bowl of rice. Yuntao, you weren't scared, were you? I brought you some food. Make sure to eat a lot. No, I already ate before coming home. I'm not hungry. You should eat, Mom. Wu Lianxin's voice was gentle, her eyes filled with guilt. I already ate downstairs.
You're at the age where you're growing and use a lot of energy. You need to eat well to study effectively. Try to make fourth sister respect you more.
It will make your life easier later on.
Yes, Mom. I nodded and took the tray from Wu Li and Shin. By the way, has fourth sister eaten yet? I just had the maid bring some to her, but she wouldn't eat. I see. I nodded in response. Before I could say anything else to Wu Li and Shin, Ji Boda called out for her. Go ahead, Mom. I'll eat on my own. I'm sorry, Yun Tao. Wu Li and Shin's eyes were rimmed with red. She looked at me a few times, struggled to contain her emotions, then smiled and turned away. It's okay. Watching her walk away, I let out a soft sigh. After showering, I sprawled out on my bed, my heart a tangled mess of emotions. The midnight bells hadn't rung yet, but the sound of fireworks was already echoing outside.
Brilliant fireworks bloomed outside the window, their shimmering colors flooding into my vision.
Instinctively, I picked up my phone, wanting to capture this magnificent moment to send to her. Suddenly, I remembered her phone was still with me, so I could only sigh helplessly and put the phone back down. Exactly at midnight, her phone suddenly rang. I looked down. It was an alarm she had set herself. The note read, "Call to wish Xiao Yuntao a happy new year." My heart suddenly skipped a beat. It turns out she had intentionally set an alarm just so she could wish me a happy new year at the very first moment. Happy New Year, Nuna. I looked out the window, my voice gentle and full of contentment. After a good night's sleep, I woke up to a brand new day.
Near noon, her phone rang again. The caller ID was 0000, which looked a bit strange, but fearing it might be something important, I answered anyway.
Hello, it's me, Xiao Yuntao. Her voice came through from the other side, making me overjoyed. Nuna, are you awake? Yeah. Her voice was still a bit raspy from just waking up. How did my phone end up with you? She must have forgotten everything. I chuckled softly and said slowly, This story starts with a pig and a head of cabbage. Do you remember? Huh? A pig? And cabbage? On the other end, Mu Yulu was stunned, having absolutely no recollection. Then let me help you remember. I smiled and turned on my phone, playing a recording at maximum volume.
Cabbage, this is Piggy here.
Come in, please respond. Come in, please respond. Do you remember anything now? Mu Yulu remained silent for a full half-minute. I heard some thumping noises. It was clear she was banging her head against the bed. A fragment of memory suddenly flooded back to her. An overwhelming sense of humiliation hit her. I have things to do. Come find me at 3 p.m. today. After saying that, she hung up again. She fled. At exactly 3 p.m., I showed up punctually at her front gate. Today, she wore a black dress paired with a white coat, wearing a mask wrapped up very discreetly. I smiled and handed over the bag. Nuna, am returning this to its rightful owner. Thank you. Mu Yulu took the bag and slung it over her shoulder, but her eyes kept avoiding mine, and her tone was still a bit awkward. I figured she was shy, so I smiled and handed her another bag. Nuna, Happy New Year. This is my gift to you. Mu Yulu suddenly remembered something, dropped a quick wait for me, and dashed back into the house. A moment later, she came trotting back out and handed me a small box. Here's your New Year's gift. Happy New Year, Xiao Yuntao. Thank you, Nuna. I smiled as I accepted it. She was driving again this time. I sat in the passenger seat, carefully opening the gift out of curiosity right there in the car. It was a black scarf. The material was excellent, feeling incredibly soft and comfortable to the touch.
My eyes stopped at the end of the scarf. There was a small blue fish embroidered there, with somewhat crude stitches. Seeing she was still a bit constrained, I didn't ask further. I just smiled and said, Nuna, I really love this scarf, especially this cute little fish. As long as you like it. Mu Yula's eyes wavered slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up. It was just past 3 p.m., a bit early for dinner, so she suggested going to an indoor ski resort to play for a while. I readily agreed. After getting out of the car, I took out the scarf she gave me and wrapped it haphazardly around my neck. Mu Yulu saw my movements, her eyebrows knitting together like two little caterpillars. Who on earth wears a scarf like that? Are you trying to strangle yourself so your family can come and blame me?
I coughed slightly and couldn't help but explain. Actually, I'm very good at handling the cold. Back when it was winter in the dorm or at home, there was always heating, so I'm not used to wearing a scarf. I see. The hot-blooded youth type, right? Never knowing what cold feels like. But no matter how healthy you are, you shouldn't be careless. If you don't take care of yourself, you'll be full of aches when you're old. I immediately nodded obediently. Yes, I'll follow the teacher's instructions. Even the teacher would think I'm nagging. Aren't you afraid I'll give you a beating? A murderous aura immediately swept from her, and my shoulder took a few light hits.
Thump, thump, thump. Have mercy on me. I'm a Taekwondo student, you know. Finally, the long-awaited skiing session, ended up vanishing like smoke. Right now, I was sitting up straight, my whole body as stiff as a steel plate. Opposite me were her and a man who carried an incredibly powerful aura. I placed my hands neatly on my knees, feeling even more nervous than during a lecture. Care for a drink? The man's eyes calmly rested on me, carrying an undeniable sense of scrutiny. It made me feel like a novice being interviewed. I quickly forced an obedient smile, my voice tightening. I'll just have an Americano, please. Right? He leisurely looked up and signaled the server. After ordering, his gaze locked onto me once again, as if he wanted to see right through to my soul. Hello, let's introduce ourselves formally. I am Muji, Lulu's older brother. Hello, I am Xiao Yuntao, her junior, and also her friend. The moment I said it, I felt a thin layer of cold sweat break out on my palms. The atmosphere was so stifling, it felt like I was about to suffocate. Just friends? Muji clearly didn't believe it. He raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening instantly. Do friends need to be so close together, just to put on a scarf? I was completely speechless at this point, and could only shoot a pleading look towards Mu Yulu sitting beside me. Inside, I was screaming, Nuna, save me. Mu Yulu picked up my signal, gave a slight cough, and then leisurely came to my rescue. Brother, he's not lying to you. I really just see him as a younger brother. It's just putting on a scarf. Didn't I used to tie your neckties for you? There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. How is that even the same? His voice suddenly shot up. I am your biological brother. Is he your biological brother too? How come I didn't know? Our parents secretly had another son for me. I keenly felt that. His dissatisfaction with me had just gone up another notch. So I quickly spoke up to save myself. Brother, it's true, and clumsy and didn't know how to wrap it. Nuna thought it looked unbearable. So she was just being kind and teaching me. Mugi's sharp eyes swept over me a few more times. I felt like his gaze was about to pierce holes all over me. Fortunately, he didn't end up questioning me further, but the next second the real interrogation began. How old are you? Where do you live? What does your family do? These three fatal questions made me clear my throat to hide my tension. After careful consideration, I slowly replied, I'm 17. I live in the Banshin Villa area. It's just that my family situation is a bit complicated. You also live in the Banshin Villa area. Muga frowned deeply, really surprised by this answer. How come I've never heard of a villa being sold to a homeowner with the surname Xiao? So I had no choice but to follow through and tell the truth. I'm currently in a blended family. My mother married the owner of Unit 3, so I'm considered half a member of the G family now. I never expected that once those words were said, Muji's face would suddenly change so dramatically. He was so agitated he almost jumped out of his seat. Unit 3. Are you the sixth child who just joined the G family? The name Muji made me dazed. What on earth? I could only give a forced smile and nod. If there's no one else, then I suppose that's me. To my surprise, the vigilance in Muji's eyes vanished instantly. He turned his head and glared at Mu Yulu reproachfully. I'm telling you, this girl. If you're friends with Yun Tao, why didn't you bring him home to play sooner? You made me think you were hanging out with some bad crowd again. Then he turned warmly towards me. By the way, Yun Tao, Ji Xiaomin and I haven't seen each other in a long time. Has she been in touch with the family lately? Ji Xiaomin? Isn't that my third sister whom I've never met? I looked at him with some surprise. Brother, do you know my third sister? Oh, it's more than just knowing her. He slapped his thigh, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Your third sister and I used to be childhood friends. It's just that something happened last year, and she blocked me completely. I haven't heard a word from her since. I immediately understood the situation. Between her brother and my third sister, there's likely some complicated romantic entanglement that's only gotten more knotted. This bit of gossip is quite juicy. I answered honestly. Third sister and I haven't met yet. When she gets in touch, it's mostly with my other sisters. I only know she's studying abroad, but eldest sister said she might come back for the new year. Really? Movie's face brightened instantly, joy practically overflowing from his eyes. At the same time, Mu Yulu sitting beside him seemed to think of something and quietly moved to the side. Her face was clearly written with disdain. I nodded with certainty. Mugi excitedly rubbed his hands together, looking exactly like a husky that had just spotted a bone. You two really aren't dating, right? Brother. Mu Yulu glared at him in annoyance. He's still a minor, you know. He's in 12th grade, it's a critical time. To focus on his studies, do you think I'd actually do something to ruin someone's future? At this point, Mugi was completely relieved.
It's good that you're not dating. It's good. He kept nodding. It's nice for you two to be like siblings and look after each other. Sibling bond is much more stable than a romance. Doesn't that just sound wonderful? My mind was in a turmoil. I was planning to find a way to fire back a few words, when just then Mugi stood up, giving my shoulder a firm slap. Little brother, you're quite wise. You could say you just escaped a catastrophe. He lowered his voice, his expression mysterious. Lulu is the only girl in our generation of the Mew family. It's no exaggeration to say she's the little princess of the whole house. Never mind the elders, just counting her brothers and cousins. There are at least 20 to 30 of us. Every single one of them is tough to deal with. If you two were really in love and you wanted to set foot in the Mew house, I'm afraid you'd have to endure 81 tribulations first. Brother, what nonsense are you talking? Mew Eula's face turned beet red, and in her embarrassment and anger, she gave him a painful smack on the back. Hearing those words, I stood by, and couldn't help but gulp nervously. The truth was that Muji was truly an enthusiastic gossip king. So when I said goodbye to her, I felt incredibly frustrated inside. But on the outside, I still had to wave goodbye to them with a bright smile. It wasn't until I turned around and entered the house that the smile completely vanished. It was only past 7 p.m., and with nothing to do, I decisively crawled into the storage room, continued struggling with my pile of stones. Meanwhile, on Mu Eula's side, it finally took a tremendous amount of effort to find a reason to get rid of her talkative older brother. Waiting until she got upstairs to check her phone, she finally discovered the greeting I sent in the early hours. Oh no! Her heart suddenly tightened. The alarm she had set for herself had long since passed, and the phone had been with me all night. So didn't that mean I definitely saw it yesterday? At this thought, her cheeks suddenly burned strangely. Her gaze then rested on the New Year's gift I gave her. When she opened the box, a shimmering crystal bracelet lay quietly in the box lined with raffia grass. Pink beads shimmered under the light. Overall, there was no problem with it, but if you looked closely, you noticed the roundness and size of the beads seemed a bit uneven. Even the knot of the elastic cord underneath had the crude look of something handmade. You could tell at a glance it wasn't store-bought. Shortly after, Mu Yulu put the bracelet on her pale wrist, took a quick photo and sent it to me. Almost instantly, I replied with a voice message. Your wrist is so beautiful. The pink really suits you perfectly. Unexpectedly, her text message appeared immediately after. Did you polish these yourself? I replied at once. You really have a sharp eye to be able to tell. So there was the definitive answer. To my surprise, the next second I received 2 words from her. Silly boy. I was between tears and laughter for a moment, then sent back a voice clip. Nuna, I came home and still couldn't sit still. I'm busy working on the stones for you, and yet you have the heart to call me silly. This time she was silent for several minutes. Just when I thought she wouldn't reply, the phone vibrated softly. Checking it, her message was on the screen. Want to go out? I'm taking Jiao Taohua for a walk. Seeing those words, I was immediately energized. Quickly stopping what I was doing, tossing aside the gloves and hammer, grabbing the phone and texting back. Coming right now. Wait for me, Nuna. As soon as we met, Jiao Taohua clung to me, constantly rubbing against my legs. Mu Yulu walked the cat with one hand, speaking with a helpless expression. My brother just has that kind of erratic temperament. Whenever he sees a member of the opposite sex around me, he absolutely has to interrogate them. Don't take what he said today to heart. I nodded quickly, saying, Yes, I don't mind, but I couldn't help but feel curious in my heart. So I cautiously asked Nuna, Do you really have that many cousins, Nuna? In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. When that familiar sports car appeared in my sight, my mood instantly soared. The car door opened, and I hopped inside naturally. Mu Yulu handed over a paper bag, her eyes curving into a smile as she said, These are the Orleans chicken wings Chin-Ling made. I thought they tasted pretty good, so I brought some for you to try. Seeing the bag, my heart felt sweet, and I took it without any hesitation. You're still the one who cares for me most, Nuna. I'm actually starving. Mu Yulu smiled brightly at me and suddenly called out, Xiao Yun Tao. I looked up curiously, only to see her asking gently, You've been quite free lately, haven't you? Ah. I nodded honestly, unable to suppress a yawn. It's true. I'm quite free, and a bit sleepy too. Is that so? Mu Yula's smile didn't fade. Instead, it grew even brighter. With this traffic, by the time we reach the restaurant, food will be ice cold. How about you check the traffic on your phone, and I'll take you straight home and cook for you myself? As soon as she said that, I was startled. My sleepiness vanished instantly, and I nodded eagerly. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. But if your older brother sees us, Will he eat me alive? He's buried in work right now. Mu Yulu pouted. 4, he only came home once every 2 weeks. But now that he heard your third sister, coming back after all these years, he'd rather just live at the office.
He's cramming all his work into one day. It would be a miracle if he could make it home.
So that's how it is. Let me check quickly to see if there's a faster route back. Now fully excited, I quickly lowered my head, my fingers flying across the phone screen. While searching for a route, I couldn't help my curiosity, looking up to ask, by the way, Nuna, is there something going on between your brother and my third sister? Surprisingly, as soon as I mentioned this, Mu Yula's face showed clear disdain. To be precise, it's more like my brother is the one with the issue. He's already in his 20s, yet he only dares to play this secret crush game, becoming incredibly cowardly whenever he stands in front of her. She paused for a moment, then added, 4, I only knew that he had a secret crush for years. I only found out it was your third sister from his mumbling last time. It turns out she was the one all along. I nodded and reached a conclusion. Based on what you're saying, even if he finishes work early, it won't solve anything, right? If he's still that cowardly, isn't there always me? To my surprise, Mu Yulu casually turned her head to glance at me, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. He's only shy in front of your third sister, not in front of you. When the time comes, he'll just use you as a shield. Nuna, you didn't have to be so brutally honest. I felt like I'd been stabbed in the heart and could only let out a helpless sigh. In a flash, half an hour passed. Finally, I was standing rightfully in her living room. What do you want to eat? Hearing her cheerful voice, my face immediately lit up with a smile. Nuna, anything is fine. I'll love anything you cook. She gave a firm reply and turned to head straight into the kitchen without hesitation. Unable to suppress a small surge of excitement, I crept toward the kitchen door step by step. Inside, I saw her holding her phone to watch a tutorial with one hand, while the other hand clumsily mimicked the movements in the video. That concentrated look of hers was truly illegally adorable. I leaned against the doorframe, a wave of warmth rising in my heart, feeling like the happiest person on earth.
How lucky I am to have her cook for me personally. So, I couldn't help but ask softly and gently, Nuna, do you need any help? Hearing my voice, she turned to look at me, but gently declined. It's just cooking. Go occupy yourself. Don't worry about me. Okay then, I'll be right out here. Just call me whenever you need something, Nuna. I chuckled, my eyes full of anticipation. By the way, is there anything you don't eat? I'm not a picky eater at all. I especially love meat. That's great then. Let's do that. The atmosphere became peaceful and warm once again. About an hour later, her call finally came from the kitchen. Xiao Yuntao, come here. I jumped up excitedly, washing my hands and getting the rice ready. On it. I swiftly opened the rice cooker lid and scooped out 2 bowls of pure white rice. Ready. You should eat too, Nuna. I had already planned it out in my head. No matter how her cooking tasted, I was going to praise it to the high heavens today. So I immediately picked up my chopsticks and took the lead by putting a piece of meat in my mouth. But after just 2 chews, my expression froze instantly, and I felt a bit lost. What did she just say? I think this was her first time in the kitchen. Good Lord, why is this beef as tough as a rubber band? I can't chew this at all. As a result, as soon as I looked up, I met her sparkling, expectant gaze. I had to grit my teeth and use every ounce of my strength to chew that piece of beef, then forced it down my throat. Only then did I manage to squeeze out a smile. It's delicious. You clearly have a talent for cooking, Nuna. Really? With her cooking skills validated, Mu Yulu immediately beamed with a bright smile. Then try this chicken dish. The chicken soup smells wonderful too. I had no choice but to take another bite, lying through my teeth that the braised chicken was perfectly cooked. Don't just watch me, Nuna. Eat with me. Unexpectedly, she actually believed me and happily piled a bit of every dish into my bowl, filling it up like a small mountain. Eat a lot. With all that study pressure, you must get hungry fast. I'm not that hungry, no rush. The truth is, not being hungry was one thing. But Mu Yulu mostly realized that watching me eat so heartily was actually quite satisfying, and the feeling of feeding someone was quite fun. If I eat every last bit later, don't you go crying now, Nuna. I joked while tasting a piece of stir-fried tomato and eggs. The moment I looked down, my eyebrows furrowed deeply. Oh my God, Nuna. Just how much pepper did you put in this? Taste is incredibly overpowering. Just then, seeing her about to take a bite from that dish, a brilliant idea suddenly struck me, and I decisively pulled the tomato and egg plate toward myself, saying with a smile, Nuna, this dish is exactly to my taste. Let me get more rice to mix with it. You don't mind, right? Go ahead, go ahead. She fell for it and generously waved her hand. There's still plenty of food. Eat as much as you like. So I ran into the kitchen and scooped a large amount of rice onto the plate,
After mixing it thoroughly, that strange taste finally became more bearable. Not long after, the food on the table had been almost entirely finished by the two of us. I rubbed my stomach contentedly, but in the middle of that pleasant feeling, my vision suddenly blurred, and the whole world began to spin. I couldn't help but rub my eyes, muttering, "Nuna, don't panic, but on top of your head. It looks like Ultraman is fighting a little monster." "Huh? What on earth are you talking about?" Mu Yulu looked at me in confusion. To my surprise, the next second her eyes widened too, and she pointed at my head, exclaiming, "Wait, that's not right. Why is grass growing on your head? It's a whole patch of green, and it's growing more and more." She stood up and approached me step by step, reaching out as if to pluck my hair. "Don't move. I'll just pull it all out." I immediately clutched my head and cried out in pain. "Nuna, it hurts. It really hurts." "It doesn't hurt. It'll be over once I pluck it all." Just then Mrs. Wang, the housekeeper, passed by and froze at the sight. "Miss, what are you doing to your guest?" "I'm pulling the weeds off him," Mu Yulu answered confidently, even urging Mrs. Wang, "Hurry and get me some scissors. Grass on his head is growing too fast. It's so green, it's creeping me out." Mrs. Wang looked at the two of them as if they had just escaped from a mental institution. Suddenly, she thought of something. Her expression changed drastically, and she rushed to the fridge. Then, without a word, she pulled out her phone to call. "Hello, is this 120? Mid-Mountain Villa area. Please come as fast as you can. 2 people here ate undercooked mushrooms. They've both been poisoned." All I could see was the whole world spinning wildly. Finally, I sank completely into a strange and absurd dream. My head was still a mess of bizarre chaos. In the dream, my head was covered in lush green grass, where countless Ultramen were battling strangely shaped little monsters. Then I suddenly snapped my eyes open, the dream shattering like glass. The faint scent of disinfectant immediately invaded my nostrils. Everything around me was a dazzling, pure white. My gaze slowly shifted upward, and the first thing I saw was an IV bag hanging above. Following the long, thin tube down, I was shocked to see an IV needle in my hand. What's going on? I muttered to myself, did I just eat too much and fall asleep? Am I still dreaming? No way, out of nowhere. My sister, Ji Xiaoman, walked in wearing a long black coat. She immediately saw me trying to pull out the needle, and her eyebrows furrowed instantly. "Xiao Yuntao, what do you think you're doing?" "Nuna." I looked over blankly, my hand instinctively pulling back from the IV needle. "Yes." Ji Xiaoman gave a soft response and pulled up a chair to sit by my hospital bed. Her eyes were full of helplessness over her reckless brother. "You're this old and yet you end up in the hospital from mushroom poisoning. You really are something." She leaned in closer. "How are you feeling now? Are you still seeing weird things?" "Mushroom poisoning. So everything that happened wasn't a dream after all." I couldn't help but pinch myself hard. Ouch, that really hurt. Now fully awake, I answered hurriedly, "I think I'm okay now. Everything feels normal." Ji Xiaoman saw I was fully conscious and finally breathed this sigh of relief. Then her gaze landed on the person next to me, Mu Yulu, who was lying in the neighboring bed. "Is this the friend of yours from the villa area?" I nodded vigorously, a hint of pride even flickering on my face as I chuckled. "You have no idea how amazing she is, Nuna. She was last year's top science student, and a gifted student too. Daughter of the Mu family? I've heard of her." Ji Xiaoman nodded, then looked at me with a complicated expression. "You have good taste. However, if you want a future with a Mu family daughter without making something of yourself first, I'm afraid you won't stand a chance." Hearing this, a surge of determination rose within me. "Then I'll do my absolute best." Ji Xiaoman looked at us both, a flicker of nostalgia in her eyes, as if she were seeing her own younger self. Her tone shifted, becoming incredibly firm. "When it's time to take a leap, just do it. Remember, your Nuna will always have your back." By the time I left the hospital, it was already past 11 at night. It's strange, but until the moment I left, she still hadn't woken up. It wasn't until her brother, Muji, arrived to take over her care that I went home with Ji Xiaoman. What I never expected, though, was that immediately after Ji Xiaoman and I left, the sleeping beauty in the hospital bed opened her eyes. Her small face was as red as a ripe apple, her eyes filled with indescribable shame and frustration. Her first time cooking was bad enough, but to end up in the hospital with her junior was a total disaster. It was such a catastrophe, truly embarrassing. She couldn't face me or my sister, so after waking up, she had been faking sleep until now, nearly suffocating herself in the process. After getting home, I showered and flopped onto my bed. While I was debating whether to text her, see if she had woken up, my phone screen unexpectedly lit up. She had actually messaged me a few minutes ago. "Xiao Yuntao, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to land you in the hospital. I replied immediately. It's no big deal, Nuna. It was just a little mushroom poisoning. I'm already back to full strength, so don't blame yourself. Then I sent another message. But how are you feeling?
Are you doing any better?
About 10 seconds later, her reply came. I'm fine now. Let's just eat out from now on to be safe. Seeing her message, I couldn't help but laugh out loud, but my heart felt a strange, lingering warmth. The first time I ate her cooking was also the first time I got food poisoning. The first times between us were truly something to laugh and cry about. It seems it's best not to let her step into the kitchen ever again, so I typed back. Let's just eat out in the future. If you don't want to, we can have the help cook at home, or just hire a professional chef. During evening self-study, my phone suddenly vibrated in my pocket. I took it out to see it was a call from her. Why would she call me at this hour? I quickly answered, whispering, Nuna, is something wrong? I'm sorry for calling so late. Am I interrupting your studying? Her apologetic voice came from the other end. I chuckled softly, my voice melting with tenderness. It's fine. Self-study is just for homework anyway. A few minutes won't hurt at all. Then I asked, so is there something you need help with, calling me so suddenly? Silence lingered for a few seconds. Then she slowly spoke. It's about Zhao Taohua. She's sick. Could you help me look after her for a few days? The academy is taking us on a field trip to the south for painting. It'll be about 10 days. I don't trust anyone else with her.
Hearing that, I got worried.
Zhao Taohua is sick. Is it serious? It's not too bad. She wandered around campus and ate something she shouldn't have. The vet clinic really wasn't far. I stepped out of the school gate, and after walking for 7 or 8 minutes, I saw the very prominent sign. I pushed open the leaf-shaped door to find her curled up on the sofa, looking quite exhausted. On a mat not far away, Zhao Taohua was lying flat, looking completely lifeless. Nuna, I'm here. I crept closer. Mu Yulu looked up at me, and her furrowed brows finally relaxed slightly, a faint smile appearing on her lips. I hope that weekend incident didn't scramble all that knowledge in your head.
Of course not. I couldn't help but laugh, joking casually. Luckily, you went easy on me, so there weren't too many mushrooms. With that, I turned my gaze to the pale Zhao Taohua, my voice full of concern. I didn't get to ask earlier, what exactly happened to this little one? Mu Yula's voice was tinged with helplessness. Some kind person must have fed her trash, and now she has gastroenteritis. Hearing this, I feigned a stern expression. Then let her hurt a bit. It'll teach her a lesson. I was thinking the exact same thing. Surprisingly, she nodded in strong agreement. After confirming Zhao Taohua was okay, I finally felt relieved. Then my focus shifted back to her. So, when are you leaving for the trip, Nuna? In the next couple of days? My flight is at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Just then, a distinct stomach growl filled the air, breaking the silence. Stunned, I instinctively asked, Nuna, haven't you eaten dinner yet? I didn't expect that as soon as I said it, Mu Yula's cheeks immediately flushed with a deep, embarrassed pink. She quickly turned her head away, stubbornly arguing, I have. You must have misheard. Seeing her like that made me want to laugh, so I teased her. Hey, food is fuel, Nuna. Skip a meal and you'll get hungry. Everyone's stomach growls when they're hungry. No need to be shy about it. To my surprise, Mu Yulu suddenly whipped her head around, staring at me intently. That look was as if to say, is this even about hunger? This is the first time my stomach has growled in front of a boy. Have some decency. Being stared at like that made my heart skip a beat. I unconsciously sat up straighter, even my voice stuttering slightly. Senator Nuna, is something wrong? Oh no, is she angry because she's embarrassed? The thought barely crossed my mind before my survival instinct kicked in. Quickly stood up and changed my tune. Nuna, I was wrong. It's actually me who's hungry. There's a braised chicken place nearby. It's pretty good. How about I go grab a portion? Could you bear to eat a few bites with me? She finally nodded in satisfaction, a triumphant smile tugging at her lips, though she still played hard to get. Fine, even though I'm not hungry, I can have a few bites with you. As I turned to head out the door, her instructions followed me. Oh, and get double portions of potatoes, mushrooms, and glass noodles too. I stifled a laugh and replied, got it, double portions of sides. Seems like you're a big fan of braised chicken too. In a flash, once Zhao Taohua's the fourth was finished, the clock on the wall struck 11 p.m. Outside, the snow was falling more heavily. The streets were completely deserted, with even fewer cars passing by. Looking at this miserable, freezing weather, I started to feel anxious. Letting her drive back to campus this late at night, no matter how I looked at it, I couldn't be at ease. After weighing my options, I finally spoke up.
Nuna, it's snowing too hard, and the roads are slippery. It's dangerous. Why don't you wait until tomorrow? Unexpectedly, Muyulu froze for a moment, then looked down at the thick snow outside, and actually nodded. You're right. I'll find a hotel nearby to stay for the night. That's not how the script is supposed to go. I screamed inwardly, cleared my throat a few times, and mustered the courage to reveal my true intention. Nuna, would you consider staying at my place for the night? It's more comfortable than a hotel anyway, and I wouldn't feel right letting you stay alone in a hotel this late at night.
Hearing that, she gave a soft snort and shot me a meaningful glance. That look in her eyes said, I knew it. No wonder you were suddenly so caring just now. Turns out you were waiting for me right here. After saying that, she actually abandoned me, just striding forward with confidence. Just a moment ago, as I walked through the door, Muyulu shook her fist at me. If you dare to have any naughty thoughts, I'll punch you. I thought to myself that I'm quite the gentleman. So why does she keep doubting me? Not to mention we've shared a room for so long. Doesn't she trust me even a little? She didn't hesitate to give me a kick, leaving me behind as she sped up. After that, we both stopped by a supermarket. At the checkout, that familiar middle-aged lady appeared again, munching on sunflower seeds while watching a movie, one eye on me and the other staring at Muyulu. I didn't expect her to actually remember me. What was even more surprising was that she looked at us and sighed in relief. Young man, the last time you brought this beauty here, you weren't in a relationship yet, right? Now you are, aren't you? I replied without any hesitation. When the lady heard otherwise, her expression turned cold instantly. She held out a promotional item and asked casually, Want this? I just scanned the code to pay, continuing to endure those piercing glares. The lady shook her head and sighed. Young people today really can't keep up with the rhythm. Then I pushed the door open and walked in, and a wave of warm air instantly enveloped me. I quickly leaned down and from the shoe cabinet, took out the pink bunny slippers I brought for her, then slipped into my own dusty slippers. Nuna, please wear these. Muyulu widened her eyes and looked at me suspiciously. Aren't these the ones I gave you? You actually brought them here? I gave a forced laugh and waved my hand. I didn't plan for you to stay over. Really, it's just my sister visits occasionally, so I thought having women's slippers would be convenient. I was too lazy to buy new ones, so I just brought these. She nodded, seeming to believe me. Then I carefully lifted Zhao Taohua out of the box. Its complexion looked much better now. Muyulu expertly grabbed a basin to pour warm water, filled the food bowl, and changed the litter. Everything was in order. Despite appearing calm, I felt unnecessarily nervous while pouring water for her, so I scratched my head. It's getting late. You should wash up and rest early, Nuna. The bedding is all new. There are pajamas from my sisters in the closet. Feel free to choose. Muyulu drained the glass and walked toward the guest bedroom. Zhao Taohua seemed to have adapted to the new environment, quietly rubbing against my legs and letting out 2 meows. I picked it up, gently stroking its head and whispering, Don't go eating random things anymore, understand? It let out a soft cry, leaned against me, and peacefully closed its eyes. At that moment, the sound of splashing water came from the guest room. The sound was faint, yet it caused my mind to keep picturing things it shouldn't. The misty steam, a silhouette with perfect curves, droplets of water sliding down her cheeks. I swallowed hard, my heart pounding. I cleared my throat and quickly set Zhao Taohua down, then poured and gulped 2 large glasses of water to calm myself down. Just as I was about to set the glass down, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a lipstick mark on the rim. My heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this an indirect kiss? Why is this so thrilling? I lowered my head, thinking I should go take a shower too. The sound of rushing water rang out. I turned the water temperature down, closing my eyes tightly, to try and wash away the chaotic thoughts in my head. Half an hour later, I changed into my pajamas, feeling completely refreshed. It was silent outside without a sound. When I opened the bedroom door, I was torn about whether to leave Zhao Taohua in the living room or let it sleep with me. If it sleeps in my bed, it'd have to move all its food, water, and litter box in here. I was afraid Nuna would find out and get furious, so I decided to leave it in the living room. So I found a cardboard box, laid out the small new blanket I bought, then placed Zhao Taohua inside and gently stroked it. I have to get you used to this place. My heart began to flutter at that moment. What would happen next? Rest well. Good night. I had just stood up when Nuna's door suddenly opened quietly. She was wearing dark silk pajamas, her damp hair draped over her shoulders, and her fair legs looked so smooth under the light. She seemed a bit uneasy. Nuna pointed toward the fridge in the kitchen, her voice much softer than usual. I'd like some milk. I nodded. I'll warm it up for you. As I turned, Zhao Taohua crawled out of its box again. It circled Muyula's legs twice, before finally lying down at my feet. A moment later, I approached with the warm milk, gently handing it to her. Nuna, here's your milk. Thank you.
She took it carefully. The faint scent of her bath hit my nose, and it was exactly the same fragrance I was wearing.
Suddenly, I felt a bit thirsty, so I turned to pour myself a refreshing glass of cold milk. Just as I set the glass down in the living room, Nuna suddenly started coughing. I quickly put down the glass, stepped around Zhao Taohua, and hurried out of the room. Nuna, what's wrong? Nuna quickly closed the bedroom door, saying through her coughs, It's nothing. I'm about to go to sleep. You should get some rest too. Yes, good night then. Good night. The voice behind the door suddenly went silent. I put Zhao Taohua back in its box and turned on the dim nightlight. While washing my hands, my phone suddenly vibrated. What could this be so late at night? I picked up the phone, and a message from Nuna appeared on the screen. The first message had a photo attached. That made me choke on my own breath. In the photo, I was in my white pajamas standing in the kitchen, while Zhao Taohua was looking up at me, its big round eyes filled with shock. A very strange smile was hanging on its mouth. Hee hee, showing Chinling the girl crazy. Monster cat you've corrupted. Just now, Muyulu realized that she had sent the message to me by mistake, her whole face flush hot as if about to steam, her heart racing as if it were about to leap from her chest. Xiao Wandao probably hasn't seen it, right? She was extremely anxious. Seeing no reply, she thought I hadn't seen it. If he really saw it, it'd probably find a piece of tofu and bash my head against it until I'm dead. So she sighed while burying her face in her pillow. Unfortunately, her head hit the wooden bed frame. Ow, that hurts, she said while rubbing the sore spot, tears almost welling up. The soundproofing wasn't very good, and even though I didn't hear the impact, that soft moan still reached my ears, making my Adam's apple bob slightly. I looked down and muted my phone, telling myself to shower and sleep before thinking any more dirty thoughts. I'm truly a hopeless case. Just because Nuna sent a few wrong messages, it got me this excited. It's really embarrassing. So I wisely chose not to reply to the messages, acting as if I were protecting Nuna's little secret. Tonight should have been very peaceful, but ironically, both of us tossed and turned all night. Past 3 a.m., my mind was filled with images of Nuna, and feeling my throat go dry, I had to get up for a drink of water. A moment later, the guest room door creaked open. Nuna was ruffling her messy hair, looking quite dazed. For the first time in 18 years, she was suffering from insomnia, still wide awake in the middle of the night. She seemed to be going crazy with her advanced math homework. Taking a deep breath, she walked toward the dining area. Under the dim light, I was gulping down water, my Adam's apple moving up and down continuously. She blinked in surprise. Zhao Wandao, you're not asleep yet. I replied huskily. I just woke up. I was thirsty, so I got up for a drink before going back to bed. Nuna, would you like some water too? She felt a bit guilty, avoiding my gaze as she nodded. Yeah, right? I'm feeling a bit thirsty and wanted some water too. Then let me pour some for you. I took a clean glass, filled it, and handed it over. Here you go, Nuna. Thank you. As she reached for it, her cold fingers brushed against mine, and that warmth felt like an electric shock. Instinctively, she wanted to pull back, but she managed to stay calm, her gaze shifting to the glass. She tilted her head back to take small sips. I secretly rubbed my thumb against the finger she had just touched. At that same moment, I noticed the strap of her summer nightgown had slipped down. Feeling a patch of her snowy shoulder and her delicate collarbone was clearly visible before me. One of the black spaghetti straps had fallen, glimpsing her smooth, fragile skin. Seeing this in the middle of the night was truly unbearable. I hurriedly averted my eyes. I swallowed hard, not daring to look further. Nuna, I'll go back to sleep now. Good night. Good night. I carefully closed my door, threw back the covers, and lay down. But after just a few seconds, I opened my eyes again. It felt like something was moving under the blanket. I pulled the covers back to check. Fluffy Zhao Taohua had hopped onto my stomach at some point. Meow! It looked at me and cried out, fun. Then just stretched out and fell asleep without any ceremony. Fun. This boy crazy cat really has no sense of personal space. I couldn't help but ruffle its head. The culprit behind my insomnia tonight turned out to be this little thing right here. I carefully pulled the blanket back up, feeling like the long night was both eternal and fleeting. I had finally started to feel drowsy when my phone's alarm started blaring loudly. It's not even the weekend today. So annoying. I haven't slept a wink all night. I won't be able to focus on anything at school today. I picked up my phone to message Mr. Zhao looming. Last night, I was so excited doing my schoolwork that I stayed up far too late. I'm not feeling very well now. I'd like to request the morning off. As expected, Mr. Zhao approved it immediately and told me to get some proper rest. You don't even have to come in this afternoon. I thought that if Yan Huaigang knew about this special treatment, he'd probably go crazy. With my leave granted, I felt relieved and set an alarm for 11:30 a.m. I tossed the phone aside and fell into a deep sleep. The alarm went off, and I sat up, rubbing my throbbing head. Nuna is probably awake by now. Since I already took the day off, I might as well have lunch with her and see her off at the airport. I wanted to make the most of the time before she left, seeing her for as long as possible. Zhao Taohua had been awake for a while, meowing around me on the bed, its tail lightly brushing my arm. In comparison, this cat was full of energy, while I looked haggard, as if all my life force had been drained. I smiled and stroked it. "Good morning, little one. You're hungry, aren't you?" I opened the door to wash up, and Zhao Taohua dashed out, running straight to its water bowl and food dish. I finished changing and came out to serve the little majesty. Her door was still tightly shut. Nuna really is a lazy cat. She still hadn't woken up, so I knocked and called softly. "Nuna, are you awake yet? It's time to get up." A sleepy, coquettish voice drifted out from the room. "Wandao, I was up all night and didn't sleep well. I've only just fallen asleep. Let me sleep a little longer, please." My heart suddenly skipped a beat. This was the first time I'd heard Nuna acting so cute. I checked the clock and decided to let it be. If she wanted to sleep, I'd let her. I had planned on eating out together, but now I'll just show off my skills in the kitchen, so she can sleep a bit more. Suddenly it hit me. Was Nuna also suffering from insomnia last night? Was it because of me? A sweet feeling welled up in my heart. I hurried into the kitchen. The ingredients in the fridge were still very fresh. The housekeeper had just restocked everything over the weekend, so I had a new plan. In half an hour, I could make sour and spicy potato shreds, mapo tofu, and sweet and sour ribs. Everything was put into the pots to cook. I tightened my apron and got to work. At 12:08 p.m., I brought 3 dishes and hot rice to knock on the guest room door. "Nuna, don't sleep anymore. If you don't wake up now, you'll miss your flight this afternoon." "I won't make it." Her mind was a mess, but she suddenly snapped awake, sat up, and touched her hand. Just now, Mu Yulu's face lit up completely. Of course. The little incident from last night had vanished. Amidst the bustle and the delicious food, the stir-fried chicken wings are quite good. The salted eggs are also seasoned perfectly. Amazing. It's way beyond my cooking level. There's not much time left. Her praise made me feel ecstatic inside. All the food and drinks were completely polished off. The dishwasher and the smart robot in the house helped clean everything up, so neither of us had to lift a finger. Properly dressed, I called a taxi with Nuna. I kept her car keys and called a driving service to take her car back home for her. On the way, she looked at me with suspicion, as if I were hiding something. "Seeing me off at the airport like this, are you just using it as an excuse to skip school this afternoon?" I immediately protested. "That's not it at all." Then I laughed it off with a grin. "It's just that I can't bear to be away from you, so I wanted to look at you a few more times." My words were light, but my heart was sincere. She gave me a look, and then turned to look out the window. I saw that Nuna's ears had already turned bright red. She really is so adorable. The car stopped at the airport, and I looked at her sleeping soundly on my shoulder, momentarily speechless. While we were driving, her head had started nodding. I truly couldn't bear it, so I shifted closer to let her lean on my shoulder. Eventually, the time for parting came, so I gently tapped her shoulder. "Nuna, we're at the airport. Wake up." She looked up dazed, appearing not yet fully awake, and we both got out of the car. The cold wind blew against her face, making her shiver, and she finally woke up completely. Realizing that she had actually been sleeping soundly on my shoulder, Mu Yula's face flushed slightly, and neither of us spoke for the rest of the way. A while later, a group of students laughing and talking appeared before us. Her 2 roommates waved excitedly. "Lulu, over here!" I smiled and said, "Nuna, you found your friends, so I won't go over there." Everything from the bar last time was still vivid in my mind. Moreover, since her whole class was here this time, if someone decided to cause trouble, I would definitely get caught up in it. And Nuna would probably feel even more awkward. Take good care of Zhao Taohua. Until next time. Until next time. We looked at each other, feeling a bit sad for no clear reason. It had clearly been less than 10 days, and usually, meeting once a week considered a lot. And yet, it made me feel like I couldn't bear to leave her. I even wanted to keep her here or just go along with her. The girl across from me felt the same way. Mu Yulu stared at me, her heart suddenly aching. Having flown back and forth like this for years, she was well accustomed to saying goodbye. But this was the first time she felt so reluctant to part. She tried to suppress her emotions, giving a slight wave. "Well, I'm off then. Bye. Goodbye."
Watching her back as she turned to rejoin her roommates, I stayed put, watching for a few moments more. The roommates turned back and saw me, nodding politely and greeting while looking suspicious,
then looking back at Nuna again. Finally, I also turned to leave. My heart suddenly felt strangely empty. Muyula's two roommates were certainly experienced, and clearly they hadn't forgotten me. Now, with one on each side, grabbed her wrists to interrogate her and force a confession. "Yulu, what's going on here?" The girl with a high ponytail gave a mischievous smile, while her friend with short frizzy hair wouldn't be outdone. "Isn't that the guy Chin Ling was talking about? The one 185 centimeters tall with six-pack abs." Muyula's face turned bright red. "Don't talk nonsense. I only think of him as a little brother." The lingering feeling from just now had also faded away somewhat. But does she understand what a close little brother really means? Young people today really play it bold. "Jo Huilin, do you want to get beaten?" Muyulu reached out to grab the other girl's neck, and they started playfully chasing each other around. The frizzy-haired girl kept staring at her, her smile becoming even more cunning. "Yulu, you're still wearing the same clothes as yesterday. I remember you never wear the same outfit 2 days in a row. And you were just with that handsome little brother. Did you stay over at his place last night?" She chased after her friend, her expression changing slightly, stopping and shouting in embarrassment. "You guys are going too far. Friendship ends here. Contact me through a message in a bottle if you need anything." I didn't see this scene, but in her class, Muyulu was the universally recognized class beauty. On the school forum, she was a top candidate in the freshman campus queen vote. Wherever she went, she attracted all eyes, and many boys saw me and thought to themselves, could it be the campus queen is already taken? That unfamiliar boy's face surely can't be him. Our schoolmates will have to scour the confession wall tonight. Even if they have to dig to the roots, they'll find out who he is. Of course, I had no idea about any of this. As I left the airport, I looked around with a heavy heart. 10 days, the next 10 days. Zhao Taohua and I both had heavy moods, when suddenly, a figure in front of me, panting for breath, blocked my path. "Handsome young man, please wait a moment." I saw a woman wearing sunglasses, with long, wavy, wine-red hair, wearing an unbuttoned trench coat. I was a bit dazed, but still asked politely, "Can I help you with something?" She smiled, held up the camera in her hand, and said, "I just snapped a series of photos, and some of you and your girlfriend look really good. I'd like to include them in my collection of works. If you don't want them, I can delete them right now." And my face flushed slightly, and I chuckled to myself, "So that's how it is. Then could you let me see them first?" She immediately opened the photos to show me. "This is the one, and there are 2 more after it." Our backs didn't take up much of the frame. In the photo, the 2 were standing amidst the crowd, passing through the airport, their eyes locked. A sense of lingering longing filled the air. It's a beautiful shot, as if it holds some kind of fated feeling. In the next 2 photos, one showed me and Senior walking shoulder to shoulder. Even though it wasn't a deliberate joint photo, the 2 of us somehow ended up in the shot perfectly in sync. The other one was after we parted, with Senior walking ahead, while I stood there, a faint, bittersweet smile on my face. Come to think of it, Senior and I don't even have a single official photo together yet. I looked at the woman in front of me and said, "I really like these photos. You don't need to delete them, could you perhaps?" At this moment, this little incident didn't bother me. After getting in the car, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up in my heart. I originally planned to take a nap, but ended up staying awake the whole afternoon, unable to sleep. Finally, I settled Zhao Taohua in. I put on my backpack and headed back to school. I was absent the whole morning, and the loneliest person was Yan Huigang. He stared at me as if he wanted to interrogate me. "Yun Tao, where did you go after taking the morning off?" "I just overslept, so I decided to sleep a bit longer." I replied calmly, but when Yan Huigang heard I overslept, "It's normal for anyone to oversleep, but a kid like you actually dared to oversleep. Tell me the truth. You left early last night and you still overslept today. Where did you go and what did you do last night?" "Where else could I go? I just went home to study." I kept explaining calmly, but he clearly didn't believe me. He leaned in close and sniffed me for a while, suddenly jumped up with a look of pure agony. "Yun Tao, you smell strange. Spill it. Which girl has been messing with you?" Immediately, the busybodies around us turned their heads to look. The ones in the back were even more excited, looking at me with questioning eyes. "Well done, Xiao Yun Tao. Usually you look so detached from the world. Turns out you've been hiding a girl. Come on, spill the beans. I don't know why I came to this godforsaken place." And then there's Yan Huigang's dog nose. Senior only leaned on my shoulder for a bit, and yet he could still smell it. I quickly pushed everyone away, trying to hide my annoyance as I stepped aside. "Go away, stop messing around. Are you guys crazy? I just washed my hair before coming here. Shampoo smells just like this." I offered this excuse with total confidence,
All the toiletries at home are from the same brand. Scent Senior used last night is similar to mine, so if you don't believe me, go ask. Yan Huigang wouldn't give up and took another sniff, looking reluctant but somewhat satisfied as he pondered. Heh, it does seem to be the same, as long as you're not picking up girls behind my back. People around us relaxed once they heard that. Hey bro,
If you're rich, I'm just jealous at most. But if you actually have a girlfriend, then this is a huge deal. With the crisis averted, I breathed a sigh of relief and patted Yan Huigang on the shoulder. By the way, fatty, you still haven't decided which school to apply to, right? I thought of a place that really suits you, seriously. Let's hear it. Yan Huigang got excited, and I gave him a bright smile. Police Academy is perfect for you. The job is stable, and there will definitely be a spot for you. Really? His eyes lit up and he looked thrilled. With my good looks, the country should make use of me. When I put on that uniform, criminals will be scared out of their wits. I shook my head solemnly. Being a policeman isn't for you. Besides being a policeman, what else does the police academy offer? He asked innocently, and I grinned, showing my white teeth. A canine unit. With your dog-like sense of smell, it would be a massive loss for humanity if you didn't become a police dog. Pfft, ha ha ha. The room erupted in laughter, and everyone gave a thumbs up. I'm voting for Yun Tao. I'm voting for the K9 dog. Who knew that Yun Tao, who usually looks so sweet, could be so lethally sarcastic? Yan Huigang blushed and threw a punch at my chest. Oh, you little fish, you dare mess with me. Behold my sky-shaking, thunder-crashing hammer. You rebellious son, you dare raise a hand against your father. I reacted quickly and dodged, dexterously slipping past the table and bolting out of the classroom. Yan Huigang chased after me in a rage, but he wasn't fast enough, only able to yell out, Xiao Yun Tao, if I don't teach you a lesson today, then I'll take your last name. Sure thing, Yan Huigang. Hurry up, the rice is waiting. On the first day Senior was gone, I already started to miss her. On the second day, I missed her even more. In the middle of studying, I suddenly dazed off for a moment, realizing Friday is coming soon and winter break is near. Yan Huigang was also starting to feel restless, and he nudged me. Yun Tao, what are you thinking about? I replied nonchalantly. What are we eating tonight? In this cold weather, hot pot is a must. A new experience-style hot pot restaurant just opened near my place. I heard it's really unique. Let's go try it out. Plus, studying all day has made my neck and back sore, so I'll take you for a massage too. Yan Huigang winked and chuckled suggestively. The kid in the front row's eyes lit up. A massage? Where are the technicians from? Is it a proper place? The group behind patted him and asked, Is she pretty? If she's top tier, we're coming along too. Yan Huigang gave them a side eye. The technicians are professional. Visually impaired men, you guys. Why do you have such dirty minds every single day? Are your IDs even at the age of majority yet? Do you think you can even get into adult places? I'm so pure, it's you guys who are corrupting me. I nodded. As long as it's a decent place where I can relax, then sign me up. Let's just say I'm treating, but you're paying. The two next to me put me in a headlock and grinned mischievously. Hey Yun Tao, I heard your secret fund has been quite full lately, so it's only right that you take us along. Friday night. Yan Huigang dragged us into an alleyway, to a rather ordinary-looking massage parlor. The technicians inside were just as he described. All of them were visually impaired men, and their skills were incredible. Within minutes, the four of us, weary from sitting too long, cried out in unison, letting out groans of pure satisfaction one by one. Our faces were filled with absolute bliss. As we left, I adjusted my belt, feeling completely revitalized. My whole body felt light, as if I were floating. Just as we reached the door, we saw a guy kidnapping a child. Good heavens, I didn't think anyone would dare commit such a crime right now. He's really asking for it. Yan Huigang muttered under his breath, and the four of us looked at each other, a powerful sense of justice surging within us. Let's put the hot pot and everything else aside. We all turned as one and rushed to chase after that dark figure. No matter how fast the man carrying the child ran, he couldn't outrun four teenagers in their prime at 17 and 18. Yan Huigang knew the streets in this area well and led us through a shortcut to intercept him. Old Jiang, old Yan, stay right behind me. Yun Tao and I will take the shortcut to cut him off, all right? In the cold wind, the teens were panting from the exertion. I don't know how far we've chased him, but the man finally ran out of steam. Carrying the child, he skidded to a halt at a three-way intersection. The four of us blocked two of the paths, while at the third turn, a tricycle was slowly approaching. It was a middle-aged man who joined in after hearing the cries for help. He looked much more experienced than us. Great. Why did you stop? I stood with my hands on my hips, panting heavily. Being in senior year, I sit around all day, so just this short run has left me completely exhausted. The others were in even worse shape. Some were hunched over, Others leaned against poles, gasping for air. Yan Huagang was as worn out as a dog, yet he didn't forget to curse at the scumbag who dared touch a child. "Why aren't you running anymore? Don't like running?" The man's eyes darted around, his expression grim. Busybody. He scanned behind me and Yan Huagang. I grinned, smiling at the middle-aged man not far away. Then I turned back to look at the man my friends had already roughed up a bit. I cracked my wrists. "Hey, fatty, drag him into that alley. It's cold lately. Let's get some exercise to warm up. Let's stretch our muscles together." Yan Huagang looked up at me, utterly astonished. "Yuntao, I can't believe those words actually came out of your mouth." "That's so unlike you." I chuckled. "I've never encountered this kind of scum before. My wallet didn't allow me to play the hero back then. But now, even if I beat him to a pulp, I can afford the compensation, and no one would dare say a word to me." The three of them holding the man gave me a thumbs up. So cool. My bravery tonight made them see me in a whole new light. Before long, the alley echoed with miserable screams. The middle-aged man, besides comforting the child, also helped keep watch outside. 7 or 8 minutes later, police sirens were heard. The man called out, "That's enough now. If you boys keep hitting him, you'll end up in handcuffs too." Hearing that, the four of us stopped immediately. 2 of them grabbed the man's legs and dragged him to the alley entrance. The child had stopped crying, and the man gently told him, Han Han, if anyone asks you later, just say the bad man tripped and fell on his own, okay?" He fell. The child became less afraid and more outspoken. The man nodded and smiled kindly. "That's right. Han Han is so smart." He pointed toward the 4 of us. "These are the nice big brothers, remember?" The child grinned and pointed at me. "You're a good person." All 4 teens broke into bright smiles, and I gave the man a thumbs up. "You're awesome, sir." When the police car stopped, Han Han had memorized what the man told him. The boy's mother rushed over and hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Han Han wiped her tears and said obediently, "Mom, please don't cry." Then he pointed at us. "Mom, good people." Then he pointed at the man lying half dead on the ground, his small face full of anger. "Bad man, ugly man." The mother tried to hold back her emotions, bowing repeatedly to thank us. To be honest, when we were hitting that guy, we didn't hold back at all. The police officers began taking statements, and seeing us surrounding the battered man, they asked in surprise, "What happened to his face?" Yan Huigang's eyes darted around as he instantly cooked up a lie. He ditched the kid and tried to run, but he accidentally tripped and fell face first into the ground. We all stood in a row, nodding, though it was completely unbelievable. But no one cared. When it comes to human traffickers, everyone wants to give them a beating. Everyone turned a blind eye to it, but that meant the hot pot dinner was ruined. We were taken to the police station for statements, learning that we were all good students, and since it was late, the police thoughtfully asked our parents to pick us up. First to arrive was Yan Huigang's mother. Knowing her son had just done a good deed, she chatted and laughed warmly with the police, her face beaming with a pride as bright as a blooming flower. That kid is definitely getting a big reward tonight. The other 2 parents had similar reactions. As for me, I let out a long sigh, since the phone number I gave was for eldest sister. Everyone at home is so busy, and with the distance being quite far, I'll probably have to wait a while. Luckily, I've gotten close to Ji Xiaomin, so I don't feel too bad about bothering her. A while later, the door pushed open. A woman in a trench coat, with long, wavy burgundy hair, hurried inside. "Hello, officer. I'm Xiao Yuntao's sister. I'm here to pick him up." I looked up in surprise. The person who came wasn't Ji Xiaomin, but the woman I met at the airport yesterday. The one with the antler avatar and a passion for photography. At that moment, my heart tightened slightly. Third sister Ji Xiaomin, so she had come back early. The elegant beauty with long black hair from that PowerPoint presentation was a completely different person from her. Beauty in front of me shifted her gaze, and my spine went stiff. I forced a nervous smile. "Hi, third sister, we meet again." After Ji Xiaomin glanced at me, she led me to the car. Before long, the car stopped at the complex entrance, and I stepped out with Zhao Taohua in my arms. The little one had been cooped up all day, and gave a pitiful meow as soon as it heard my voice. It was so cold outside that it could only nuzzle into my chest for warmth. "Get back in the car where it's warm." Zhao Taohua suddenly leaped from my arms. Ji Xiaomin was momentarily stunned. "You're keeping a cat too. This one isn't mine." The 2 kittens were already snatched away by eldest sister, so I only get to see them on weekend nights. Having Zhao Taohua here makes me feel better. Its owner, whom you met yesterday, the kitty had a stomachache, so I'm helping look after it for a few days. The car had only gone a few meters before she slammed on the brakes. She looked at me as if she'd seen a ghost. "Who did you say took those 2 cats?" "Eldest sister." Speaking of Sister Man-Man's tricks, I started rattling on incessantly. Eldest sister told me to bring 2 cats home. It's all thanks to Zhao Taohua.
I thought she didn't like cats at first and intended to raise them myself, but later I discovered that eldest sister actually quite likes cats. Whenever I think about eldest sister finding out my secret about liking cats, then shamelessly kidnapping them right in front of me, I couldn't help but sigh. Now the cats won't even come near me, and they just cling to her all the time, right? If I had known this, I would have come home sooner. Ji Xiaomin raised an eyebrow, curiosity playing in her eyes. I chuckled to myself. Third sister really has a sharp tongue. Returning to the Ji family home, this was the first time I'd seen everyone gathered together like this. From Ji Boda and Wu Lianxian to Ji Xiaomin, Ji Xiaoyu, and the newly arrived Ji Xiaomin. Even though it was a family, there was a sense of distance everywhere. I politely greeted everyone. Ji Xiaomin only called Ji Xiaomin's sister, completely ignoring everyone else. Yun Tao, I heard your third sister had to pick you up from the police station. What happened? Wu Lianxian didn't pay much attention to Ji Xiaomin's cold attitude. Since she didn't even care about her own father, no one bothered to deal with that look on her face. On the other hand, her son being taken to the station had her worried sick since earlier. I awkwardly scratched my head. It was nothing, really. I was out with friends when we ran into some human traffickers and stepped in to help, so I was just invited to give a statement. I see, that's good then. Wu Lianxian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Boda seemed to be in a pretty good mood today. Even though his 3 daughters didn't pay him any mind, he didn't seem to care at all. He praised me a few times and told everyone to eat. I hadn't eaten since noon and was so hungry that my stomach was practically touching my spine, leaving me with no room for idle thoughts, so I just buried my head and ate heartily. Ji Xiaoyu was the first to finish eating. She stood up, looked at me, and said slowly, "Xiao Lu, bring the practice papers you finished this week to my office later." "Yes, I understand." I nodded in response. Ji Xiaomin glanced at me with a hint of surprise. The relations in this family were inherently quite cold, with the 5 sisters only connected through the eldest. I didn't expect that I could gain the affection of both eldest sister and fourth sister at the same time, which was truly a rare occurrence. Sensing her gaze, I gave a bashful smile and went back to eating. By the time I was full and left the dining room, I was the only one left. Just as I entered the living room, I realized Zhao Taohua had vanished, and even Kun Kun and Nao Nao were nowhere to be found. Don't tell me eldest sister is managing the cats too. I quickly messaged Ji Xiaoman. "Eldest sister, did you take Zhao Taohua with you too?" Ji Xiaoman replied very quickly. I didn't really care either way. But once that little one saw Kun Kun and Nao Nao, it wouldn't stop tugging at my pants. So I had no choice but to bring it upstairs. She even attached a photo as proof. Doesn't Zhao Taohua love me the most? So how could it leave me and run after eldest sister like that? Whatever, that fickle little cat is just chasing a pretty face. Eldest sister, Zhao Taohua just had a stomachache and was discharged 2 days ago. Please don't feed it any jerky or snacks. Thank you for looking after it tonight. Ji Xiaomin quickly replied, "Okay." I strolled upstairs and checked my phone, but there were still no messages from Senior. I thought to myself, leaving her precious girl in my hands is truly a sign of total trust. But that's all right. I can definitely be the one to reach out first. "Senior, I did something big today. Quick, give me some praise, hee hee." Senior replied pretty fast. I had just finished changing into my pajamas when a question mark flashed across the screen. I just rescued a child from some human traffickers, and even the police officers praised me. The boy's mother even wanted to give us an award, but we ended up turning it down. Hee hee. Don't you think I was great, Senior? It's nothing much. Senior messaged back with a shy icon. The process must have been really tough, right? Did you get hurt anywhere? Senior is worried about me, and my face lit up. Don't you know my strength by now? I just had to throw one kick and that guy went flying, giving him absolutely no chance to fight back. As for the part where I was running until I was breathless, well, save that for later. It was just a brief update from me. Senior messaged, "You were amazing." She sent me a bunch of stars and words of praise. Even such simple praise set me over the moon. Then a money transfer notification suddenly appeared in the chat. Senior transferred 666 yuan to me. Note, this great master is truly incredible. Please accept my deepest bow. I couldn't stop myself from grinning from ear to ear. My senior just gave me a reward. I'm officially someone who gets red envelopes from my crush now. It's even more than Yan Huigang's 520 amount. My heart is fluttering and my hands are trembling. I hesitated about sending the money back, but in the end, I didn't return a single cent. I jumped for joy right then and there, and gave myself a loud slap on the cheek. My senior has already acted heroically for me once. She transferred 66,666 yuan to me. She's truly a goddess senior. She spoils me way too much. I rub my slapped cheek, grinning like a complete idiot. This time, I carefully opened the interface, eyes wide, and quickly tapped to accept the money. Then I took a screenshot immediately. He. Thank you so much, Nuna. Are you having fun sketching outdoors? I'm doing fine. I originally intended to send a small red envelope and buy you a reward gift some other day. Look, if you like money that much, it's even simpler. She transferred another 88,888 yuan to me. Note, a reward for Zhao Yuntao's heroic deed. Yuntao, I suddenly feel like money isn't that attractive anymore. It's not like I'm lacking a few 100,000 yuan. A gift chosen by her personally would be much more meaningful. After receiving the money, I took another screenshot, and then I transferred it back to her. An amount of 188,888 yuan. Note, Xiao Yuntao prefers Nuna's gifts more. I'm really looking forward to your gift. Alright, I'll pick out a gift for you next time I'm out shopping. Look at her accepting the money. Then I sent her the photos my third sister took. My senior was stunned as soon as she opened the photos. The first one was of us looking at each other at the airport. That photo had been edited, with the surrounding crowds specially blurred out. It felt like in the long river of time, amidst the bustling flow of people. Only two people met as if by destiny, with only eyes for each other. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. As if possessed, she saved the photo, and even set it as her phone wallpaper. After doing all that, she slowly replied, "Who took this? It's beautiful." I looked at the photo with a silly grin. Truly, she lives up to her reputation as a professional photographer. My third sister's skills are truly top-notch. Speaking of my third sister, it's a bit surreal. She intercepted me at the airport yesterday, saying she really liked the set of photos she just took and asked if she could keep them. I didn't expect her to pick me up from the police station today, too. We've only met twice. With an opening like this, I'm afraid I'll be seen as a good-for-nothing. My senior was dazed. Your third sister is back. The first time meeting was when you were kidnapping her brother. So how could there be a good impression? My senior didn't expect. My first reaction to be about this. How did your third sister treat you today? My senior thought for a moment, slowly typing out a few words. I replied with a voice message very quickly. It was okay. Since we didn't know each other before, we didn't have much to say. Did she have any thoughts on me taking you to the airport? No, she didn't. She just finished editing this photo and sent it to me. Actually, my sisters weren't very close before. Everyone kept a very clear distance, and their personalities are somewhat cold. My senior breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Looking at the wet painting beside her, she felt like all her inspiration had vanished. So she'd just continue painting another day. After finishing the chat with my senior, I went to the 5th floor to find my 4th sister to ask for help with my studies. When I came downstairs, it was already late at night. Before sleeping, I suddenly remembered a major task yet to be done. I solemnly took out my phone to find Yan Huigang. I sent 3 screenshots over WeChat immediately, without even bothering to write a single word. I just wanted him to see that his 520 was complete garbage compared to this. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, messages on my phone started popping up frantically. The pleasant notification sound rang incessantly. I bet Yan Huigang is feeling absolutely ecstatic right now. I climbed into bed satisfied, tucked myself in, and closed my eyes to enter dreamland. Zhao Taohua suddenly stopped following me around. For the entire 2 precious weekend days, I didn't see the little cat's face even once. Every morning when I woke up and went downstairs, the helper would always inform me as they brought breakfast that Zhao Taohua and the eldest sister had already left for work. On such a beautiful weekend, Zhao Taohua would rather go out than lie in my lap while I did my homework. On Sunday afternoon, Ji Xiaoman came home early. I was sitting in the living room reading while waiting for dinner. As soon as I saw Zhao Taohua, I immediately put my book down and waved excitedly. Zhao Taohua, come here for a hug. The cat that usually clung to me as soon as it saw me, this time just turned its head to look at me out of the corner of its eye before walking gracefully straight into that giant posh cat bed. On Friday when she first arrived, weren't things still perfectly fine? In just 2 short days, Zhao Taohua has already had a change of heart. I looked up at Ji Xiaoman in bewilderment. Has Zhao Taohua met some handsome tomcat these past few days? There are no handsome guys, but there are plenty of girls who are obsessed with its looks. Ji Xiaoman said nonchalantly, it's all thanks to Zhao Taohua. In the past, my subordinates would hope to never have to set foot inside my office. But these last 2 days have been something else. They've been running back and forth 3 or 4 times a day. I've never been bothered this much before. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ji Xiaoman continued, it's fine. I'll take it with me tomorrow morning. That way, my life will return to peace. I imagined the eldest sister being constantly pestered, suppressed a laugh, and asked further. I asked again. I remember you said Zhao Taohua's owner would be gone for 10 days. I nodded. That's right. Only 4 days have passed. They'll be back next weekend. Ji Xiaoman gave a satisfied smile. You only have 4 months left until graduation. You have the biology competition coming up too, right?
It's okay. The pressure is just a bit higher. I nodded in confirmation. The things Fourth Sister is teaching me go far beyond the 3-year high school curriculum. Taking in so much new knowledge, it's only normal to feel tired. In that case, just leave Zhao Taowo with me. I'll help you share some of that pressure. No way, Nuna. If you do that, you're driving this young man into a corner. You've already lured a bunch of kittens, and now you're aiming for Zhao Taowo too. I think Zhao Taowo seems to want to follow me more. I gave a forced laugh. Every night I have to report this little guy's situation to my senior, both to stay in touch and to impress her. Ji Xiaoman looked at me with an enigmatic smile. Then why don't you try calling it once and see if it even bothers to answer?
That's not hard at all. I confidently assumed Zhao Taowo was only being cold because it was sulking. I called out sweetly, Zhao Taowo. There was no feline response. The cat bed remained silent without a trace of movement. Ji Xiaoman glanced at me, crossed her arms, and calmly called out softly, Zhao Taowo. Ow. An immediate response. It proactively approached and affectionately rubbed against Ji Xiaoman's leg. It looked up, wagging its tail, looking like it preferred her way more. Ji Xiaoman smiled with satisfaction and picked up Zhao Taowo. The 2 other little kittens followed closely behind. The family of 4 entered the elevator to go upstairs,
leaving me alone with the melody of snowflakes fluttering echoing in my head. The desolation of the north wind. Isn't Zhao Taowo female? Shouldn't she like handsome guys more? Why is she abandoning me now? And so decisively at that. Feeling sorry for myself, I opened WeChat to seek comfort. Nuna, Zhao Taowo has had a change of heart. She doesn't love me anymore. I miserably spammed Mu Yulu with messages. She was eating dinner at the time. Seeing the messages, she replied with a bewildered question mark. I immediately lodged my complaint. Ever since bringing that little one home, she's been clinging to my eldest sister for the past 2 days. No matter how I call, she doesn't even bother to look back. I bet tomorrow she'll jump straight into my sister's arms. She won't follow me anymore, it's just too cruel. For the first time, I feel like this winter is so cold. Mu Yulu, in the middle of her meal, suddenly choked and coughed. She sent a voice message immediately. Cough, cough, what's going on? Doesn't she like you the most? I don't know either. I replied with a very pitiful tone. Finally, Mu Yulu spoke. Tell me everything that happened over the past 2 days from start to finish. I obediently recounted the whole story. A few minutes later, she messaged back. I don't see any problem at all. Just focus on your studies. I turned off my phone. On that girl's face, a radiant smile appeared. She wouldn't tell me for a long time. Zhao Taowo likely knows I've been secretly keeping other cats behind its back. She's jealous. This time I missed the golden window to coax her. By the time she comes back, I'll be the odd one out. In the once-tight duo of 1 human and 1 cat. The kind that has neither a cat nor the senior girl. I feel like life is just too freezing, right at this moment. Shh, fatty, don't say anything. Can't you see your father here is heartbroken? I turned around, my voice tinged with a hint of resentment. Unexpectedly, Yan Huaigong smirked deviously and suddenly put me in a headlock. Coincidentally, I'm feeling pretty annoyed myself. Spit out those 100,000 yuan from my goddess right now. And then at least one of us will be less miserable. This statement contained way too much shocking information. People nearby immediately pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. Even Wang Yu, who had been listless and sluggish lately, and rarely appeared before me, also suddenly spun around and stared at me without blinking. Just as I felt a bad omen, the homeroom teacher suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Xiao Yuntao, Yan Huigong, and Yao, Zhang Zicheng, 4 of you, come to the office to see me for a moment. The 4 of us walked out of the classroom, amidst questioning glances. Everyone was originally dazed, not understanding a thing. But just as we stepped into the office, seeing the woman standing inside, I understood everything instantly. I wondered to myself, we clearly didn't leave our names back then. So how did this lady find us all the way here? As soon as the woman saw us, her face brightened up immediately. You helpful students, we meet again. Ma'am, how is little Han Han doing? I spoke up with a smile, appearing to be the most composed one. The other 3 were usually most terrified of being called to the office. Just stepping inside made them feel awkward and clumsy all over. The woman's eyes were full of gratitude. It's so fortunate that you protected him so well. I originally intended to let Han Han rest at home, but unexpectedly he insisted on going to school this morning, so I've already taken him to kindergarten. It was the right thing to do, ma'am. It's nothing. The 4 of us nodded bashfully. The subject teachers standing nearby also couldn't help but offer endless words of praise. Yan Huaigang and the others had never received such treatment before. Their faces all turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Immediately after, the woman took out 4 prepared commemorative banners from her bag and handed them personally to each of us. The banners weren't large, but for us, young people, it was a boundless honor. "We really can't accept this, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am." We looked at each other and winked playfully, flashing extremely radiant smiles. Right then, the homeroom teacher Zhao Luming smiled kindly and patted our shoulders in encouragement. "Well done. You've brought glory to our school. The school is very proud of you. Therefore, during next week's flag-raising ceremony, the school will give you a special commendation. Each of you should prepare a short 3-minute speech. I have faith in you." Smiles on our faces froze instantly. Even the smile at the corner of mouth suddenly became stiff. Zhang Zecheng, a top-tier social phobe, swallowed hard, his legs trembling. "Teacher, can I please not give a speech? Facing thousands of teachers and students, the mere thought of it makes me feel suffocated." Zhao Luming gave an incredibly gentle smile. "That's not an option." I suddenly rolled my eyes and immediately used a diversion tactic. "Teacher Zhao, could I possibly take a sick leave next Monday?" Of course. Zhao Luming looked at me, his gaze becoming even more affectionate. He even handily passed me a cup of tea. "Here, wait until after the flag-raising ceremony is over. Then you can pack your backpack and go home to fully recover and recuperate." Han's mother, standing nearby, had to hold back her laughter until her face turned red. She tried to maintain a serious expression. "Oh, you 4 students, it seems I've caused more trouble for you again. But since you are all so talented, I'm sure these things won't be a problem for you." All 4 of us were completely speechless. "Oh, ma'am, could you please stop laughing before you talk to us?" These 4 commemorative banners caused quite a stir in the class. Throughout that day, except for me, the other 3 were called on by teachers during class with a surging frequency. By evening, the whole group was sprawled on their desks looking lifeless, looking as pathetic as if they'd just been squeezed dry of all energy. During the long break after meals, when the weather was still warm, I surely would have gone with the boys for milk tea or walked around the stadium. But now that it's bone-chillingly cold, I decided to head straight to the multi-purpose classroom to focus on preparing for the upcoming academic competition. Before long, someone suddenly appeared beside me. It was Wang Yu. She smiled and pushed a small cake toward me as a friend's way of congratulating me for doing a good deed and being praised. And even receiving a commemorative banner. I didn't even bother to give it a glance. "Thanks, but I don't like sweets. You should take it back." Since she had been rejected by me so many times, she was already quite used to it and quietly put the cake away. Finally, she revealed her true purpose. "Let's cooperate. I've also registered for the biology competition. The 2 of us helping each other out might lead to better exam results." To prove her capabilities, she even took a secret guide out of her backpack and generously pushed it in front of me. This is a predicted question set from a top teacher that my mother spent a lot of money to acquire. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. Feel free to look through it. I looked up and skimmed through it once, then leisurely pulled from my desk drawer an identical set of questions. "Sorry, I already have this set and I'm almost finished with it." I stared at her, emphasizing every word. "Wan Yue, you might not even understand the things I'm studying right now, so I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to help each other. If you really want to study for the exam, it's best to find a private tutor to be safe. What do you think?" Wang Yue immediately got flustered. "How can that be? Although I don't get a perfect score in biology every time like you. At most, I only lose 4 or 5 points. The commotion on this side caused quite a stir. A student sitting nearby, who had a fairly good relationship with me, couldn't help but look up. "Wang Yue, our biology scores are about the same. If you want to team up with Xiao Yungtao, you'd be better off joining me. He gets absolute perfect scores." The other student delivered a fatal verbal blow right then and there. "That's because the maximum score on the test is only that much. Why do you think nobody else dares to approach him? Isn't it just looking for trouble?" I secretly gave a thumbs up to my good buddy. However, Wang Yue's expression suddenly froze. Her face clearly showed a mix of unwillingness and awkwardness. "Is that so? But surely it's not to the point where I wouldn't even understand the things you're studying." "Oh, really?" I didn't hold back at all, turning around and throwing the competition book I was reading toward her. I pointed to an extremely challenging spatial geometry problem. "Then take a look at this one. See if you can solve it." Wang Yu leaned down and stared at the page. Immediately after, her face gradually turned pale. The problem was only 3 or 4 lines. She knew every word individually, but when they were put together, her mind suddenly became a total mess. Surprisingly, she still wouldn't give up and read it over several more times, but her expression grew uglier by the second. Because she painfully realized
that she couldn't even understand the question itself. At that very moment, she woke up from her delusion that the 100-plus point gap between her and me was not just a minor difference, but a vast abyss that could never be bridged. A second later, she suddenly slammed the book down, her eyes turning red as she suppressed her emotions. I'm sorry. It seems I'm truly not at a level to exchange ideas with you. After finishing her words, she grabbed her backpack while wiping her tears with her hand and ran out of the classroom as fast as she could. People around were left open-mouthed. No way. Yuntao, what the hell did you do? How did you manage to make a top student cry like that? I blinked in bewilderment, looking completely innocent. I only showed her the books in reading. I didn't do anything else. Making a girl cry for the first time truly made me feel incredibly awkward. My original intention was simply to avoid wasting time with her. Like a form of charity, I just tossed out difficult problems so she'd know when to back off. Who would have thought that alone would cause her to break down this much? I looked down and glanced over the question again. The latter part of this problem is indeed a bit tricky, but the first question was clearly a piece of cake. I clicked my tongue inwardly. Her mental strength is too weak. I must stay far away from her in the future. The people behind heard this and were inwardly shocked, but no one dared to say a single word more. However, no one could have predicted that in just a mere week, the heroic actions of me and my brothers would have the honor of making the front page of the Beijing Police News. Thanks to our efforts, the authorities successfully took down a large-scale human trafficking ring. Every single one of the perpetrators was caught without exception. The mother of the rescued child was still praising us incessantly during the interview. In the comments section below, everyone unanimously praised us as the future of the nation. This news report was actually sent to me by my senior, Mu Yulu. Looking at the praises filling the screen, I suddenly felt my face flush with embarrassment, feeling extremely flustered in my heart. Nuna, please stop teasing me. Just thinking about next Monday's speech already gives me a headache. Immediately after, the other end of the line rarely sent back a voice message. Don't be afraid. Isn't it just a speech? Just go for it. Accompanying it was a link to a song with an extremely addictive melody. Seeing as she was free, quickly called her back with a voice message immediately. Nuna, but I'm still feeling so nervous, standing on the podium with thousands of eyes staring at me. It really gives me the chills. I couldn't help but frantically ask for advice. You look so confident and composed when you were on stage. Can you share some of your secrets with me? The other end of the line let out a soft, gentle, and cheerful laugh. Xiao Wandao, don't be in such a panic. Those people down there won't eat you, so don't be afraid. Giving these speeches is actually just a formality. Hardly anyone is actually paying attention anyway. Even if you stand up there and talk absolute nonsense, no one will remember a word you said once you step down. Saying this, her tone suddenly changed completely. Oh, right. When I get back this weekend, I'll treat you to a really delicious meal as a reward. To be honest, those words of comfort earlier didn't have much of an effect on me. But the moment I heard she was coming back, my eyes instantly lit up as if I'd struck gold. Nuna, are you really coming back? What time is your flight? I'll pick you up. 3 p.m. this Sunday, okay? It'll be the perfect time for me to take you out to eat. Got it. This time I was truly and fully revitalized. Come early Sunday morning, I solemnly laid out a blank sheet of paper to prepare for a life and death struggle with that speech draft. 1 minute passed and I barely squeezed out 10 words. 3 more minutes passed and I finally scraped together 100 words. Half an hour later, the trash can next to me was overflowing with crumpled up scraps of paper. I slumped back in my chair with a look of utter exhaustion. This damn thing. How is this harder than writing a 3,000-word essay? If it's too formal, it feels so fake. If it's too casual, it's like an elementary student's diary. In my desperation, the only thing I could do was open the WeChat group with my close friends and casually toss in a 10 yuan red packet. I waited for these lurkers to all surface. Then I slowly typed a few lines. Hey guys, how are your speech drafts coming along? Let me take a look for reference. Yan Huigang immediately jumped in. Holy crap, I don't have a clue either. I was planning to ask you guys for help tonight. Yan Dao showed a look of pure disdain. You guys are so naive. Just go online and copy a few sections, and it's done. Easy as that. At that moment, Zhang Zhicheng, who was usually unreliable, revealed a final life-saving secret. You still have to count on me. 50 yuan for an 800-word speech, digital copy included for direct printing. Immediately after, he threw the ghostwriter's business card straight into the group chat. The two others and I looked at each other, fingers flying across the keys. Thanks, big brother. The next second, all three of us were racing to spam that person's WeChat business card. The group went completely silent instantly. However, since the most troublesome part could be solved with money, my spirits immediately lifted. I struggled to wait until 3 p.m. and happily told the driver to head straight to the airport. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years. Who would have thought that 10 years later she'd come in a Bentley to get me? Not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion to live in, but I suddenly have 5 sisters as beautiful as flowers. When I was 7, my worthless father cheated in the name of love. He left with nothing and divorced my mother.
My mother immediately sold the house.
After leaving me with my grandfather in the countryside, she went to the capital alone to start a career. That trip lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a supercar, saying she wants to take me to the capital to live in luxury. Shortly after, the familiar figure Mu Yulu finally appeared. She actually came back a day early, and there were no classmates around. My whole body immediately relaxed, and I excitedly ran to greet her. "Senior, are you cold? Let me carry your luggage for you, it's no trouble." Mu Yulu gave a slight smile. As soon as we got in the car, I eagerly leaned in. "Senior, where's the gift you promised?" Unexpectedly, Mu Yulu suddenly paused,
And her face immediately filled with regret. Oh no, I was so busy playing these past few days, I completely forgot. The excitement on my face instantly froze, and a faint sadness welled up in my heart, but I didn't have the heart to blame her. "Forget it then, it's okay. I'm just glad you're back." Silly. Mu Yulu couldn't help but burst out laughing. "The gift is in the suitcase. I'll give it to you later." My eyes suddenly lit up and I instantly perked up. Watching her nod, I said with feigned helplessness, "Senior, you're being mean. You didn't use to tease me like this, did you? Aren't you my beautiful and kind-hearted goddess anymore?" Mu Yulu casually blinked. I could only lean back lazily against the seat. In front of her, I can only ever surrender unconditionally. At that moment, "Fine, here's something for you first." Mu Yulu reached into her small bag and pulled out a mysterious jar, thrusting it into my lap. "Those are handmade candies. I made them myself." "You made them yourself?" I took the jar with a look of surprise. The next second, I stared at her expectantly. "So, is the hospitalization rate high this time? If eating this sends me to the hospital, and I get a certificate for food poisoning, then for tomorrow's mandatory speech, even with a knife to his throat, the dean would have to excuse me." My hoping to be hospitalized expression made Mu Yulu's palms itch. She just wanted to tear that face of mine apart right then and there. She pursed her lips, her voice light. "Of course it's hot. Eat one now, hospital in an hour. The morgue in 2 hours. And tomorrow you'll head straight to the crematorium. I'll just make it in time for the funeral feast. Don't worry, every King Ming festival, I promise I'll burn lots of joss paper for you." A danger alarm suddenly went off in my head. I felt the jar in my hand and forced a chuckle. "I don't believe you'd have the heart to see me kick the bucket." Saying that, I popped the lid without even looking, casually grabbed a piece and popped it into my mouth. In an instant, a pure peach flavor exploded in my mouth. Within that refreshing sweetness, there was also a rich, milky aroma. The taste was truly incredible. I looked completely enchanted. Anything handmade by Senor is different. It's better than any candy I've ever had. Smooth talker. She huffed and turned away. I lowered my head and chuckled. I was about to pick a piece, to coax her when I suddenly froze in shock. The candies in the jar were all shaped like little fish. Not only were the colors diverse, but the backs also held a surprise. "Healthy, wealthy, keep it up, good luck." Every word was meticulously carved by hand, stroke by stroke. To make all of these, I don't know how many nights she must have stayed up. At that moment in my heart, an indescribable wave of happiness surged. Immediately after, I carefully picked out a pink piece, the candy with the word luck, and I reached out to gently poke her arm. "Senior, you should have one too." "No, I'm sick of them." She didn't even look back, just stared out the window. Undeterred, I continued to probe frantically. "Senior, beauty, goddess, Nuna." Finally, Mu Yulu had to surrender. She suppressed a smile that was about to break out, and generously held out her palm. "Look, since my little brother Zhao Wandao is pleading so pathetically, they'll reluctantly have a taste. Here you go, please have it quickly." I immediately and respectfully placed the candy in her hand. We looked at each other and instantly burst out laughing. Then Mu Yulu took me straight to a high-end traditional restaurant. The flavor was truly superb, but neither of us could eat much. Plus, she was exhausted from the long journey. She was truly spent. Just past 7 p.m., we both got in the car to head back to the villa. Thinking back to the painful lesson of being secretly photographed by the third sister, and now walking into the Ji family home with me again, Mu Yulu suddenly felt anxious. "Xiao Wandao, exactly how many of your sisters are home right now?" "The eldest will be there, but the other 2 are hard to say." I chuckled. I had already sent a message to the eldest sister to say all was well,
telling her the cat's real owner was coming to pick it up. I see. Mu Yulu nodded thoughtfully. In the end, she braced herself and went inside with me. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years.
Who would have thought that 10 years later she'd come in a Bentley to get me? Not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion to live in, but I suddenly have 5 sisters as beautiful as flowers. When I was 7, my worthless father cheated in the name of love. He left with nothing and divorced my mother. My mother immediately sold the house. After leaving me with my grandfather in the countryside, she went to the capital alone to start a career. That trip lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a supercar, saying she wants to take me to the capital to live in luxury. It turned out Ji Xiaomin was the only one in the hall. This caused Mu Yulu's suspended heart to immediately drop back into her stomach. The cat named Zhao Taohua was busy playing with the kittens. As soon as it saw its owner arrive, it dashed over without hesitation. Hearing the noise, Ji Xiaomin turned around. I quickly put on my trademark smile and hurriedly introduced them to each other. Sis, this is Senior Mu Yulu, Zhao Taohua's owner. Senior, this is my eldest sister. Thanks to her taking care of it this week, the cat has been so lively. The eyes of the two women immediately met in the air. Mu Yulu was the first to speak politely. Hello, I'm Mu Yulu. I've been a lot of trouble to you these past few days. Ji Xiaomin slowly stood up and walked over. On her face, which was frozen year-round, a gentle smile appeared for the first time in her life. It's no trouble. I really like this little guy. I often hear my silly brother mention you. Come over and have a seat. Well, for the time that followed, Ji Xiaomin and Mu Yulu chatted quite animatedly. I sat blankly to the side, unable to interject even half a sentence. Having no other choice, I just lowered my head to tease the kittens. Before long, Kun Kun was sound asleep on my lap. Now was even more arrogant, lunging onto the sofa one moment, then jumping onto my shoulder the next. Finally, it chose a comfortable position right on my neck, and began to snore loudly. Surprisingly, from the sofa opposite, Zhao Taohua in Senior's lap was staring intently at this scene. It whipped its head away and burrowed deep into Mu Yula's arms.
It wouldn't even give me a direct look anymore.
I guess in the eyes of this great deity, it became a total playboy who wanted both. Until Ji Xiaomin's phone suddenly rang, and this long-winded tea party finally came to an end. Watching the eldest sister get up to go upstairs, I hurriedly picked up Senior's suitcase, preparing to take her home. Seeing that Zhao Taohua was finally no longer clinging to me, Mu Yulu couldn't help but laugh. Then her eyes rested on the large suitcase, and she said softly, "That suitcase is full of gifts I prepared for you. You can just pull it straight upstairs later." My eyes widened in surprise. This huge, heavy suitcase turned out to be entirely for me. Extreme joy immediately made me lightheaded, but I adapted faster than anyone. "At your command, Senior. I'll take you home right now." In the blink of an eye, Monday had arrived. It was a rare, beautiful sunny day. During morning self-study, I and 3 others, my fellow unfortunate brothers about to face the same ordeal, were frantically memorizing our speeches. Seeing that self-study was about to end, those 3 guys crowded around me. "Yuntao, what do we do? I'm still so nervous." I took a deep breath and slowly laid out the strategy I'd planned. "To be honest, this father of yours is panicking too. If we can't do it, well, just read from the paper. No big deal. I come to terms with it long ago. At most, well, just be thick-skinned like a dead pig. If we're too nervous to memorize it, then for the sake of a smooth ceremony, the school will just have to compromise. After all, as Senior said, no one cares who you are once you leave the stage." Yuntao is absolutely right. Yan Huigong nodded in relief. However, Zhang Zhicheng next to him nervously chose to mumble a few more lines. "We grow under the sun because someone has dispelled the darkness for us." But he had only just finished the first 2 sentences when Yan Huigong and I, the 3 of us, were like shocked, simultaneously looking down and staring at our drafts. The next second, 3 pairs of eyes were locked onto Zhang Zhicheng. What is it?" Zhang Zhicheng was so scared he jumped back. "I'm not into BL, guys."
Don't look at me like that.
Good grief, damn your BL. I flared up in anger, leaping up to give him a smack on the head. "Damn it, why is my speech identical to yours?" Glance at Yan Huigang. Immediately after, precious words poured out in a torrent. A few minutes later, 4 speeches that didn't even differ by a comma were laid out neatly on the table. The 4 of us stared at each other blankly. Finally, 3 murderous glares all converged onto Zhang Zhicheng. "This is the reliable thing you talked about? How the hell are we supposed to go on stage like this?" Zhang Zhicheng was now sweating bullets in guilt. When I went online to find a ghostwriter, I even specifically chose an expensive one. Who knew that immoral person would dare to take money from 4 people for 1 draft? I kindly shared the business card with you guys,
and ended up sending us all to the execution block. At the critical moment, it was still Yan Huaigang who reacted the fastest. What are you standing there for? Go complain to that jerk immediately, and find a way to get 3 different drafts quickly. At the same time, in a Beijing University dorm, a certain jerk who had just crawled out of bed and was preparing for the morning shift suddenly let out several loud, earth-shattering sneezes. Mu Yulu, hearing the commotion nearby, kindly handed over a packet of cold medicine. Don't mention it. Qinling took the medicine and rubbed her nose. I don't even have a cold. Maybe some lowlife is cursing me behind my back. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years. Who would have thought that 10 years later she'd come in a Bentley to get me? Not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion to live in, but I suddenly have 5 sisters as beautiful as flowers. When I was 7, my worthless father cheated in the name of love. He left with nothing and divorced my mother. My mother immediately sold the house. After leaving me with my grandfather in the countryside, she went to the capital alone to start a career. That trip lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a supercar, saying she wants to take me to the capital to live in luxury. What immoral thing did you do lately? Mu Yulu casually glanced at her.
No way. Qinling immediately argued back. A beauty who's as gorgeous as she is kind. Don't you guys know me at all? She felt extremely confident about herself, and didn't forget to wink frantically at her other 3 roommates. One of them stared at her chest and laughed suggestively. Whether you're beautiful or kind, I don't know, but they're definitely big. In an instant, the whole dorm erupted, bursts of hearty laughter. Before heading out, Qinling grabbed the arm of Mu Yulu, then looked around generously. Today's breakfast is on me. Eat as much as you want. Why is the great lady so generous today? Only treating us to a cheap breakfast. One couldn't help but tease.
Qinling raised her head proudly. This time is different.
Yesterday, I used my talent to sell speeches and made a full 200 yuan online. This is my hard-earned money, so as soon as I got it, I decided to treat you all. Don't you see how loyal I am? Hearing the word speech, Mu Yulu clearly paused for a moment. Speaking of which, he has to give a speech today. I wonder how his preparation is going. Right then, her phone suddenly buzzed. Checking it, it was a series of messages I just sent. Senior, I'm so miserable. I bought a speech online and got scammed so badly. The ghostwriter your friend recommended, 50 yuan a speech, all 4 of us in my room bought one. Turns out after memorizing half of it, we realized all 4 damn speeches are identical. Society is full of traps. I want to go home. Looking at the message on the screen, Mu Yulu suddenly raised her head. Her gaze locked onto Qinling, who was about to leave. Qinling, front and center. Qinling turned around instantly, grinning as she approached. What are my queen's orders? Mu Yulu stared at her and slowly spoke. Did you sell the exact same speech to 4 different people? Qinling's eyes immediately widened. Right after that, she proudly puffed out her chest. My queen is so smart. How did you even guess that? What? Don't I have a business mind? I deserve to earn this money. As she spoke, she smugly scratched her head. But it was quite a coincidence. This weekend, 4 people just happened to buy inspirational speeches from me. I thought it was some uniform task handed down by the Ministry of Education. Since they're from different schools anyway, there was no way they'd overlap. Well, didn't they just overlap? Mu Yulu was completely speechless. This ironic coincidence made the world feel absurdly small. Then my phone vibrated like crazy. Mu Yulu sent 2 messages in a row. It's no big deal. It's only 50 yuan. I'll eat it back for you. I'll reluctantly write the speech for you, ending it after first period. I looked at the screen and was stunned. That 50 yuan obviously went to that deadbeat scammer, so how exactly did Senior plan to eat it back? But right now, that didn't matter at all. Hearing that Senior would personally write it for me, I was so excited I nearly flew to the sky. My fingers flew across the keys. Senior is truly an angel, truly my lifesaver. Thank you for saving me. Suddenly looking up, my 3 precious sons next to me were still gloomy, frantically searching for ghostwriters on Taobao. I grinned. Good luck, guys. I've got hope for my speech. I'm out. Yan Huigang looked up suddenly, eyes bright. Is it reliable? Please send me the WeChat to save us. By now, it skipped several meters away, leaving behind a look of powerlessness. Can't do it. They have to donate blood. Find someone else. Beijing University Canteen. Mu Yula's usual breakfast was very simple, just a piece of corn and an egg. But today was different. She stared at the menu and ordered like crazy. Milk tea for 20 yuan, wonton soup for 12 yuan, and even a 30 yuan deluxe pancake. Adding in the 12 yuan profit, she finished off a total of 62 silver coins worth. Her 3 roommates stood there in a daze. Their meals combined didn't cost as much as this one. Mu Yulu remained calm. This is Kin's hard-earned money. I have to eat something expensive to show respect. With just one sentence, she stifled all of Qinling's questions.
In a blink, the first period was over. I couldn't wait any longer and grabbed my phone. Senior's draft was indeed sent on time.
After a round of nonstop flattery, I opened the draft, the corners of my mouth curving up uncontrollably. This writing is absolutely top tier, neither boastful nor ordinary. Every word and phrase touches the heart. Thinking about Senior taking time from her class, just to write this specifically. For me, I grit my teeth. Reading from paper would waste her effort. Today, I'll definitely speak without a script. The next biology period was truly a great opportunity to memorize the speech. During recess, I dashed to the printing room like a flash, laid the draft straight on the desk, and frantically memorized it with full determination. Looking at those three unfortunate souls, they could only painstakingly hand-copy it onto paper, then hide it under a stack of test papers, looking around like thieves in the end. During the main recess at the flag ceremony, the encouragement from Senior felt like a massive source of spiritual strength. I took 2 deep breaths in a row, trying to stay calm. But the moment the host called out my name as I stepped toward the stage, extreme tension immediately submerged me. Below was a dark sea of people, with thousands of eyes staring at me. Although I'd received awards before, this was a real speech without a script for several minutes. My legs started to shake uncontrollably, and my calves were trembling incessantly. At that critical moment, as I took the microphone, I desperately took 2 deep breaths, trying to suppress the tremor in my voice. Good morning, everyone. I am Xiao Van Dao, a student from Class 12A10. Even I could hear the lack of confidence in that opening line. But surprisingly, right after the first part, I realized my legs had stopped shaking. My voice became unusually fluent and clear, and I even began to instinctively adjust my pace and emotions, transforming the dry memorization. I didn't expect that Muji's news channel would turn out to be so pathetic. Sister 3 has been back in Beijing for nearly half a month, yet only now did he realize she had returned. In the blink of an eye, there's only about a week left until Lunar New Year. Almost as soon as he heard the news,
Muge couldn't wait to come looking for me.
I heard Ji Xiaomin is back. Help me ask her out to play. When he said that, I immediately felt a bit awkward inside. Isn't it a coincidence? I haven't even seen Sister 3 once lately. I hesitated for a moment, muttering to myself, Bro, we barely even talk. I haven't seen her for half a month. I doubt I can get her to come. But Muge didn't seem to care at all. Quickly texting back, just give it a try. She likes thrilling things. Just tell her that at the Global Mall, a new escape room has just opened, in Chinese horror style. And so far, the failure rate is 99%. My body shivered. I couldn't help but shudder and whispered, Bro, sorry, and terrified of those things. I probably can't ask my Sister 3 out for that. As soon as I finished, Mugu got anxious, sending a voice message directly. How weak. It's just some dim settings. A few NPCs and horror music. It's not like there are real ghosts. Nothing to be afraid of. Actually, I have to confess to you. In the one who opened that escape room, the idea came from Lulu. She's very brave. She doesn't care for cowards. How are you planning to keep up with her? That statement hit my weak spot immediately. It's nothing, just playing an escape room. I immediately made up my mind. Mubu's smile widened when he heard that. Then I opened the chat with Ji Xiaomin, carefully considered it, and slowly typed a message. Sister 3, are you busy? A few minutes passed, and Ji Xiaomin replied, What is it? I said, both polite and probing. I heard at the Global Mall. There's a new Chinese horror escape room. The success rate is less than 1%. I want to go try it, but I'm too scared to go alone. So I wanted to ask if you could come with me. To be honest, I didn't have much hope. Half an hour passed without a reply. I felt a bit let down, thinking it wasn't going to happen. Unexpectedly, I suddenly received a response from Ji Xiaomin. When? Let's meet at Global Mall, or should I come pick you up? That was such a surprise. I almost thought I'd misread the words. Laughing to myself, holy crap, it actually worked. We agreed she'd pick me up on Saturday afternoon. Then I discussed the details with Mu Gi. That night, just as I was about to go to sleep, my senior called me. On the other side of the video, Mu Yulu smiled gently. My brother asked your Sister 3 to play the escape room. I nodded and said confidently, Senior, he said you're an escape room expert. I'm just a newbie, so I'm counting on you then. She replied teasingly without holding back. Sure, but if you're too pathetic, I won't hesitate to ditch you. Mu Yulu added another sentence. You can invite a few more classmates. My roommates all say they want to go watch the fun. So my original private date was immediately upgraded to a group activity. Okay, then I'll call some friends over to make it lively. Yan Huaigang and the others were invited to the escape room, and they agreed in a heartbeat. They really couldn't wait any longer. I calmly prepared for this long-awaited, thrilling exploration.
That Saturday, I got into Ji Xiaomin's car. She drove steadily toward the global mall. As we were about to get out, Ji Xiaomin glanced at a small business suitcase in the back seat and told me, "This is a meeting gift for you. It's been in the car for half a month. I've been too busy to give it to you. Remember to carry it in yourself when we get home tonight." I dazed for a moment and then blankly replied, "Yes, thank you, Sister 3. The two of us entered the mall together, and I led her straight to the third floor to buy tickets. Suddenly, a familiar voice cried out in surprise from behind, "Ji Xiaomin." The two of us turned around to look, and saw Mugi carrying many large and small bags, waving excitedly to greet us both. He was grinning like a child. "It really is you too. When did you get back? Why didn't you let me know you were back?" Beside him, Mu Yulu and her roommates, who had been dragged along by Mugi, seemed a bit speechless. She glanced at me, and I replied with a bright smile, "Oh, senior, I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you all here for the escape room too?" Ji Xiaomin exchanged a few simple words with Mugi, and our escape room exploration journey naturally began just like that. My eyes, naturally, stopped on Xiao Vandao and Mu Yulu. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Explain yourself." Ji Xiaomin frowned slightly, her voice revealing suspicion. I understood perfectly well that convincing Ji Xiaomin this time would be far from easy, but I still tried to keep a sincere face, eyes wide as I told a random lie. "Sister 3, this is Mu Yulu. She's also my senior. Do you remember meeting her at the airport?" Then I quickly added, "But us meeting here today, it was completely by chance. Do you believe me?" Ji Xiaomin stared at me for a long time, her gaze seemingly full of scrutiny, but she didn't expose me. Right after that, Yan Huigang and a few friends came running over gleefully. After the greetings were done, Yan Huigang rubbed his hands together and asked Ji Xiaomin playfully, "Yun Tao, is this one of our sisters? This aura is really powerful. Which sister are you in the family?" I sighed helplessly, muttering to myself, Ji Xiaomin isn't an idiot. Series of coincidences working together. Like a bunch of clowns forget acting. It's hard not to see right through it. But she absolutely didn't expose us, just calmly glanced at me and Mu Ji, turned and walked toward the ticket counter. Seeing Ji Xiaomin pull out her card to swipe, Mu Ji immediately dropped all the bags in his hands, hurriedly ran to the front desk, slammed a card down on the table. "You shouldn't pay. Let me pay." Then Yan Huigang looked me up and down, a strange expression on his face. "Yun Tao, didn't you say before that pink was too tacky? Today, wearing this hoodie, it's even pinker than my Hello Kitty phone case." I clearly felt the senior's sharp gaze, shooting toward me. Quickly puffing out my chest and holding my head high, I fired back with righteous indignation. "Don't talk nonsense. When did I ever say that? I'm a tough guy, you know. Tough guys like pink, got it? This hoodie was specially picked out by Senior as a gift for me when she went sketching. The size is perfect. It's so warm. I love it to death." Muyulu, standing not far away, nodded in satisfaction. A short while later, a staff member responsible for receptions led everyone inside. After explaining a series of rules during the reception, they said everyone had 5 minutes to rest. After 5 minutes, the staff would lead us onto the field. Mubi had already sent me the electronic map of the escape room, along with videos, explaining how to clear all the difficulty levels. But I felt watching those would ruin the mystery, so I refused. Ji Xiaomin also hated mindless waiting, so she pushed the door and walked out, calling a staff member so she could step out for a moment. Seeing this, Mubi didn't hesitate to slip out after her. In the final minute, Mu Yulu approached and asked softly, "Scared?" I replied full of confidence, "I'm not." Senior nodded slightly. "That's good then. If you're scared, just wait obediently at the start. I'll quickly come over there to join up with you." Could there really be something so good and thoughtful? I agreed without any hesitation. It's an okay. Later, our phones were collected. Everyone was blindfolded and led slowly by the staff. As we passed through the dark corridor, I suddenly felt a cold breeze brush past, making my skin crawl. Not long after, I heard the sound of a door opening and was seated on a long bench. Then what the hell? I was tied up. What exactly is this for? I couldn't help but shout. "Hey, mister. This is a script requirement. Your role is to be tied up. Don't worry." The staff quickly finished tying me up, and I removed the blindfold. The surroundings immediately became deathly silent. Opening my eyes, the darkness wasn't absolute. I could still vaguely see the outlines around me. Even though Senior said she'd come to save me, it would take a lot of effort for the group of 10 to find me. I decided I had to rely on myself first, trying to struggle one hand free first, then easily shaking off all the ropes. After freeing myself quickly, I stood up and felt around. After a while, I touched a table with a candle holder, accidentally knocked over something unidentifiable next to it. But it didn't really matter. I successfully found the flint. The moment the candle was lit, my vision immediately became clear. Horror music started playing right after. A sudden gust of wind blew in the room, making my whole body stiffen, my heart racing. Leaning against the wall, I patted my chest, looked straight ahead, and my heart skipped another beat. What I just touched turned out to be a spirit tablet. Luckily, no ghost actors were running around, so I felt a little more at ease. Under the dim light, I cautiously explored the area, finally discovering a half-burnt letter. On the letter paper, the words were clear. You all. I gripped the letter tight. Bright red handwriting looked like real blood, hurting my eyes.
The signature part vaguely showed the word bro. I muttered, "You all are so guilty. Everyone deserves to die." I couldn't help but feel a surge of nameless panic inside. Oh, where is the key hidden after all? Is it hidden under the floorboards? I sighed deeply, folded the letter, and stuffed it in my pocket. Then I couldn't help but reach in and feel around. It seemed like there was something in there. Wait, isn't this the key? I cursed under my breath, then quickly pulled my hand back into my pocket, searching through everything for a long time. It turned out that the key was just lying quietly deep inside my pocket. I laughed bitterly. Who would design a way to hide a key like this? I don't know.
It's truly more sinister than I imagined. But this kind of design seems to be Senior's doing. I gently stroked the key with my palm, face involuntarily showing a warm expression. Senior is truly so thoughtful. This time I've fallen completely into your trap. Pushing the door open, a dark passage cast. A flickering green light appeared before my eyes. After taking a few steps, the area behind the bend suddenly opened up. Then a piercing scream echoed from behind. Where are you running? You shorty, hand over your life. I turned around with a start and saw a female ghost with disheveled hair, charging straight toward me. Holy cow, even though I knew it was an actor. I still ran as fast as my legs could carry me out of instinct. In front of me was an underground tunnel that could only be passed by crouching low. I dove inside without hesitation, quickly closing and locking the door. That was it. The NPC had stopped. But the passage inside immediately plunged into absolute darkness. I could only grope along the wall next to me, tensely swallowing hard, thinking to myself, could there still be an NPC in this dark place? That's just illogical. I opened my mouth and called out, hey, whoever is ahead, this place where I can't see anything. Scary enough already. Don't come any closer. Go back and scare someone else. No one answered. On the contrary, I felt that NPC not only didn't retreat, but was drawing closer and closer. Less than a minute later, I could even hear breathing right by my ear. Suddenly, a small, soft hand touched my cheek. I almost broke out in a cold sweat. Immediately after, a breathy voice came from the front. Goodness, what are you doing, little brother? I instinctively took a step back. The next second, the space before me suddenly lit up, revealing a face with messy hair clearly. This time I was truly scared out of my wits, backing away hurriedly, and as a result my head hit the wall behind me. Luckily it was foam, so I wasn't hurt. Pfft. A familiar laugh sounded in my ear. Xiao Van Dao, I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Haha. As soon as I turned around, I saw Senior, holding a fake candle-shaped flashlight, laughing so hard she was leaning over, looking extremely pleased with herself. My tightly strung nerves immediately relaxed, and I couldn't help but complain. Senior, this prank of yours almost sent me to see my ancestors. Is that so? Mu Yulu leaned in close to look at me and sat down next to me while still laughing. Didn't I tell you already? If you're scared, just wait in the room for me. I had already come out here, so why did you still run over here? I thought your endurance was better than this. I cried out bashfully. I was just afraid of getting in everyone's way. Mu Yulu saw that I seemed sincerely worried. I'm sorry. If it's really not okay, then I'll go out with you, okay? I shook my head with a smile. I haven't reached the point of giving up yet, but for the next part, I'll have to rely on Senior to take care of me. That's a given. She patted her chest with full confidence. Xiao Van Dao, rest assured. Next, I'll protect you. Guaranteeing we'll go straight through without any obstacles. I smiled understandingly. Senior's appearance immediately dispelled all the gloom in my heart. Hearing her words made me feel much more comfortable. With Senior leading the way next, I felt this escape room game had truly begun to get interesting. Stepping out of the escape room, under the bright lights, everything around seemed separated from another dimension, appearing vividly. I saw Ji Xiaoman and Mu Ji sitting and resting, drinking coffee. Feeling a bit surprised, I stepped closer. Sister 3, Muji, how did you all get out so fast? Is there another way to clear the level? Hee hee, of course there is. Ji Xiaomin didn't look up, while Muji forced a strained smile. Mu Yulu curiously cast a glance toward Muji, tilted my head to observe Muji, and couldn't help asking, "What happened to your neck?" He shrugged his shoulders, an innocent expression on his face. "Oh, it's nothing big. It was just a bit itchy, so I just scratched it a little." But I understood perfectly well inside. They had been sitting here for over half an hour.
Honestly, wasn't that just making things difficult for Ji Xiaomin? I fundamentally didn't dare say a word. Ji Xiaomin was still the same as ever, bad at games yet still eager to play. Her temperament hadn't changed at all. I recall that in less than 3 minutes, it had turned into total chaos in the escape room. Sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling never stopped. And in the end, I still had to carry her, on my back as we ran frantically outside. She looked up and stared at me, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "You two actually managed to clear the level?" I nodded my head, a bit of secret joy on my face. I guess it was just dumb luck. The final reasoning part was entirely thanks to my brother. That 6 kid from Huzhou is pretty brave, isn't he? Ji Xiaomin looked at me a few more times, a smile forming on the corners of her mouth. "Let's go then, let's get a meal outside," she suggested gently. "Next time a new escape room opens, I'll take you to play again." Tonight's dinner was so lavish that it was truly satisfying. Ji Xiaomin and Mugi were not formal at all outside. The atmosphere was constantly lively, never letting the party have even a single moment of dullness. But after playing, she had indeed spent a significant amount of energy, and after eating her fill, she was completely exhausted. Post-dinner activities that I and Mugi had originally planned also had to be hurriedly cancelled, as we obediently followed Ji Xiaomin home. When getting out of the car, I carried the hand-carried suitcase she handed down, feeling it was very heavy, not light at all. After showering in my room, I finally opened the suitcase. A whole case of glittering gold bars was laid out before me, so dazzling that my eyes almost couldn't see clearly. Compared to the long string of zeros in a bank account, this looked much more practical. I took out one bar to compare its size. Incredible. No wonder these gold bars were even bigger than a phone. I thought to myself that this dirt-poor image of mine, being financially bailed out by my sisters like this, turned out not to be so bad after all. This feeling, is quite pleasant. The appearance of this suitcase full of gold bricks immediately refilled the energy that had been completely drained from that crazy escape room game. A sense of overwhelming security filled my chest, and soon I drifted into a deep sleep. Even though the phone buzzed with several messages in the middle of the night, they couldn't shake my sweet dreams. The final exams before the winter break were all inter-school. I maintained my form and continued to show my strength, finally earning the honor of ranking 3rd in the grade and 8th in the city. This is the most brilliant achievement since I transferred here. In this city of Beijing, even though I gave my all, there are still a few great mountains standing in my way, especially the first place, a perfect score in literature that I still can't reach yet. Moreover, Nuna was originally a gifted student. Back then, besides classes, she had to spend time painting. The art exams also took up quite a lot of time. Under such heavy burdens, she still became the university's top scorer. If I can't keep up with someone like her, then how can I properly pursue her? Completely opposite to my melancholy, Yan Huigang was absolutely beaming. Yumtao, my dear godfather, thanks to your guidance, I can finally have a wonderful New Year's celebration this year. I smiled and patted his head. Yeah, have a happy New Year. If you score below 600 points next semester, I won't acknowledge an unfilial son like you anymore. Yan Huigang laughed heartily. All right, then I'll try my best. I looked away and nodded slightly. Are you free to go for a few drinks tomorrow during the holiday? Never mind, we'll find a chance to hang out privately before the new year. I shook my head and sighed. My sisters are busy as can be, so all the New Year's shopping has fallen on me. I'll probably be busy for a few days. Wealthy families certainly have many formalities. Yan Huigang winked. How about I go with you? I quickly waved my hand. No need. I'm planning to ask Nuna for help. Don't come and crash the party. Shh, you jerk. Are you showing off to me? Yan Huigang was a bit jealous. I heard you and Nuna are getting closer and closer. I couldn't help but feel a flutter in my heart. Tonight I'm meeting Nuna and her roommates for a 5-man team match, I added. But one person doesn't play Honor of Kings, so there's exactly one spot left. Short one. Let me join and I'll forgive you. Yan Huigang's eyes immediately lit up. I nodded. A car horn suddenly sounded, and my heart skipped a beat, because Nuna came to pick me up in person. Today is Nuna's roommate's birthday, and for some reason she specifically invited me. So for this team session, except for Yan Huigang, it was all an in-person meeting. When the car door opened, I caught a glimpse of her in the driver's seat and couldn't help but grin like a fool.
Nuna, have you been waiting long? She nodded slightly. It's fine. I asked, is there plenty of time? Or should we stroll through the mall for a bit? She smiled, saying Senior Chu, whose birthday it was, specifically invited me, so it wouldn't feel right not to bring a gift. There's no need for a gift. Nuna's words left me bewildered. Mu Yula's lips curved into a faint smile, a strange atmosphere lingering in the air. I couldn't help but turn to look at her, seeing her beaming, her voice gentle yet playful. You are the birthday gift I'm bringing, so you just need to be there, no need to prepare anything. These words were like a bolt from the blue, making my brain short-circuit for a moment. Nuna, you're joking, right? How could I be a gift? She stared ahead, suppressing a smile. A passionate 17-year-old high school boy, with an impressive height of 185 centimeters and decent looks. A gift of this caliber isn't something just anyone can give. I almost burst out laughing, thinking to myself, Nuna's words are truly both exaggerated and quite embarrassing. I quickly mocked myself. You're exaggerating. Nuna, is it still too late for me to get out of the car? Kidnapping a minor is illegal, you know. She countered seriously. You're already in the car. Where do you think you're going? Stop daydreaming. She pursed her lips slightly, her cheeks flushing, her voice carrying a trace of faint bashfulness. Last night I asked Whelan what she wanted for her birthday, and it turns out she insisted on you coming. There was no other choice. So I had to come and ask for your opinion this morning. A wave of complex emotions rose within me. I didn't expect to become a branded gift in someone else's eyes. Even more unexpected was that she was worried I might refuse. I thought your roommates were very open-minded. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle the heat. She continued. Actually, I didn't think you would agree, since you might not be used to these kinds of occasions. It's quite a surprise. I scratched my head, exclaiming half-jokingly, so the word gift has that kind of meaning. Nuna winked. I'm just telling you why you are the gift. I still haven't answered your question about whether I'm joking. The car slowly stopped in front of a luxury entertainment club. I asked curiously, Nuna, does this place belong to your family? She nodded slightly, then added, close enough. This place is mine. I'll give you a Supreme VIP card later, so everything will be free when you bring your friends here. You can also drink whatever you want from the cabinet. Hearing this, I marveled internally. It turns out my little rich lady is not only wealthy, but also an incredibly generous boss. For a moment, I suddenly didn't want to strive anymore. I reached out and gently tugged on Nuna's sleeve, acting coy. Rich lady, please support me. Okay. Mu Yulu wasn't stingy at all and immediately pulled a card out of her bag. She pressed it into my palm. All right, I'll take care of you. I'll transfer a small amount into the card every month. Just spend it as you like. I smiled brightly. Thank you, rich lady. Words cannot express my gratitude. We both pushed open the door and entered the club, the overwhelming sight leaving me a bit stunned. More than 10 girls in JK uniforms, wearing black stockings, were on duty in the hall. Endless long legs were everywhere, making it impossible to look away. And Nuna's 3 roommates were playing cards and partying hard, their energy no less than that on the dance floor. Seeing my eyes glued to the scene, an enigmatic smile appeared on Mu Yula's face. She asked half-jokingly, Xiao Wandao, are those beautiful girls pretty? I awkwardly withdrew my gaze, replied with a smile. Staff under Nuna's wing are naturally not bad. Her gaze deepened slightly. So, do you want to join them for a dance? I quickly waved my hand. No, forget it. I'm very clumsy. I'm naturally not built for dancing. Nuna, you know that better than anyone. Mu Yulu seemed to think of something, a hint of bashfulness flashing across her face. She shot me a glare and turned to look at the 3 women playing cards. She curled her lips mockingly. You guys are certainly not holding back. With the resources in my hands, making my 12 golden flowers dance so provocatively for you. This treatment is truly too generous for you. From afar, Qinling replied without even looking up. If it weren't for the sake of someone bringing their junior along, fearing would scare him away, who would want your 12 golden flowers? I still have to deal with those. Mid-sentence, she saw her roommates, putting on a major movie. Realized her slip of the tongue and quickly looked over here. Junior, you're here. Come and sit down. As the dance music was turned off, the room immediately became quiet. Darlings, that's it for tonight's dance. Thank you for your hard work. Pretty dancers smiled slightly, and after a few jokes, they decisively walked out of the private room. But in my heart, I thought to myself, what kind of strange hobby does Senior Chin usually have? Calling a group of gigolos to liven things up, and it seems they're quite interested in abs. This detail made me unable to help thinking random thoughts, Beside me, Mu Yulu gave Qin Ling a helpless look, then pulled me toward the seating area, taking the initiative to explain for them. Xiao Wandao, Senior Qin, has a whole basket of weird hobbies. This club of mine has many part-time male employees, and she's always asking to pull them in here for provocative dances. Be careful, one day she might set her sights on you. I turn to offer my best wishes to today's protagonist. Senior Chu, happy birthday. May you stay 18 forever and let the money roll in. The girl opposite immediately beamed and replied sweetly, I really like your wishes, Junior. Thank you for eating and drinking your fill. The cake had been divided. The host of the party took out her phone and with shining eyes said, Yulu said your skills are pretty good. Time to hit the battlefield. She added with a smile, I'm the main character today, and my wish is for everyone to. Gift me 100 stars tonight. This wish is simple, right? Mu Yulu couldn't help but join in. Exactly, it's just 100 stars. We easily climbed to 1,000 stars last time. This small goal is no problem at all. Yan Huigang and I just sent a message, and the response was almost instantaneous. Very soon, everyone was online, excitedly preparing for battle.
This time, the account I opened wasn't the Smurf. I used to practice Prince of Landling with Nuna. That Smurf account was actually my main, which I hadn't logged into for nearly half a year. The screen was filled with all sorts of skins, and old memories immediately flooded back. All of these were gifts from Nuna. While everyone was busy updating their notifications, I casually claimed dozens of skins within 2 minutes. Thinking to myself, Nuna is truly wonderful. Just as I was immersed in that small moment of happiness, Nuna called me into the room. I had to stop my operations. On WeChat, Yan Huigang's tome was about to explode. Quickly, the game entered the hero selection screen. Nuna decisively picked Prince of Landling first. The other two girls chose a mid-lane mage and a support. I hurried to pick the clash lane and assigned Yan Huigang to the bottom lane. As soon as the mic was on, Yan Huigang was a bit shy at first, but a few seconds later he couldn't help but start teasing me. Try using the stupid dog skin for Luban later, or the seashell set for Xiao Chao. If you hide among those minions, even Prince of Landling won't be able to find you. Qinling joined in without hesitation. At most, you'll be cleared out as a minion by the enemy. It's not a big deal. While the game was loading, I heard Yan Huigang muttering, Yuntao, didn't you like playing Prince of Landling the most? I didn't expect Nuna to play this old sneaky hero too. Wait, Yuntao, you haven't played for 6 months. When did you change your ID? I remember your name was Wolfberry Coke before. Why change it to such a rustic name? And it's as serious and calm as my mother. I froze, thinking this guy was trying to get me killed on purpose. I subconsciously looked up, ready to take a beating from Nuna at any moment, but Nuna didn't even lift her head, looking as calm as if she hadn't heard anything. The game officially started. Mu Yulu, who had been on mute, suddenly spoke up. Hey, did Nuna ask me to help with the boss? Hearing the goddess' voice, Yan Huigang's voice held a hint of excitement. Mu Yulu asked leisurely, was Xiao Wandao's previous ID Wolfberry Coke? Exactly. I used to mock him all the time for it, Yan Huigang said while laughing. While I had long since switched to WeChat, hurriedly sending a message telling him to shut up immediately. Yuntao, what are you doing? Your mic is on. If there's something, just say it in game. I'm busy clearing monsters for Nuna. How do I have time to switch screens? What do you call a pig teammate? This is it. I've been sweating bullets since Nuna asked that question. Seeing the girls all looking my way, I forced an incredibly awkward smile. This guy usually likes to act cool the most when playing games. I just wanted to remind him privately to help him save some face. Nuna's voice became even gentler as she probed. So Zhao Yan, when you played in a team with Xiao Wandao, were there any matches that left a particularly deep impression on you? Yan Huigang seemed to remember something and proceeded to expose all my little secrets. Let me think. There are many matches of his that impressed me. There's one specific match I remember very clearly. The opponent had a miserably poor Xiao Chao, so much so that she didn't even know how to move. She was spawn camped by Yuntao and beaten to a pulp. That Xiao Chao kept using Zonias and Thornmail, trying to escape but ending up dying a tragic death. I also forgot if that Xiao Chao player ever dared to play that hero again. Oh my god. I'm totally dead. I slumped onto the sofa, my face devoid of any life. This kid didn't just expose me completely, but also mocked Nuna without any restraint. Anyone would go crazy falling into those hands. This is like adding fuel to the fire. I lifted my head to peek. Nuna was still focused on the game. She kept her head down without looking up, looking calm and peaceful. But you know, this silence is just the final moment before the storm hits. Nuna, let me explain. Explain what? She finally looked up and smiled gently. Xiao Wandao, focus on the game. If we lose this match, I'll deal with you. I'll play, of course.
I'll definitely take it seriously. I nodded hurriedly, starting to concentrate intensely on the controls. Oh well, I decided to play a few good rounds, trying to grab a few MVPs to carry my dear sisters. Maybe when she's happy, she'll go easy on me. Even in the worst-case scenario, if the other two sisters see how good I am, they could at least save my life. Starting from 7:30 in the morning, I fought continuously until 10:30 at night when it finally ended. Today, the protagonist finally successfully promoted to the king rank. Except for 2 losses due to mid-game system penalties, all other matches were consecutive victories. I noticed the looks the sisters gave me had suddenly become much gentler. This made my heart feel strangely warm. I glanced at Nuna beside me, but found that she wouldn't even look at me directly. Clearly, I haven't passed this hurdle yet. What should I do next to save the situation?
I was secretly worried and restless. Finally, Mu Yulu, who had just skimmed through the results, spoke up to break the silence. Has everyone played enough? Honestly, the protagonist still hadn't had enough and shook her head. Mu Yulu's gaze rested on Yan Huaigang as she called out softly, "Xiao Yan." Yes, Nuna, go ahead," he replied immediately. "I have something I want to consult Xiao Wandao about. Can you lead Huilin and Ningning in a few matches first? It's a small matter, Nuna. Don't worry. I'll carry the whole team." Neither he nor I realized the slight tent hidden in her words. The other two were grinning meaningfully and brightly, leaving some private space for the 2 of us. The 4 of us were originally gathered in the living room, but Qinling pulled Chu Huilin into the bedroom. I straightened my back, looking at the girl in front of me, the one I almost tortured all night long. Finally, this judgment day had arrived. Looking at her calm face, I couldn't help but speak up sincerely. "Nuna, I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" She looked up, our eyes meeting in the air. "It's all because I was such a jerk. I made you miserable in the game before, and even made you have that nightmare." "Is that all?" She raised her eyebrows slightly. I was startled. "Oh right, there's also the ID issue, and the fact that I was afraid you'd find out Wolfberry Coke was me, so I changed the ID immediately." "Anything else?" "Also the fact that I lied to you. I didn't confess at the time, intended to drag it out from the start, and even now, I still want to keep lingering on. Anything else?" Her constant questioning made me rack my brain, feeling like my head was about to catch fire. "How about you just give me a lesson and get it over with, so you don't have to bother thinking of excuses?" "Nuna, don't pressure me like this. I'm getting a bit scared. Why don't you just hit me, just not in the face? I promise I won't fight back or say a word in return." She glared at me, so angry she almost exploded. My penitent and obedient appearance had softened her fury. "The things you said, I don't really care about." She sighed with a look of helplessness. "What I care about is that the moment your identity was revealed, your first reaction wasn't to confess, but to tell Xiao Yan to shut up, just to hide your little secret at all costs. Why was your first reaction to protect that facade? Are you afraid that if this comes out, at best I'll be angry, and at worst I'll fly into a rage immediately, or even humiliate you on the spot?" My heart tightened. So that's what Nuna was thinking. I'm really not that narrow-minded, and I certainly wouldn't embarrass you in front of everyone. She questioned me, her voice tinged with a bit of pain. My voice dropped as I admitted heavily, "Nuna, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Are these silly games making you so sad? Don't you see I'm inviting you to a duel?" She glared at me again with those sharp eyes. I could only bow my head in embarrassment and comply, opening a 1-versus-1 room in Central Plains mode, thinking Nuna probably intended to avenge that match from years ago. "I'll use Prince of Lanling, you use Zhao Chao. No survival items allowed, and no hiding under the tower. The rest is up to you. Any problems?" I replied excitedly. In-game, after several missed fan throws, she looked up suspiciously. "Are you letting me win? You promised to complete the task." This time I really put all my cards on the table. This was my first time staying out overnight, but it wasn't like being surrounded by 4 girls who had taken over the entire luxury private room. After lying down in bed, my emotions finally began to stabilize. At the same time, on the other side, Yan Huaigang finally finished the intense battle with the sisters. After seeing the message I sent, he suddenly realized the situation of how pathetic his good brother was. He cautiously sent a message. "Dad, are you still alive?" I couldn't help but let out a long sigh and replied, "Thanks to your blessings, I'm still here." Yan Huaigang didn't say anything unnecessary and immediately transferred a large sum of money over. "This is all the pocket money I have left. Mister, if you're not feeling well anywhere, just take this and nourish yourself. The rebellious son made you worry all night. Spending a little money to heal your heart is what he should do." Early the next morning, we were getting ready to go New Year's shopping with Senior. According to past experience, Senior would usually sleep until noon.
Unexpectedly, I was just scrolling through a video of a biology experiment on my phone when a knock sounded at the door. Senior, good morning. You're up early today. Yeah, pack up and let's get going. I noticed the other three sisters hadn't woken up yet, so I politely asked, where are the other three sisters? None of them are up yet. Mu Yulu waved her hand. Not yet, they're still sleeping, don't mind them. With that, Senior walked out the doors side by side with me. This time, Senior didn't drive herself. Called a driver instead, and the car had changed to a Rolls Royce.
Her aura instantly reaching the sky. I've looked over the G family member list. There are quite a few women. It just so happens there's a large-scale jewelry exhibition in Beijing today. It's most convenient for us to go there and sweep up the goods directly. That's why I had to change to a different car today. I understand, sorry to trouble you, Senior. Arriving at the exhibition entrance shortly after getting out of the car, a few women in uniforms respectfully came to welcome us. Welcome, Miss Mu. Please come in, Master Yuntao. Usual, please. Senior responded nonchalantly, then strode inside. Stepping into the exhibition hall, 10 beautiful girls in uniforms stood in a long line, bowing respectfully to greet us. Each held a black box in her hands. Senior didn't even bother to give them a single glance. She casually took the tablet from my backpack, browsing the G family member info, while her eyes scanned the jewelry on the counter. Her taste and selection was truly refined and elegant. Starting prices in the 5 digits were still acceptable, but then she started calling out a series of new names. As my eyes widened in shock, the prices of this jewelry batch jumped into the 6-digit range. She continued incessantly switching to another batch, where the starting prices were already 7 digits. My head suddenly began to spin. Just roughly calculating these few pieces of jewelry, the estimate had already reached tens of millions. I slowly began to understand why eldest sister gave me that supplementary card. Senior Mu Yulu stopped and said, let's go, let's head to the VIP exhibition area. The crowd on this floor was clearly much larger than downstairs, and the jewelry here was even more incredibly lavish and magnificent. I accidentally glanced over. Just a small ring set with a gemstone, and the price was at least 8 digits. Suddenly seeing a group of people gathered ahead, I couldn't help but be curious about what they were looking at. Yang Fan immediately smiled and replied, Master Yuntao, what everyone is gathering to see is an ancient phoenix crown that has been perfectly preserved. It's the centerpiece treasure of this jewelry exhibition. Would you like to go over and take a look? Strong sense of curiosity welled up inside me, wondering how terrifying its price would be. The girl beside me spoke up at the right moment. Go if you want, you're not much help to me here anyway. After all, while following Senior, your greatest skill is just being an errand boy. Actual contributions are rare, got it? Senior, just call me if you need anything. I strode toward the crowd, leaning in to admire the true beauty of the phoenix crown. I lowered my head to glance at the price tag, thinking to myself, sorry for bothering, it's 1.8 billion yuan. How could a crown have such a terrifying price? Truly, I don't dare touch it. Don't dare touch it. I carefully observed my surroundings once more, then decisively retreated from the noisy crowd. Finished looking? Senior asked. Yes, I'm done, I replied briefly. Since you're done, give the card to Yang Fan so he can go pay. Senior instructed, and I replied that I understood. Leaving the jewelry exhibition and returning to the car, I looked down at the receipt. My breathing suddenly became heavy, and my whole body suddenly felt weak. Just walking around once, and this receipt, already calculated to nearly 200 million yuan. My sister must have received a balance change notification by now. I hurriedly lowered my head and took out my phone, sending a message to Ji Xiaomin. Just finished shopping for New Year's gifts for everyone. It seems I couldn't control my hands, so I accidentally spent a bit too much. Not long after, Ji Xiaoman replied immediately. I gave you the supplementary card, so just buy things without hesitation. Your sister isn't a fool. Things that flow from my hands will eventually return to me, one way or another. I blinked my eyes. The uneasy feeling in my heart was immediately replaced by a gentle calmness. I know, I understand. Mu Yulu chuckled beside me, seeming to have seen through the fact that I was messaging to report the situation to my family. She spoke up to tease me again. Think this amount of money is too much? I nodded in agreement, admitting, I never thought before that one day I would be in contact with such a high-class society. Half a year has passed, and I feel like my worldview still hasn't been completely overturned. That's why your eldest sister values you so much, using this method to temper you. Mu Yulu pursed her lips and smiled, a smile carrying a bit of deep meaning. Shopping for New Year items like this, logically speaking, your eldest sister could have fully entrusted an assistant to do it, but she insisted on giving it to you. I think it's mostly because she wants to take advantage of your free time, so you can have more opportunities to experience this world. I felt a bit surprised, but quickly accepted that thought. This thing called money. Once you spend it more often, you'll get used to it. Well, figure out the rest another day.
Now we have to go to the bank to make an appointment to withdraw a large amount of cash. We also need to prepare red envelopes for the G family kids. You also need to pay a bit more attention to that. Ask the household aunties for more support. Following her advice, I secretly felt lucky to have Senior by my side to guide me through everything. In the following days, from my initial nervousness, I finally became relaxed and at ease. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, I called my grandfather first, then leisurely took out the couplets and window paper cuts, called the aunties in the house over, and we started decorating together. Amidst the busyness, the bright red of lanterns and paper cuts gradually covered the entire large villa. At this moment, I truly felt how thick the New Year's atmosphere was. Ji Xiaoman rarely had time to rest, appearing leisurely only at noon. When she saw me, she seemed to suddenly remember something, slowly asking, "Do you have any plans for tonight?" "No, not yet." I shook my head truthfully. "Do you want to go to the studio to watch the Spring Festival Gala? Is that possible?" I couldn't help but be stunned. She nodded slightly. "After dinner, I'll have the driver take you there. It just so happens that when it's over, you can pick up your sister Xiao Xiao and come home together." But Sister Xiao Xiao hasn't seen my face yet. I became anxious, and she said, "It's fine, I'll send you her WeChat. Then I'll give her a heads up beforehand." Ji Xiaoman added nonchalantly, "If you don't dare to go alone, I still have 3 extra tickets here. You can invite some close classmates to go along for fun." What a good thing. This time, all my worries completely vanished. I had just finished a hearty New Year's Eve dinner and hurriedly sent a message. "Hello, fifth sister. I'm not bothering you, am I? It's Xiao Yuntao. I'm on my way to the arena. Where should we meet later, sister?" The other side of the screen responded to my message almost instantly. "Hello, I'm Chao Chaos Manager. She's currently taking a short nap. Security at the venue is very strict. The main entrance is crowded and messy, making it hard to meet. Send a message when you arrive. I'll have an assistant take everyone through the staff entrance. Then, sorry to trouble everyone." Since Senior had arranged to meet at 8 o'clock, I didn't bother them further. Time passed quickly. The car came to a steady stop in front of the grand entrance of the central rehearsal hall. I had just gotten out of the car and hadn't even stood steady yet when I saw a dark figure rush over like an ape, running at full speed toward me. "Yuntao, my beloved imperial father, you finally appeared. I've been waiting until I was about to explode." Right after he finished speaking, before I could regain my composure, I was pulled into a bear hug by that brat Yan Huaigang. "Let go already. Look at your country bumpkin appearance. Someday your girl DMDM will also go crazy over male idols. Just like this. Let's see where you'll go to cry then. Go play elsewhere." Don't say such heart-wrenching words here. My DMDM has very high standards. She's also a hardcore fan of Chow Chow, hee hee. As soon as she heard I had a chance to meet the goddess in person, she was even more excited than I was. Not only did she video call to give me thorough instructions, but she also said if I get Chow Chaos signature, she'll show me a video of her dancing in a nurse outfit. Really? Then don't even dream about it in this lifetime. I should tell your sister absolutely not to sign for you. Prevent you from having too much fun this new year. Xiao Yumtao, you old fox. You can't just because you're single go around destroying your brother's lifelong happiness. Yan Huaigang chuckled and put his arm around my shoulder, starting to reach out and eagerly demand the entrance ticket. I pulled out my phone, expertly sending a signal to Ji Xiaochao. The other side immediately responded with an emoji, telling us to wait at gate number 3, and before long, a girl with glasses and a mushroom haircut slipped out from the side door. The two of us followed the assistant into the elevator, wandered around for a while, and reached a very quiet, high-end floor. The assistant pointed ahead, saying just around the corner was Sister Ji's dressing room. Yan Huaigang and I nodded vigorously like good children. Just as we were nearing the corner, several figures suddenly appeared opposite us. In the lead was a web celebrity face with a smoking body. The silver mermaid dress she wore was extremely eye-catching. This woman was wearing sky-high heels, flirting affectionately with the pretty boy beside her. Seeing that intimacy, any sharp-eyed person could tell their relationship was not simple. I was never an idol chaser, so I just took a quick look and indifferently looked away. But this Yan Huaigang was staring blankly, his eyes practically glued to her. Damn. So she's a trending star. Jiang Qingqing's curves are indeed smoking hot. But doesn't she usually build a single image? The pale-faced guy next to her is definitely her lover. Jiang Qingqing opposite us noticed the two's gazes, and seeing the casual clothes on me, she frowned so hard she could have crushed a fly. I don't know how security is working these days, letting paparazzi or crazy fans sneak in here. As soon as she finished, 2 tall security guards, looking fierce, blocked the path right in front of me. Sorry, everyone, this is an artist-only area. Visitors not allowed, please leave immediately. Wait, don't be in a hurry to chase these small fry away. Jiang Qingqing stared at the line of the phone in my pocket, approaching with a sarcastic tone. Check their phones first. Who knows if they're taking secret photos? Wipe the photos in there before throwing them out. The assistant leading us couldn't stand it anymore. Spoke up irritably. Hey, great star, are your eyes on top of your head?
Didn't you see my staff ID? Besides, who would bother taking your photo? I'm Sister J's assistant, and these two are her brothers. You have no right to search or check phones here. Yan Huigang and I nodded in perfect sync, expressing our agreement. At this moment, I leisurely pulled the phone from my pocket. To preserve evidence, I turned on the recording mode on one hand and set a signal to Ji Xiaochao on the other. Humph, you say you're one of Ji Xiaochao's people, and that's true. Fraudsters these days really blow a lot of hot air, just casually borrowing someone's name and thinking they can scare others. Seeing me casually playing with my phone, Jiang Qingqing's face instantly turned dark as a coal pot. You dare to openly transmit photos right in front of me. Truly, you don't know what's good for you. Security, do it. This kid is too arrogant. Quickly snatch that trash phone from me. Under that order, the security guard as big as a bull approached me like a dark shadow. He said nothing and locked onto my wrist, reaching out to forcibly snatch the phone. And just then, my message was successfully sent. If he wanted to snatch it, I just followed the momentum, turned off the screen, and directly handed the phone to that burly man. Stealing in broad daylight. You can have the phone, but... A faint, unnoticeable coldness flashed through my eyes. Haven't you heard it's easier to invite a god than to send one away? Since you dare to take this phone, turning it later won't be so easy. My calm demeanor, unshaken even if Mount Tai were to crumble, made the opponent's manager's heart skip a beat. That person hurriedly approached with an apologetic smile, scolding the guard to let go quickly, telling him not to throw his weight around here. Turning around with a beaming face toward me, his eyes full of politeness. Don't mind us, kid. The rules here are very strict. Pre-show styling is top secret. If it's leaked, no one can bear the responsibility. My Qingqing was just a bit impatient. Once checked and confirmed you didn't take photos, I will certainly return it personally to your hand. Just a moment ago, you were acting tough and stealing things. And now you want to make peace? I don't plan on letting this go so easily. I just want to ask, is this great star very famous? This web celebrity face full of plastic surgery marks. Honestly, I have no idea who she is. What makes you think I'd even want to take a photo of her? Jiang Qingqing was so insulted by my sarcasm that her face turned pale. Sister Mai, why bother with this penniless loser? Look at how he's dressed, just like a common passerby. What kind of big shot could he possibly be? Look at the clothes they're wearing. The whole outfit isn't worth as much as one of my meals. Can't even see a brand label on this brat's shirt. Obviously cheap street stall clothes. No need to be nice to this kind of person. In today's entertainment industry, all sorts of people manage to sneak in. Fine, am no longer interested in arguing with this snob anymore. Just as I raised my head, two people with extraordinary auras appeared in sight. The woman walking in front wore a horse-faced skirt paired with a white shirt, exuding a captivating classic style. The bamboo hairpin in her hair further enhanced her ethereal elegance as she approached with a mesmerizing, graceful gait. In that lazy tone, an authoritative voice echoed down the corridor. Yang, didn't I tell you to pick up my two brothers? What are you still dawdling there for? Why haven't you returned yet? It was Ji Xiaochao making her grand appearance. Jiang Qing. The faces of Jiang Qingqing's group instantly changed repeatedly. Even the pale-faced guy beside her, Jiang Qingqing, was so terrified that she practically retracted her neck. The little assistant now felt she had found solid support. Aggrieved tears nearly burst out. Sister Ji, you finally arrived. This woman kept insisting we were taking secret photos, not only demanding we leave, but also ordering a guard to snatch your brother's phone. Sister Mai saw things weren't right, hurriedly grabbed the phone back, and with a fawning face she offered it to me. So your Sister Ji's family? What a snobbish mistake. We're practically family and didn't even recognize each other. Kid, truly sorry about that. We naturally trust your character. This phone, please take it back. Too bad, it's too late for regrets now. I put my hands in my pockets, standing steady as a rock, smiling as I observed these masters of face flipping. Sorry, but I have a very good memory. I already said taking this phone is easy, but don't dream of returning it to me. The manager had no other choice, having to drag a terrified Jiang Qingqing along, who was paralyzed with fear. You brat, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize, Sister Ji's two brothers and her assistant. Though Jiang Qingqing was a million times unwilling, faced with Ji Xiaochao's status, she could only swallow her pride. She gritted her teeth, muttering under her breath with a very forced tone. I'm sorry, I hope everyone can overlook this. What kind of apology is that? This clearly sounds more like you're granting a favor. Are artists these days all this self-important?
Ji Xiaochao stood there listening and couldn't help but laugh out loud, stepping rhythmically toward me, observing me as if looking at a treasure, and then giving an appreciative smile. This custom-tailored suit looks very charismatic on you. It doesn't disgrace our family at all. Your posture is very dignified, much better than those weak, frail types. Those pale-faced guys, you look much more masculine. Your personality is also very much to my liking. It seems this trip to pick you up wasn't in vain at all. Her staring at me made me feel a bit uncomfortable. Instinctively, I quickly stood up straight.
I was just about to say something when I suddenly saw Ji Xiaochao's eyes become incredibly sharp, scanning directly toward the opponent. If they proactively looked for trouble and made you unhappy, then how do you want to vent this anger? I tilted my head to think for a moment, then spoke up hesitantly. I think letting uncultured, ignorant people like this on the spring gala really tarnishes the reputation of this program way too much. Oh, this comment of yours is truly top tier. Ji Xiaochao was very impressed. She raised her hand to rub her chin. Allowing this kind of low-grade artist to appear before the public will truly bring about nothing but negative influences. Sister Yoon, make the call right now. Tell the backup to take that spot. Don't let this kind of person defile our stage.
Immediately after those words were spoken, the manager opposite us suddenly felt his limbs go weak, but Jiang Qingqing, on the contrary, screamed as if someone had just stepped on her tail. Have I given you too much face? Don't think that just because you won a few awards, you can act all high and mighty and lecture me. Who do you think you are? Nowadays is the era of trending stars. Based on what do you dare say one sentence and demand to blacklist me? Do you even have the guts to do that? These insults were truly, extremely vulgar and unpleasant. Ji Xiaochao, who had been maintaining an indifferent attitude, was truly provoked by her this time,
to the point of laughing out loud. If you're so brave, repeat those foul words again for me. In this entertainment industry, everyone knows everything about each other. Did you think your filthy secrets, the whole world didn't know about them? You dare to do it, but don't dare let others talk. That's the most ridiculous thing on earth. In a split second, Ji Xiaochao gave a cold smile and delivered a stinging slap. Jiang Qingqing was about to lash out and fight back, but she was held firmly by the manager beside her. Immediately after, Sister Mai swung her hand and added another slap to her face. Ms. Ji, we are truly sorry. Our artist was just too ignorant. We will definitely come in person tomorrow to apologize. The remaining trouble was left Ji Xiaochao to handle properly. I felt completely at ease, leaning back against the wall like a calm spectator watching a play. After receiving a painful blow from her agent, Jiang Qingqing was now truly dazed from the shock. She stood there like a statue staring at Sister Mai and heard her start to unilaterally declare the death sentence for her career. Don't even dream about being on this spring gala anymore. After this, go directly to set contract termination with the company. Sister Mai, what on earth are you talking about? Only at this very moment did Jiang Qingqing realize that the sky was crumbling beneath her feet. Unfortunately, that agent didn't even bother to give her a second look. With just a meaningful glance, the guards immediately dragged that crazy woman away, just like dragging a dead dog. I still refused to take the phone back. Sister Mai could only keep thanking me, and stuffed it into the hand of the little assistant standing nearby. This ridiculous farce has finally come to an end. A faint, meaningful smile appeared on Ji Xiaochao's lips. She waved over to me and Yan Huaigang, signaling for us to follow her. Yes, sister. Yan Huaigang and I looked at each other and winked, quickly running after the powerful eldest sister. Inside Ji Xiaochao's lounge, filled with youthful pink colors, as soon as the door closed, the cold-faced queen from before suddenly changed her expression completely. With an eager look waiting to be praised, she looked at the two of us. Did I look cool just now? It's just a pity that slap was a bit light. I should have added another one to make it more satisfying. I was once again completely stunned by the speed of her mood swings. I'm truly speechless. This isn't a powerful queen at all. She's clearly just a mischievous little girl. That overwhelming aura from earlier had completely vanished without a trace. Yan Huagang's flattering nature burst out at just the right moment. Goddess, you are truly my idol. That slap sounded so satisfying. It's truly like a heroine descending to earth. Ji Xiaochao felt very proud upon hearing the praise. She tilted up her delicate little chin with pride. I think so too. Looking at Ji Xiaochao smiling brightly like a flower, I couldn't help but ask curiously, don't you feel angry at all? I was, but I take my revenge on the spot, so everything is settled now. She gave a firm nod and sprawled out on the sofa, grabbed a teddy bear and started kneading it wildly. This industry is just like that. As long as you exist, there will always be flies and pests surrounding you. If you always suppress your anger,
Wouldn't you just make yourself sick from frustration? Exactly, you're truly my goddess. This level of mindset is on a whole different floor.
With a face full of admiration, Yan Huai gave his idol a thumbs up.
Goddess, you just need to be beautiful. As for those malicious comments online, your fans will block them all for you. Well, make sure those keyboard warriors shut their mouths and don't dare utter a word. Shang-Ji is the battle name the fans gave to Ji Xiaoqiao. This name was already legendary in the entertainment world. Ji Xiaoqiao smiled like a blooming flower when she heard that. Are you also a little Shang-Ji? Yes. Ji Xiaoqiao's habit of doting on her fans had long been well known. Yan Huaigang's words had truly made her very happy. With an excited mood, she asked, "Do you two want an autograph? Photo together? Is that really okay?"
Of course, no problem at all. There's plenty of snacks here too. Help yourselves to whatever you want. Watching the two of them get more and more excited as they talked, I could only stand by and sigh helplessly. Just then, the phone in my pocket vibrated a few times. I looked down at the screen. It was a message from my senior. "I've reached my seat, row 2, seat 4. Which corner are you hiding in?" I quickly typed back a reply. "Wait for me a second. I'm at Sister Xiaoqiao's place catching. Some is C. I'll be there right away." I glanced at the remaining time. There were only 3 minutes left before the spring gala officially begins. I had to speak up and interrupt their lively conversation. "Sister Xiaoqiao, the performance is about to start. My fan friend and I need to head down quickly." "Oh dear, it really isn't early anymore." Ji Xiaoqiao tapped her forehead and hurried us along. She took a professional camera out of the cabinet and solemnly handed it to me. "Yuntao, remember to film my program 1025 for me as beautifully as possible. It must be absolutely sparkling and gorgeous." I patted my chest and promised, "I'll definitely bring back some cinematic footage." This natural and familiar manner of Ji Xiaoqiao made me feel especially close and warm. "Yes, good boy. Go on then. If you want to watch until the end, just message me and I'll drive you home." "Yes, Sister Xiaoqiao." I nodded slightly in agreement. My seat was in row 3, seat 6. Yan Huaigang sat right next to me. Initially, I was wondering how to find someone to trade for a seat further up, but realized the seating arrangement here was quite intentional. This spot happened to be right behind and to the right of my senior. Just by looking up, I could admire her perfect profile, though it was a pity not to sit together. Stealing glances at her from this angle seemed quite interesting and exciting. "Senior, look over here. I've arrived." Mu Yulu turned her head at the sound, making the guy sitting next to her jump and sit up straight with a silly grin. As it turned out, she didn't spare him a single glance, but focused her gaze solely on me. The moment she saw me, her ice-cold expression instantly melted into a gentle smile. "Xiao Yuntao, you're picking up more and more bad habits lately. No way, in your heart, I'm always the best-behaved boy." Thick-headedly grin with pure joy. Yan Huaigang had also become much more subdued, shyly greeting the senior. "What's this? Do you only have eyes for our Lulu? Am I invisible to you as a living, breathing person?" Muju scolded with a laugh, turning around to tease us. I saw Muju looking around everywhere, and immediately understood who he was waiting for. "Stop looking, my third sister is busy today, so she's absent." Just after a few words, the stage lights suddenly flared to life. The entire auditorium fell silent in an instant. Along with a spectacular opening short film, the spring gala officially kicked off. When the clock hit 10:30, Sister Xiaoqiao's segment appeared right on time. I quickly set up the camera and chose a perfect angle, ensuring the sharpest and clearest image, while being careful not to block the view of the audience behind. Watching Ji Xiaoqiao perform on stage with such confidence and brilliance, the corners of my mouth subconsciously curled up. Exactly as predicted, I watched the entire performance with rapt attention until the final melody of the closing song played. I still felt a lingering sense of regret. Oh, is the show over already? I looked down at my watch. It was already 11:55. Only 5 minutes left before the day officially ends. Yeah, why did time fly so fast? Yan Huigang also had a look of regret, as if he hadn't had enough fun yet. "If you're still not satisfied, why don't you two go up and perform a few bits after we're done?" Mu Yulu turned her head to look at us and teased. The two of us shook our heads vigorously like rattle drums. "Please spare us. Ordinary people like us wouldn't dare go on the spring gala stage and make fools of ourselves." The guy sitting right next to me, who had been staring at Mu Yulu all evening, finally mustered the courage to speak up. "Hello, beauty. Can we add each other on WeChat and get to know each other?" Mu Yulu didn't even bother to turn around. She skillfully gave a scripted reply. "Truly sorry. I don't buy insurance and I have no interest in investing. I don't join chat groups or have time to help people hunt for bargains. And most importantly, I have no money to buy anything." The guy sitting there awkwardly rubbed his nose, but still thick-headedly tried his luck once more.
I'm really not a salesman or an advertiser. I just feel we have a connection and wanted to be friends. Mu Yulu directly woke up Mu Ji, who was dozing off next to her, and said, "Brother, it seems someone is trying to steal your spotlight. He wants to be friends with me. Do you agree or not? I'll answer with my fists. What else? Who is blind enough to target my sister?" Mu Ji jumped up with a start. He raised his eyebrows and glared at the man dramatically. What a nerve. Judging by your age, you look old enough to be my uncle. And yet you want to rob the cradle. Where's your bank balance? Show me your standing. Fine, if you won't, you won't. The man muttered under his breath and retreated dejectedly. As the New Year's bell rang, the old year finally came to a close. Outside the window, firecrackers sounded cheerfully. Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the night sky in their most beautiful forms. I looked at my senior next to me with doting eyes and spoke softly. "Senior, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." I didn't expect my senior to speak at the exact same time. Our eyes met by chance, and we shared a meaningful smile. The space was filled with a sweet scent. When the party ended, I went to the parking lot and found that my fifth sister and the car were gone. Opening my phone, I saw a message from an hour ago, sent by my dear fifth sister. "Yun Tao, I really missed home so much, and I'm a bit tired, so I took your car back home first. Let Xiao Wang take you back later. I'll definitely make it up to you soon. My kind-hearted fifth sister is truly unreliable." I looked gloomily at my senior and Mu Ji, but my eyes suddenly lit up. I put on a pitiful face and said to Mu Ji and Mu Yulu, "Brother Mu Ji, senior, my fifth sister ditched me and ran off. Please let me catch a ride with you. Small matter, it's nothing. I'll take you home safe and sound." Mu Ji also laughed. "Taking you home and stopping for a cup of tea, isn't that what I should do? Poor kid, let's go." Mu Yulu smiled gently. Along the way, the colors of the fireworks outside the window kept reflecting in, lighting up everyone's faces, looking absolutely brilliant and gorgeous. I saw the senior in front also watching the fireworks, so I pressed my phone against the car window and took a few nice photos of them. I even stealthily took one more of the senior's profile while she looked out the window and quietly sent them all to her. "Senior, the fireworks are so beautiful. I'm so happy to watch them with you." As her phone vibrated, Mu Yulu looked down, seeing the photos I had sent. She smiled to herself and replied, "I'm very happy too." Seeing those few simple words on the screen, I felt a rush of pure joy. Right after, she sent another message. "When we're free, we can go set off fireworks together." I nodded vigorously, took a small box from my pocket, and sent another message. "Senior, look to your left." As I spoke, I secretly slid the box through the seat gap. The senior saw the box and carefully took it. Soon after, a news notification appeared on my phone. I glanced at it and my eyebrows slightly furrowed. Rising starlet threatened by Capital to withdraw from the spring gala. In her live stream, she cried piteously, begging a certain senior to let her have a way out. I thought, Jiang Qingqing really knows how to act, using the power of public opinion to claim that Capital Power is trying to blacklist her. I frowned, looked at the recording saved on my phone, and messaged Ji Xiao Chao. "Fifth sister, are you there?" No one replied. So I decisively called Ji Xiao Man directly. "Don't worry, I've already arranged a car to pick you up." Clearly, Ji Xiao Man thought I was calling to complain about Ji Xiao Chao's actions. Eldest sister is always so thoughtful. It's quite touching. But I quickly spoke up. "Eldest sister, I'm in my senior's brother's car. No need to send a driver for me." I continued. "I was looking for fifth sister, but she's not replying. So I wanted to ask you to tell her that Jiang Qingqing is live streaming to manipulate public opinion." I added, "I have a recording of her being aggressive. Please ask if she needs this material." Ji Xiaoman replied, "Don't worry, she knew from start, and management is already handling it. But a recording is good, just send it to me." I hung up, finally relieved, and then sent the recording to Ji Xiaoman. Beside me, Mu Yulu also frowned slightly. Mugi spoke first, which Jiang Qingqing? That rising starlet. Yeah, nodded, and briefly recounted the incident to them. Mugi frowned slightly and then added, "As for your fifth sister, you really don't need to worry. Externally, she's just an artist under Jia Yun Media, but internally, she's actually a major shareholder of Jia Yun. If that fool dares to challenge her publicly, she really doesn't know how she's going to end up." He paused for a moment. However, for her to be so arrogant, she must have coaxed some sugar daddy to back her up. Her sugar daddy is my friend's father. Does the entertainment world really play that hard? My silence was meaningful, and my senior couldn't help but mock him. "If I remember correctly, you said before, your friend was supporting this starlet. Now it's his father?" Mu Ji couldn't help but cough a few times, explaining, "She probably caught two fish with one hand, dumped my friend to find his richer father. Not that hard to understand, right?" I couldn't help but marvel. She's really cunning.
Mugi nodded in deep sympathy. It's a hassle if your sister has to handle her personally. It's a waste of time and effort. Wait, let me call my friend. As long as his mother shows up, his father will be scared witless immediately. Then Mugi made the call right then and there. I kept watching the live stream. 5 or 6 minutes later, a large hand appeared on screen, grabbed Jiang Qingqing's hair and dragged her aside. Jiang Qingqing, you bitch. Spending my money to support young men, and now you dare to lie to me? The words were incredibly harsh. The live stream room went pitch black instantly. Streets in the early morning were no longer crowded. At 12:50, I arrived in front of the house, seeing Mugi looking at me expectantly. I guessed his intention. I smiled and took the initiative. Brother Mugi, Senior, why don't you come in for a cup of tea before you go? I happen to be thirsty too. Mugi quickly turned off the engine and unbuckled his seatbelt. Muyulu gave Mugi a disdainful look, but still got out of the car with him. When we stepped inside, the main hall was brightly lit and grand. Mr. G. Boda and my mother were not there. 4 women were sitting in the spacious living room, each doing her own thing, quiet and undisturbed. Eldest sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, and back. Hearing my voice, all 4 of them looked over at once. I immediately added, these 2, one is Mugi, our neighbor from Building 7, and the other is my senior, Muyulu. I explained, since it's late and I hitched a ride with them, I invited them in for some tea. I see. Welcome, welcome. Ji Xiaoman stood up and walked over leisurely, offering a greeting. Called Muyulu over to chat. Of course, she didn't forget to order me. Yuntao, the maids have all gone to rest. Go pour some tea for our guests. Yes, sister. My self-awareness is quite high. Muji looked around. It was rare to see him acting so shy, looking just like an innocent young man. He walked up to Ji Xiaoman. Ji Xiaoman, I only seem to know you best here. I hope you don't mind if I sit next to you. Sure, help yourself. Ji Xiaoman generously patted the empty spot on the sofa. Mugi sat down joyfully. Oh, one more thing. Happy New Year to you, he said, then remembered the others were there. He immediately added, and to everyone else, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Everyone responded in unison. Then everyone went back to their business. I brought the tray and poured tea for everyone. As my eyes swept past Mugi and Ji Xiaomin, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Even though Mugi was the one initiating conversation, and my third sister is usually a conversation killer, she actually replied to every word, showing no signs of impatience at all. Thinking of the gift Mugi asked me to help with, I quietly walked behind the sofa and tucked it behind Mugi's back. Mugi felt the movement behind him and reached back to touch it. He knew exactly what it was the moment he touched it. Seeing me wink at him, his face instantly turned bright red. Being here with so many people, and having prepared only one gift to give to Ji Xiaomin, he thought this might be a bit impolite. Looking up to observe his surroundings, it turned out no one was paying him any attention, so he began to calm himself down. Since it was very late, Muyulu and Mugi didn't stay long. They sat for a bit, and then I saw them to the door. When I returned, I saw that the 4 women who had been busy with their own tasks were all looking at me simultaneously. Ji Xiaomin said, Xiao Yuntao is so thoughtful. Does your eldest sister deserve a lemon water at night? Why does only Zhao Lu get a portion? Ji Xiaomin also teased, is this you bringing your girlfriend and her family over to meet the relatives? Ji Zhao Yu added, a week's rest should be enough for you, right? Starting from the 8th, come to the lab with me. Ji Xiaochao also joined the fun. Yuntao, I suddenly realized you look good in every way. Why don't you stop studying biology and come play in the entertainment world with me? I'll personally promote you and bring your little girlfriend along too. It'll be even better if you work together. Following Ji Xiaochao's words, before my brain could decide who to answer first, Ji Xiaoyu looked at her with a face full of disapproval toward Ji Xiaochao. Fifth sister, it's fine if you want to play until you lose your will. Yuntao is studying very well. He is a promising talent who can contribute to biology in the future. I forbid you from having any bad ideas about him. Ji Xiaomin couldn't help but chime in too. I think Yuntao's personality is quite good, very suitable for braving the business world. Seeing the atmosphere between the 3 women becoming tense, as if they would break into an argument the next second. Gui Xiaomin suddenly put on a gossip-hungry look, looking towards me, the protagonist sitting right there. Yuntao, you're the star here, so what do you think? As soon as she asked that, the 3 women who were about to clash simultaneously turned their heads and stared intensely at me. Yuntao, tell us already. I felt like my head was about to explode. I didn't dare offend any of these women standing before me. Finally, I decided to play it safe for the sake of peace. Regarding what I'll do in the future. Honestly, I haven't even thought about it yet. Right now, I just hope to improve my grades even more,
to see if I can become the top scorer this year. Then you sisters can hold your heads high in front of everyone. That's a good idea. As a student, your studies must always come first. Gui Xiaoyu nodded in full agreement. Beside her, Gui Xiaoman took a small sip of tea, then gave me a subtle, meaningful glance. Then you'd better make sure you actually put in the effort.
I breathed a sigh of relief for getting past this hurdle, but Gui Xiaochao didn't seem ready to give up just yet. Yuntao, are you really not considering joining the entertainment industry for fun? Acting in movies is actually quite fun. If that's a no, then just give me the contact info for that little girlfriend of yours instead. I thought to myself, fifth sister, after all that talk, you probably just want to recruit senior, not me, right? Gui Xiaochao widened her eyes, dramatically covering her mouth with her hand. Oh wow, our little Yuntao found me out. Truly worthy of being a future top scorer. You're just too clever. I couldn't help but let out a long, heavy sigh. Fifth sister, I suggest you stop dreaming about that. Senior still chose to pursue art even after becoming the top scorer, which proves she absolutely loves this field. You won't be able to lure her away anywhere. On the other side, Mu Yulu had arrived home and changed her clothes. She heard the notification bell for a message on her phone, opened it, and glanced at the screen. Senior, my fifth sister has her eyes on you, and she wants to recruit you for acting. I couldn't stop her, so I had to give her your contact info. If you find her too bothersome, then just give me a scolding to vent your anger. Checking the friend requests, there really was a new request from Gui Xiaochao. Mu Yulu smiled and accepted the request, then messaged me back. All right then. If I get bothered, I'm definitely going to beat you. Thinking about the gift I secretly tucked away for her in the car, she took the box from her bag, the design looking quite familiar, exactly like the Siri jewelry exhibition brand. From when I took her New Year's shopping before. She opened the box to find a necklace inside, with a chain made of pure gold. The pendant below was shaped like a planet, the center stone radiating a pale pink glow. Surrounded by a ring of diamond chips, it possessed a truly unique beauty. A small golden dolphin hung beneath the planet. Mu Yulu thought, this boy actually has quite good taste. Mu Yulu chuckled softly, picking up the necklace and walking over, standing before the mirror to put it on. She turned back and forth, admiring it a few times. The more Mu Yulu looked, the more satisfied she felt. Looking back at the rose quartz beads she always wore on her wrist, she suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Is Xiao Wandao planning to replace every piece of jewelry on my body one by one? She whispered to herself. I'm actually a bit expectant to see what other surprises you'll bring next time. On the first day of the new year, I stayed home obediently for half a day. In the afternoon, I headed to the airport with my suitcase. I only have exactly 1 week off, so I have to return to the countryside to spend New Year with Grandpa. As for Wu Lianxin, when I asked her, she only gave a regretful smile, saying she couldn't leave. By the time I reached the town, it was 5 p.m. Grandpa, wearing his military coat, was sitting on his tricycle waiting, right by the bus stop. Grandpa, Happy New Year. I'm back. The moment I saw him, I let out a loud shout and rushed over with my suitcase. Why are you screaming like you're calling a ghost? Keep it down. Don't let people think you're foolish. Let them think whatever they want. Making myself right at home, I tossed the suitcase into the back of the tricycle and plopped down right beside Grandpa. By the way, I called ahead to say I was coming back today. What delicious food did you prepare for me? I've prepared white porridge for you. Eat your fill. I muttered to myself. I suddenly feel like it's not too late for me to leave now. During these festive days, an old man's anticipation for his daughter to return for New Year ultimately ended in disappointment once again. The third day of the New Year is a special day. Here in this Pingyang town, all married daughters must bring their entire family to visit their biological parents. Grandpa and I were an exception. We both understood each other, spending a normal day with no one mentioning Wu Lianxin's absence. A little past 1 p.m., Grandpa and I had just finished lunch, and were about to go upstairs to study for a bit, when we heard some noise outside the door. Grandpa and I both turned our heads to look. The tightly closed iron gate was suddenly pushed aside, and there stood Wu Lianxin. She was carrying so many gift bags in her hands, stepping inside with a radiant smile. Xiao Wandao, Mom is back. I froze in place, as a pang of heartache quickly transformed into pure joy. My eyes grew a bit watery, but I quickly adjusted my mood, welcoming her with a bright smile. Mom, you're home. Yes, I'm home. Wu Lianxin also had tears in her eyes. She gently patted my shoulder, looking at the old man nearby. Her voice trembled slightly. Dad, I've come home to spend New Year with you. It's good that you're home. It's good that you're home. Looking at Wu Lianxin, Grandpa's eyes showed clear relief, and he seemed to perk up instantly. Grandpa said again, hurry over and sit down. Xiao Wandao, go pour a glass of hot tea for your mother. You probably haven't had lunch yet arriving at this hour, right? Let me go make something for you to eat. If you're too hungry, snack on the sweets Xiao Wandao bought first.
Having not had a proper chat with his daughter for so long, Grandpa didn't know what else to say, so he hurried into the kitchen to get busy cooking. The mother and son sat down, and I didn't ask why Wu Liangxin had suddenly returned. Liangxin took a few sips of tea, and after a long silence, she finally spoke. She said, "Your stepfather didn't agree to let me come back. It was your eldest sister who arranged for some directors to go on an overseas trip with him. Everyone went alone without bringing family members,
So he had no reason left to force me to come along. So that's how it was. I must thank eldest sister very much then. I nodded slightly as a deep sense of gratitude towards Gui Xiao Man rose in my heart. I thought to myself, I must work harder to repay her more in the future. Today was my last day with Wu Liangxin. Over the past few days, Wu Liangxin tried to persuade Grandpa many times to come to Beijing with us. You won't be used to the big city. Either the suburbs or in a small alley with a courtyard house would be fine too. But Grandpa remained unmoved. In the afternoon, Wu Liangxin and I were taken to the town bus stop by him, reluctantly parting with Grandpa. Wu Liangxin and I got on the bus to return to Beijing. My life began to get busy. Gui Xiao Yue had lured me into the lab, and I didn't even need to go home, staying there instead. During the day, I learned to do some simple biology experiments from the textbook, or buried my head in solving problems and reading, asking Gui Xiao Yue for help whenever I didn't understand. At night, I tackled the Happy New Year homework assigned by school. Due to my good performance in the lab, on the Lantern Festival, I obtained a pardon from Gui Xiao Yue, successfully securing a day of rest. Turning home early in the morning, I teased the cat, then personally cooked a few dishes for Gui Xiao Man. In my free time, I went to the yard to light some firecrackers to add to the lively New Year atmosphere.
New Year is almost over, and I still haven't seen fireworks with Senior. In my heart, I thought, today, no matter what, I must invite her out for a trip. Today, Senior braided her hair in scorpion style, wearing a fluffy beige ear-flap hat, donning a pink puffer jacket with a white turtleneck sweater underneath, paired with jeans and Martin boots, a perfect, gentle, and charismatic, beautiful young woman. I couldn't help but admire her. Senior, you look so beautiful today. Senior totally agreed but asked back, only today. Of course, you're pretty every day, but today you look extra special. Senior nodded contentedly, then continued. She said, driver is off today,
And the driver named Senior doesn't want to drive either.
so if you want to go anywhere, let's just call a taxi. I chuckled. Then let's call a car. Let's go see a movie. That sounds good. Let me see if there are any good movies out lately. Having been in Beijing for so long, this is my first time ever going to a movie theater. A moment later, the movie started. Seeing Senior intently watching the screen, I placed the popcorn box on the armrest between us. Then I also began to focus on watching. At one point, Senior spoke softly. Xiao Wandao between the male lead and his current wife beside him. Who do you think actually has the problem? I answered firmly. Looking at things now, all information points
To the male lead's memory having problems.
But my intuition tells me the one with the problem is definitely the woman, next to him claiming to be his wife. Mu Yulu had a completely opposite opinion. She said without hesitation, but I think the male lead is the one with the problem. Huh? The male lead currently seems to be behaving very well, appearing completely simple and honest. I hesitated slightly only to see Senior smiling. How about a bet? Whoever loses has to call the other dad. What? In my heart, I thought, why is Senior starting to play this game too? However, I didn't think it'd lose, so I nodded decisively. Right. After that, both of us focused intensely on the movie.
The plot became increasingly intense. Senior and I, while reaching for popcorn, didn't even bother to look at the box.
In an instant, one hand after the other, both reached for the popcorn box at the same time. I was the first to reach, and then a small, soft hand covered the back of mine. That small hand brushed against my fingers a few times, and when she realized it, she hurriedly pulled her hand back. Sorry, I'm so sorry. In the dim light of the theater, Senior felt a spark like electricity at her fingertips, hastily withdrawing her hand and sitting up straight, trying to stay still to focus on the rest of the movie. It's okay. On the outside, I appeared calm, but in reality, my heart was racing uncontrollably.
Stepping out of the theater, Senior suddenly stopped.
She circled around, sizing me up from head to toe. I suddenly felt strangely nervous. Then, Senior, is something wrong? She said, I think you and that scumbag in the movie are nothing alike in appearance or personality. Don't you dare project that onto me. I'm afraid that. I thought, why would I project anything onto you? Senior calmly withdrew her gaze, then continued, I'm just looking at my good son. She laughed and said, come on, call me dad, son. In my heart, I thought. My emotions were completely swept away by the movie, so I totally forgot about that bet. I said with a bit of flattery. Senior, a girl as kind, beautiful, generous, and open-minded, enthusiastic and elegant as you, will surely be willing to show mercy and forgive me this once. Can I change to a different stake? Senior was understanding and willing to let me off. She gave a light chuckle, then continued. All right then. If you can't say it out loud, then change my WeChat nickname to Dad. I let out a long, heavy sigh. Fine. I asked Senior again, is that good enough? Yes, yes. From now on, I have a son too. A bright smile blossomed on Senior's face, and the way she looked at me was suddenly full of kindness. I looked at Senior before me and continued. Senior, I'll never bet with you again. Can't even win a little bit. Senior laughed again, telling me to be optimistic. You should think, what if you win next time? Right, my good son? In my heart, I thought, anyway, my dignity in front of Senior today is already completely gone, so I decided to just give up entirely. Well then, since you've taken such a big advantage of me, what are you going to take me out to eat tonight? On a holiday like this, of course I must. Take my son to eat something truly delicious. Senior patted her chest heroically. Let's go. I'm treating you to the most expensive seafood. After we finish eating, Senior and I casually found a store selling fireworks to buy some to light. Looking at the endless messy designs, I felt a bit dizzy. Senior, which kind do you want to light? Is there a kind that doesn't need a lighter and won't cause fires? I thought about it for a while, then said slowly, without needing a lighter, it seems. There's only the kids' throw-down crackers. Senior, are you sure you want to play with those? Throw-down crackers? Senior thought for a bit, then nodded slightly. Then throw-down crackers it is. Senior grabbed a box immediately. Then she picked out a bundle of sparklers, a set of fountain fireworks, and even a firework with a flashy name, Gatling. She tossed all those into my arms and laughed. Good son. Help Dad prepare the equipment well. Dad will take you to set off some fireworks. Right. Seeing Senior so incredibly excited, I didn't bother calling her out. Senior, shall we try one sparkler first? No. I'm terrified of fire. You just light them for me to watch. Senior shook her head vigorously. Then she took a box of throw-down crackers from her bag, took one out, and threw it far away. Bang! A loud sound echoed, startling her like a little rabbit. She hurriedly jumped back 2 steps. In my heart, I thought, I didn't expect Senior to have such a cute side. It made me feel truly happy. I lit 2 sparklers, and suddenly rushed in front of Senior. Senior, come here, come play with this, it's so much fun. No! Senior was full of wariness, immediately retreating 2 more steps. So I held up the sparklers, wearing a mischievous smile, skipping towards Senior while getting closer. Senior, want to play for a bit? The sparks won't hit you. It's really fun. No. Senior ran back another 2 steps. My voice carried a playful tone. Senior, you have to. I suddenly burst out laughing, starting to chase after Senior. Seeing that, Senior quickly sped up. Dao Wandao, you little rascal. Stop chasing me. I laughed triumphantly, running slowly, but my voice was extremely teasing. Senior, run a bit faster. The fireworks are about to catch up to you. Xiao Wandao, if you dare come any closer, I'm going to cry right in front of you. Finally gave in and stopped, unable to help but laugh out loud on the spot. In my heart, I thought, even a Senior who normally fears nothing could be so distressed by a tiny sparkler. Seeing Senior stop over there, panting, hands on her hips and glaring at me fiercely, I couldn't help but give a gentle smile. Senior, come over here. I'll light the fireworks for you. I won't tease you anymore. Swear it. If you lie to me, you're a pig. I swear, if I lie to you, I'm a pig. What did you just say? Senior reacted very quickly. I coughed lightly, then put on a serious face, smiling and raising 3 fingers. I swear, if I lie to you, I am indeed a pig. All right, just come over here. Senior walked over step by step, and I stopped teasing her, placing the fireworks nearby and lighting them up. Columns of fireworks over a meter high soared up, so radiant and beautiful. Senior stood a short distance away, watching the shimmering sparks, her eyes filled with delight. Senior, are you satisfied? Very beautiful. So next, do you want me to light sparklers for you? No, I want to see the Gatling. Right, then stand back a bit. Don't let it startle you. I thought, that thing seems to have a pretty long range. I'm afraid you might. After that fun day out with Senior, the New Year break ended very quickly, and we returned to school. Soon enough, the national competition results were announced. Our class teacher, Zhao Luming, walked into the room, his face beaming like a flower. Our class got 1 gold, 1 silver, and 3 bronze, very impressive. Just as he finished, Yan Huigong sitting next to me nudged my arm. Yun Tao, guess which one you got? I answered quite decisively.
Need you even ask? It must be gold. Are you joking? With the vice dean of the Beijing University School of Biology as my tutor, if I couldn't even make it into the national top 30, where would I hide my face? That look on your face really makes me want to punch you. Yan Huaigan bared his teeth. Yet another day of wanting to steal your brain. Results were as expected. The gold medal belonged to me, and the silver medal went to Liu Lin. Next is the international competition on the last day of March. Only 5 people left in the whole school to compete, and I am the only hope for Class 10. The pressure suddenly skyrocketed. Returning home at night, I excitedly took out my phone. First thing was to tell the good news to fourth sister and Mu Yulu. Fourth sister, I got the gold medal. Senior, I won the gold in the biology competition. Hurry up and praise me, he he he. Unexpectedly, fourth sister's reply was still simple and powerful. Fourth sister has transferred 10 million RMB to you. I thanked her and accepted my sister's reward without hesitation. I've received so much now that I've gotten used to it. However, there was still no reply from Mu Yulu's side. Just as I thought she hadn't seen the message yet, a video call suddenly popped up. You're really something, Xiao Wandao. On the screen, the girl was leaning against the balcony looking at her phone, her face full of smiles. I immediately grinned happily. Of course. But thinking about the upcoming international competition, I pretended to look exhausted. I'm a bit drained. I want some encouragement from Senior. Unexpectedly, the girl fell silent for a long while and slowly said, Then let me personally cook a meal to reward you. I jumped in surprise immediately. Senior, I suddenly feel full of vitality now. I don't need any reward anymore. No kidding, the international competition is so important. If I ate her cooking, it'd probably be a goner. Humph, you dare look down on me? Mu Yulu huffed, then after thinking for a long time, offered another suggestion. Shall I sing a song to cheer you on? My eyes lit up instantly. Having known Senior for so long, I'd never heard her sing. With such a sweet voice, her singing must be top tier. I immediately started screen recording on my phone, my face filled with great anticipation. Then I'm all ears. The next second, the familiar intro music started, and the girl's gentle yet powerful singing voice came through. It turned out to be Lonely Warrior, which was going viral online. Though the song was a bit offbeat in some places, and the high notes weren't quite reached, hearing it made my spirits surge. All the exhaustion from before was swept away, and I felt energetic again. Senior, thank you. Mu Yulu exhaled softly, smiling radiantly as she said, I only sing once every few hundred years, so you better make it count. You must bring home a top prize. Roger that, ma'am, I replied firmly. After chatting a bit more, Mu Yulu urged me to go to bed. Luckily, the international competition venue this year is right here in China. March 31st, a beautiful Saturday. I woke up early in my hotel bed, and after having breakfast with my teacher, I officially set off for the final battlefield. Sitting on the shuttle bus for contestants, at 9 o'clock, the international competition officially began. The exam was entirely in English, and the difficulty skyrocketed, making me break into a cold sweat as I worked through it. It took 3 grueling hours just to finish, and I had to submit it before I even had a chance to double-check. This experience was truly exhausting for me. Seeing that everyone else's expressions didn't look too good either, I actually felt a bit more at ease. However, the moment I stepped out of the school gates and saw a line of supercars parked by the roadside, I suddenly froze in my tracks. Why do those license plates look so familiar? In the next second, the car doors opened simultaneously, and elegant women stepped out of the vehicles, all turning their eyes toward the school gate. Confirmed, it's my 4 elder sisters. I only came to another city for an exam, yet they all showed up to pick me up. What's with this shocking scene? I walked over with a forced smile. Sisters, why did you all come here? The eldest sister, Ji Xiaoman, spoke first, her voice calm. You're bringing glory to the nation, so we just came to take you home since we were free. The fourth sister, Ji Xiao Yu, also said, You're my student, of course I had to come. The third sister, Ji Xiao Chao, was even more direct. We used to be the ones dropping you off at the exams, so today we finally have the chance to experience being parents for once. The youngest, Ji Xiaoman, was the most casual. I just like to see the drama, so I came to join the fun. Such a grand display made me feel childish, but also incredibly heartwarming. Ji Xiaoman gave an order. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, the 4 women stepped into their respective cars. Now I was completely stuck in a dilemma with 4 cars. Which one should I get in? What are you standing there for? Let's go. The 4 car windows rolled down at the same time, and all 4 sisters stared at me without moving. I made a split-second decision, scurrying over to get into the eldest sister's car. Immediately after, 2 Maseratis led the way.
with 2 Porsches bringing up the rear. The 4 luxury cars lined up and sped away out of sight. Behind us, many contestants stared in shock. My God, both beauties and luxury cars. Which family's crown prince is taking the exam today? Damn, why couldn't the world have one more rich person like me? I was completely oblivious to all that,
rubbing my stomach, feeling only one thing: hunger. A while later, the convoy stopped outside a high-end restaurant, and I followed the eldest sister out of the car. I just heard her whisper, "This is a restaurant your third sister opened in her spare time. Come here to play later, and if you're out of money, just come here for a free meal." I nodded, thinking that this was indeed not a bad option. But as I followed the 4 sisters inside, an unfriendly voice suddenly rang out from behind us. I knew I didn't see wrong. It really is you guys. I looked up, and it was that woman who kept pestering my 4th sister Ji Xiao Yue last year to use her connections for her son. The woman marched over furiously, pointing at my face, ready to make a scene. Back in the capital, I heard that Ji Xiao Yue used the back door to get this kid into the lab and even mentored him privately. I couldn't believe you wouldn't help my Zi Hao, your own nephew, but insisted on teaching an outsider like this. Ji Xiao Yue, you must give me an explanation today. This is just bad luck out of nowhere, and it's not over yet. I quietly lowered my head to drink tea, deciding not to intervene. Unexpectedly, Ji Xiao Yue looked up calmly, her expression immediately showing impatience. You want an explanation or logic? Yun Tao's achievements are enough for me to value him. If the country nurtures good talent, I am more than happy to help. And as for family feelings, Yun Tao may not be related to me by blood, but his name is on the same household registry as mine. Your son's is not. Her voice suddenly dropped, sounding threatening. Furthermore, even my father doesn't dare to demand an explanation from me. So who do you think you are? You're so disrespectful, truly uneducated. The woman was so angry her chest was heaving. Ji Xiaoyu only gave a cold laugh. You're old and still don't know your place, trying to use family ties to be a hypocrite. Is that what education looks like to you? Ji Xiaoyu continued leisurely. One piece of advice for you. Instead of wasting effort scheming for your son, why not ask what he actually likes? This hit her right where it hurt, and she instantly flew into a rage right then and there. How I raise my son is none of your business. Who are you to speak, you brat? I see that your damn mother didn't raise you properly at all. As soon as the words left her mouth, a cup of hot tea was suddenly splashed right into the woman's face. The one who did it was the 5th sister, Ji Xiao Chao. In the next second, the 3rd sister, Ji Xiaomin, spoke to the manager who was waiting nearby in a casual tone. After kicking this person out, hang a sign in front of all of my stores. Zhao Yan Rong and dogs are not allowed. The manager was very sharp and immediately arranged for men, gag Zhao Yan Rong and drag her outside. The woman couldn't utter another single word. The atmosphere suddenly froze. I looked at the table full of food, trying to seem relaxed as I spoke up cautiously. Sisters, how about we eat first? The coldness on Ji Xiaomin's face finally vanished, as she leisurely picked up her chopsticks to eat. The farce ended there. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the May Day holiday had just ended. The international competition results were out, and I immediately received a call from my 4th sister, Ji Xiao Yue. Your results are quite good, and your ranking isn't bad either. The School of Biological Sciences at Jingdai University. You can be admitted directly. On the other end of the line, she even told me that I didn't even need to take the college entrance exam anymore. I breathed a sigh of relief, but smiled and declined. Sister, I've decided. I still want to take the Gaokao, and after the semester starts, I'll study under you. Ji Xiaoyu laughed out loud for once, showing her understanding. Little did I know the real shock of the call was yet to come. Not only did you get a silver medal and make the global top 100, but you also received a huge prize of $1 million. Your early admission to Jingdai University will also be temporarily held. After that, time passed quickly. June 7th, the tense and dramatic college entrance exams finally arrived. To avoid my sisters picking me up and making the front page again, I moved into a place near the school by myself. The 2 days of exams went very smoothly. I just didn't know if I could secure the top scorer spot. After finishing the last subject, I stepped out of the exam room, breathed a sigh of relief when I didn't see my sister's flashy display. I couldn't help but feel relieved. But as I left the gates and turned left, a soft call made me stop in my tracks immediately. Yun Tao. I turned around suddenly, stunned for a moment, before my face broke into a bright smile. In the distance, a girl in a long white dress with puffed sleeves was holding a fresh bouquet of flowers with Zhao Taohua the cat, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, on her shoulder. It's Senior. Without hesitation, I pushed through the crowd, running straight toward her with a gentle smile. Senior, didn't you say you were busy today? She nodded with a playful smile. That's right, I have things to be busy with, like bringing my son here. Congratulations to my junior for successfully completing the Gaokao. Happy graduation. I took the bouquet from her hands. This was the first time in my life I had received flowers. As I hugged the flowers to my chest, I thanked her softly. Suddenly, several camera lenses were pointed toward us. This beauty looks so familiar. Isn't she last year's Gaokao top scorer? Mu Yulu nodded slightly. It's me. The porters around us immediately got excited, thrusting their microphones toward her. Last year's top scorer appearing here. Are you here to pick up this handsome young man? In an instant, everyone's eyes filled with curiosity. However, she still nodded naturally. Yes, I just came to congratulate my brother on finishing his exams. So they're siblings. The reporters realized, and immediately after, their burning gazes all turned toward me. Since you're the brother of last year's top scorer, your results must be outstanding too, right? Are you confident about becoming this year's top scorer, setting a record of 2 top scorers in one family? Though I didn't like being on camera with Senior, didn't feel that bad. So I spoke up humbly. I'd love to, but I can only say, man proposes, but God disposes. After finally escaping the crowd, I had planned to ask Mu Yulu out to celebrate, but a phone call from my grandfather forced me to change my plans. The old man actually came to the capital himself to visit me, so I could only say goodbye to Senior to go home and be with my family for a celebratory dinner. The next day, I went back to school for the graduation and coming-of-age ceremony. When Wu Li and Xin walked through the gateway of adulthood with me, I felt that the void left by my mother's absence for all those years was finally and completely filled in that moment. Breathing in the air outside the school, I smiled gently at the sky. Yun Tao, congratulations on your graduation. From here, a new life begins. 2 days later, the class organized a farewell outing, booking a quiet bar. I was playing cards and snacking with my friends, when suddenly the lights in the bar went out, leaving only a single spotlight shining on the stage. A girl wearing a pink evening dress, holding a bouquet of champagne roses, sat down on a high stool. It was the class president, Wang Yue. Today, on this special day, I have a song I want to dedicate to someone special. As she finished, she looked down affectionately, and her gaze was fixed right on where I was sitting. The entire room immediately erupted in whispers. Oh my God, the class president is going all out. She's planning to confess. Yan Huaigang instinctively looked over at me, his face full of panic. He knew all too well that Wang Yue's feelings weren't simple, while my heart had belonged to someone else for a long time. This sort of thing was obvious to everyone. Any outsider could see it at a glance. I knitted my brows tightly, knowing that this public confession trick was no different from backing someone into a corner. Instead of sitting there waiting for disaster, it was better to use the strategy of fleeing. Taking advantage of the music starting on stage, I quickly grabbed my phone, signaled to Yan Huigang with my eyes, then ducked low, weaving through the crowd and heading straight for the restroom. Should I even come back? Let me know what happens later. After sending the message, I hid away in the restroom. But Wang Yu on stage had no idea, fervently finishing the song A Little Happiness. Unexpectedly, when the lights came up, and she held the microphone ready to confess. Her eyes scanned the audience over and over again, but my figure was nowhere to be found. For a moment, Wang Yu's face went blank, feeling like she was going crazy. You were clearly here just a second ago. How could you vanish at the most critical moment? The cheering and teasing from below didn't stop, so she could only force a smile and grit her teeth, changing her plan. Just teasing you guys. This song is dedicated to everyone present here. Even though she managed to save face, the fire in her heart only burned more intensely. Seeing the outing was about to end, she knew if she didn't act now, she wouldn't have another chance. Wang Yu also made an excuse and headed straight for the restroom, intending to intercept me, blocking my way as I returned. Meanwhile, I was staring at the constant messages from Yan Huaigang. The person ran off and the beauty's confession turned into a tearful farewell. But she's heading to the restroom to catch you. Good luck to you, my friend. A public confession I could understand, but being cornered privately like this was truly awkward. If handled poorly and she started crying, that would be a real headache. In this critical moment, a flash of inspiration hit me, and I immediately sent a distress signal to Senior Mu Yulu. Emergency call for the best actress. Can you play the role of a checking girlfriend? On the phone for a few minutes. Someone is coming to trap me. I'm so scared. The other side actually replied instantly. Mu Yulu, standing on her balcony, gave a soft humph, her fingers quickly typing out a line. Other roles are free. Playing the checking girlfriend has a different price. Looking at the teasing message on the screen, not only was I not worried, but the corners of my mouth curled up with excitement. This play not only solved the urgent problem,
but also seemed to carry a hint of ambiguous sweetness. I replied without hesitation, "Fine, name whatever price you want." Right after, Mu Yula's voice call actually came through. My heart pounded inexplicably as I answered quickly, using a tone I'd never used before. "Hello, senior. Xiao Yuntao, is the class meeting fun?" On the other end, Mu Yula's voice carried a bit of intentional ease. I nodded, just as I caught a glimpse of Wang Yue appearing in front of the sink. Timing was perfect. I didn't use the speakerphone, but turned the phone volume up to the maximum, my voice so gentle it could melt. "No matter how pretty those other girls are, they can't compare to you. If I went out with other girls, and you made me kneel on the washboard at home, what would I do?" As expected, Wang Yu froze outside the door immediately, her freshly applied lipstick suddenly smearing off to the side. I pressed my advantage, continuing with, "My girlfriend is the gentlest and kindest girl in the whole world." Those words completely shattered the last shred of fragile hope she had. Wang Yue was utterly stunned. When did this happen? She was clearly the first one to notice me, so who dared to snatch me away? Thinking back to how she promised her father last night, her fists trembled with rage. And on this end of the line, Senior and I were so into the acting that we couldn't stop. "It's dark. What time are you coming home?" "One more hour. I'll be back in an hour. I've only had a little alcohol." "Promise me you won't drink anymore." "Darling, I'm sorry. Just this once, I swear." "Be home in half an hour to kneel on the remote for me." "As you command, my queen." The call ended. I still hadn't had enough looking at my phone, really feeling like I was a genius. This handling was truly killing two birds with one stone. Just then, a message from Senior popped up. "Acting fee is 888, cash or transfer." I was immediately overjoyed. Whether cash or transfer, we still have to meet. This is truly a godsend opportunity. I replied without hesitation, "Cash. I'll give it to you in a few days." Then I stepped out of the restroom, content. Walking past Wang Yu, I casually stood there washing my hands. Wang Yu finally snapped out of it and chased after me, her voice trembling as she asked, "Yuntao, do you really have a girlfriend?" I nodded with a kind smile. "Mm-hmm. It only happened a few days ago." Then congratulations, the hanging heart of the girl is now completely in despair. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but she stubbornly didn't let a tear fall. I had finished resolving this trouble, and with the burden lifted, I went back to my seat. Yan Huaigang immediately winked and leaned in close. "Is it taken care of?" I nodded proudly. Solved it very smoothly. Unexpectedly, Yan Huaigang pointed to the pile of drinks in front of us, laughing slyly. "Good that you solved it. Come on, all of this is your reward from me." But without thinking, I rejected him flatly. "That won't work." I directly brushed Yan Huaigang's hand away and declared with a very serious face, "I just got off the phone with Senior. I promised her I wouldn't drink a single drop. Finish it yourself." "You kidding? This cost me a whole 888 yuan. I have to play the part properly." Yan Huaigang immediately put me in a headlock. Humph. This kid isn't walking out of here steady today. I managed to spend 2 days traveling with my grandfather, and then safely saw him home. Only then did I return to the capital. But every time I thought about meeting Senior, my heart would feel restless and awkward. The hurdle of the Gaokao was over, but the hurdle of confessing to Senior, I still haven't dared to cross. If successful, all would be well, but if I failed, I feared we might not even be able to remain friends. I thought it over and decided to ask for help from my best friend, who was a veteran in romance. "Fatty," I tentatively typed a message. "Fatty, what do you think the success rate is if I confess to Senior?" Yan Huigang's message came back in an instant. "High or not, you'll only know if you give it a shot." Then he called directly. "You kid, you're really going to confess to my goddess?" My voice was incredibly serious. "Fatty, I really like her, but I don't feel confident. I'm not sure how she feels about me." Yan Huigang went silent for a few seconds, then affirmed with total certainty, "Yuntao, the goddess definitely has feelings for you. Otherwise, what kind of girl is free every time you ask, and even willing to fake being a girlfriend to check on you? You're truly blessed and you don't even know it." His words immediately gave me courage. I hurriedly asked, "Then help me think. How should I confess to have the best chance?" "Is there even a need to think? It's only a week until the goddess's birthday. Prepare a gift and confess on her birthday. How romantic would that be?" But I rejected it immediately without hesitation. Not on her birthday. I don't want anything to happen on her birthday. That might make her unhappy. If she rejects me, it will be incredibly awkward for both of us. Yan Huigang was truly impressed on the other end. "Brother, just for this thoughtfulness of yours, it's no wonder my goddess treats you so specially. If you actually fail your confession, I will perform a handstand while eating incense just for you." Having received my best friend's solemn oath, I felt even more confident. All right, then help me choose a location.
You'll wait until after her birthday to ask her out. The next morning, I couldn't wait any longer and sent a message to Mu Yulu. Greetings, Oscar, Best Actress. I'm coming to pay the acting fee I owe today. Mu Yulu replied quickly. My classes are packed all day today. I'm exhausted. My eyes scanned around, and a good idea popped up instantly. Humph, then I'll come to Jingdai University to find you. Mu Yulu, who had been yawning through her classes, suddenly became wide awake. Then come over. Whether my roommates and I can eat sweet and sour pork ribs at the cafeteria today will all depend on you. I smiled brightly, put on an elegant outfit, and walked out the door. This was also the first time I set foot inside the gates of Jingdai. Following the location Senior had sent, I didn't go straight to the classroom, but took a leisurely stroll through the campus. This was not only where Senior lived, but also my battlefield for the next 4 years. I kept walking, feeling the dense academic atmosphere of the most prestigious school, my heart filled with anticipation. I wound my way through the campus paths, finally arriving in front of the main lecture hall. Blending into the crowd, I squeezed into the elevator to the 8th floor and walked into the empty room 803, sitting down in the 3rd row by the window. I immediately messaged Senior. I'm here, I've saved a seat for you. Less than 2 minutes later, the bell rang, and the entire corridor suddenly became loud and bustling. Right after that, students began pouring into classroom 803, but my presence didn't attract any attention at all. I just sat there in silence, my eyes fixed intently on the entrance, waiting for that familiar silhouette. Just then, Mu Yulu walked into the classroom with a pink backpack, accompanied by her 2 roommates. I excitedly waved and called out, Nuna! Mu Yulu saw me but intentionally put on a stern face, nodding to me with a very serious expression. Meanwhile, her 2 roommates exchanged a knowing glance, then shamelessly ditched her to sit elsewhere. In the next second, I watched her walk towards me step by step. To my surprise, she stopped right beside me and spoke with great formality. Hello, is this seat taken? It's empty. I shook my head. I immediately stood up to let her pass through. Mu Yulu whispered a thank you, and then she sat down in the inner seat. Seeing that she had sat down, I sat down right after her. Damn, who is that kid? Or am I still dreaming from the last class? Why did I just see the goddess take the initiative to sit next to some random guy? Campus Belle usually sits in the front. It's definitely because the front seats are full, so she had no choice. She's just settling for now. Damn it, that kid is so lucky. Many people in the back stared in shock, both stunned and envious. Some even wanted to transmigrate into my body. In university, it's hard to recognize all your classmates, but Mu Yulu is an exception. She is the freshman campus belle. There isn't anyone in this class who doesn't know her. When she's with girls, the belle is a radiant beauty with a bright smile, but she's always cold towards all the boys. Not a single guy has ever managed to approach her. In class, she's always seated next to girls. No boy ever has the chance to share a desk with her. Is something wrong with her eyes now? Campus Belle actually sat next to that strange kid on her own. Even the Belle's roommates, who usually guard her like a precious treasure, let her sit by herself so easily today. It was inevitable in class that some of Mu Yula's pursuers would get bold. One of those pursuers, seeing the goddess sit next to a boy on her own, felt like his chance had finally arrived. He walked straight up without hesitation and stood before me. He flashed a friendly smile. Hey man, let's negotiate. Can you switch seats with me? I responded with an equally polite smile. Sorry, no deal. The boy didn't get angry hearing that. After all, getting to sit next to the belle, such an opportunity is truly rare. So he turned to look at the girl sitting next to Mu Yulu. Hey beauty, can I switch seats with you? Mu Yulu looked up indifferently. Sorry, I don't sit next to boys. Please find someone else to switch with. The boy was stunned after hearing that. His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at me. What about him? Don't tell me he's a girl in disguise. She glanced at me calmly, and then spoke with absolute composure. He's my brother. He's not like you. So I'm just a brother. Quite a few people around heard this remark from the campus belle. Immediately, this info spread like wildfire through the class. Gossip-hungry curiosity in everyone's hearts, and the sense of threat suddenly dissipated quite a bit. Regarding the special favor Nuna showed me, I still felt pretty happy. But a brother, that gives me a bit of a headache. Does Nuna really intend to see me as a brother forever? So what should I do to make her change her mind? Should I use my charms? Would that even work? Or seduction? Nuna seems to really like my abs, but I've never done anything like this before. What if Nuna flies into a rage and gives me a beating? While I was lost in thought, the boy had already returned to his seat. Mu Yulu suddenly turned to look at me. Noticing my complex expression, she leaned over the desk, tilted her head towards me, and spoke. What are you thinking about? Thinking about you. I instinctively spoke my heart, then froze in place. Aish, damn it.
Why did I just blurt out my inner thoughts like that? Hearing that, her heart skipped a beat. Since when did this kid learn to flirt? The next second, I hurriedly tried to cover it up before she could speak. I was thinking that Nuna is really popular.
But why did that guy want to switch seats with me? Is he one of your pursuers? Oh, I see. Mu Yula's mind immediately calmed down. I don't know him. He's a stranger. I couldn't help but chuckle hearing that. I didn't expect Nuna to be so cold, but for me, and truly an exception. I suddenly felt a surge of nameless confidence. University classes usually last for 2 periods, with a 10-minute break in between. This lecture was on the history of Chinese art. Nuna listened very attentively, occasionally taking notes. These are the things she loves and is studying. I was also focused on the lecture. I wanted to learn what Nuna studies, so that we could have more common topics. During the 10-minute break, Mu Yulu handed me her student ID. Go to cafeteria number 3, I'll send you the location. I want the 1 yuan rice and sweet and sour ribs at window 5. It's fine if you can't get my roommate's food, but at least snag a portion for me. Add a side of boiled broccoli and some mixed bean sprouts. Also, Ming Ming wants spicy stewed chicken. Your senior Chu wants oyster vermicelli. Senior Sun wants potato chicken stew noodles. I smiled as I took the card. Mission will be accomplished. Thanks for the hard work. She gave me a radiant smile. Quite a few people in the back were staring, and seeing the Bells smile at me, many felt consumed by envy. Who knows what good deeds this kid did in his past life? To have a sister as beautiful as the campus belle in this life. Exiting the classroom, I leisurely made my way to Jingda's cafeteria number 3. I took a stroll through all 3 floors of the cafeteria, checking out the dishes at each stall. By 11:30, the cafeteria began to see a few people coming in for lunch. After picking a seat, I went and bought all the dishes Nuna asked for and brought them over to the long bench. Fearing the sweet and sour ribs Nuna liked would be snatched up by her roommates, I just bought 5 portions. I could just give my portion to her then. And what would I eat? I copied Nuna's menu exactly, eating the same things as her. Soon enough, the cafeteria became packed with people. Nuna and her roommates strolled over. Seeing all the dishes they wanted already laid out on the table, the way those girls looked at me was like they'd just seen their savior. Junior, words can't express my gratitude. Thanks, it's so lucky Lulu has a junior like you. The first Thursday I haven't had to wait in line for food. It's so touching. I chuckled and said it was nothing. Then I turned to look at the girl sitting next to me. Nuna, here are the sweet and sour ribs you wanted. There's enough here for everyone to share. Our Yuntao is so clever. It's worth me being so nice to you. She didn't hesitate to give me a big thumbs up. Qinling arrived a bit later, and her eyes nearly popped out when she saw me. Then she looked at us both with a teasing glint. I knew it. No wonder lunch was ready today. Someone actually managed to get a snail boy to help out. Stop talking nonsense and just eat. Mu Yulu shot her friends a glare, and they all started focusing on their food. Naturally, the ribs I bought were the first to go. The cafeteria was crowded with people coming and going, and every single eye was fixed on me, without exception. Admiration, jealousy, and resentment mixed with curiosity about who I was. Every scrutinizing gaze was glued to me. I naturally felt it all. Looking at the girl beside me and the seniors around, they were completely indifferent, their expressions saying they were used to it. I couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. My mental state clearly wasn't firm enough yet. At this rate, I'll need a lot more practice. After eating, the girls were very considerate, one by one making excuses to leave with their trays, leaving only me and Nuna. Seeing this, I smiled at the girl beside me. Nuna, what do you have planned for me next? She tilted her head and answered honestly. The morning class was tiring. I want a nap. Are you sleepy? Not really. How about I walk you back to the dorm for a nap? Then I'll find somewhere to hang out for a bit. I was always this thoughtful. The girl before me was a lazy cat who loves sleep. This was something I knew very well. She shook her head. No need for that, just follow me. I offered to carry her cute little pink backpack. Followed her to buy some milk tea first, then a large container of mixed fruit. Finally, we arrived at a specific lecture building of the Fine Arts Academy. The building had a total of 4 floors. I followed her into an office on the 2nd floor. The room was empty. Nuna used a key to open the door, took out a bag from inside, and led me up to the rooftop. The view from the rooftop was beautiful. You could look down at Jingda's Lover's Lake. Swans in the lake were lazily splashing around. Couples were strolling along the shore, or leaning against each other while studying. To the right, past a flowery lawn, you could see the basketball court nearby. The path to the left led to other lecture halls, and on the rooftop, there were easels and paints left by students.
as well as sofas, tables, chairs, and parasols. It was clearly an ideal place for art students to work on assignments and relax. Mu Yulu saw my curiosity and smiled as she gave me a brief introduction. This is considered one of the hangouts for art students. Everyone comes up here to catch the breeze and contemplate life. Right, I see. I nodded and put all the things I was carrying on the table, then took off the backpack I was wearing. She took a clean, soft cushion out of the bag, laid it neatly on the sofa, then used her jacket from her backpack as a pillow and just lay straight down. Then go play by yourself for a while. If you want to sleep, just push some chairs together. I'm taking a nap, wake me at 1:20. No problem. I readily agreed and sat down beside her. She was wearing light, thin capris today, and as she lay down, the clear lines of her long legs were revealed. Above her canvas shoes, a bit of white sock showed, and half of her fair ankle was exposed, exuding an unusual charm. She closed her eyes, fully having no guard up against me. I really loved the trust Nuna placed in me. After staring at her for a long while, a sudden feeling welled up inside me, one of contentment and strange peace. A soft, warm breeze drifted by, and I suddenly thought a nap might not be so bad. I took out my phone and set an alarm, acting very carefully, quietly pushing some chairs together opposite the table. Using Nuna's backpack as a pillow was quite nice, so I didn't hesitate to requisition it. Opening my eyes, I saw Nuna's sleeping face barely a meter away. Closing my eyes, I quickly fell into a deep sleep too. Mu Yulu woke up before the alarm went off. She opened her eyes to see me opposite her, head on my arm, dead to the world, and she was slightly dazed for a moment. Then she stared at that sleeping face and blinked. After a while, she sat up to observe me, then let out a soft chuckle. Stubborn thing, saying you weren't sleepy. You're clearly sleeping even more soundly than me. She glanced at her phone, only 1:03 p.m. Still plenty of time. Before class starts, I'll give Yuntao a little gift. Among the easels on the roof, one belonged to her. She walked over and took down the drawing board, fixed a sheet of A4 paper, picked up a pencil, sketched a few lines based on my figure, and began to draw on the paper stroke by stroke. At one point, I shifted my body slightly, and a firm waist was glimpsed under my white t-shirt. Her eyes wavered for a moment. Those six-pack abs were practically being served to her eyes. Maybe just a little peek. She tilted her head to the side, her whole body gradually leaning that way. Darn it, this shirt is so uncooperative, only showing a tiny bit. Can it show just a little more? Everywhere else is covered so thoroughly. She puffed out her cheeks, looking just like a little pufferfish. But she quickly deflated and went back to drawing. Yuntao is so easy to fool. When there's a chance, I definitely have to trick you into being my art model just once, so you take it off yourself. She openly admired me while she sketched. When the alarm woke me up, I felt something covering my forehead. I reached up to remove it, rubbing my sleepy eyes. To be honest, I never had a habit of napping before. The feeling right now, being disturbed by an alarm just after nodding off, is really a bit annoying. I still wanted to sleep, but looked up to see the girl opposite already awake. My sluggish brain gradually sharpened up. Suddenly, I didn't feel like sleeping anymore. Nuna, you're up so early? She was eating mixed fruit and nodded slightly as I sat up. Yeah. Then I remembered what I was holding, looked down, and was stunned. The boy in the drawing had his eyes closed, and though it only showed from face to shoulders, there was no denying he was incredibly handsome. It suddenly clicked, and I instinctively beamed with joy. Nuna, did you draw this? Mu Yulu was very pleased with my reaction, nodding nonchalantly. Since you were sleeping so soundly, I got bored and made a little gift. Like it? Hee Nuna, you drew me so perfectly. How could I not like it? I was wide awake now. I'll have it framed and hang it by my bed later, so I can see it as soon as I open my eyes. She shot me a look. Silky, who hangs a sketch over their bed, isn't that basically like hanging a black and white funeral photo? That did seem a bit off. I grinned foolishly and corrected myself. Then I'll find a better place to hang it, or I'll just keep it very carefully. Whatever you want. She nodded with satisfaction and stood up. If you don't want to go back so early, then go downstairs and take a walk around Jingda. This afternoon is all sketching classes. If you come into class with me, the teacher will likely grab you to be a model. Or if you really want to be a model, I'll have a word with the teacher, and you can stay in the studio with us all afternoon. Imagining myself having to pose, being stared at by a crowd while they drew, I shivered slightly. What if the teacher asked me to take off my clothes? Wouldn't that be the death of me? I think a walk around Jingda sounds great. After all, in the long run, I'll be living in this place anyway. Seeing me back down, Mu Yulu couldn't help but suppress a giggle. Text me if anything happens. I'll try to reply right away. I got it. My initial plan was to take a tour around Jingda to get a better feel for the place. But luck is sometimes hard to judge as good or bad. After leaving the fine arts building, I picked a direction at random and just walked, and I ended up bumping into Gui Xiaoyu. Gui Xiaoyu was running late, rushing on her electric bike to teach. So just like that, from a visitor checking out a new school, I was suddenly promoted to a level 4 teaching assistant. This little tale didn't actually have anything important to do. Gui Xiaoyu wanted me to help, show lecture slides while she taught, to let me experience the classroom atmosphere. At first, many eyes were focused on me. But Gui Xiaoyu's aura was clearly too strong. All eyes soon moved to her, and they began listening seriously. I also listened very intently. It's just that I rarely felt so lost, like I was wandering through a thick fog. The content of this first-year college class without enough foundational knowledge is impossible to understand. Luckily, Gui Xiaoyu was thoughtful enough during the break. She went into the office, found some basic textbooks for me to look at so I could study on my own. Meanwhile, Mu Yulu, who usually kept phone on silent during school, barely had it on vibrate today. While she was sketching, she felt a notification, thinking it was me looking for her. She checked her phone, but the sender wasn't me, it was Qin Ling. Qin Ling tossed her a link, along with a screenshot. The messages below were endless, just so many of them. Lulu, your influence is really something. Your junior came to visit just once, and now not only is the confession page hunting him down, but even the forums are buzzing about him.
Go look for yourself, and dying of laughter.
Our Jingda geniuses, when they study, their brains seem so sharp, but when it comes to guessing who the junior is, they're absolutely hopeless. Some say your siblings, others say he's a boyfriend or relative of some girl in our dorm. Only nobody believes you two have something going on. Mu Yulu read it and opened the post to check. Comment section was indeed very lively. The most liked comment was from someone nicknamed Justice Messenger. Looking at these two, there's absolutely zero chemistry. If the bell really ended up with this kid, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand and eating poop for everyone. We don't look like a couple. She wasn't convinced and gave a soft then exited the post. Found Qin Ling's chat and sent a message. When you're free, help me find out. What are the best dating spots in Beijing? On the other end, Qin Ling's reaction was lightning fast. What are you planning to do? Taking the initiative now, are you? Someone just found the perfect excuse for themselves. Mostly, I just want to see that messenger of justice doing a handstand. Oh, please. Ha ha ha. I think someone just can't hold back their heart anymore. More like wanting to trample on the nation's future sprout. On the other end, Qin Ling was lounging on her dorm bed, seeing her best friend's confession. Nonsense. Careful, or I'll knock some sense into that head of yours. Come on, give me some advice.
And think of a perfect plan for me while you're at it.
After saying that, Mu Yulu closed her phone satisfied. In her world, there was no prejudice that men must pursue women. Since she met someone she liked, there was no need to act coy. Just take the initiative and go for it. After all, regardless of who confesses, if things don't work out, they'd still be friends. But if Yuntao dared to be ungrateful, let's see if this Nuno won't break your legs. On this side, I had no idea that I was considered a figure, causing a small stir at Jingda. As for my Nuna's schemes, I was even more clueless. I spent the whole afternoon attending a lecture with my fourth sister. I thought I would finally be free
To find Nuna for dinner.
but Ji Xiaoyue wanted to go home and decided to take me with her. Eldest sister called saying she needed to see me, so I couldn't say goodbye to Nuna in person. I could only regretfully send her a message on WeChat and then head home. Ji Xiaoman rarely finished work early. Seeing, she pointed to the sofa and said softly, "Sit down." Ji Xiaoman had official business with me, so my attitude became very serious, wondering why she wanted to see me. As for Ji Xiaoyue, she naturally knew why eldest sister was looking for me. She casually glanced at the hall and went upstairs. Ji Xiaoman didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Every member of the Ji family after graduating high school receives their first startup fund. You're about 2 months away from adulthood, so over the next 2 months, you need to learn about business and different industries. The startup capital is 50 million in total. You can open a shop or invest in stocks or venture capital. Profit or loss doesn't matter, but you must take your first step into the world of bold investment to gain your own growth and personal insights. Investment. My fingertips trembled slightly. Although I'd already spent money on a couple of goals, those weren't really mine to manage in the end. They didn't truly affect me. But managing these 50 million, profit or loss, this was truly my own responsibility. Seeing me silent, Ji Xiaomen frowned slightly. Are you afraid? I shook my head. Then I looked at Ji Xiaoman and said seriously, "It's just that I feel you're too good to me, elder sister. I'm afraid of failing your expectations. Money is earned to be spent. If you don't try, you'll never know if you're capable of doing it." Ji Xiaoman smiled comfortingly. Just relax and go for it. My private stash is very deep. This amount is nothing to me. Finally, I gave a firm nod. I decided to screen everything carefully. Use this money for something meaningful, and try my best to achieve a profit. Good. Then go home and learn well. I've hired a teacher for you. They've probably added you already. From now on, they'll spend time every evening,
introducing you to the ins and outs of this circle. Then thank you, elder sister. I gave her a sincere smile, and then walked upstairs. Behind me, Ji Xiaoman bent down to call the two kittens, now fat cats, over, playing with them with a gentle smile on her face. What she was most satisfied with regarding me was my gratitude and sobriety. Despite living in the Ji family for a year where luxury had seeped into every corner of my life, it hadn't changed my fundamental nature, turning me into someone insatiably greedy or an arrogant and foolish person. Even though eldest sister added a burden, it was still fine by me. After listening to the lesson from the teacher's sister hired, I pondered it for a while and then went to look for Nuna. In this circle, young people surely learn to invest, using money to make more money. I'll ask Nuna, maybe I'll get some unexpected insights. Nuna, are you busy? Eating. She sent a photo, showing her out having hot pot with her roommates. I felt a bit regretful. If I were there would definitely be a spot for me at that hot pot. Then I won't disturb the beauty's meal, hee. I knew when Nuna was out with friends, she didn't really like playing with her phone. Anyway, this wasn't urgent. Elder sister only said I had to learn how to invest, not that I absolutely had to spend the money this summer vacation. Besides, once Nuna is free, she'll naturally find me. I'll just ask for some of her experience then. Then I chatted with Yan Huaigang for a while. That kid Yan Huaigang had helped me pick out several suitable spots for a confession, ranging from elegant Western restaurants, vibrant amusement parks, or the romantically endless seaside. But amidst all that clutter, not a single place made my heart skip a beat. I didn't like them, and my subconscious told me Nuna wouldn't like them either, and that was the truth. In another development, Mu Yulu had rejected all of her roommates' suggestions. Public confessions or Western restaurants are no good. Neither of us would like that at all. And you, Qin Ling, what's with that weird idea of booking a hotel bed in advance? Nonsense. I'd rather take him to a haunted house. If he doesn't dare to agree, leaving him there would be much more satisfying. The strategists on both sides were working hard, while the two main characters each sighed in their own way. In the end, I temporarily put that matter out of my mind. Right now, Nuna's birthday was the thing that needed the most careful consideration. I didn't even know how she planned to celebrate, or what gift I should prepare to be appropriate. Scrolling through Taobao, I still couldn't think of anything satisfactory. Common gifts for girls found online. Nuna basically didn't lack any of them. For a little rich lady who wasn't short on money, it was clear that sincerity was much more important. In my idle boredom, my gaze landed on a biology book. Immediately, my eyes lit up. I almost completely forgot about the technique of extracting plant essential oils that I'd learned. There are plenty of flowers in bloom this season. I could learn to make a bottle of perfume for Nuna myself, something unique just for her. With that thought, I was full of enthusiasm. First, I searched for a bunch of perfume-making videos to see, and then started researching various types of flowers suitable for making perfume. During the following week, I practically lived in the laboratory of Ji Xiao Yu, forgetting to eat and sleep. The equipment in the lab was incredibly varied. Knowing that I was researching how to make perfume, Ji Xiao Yu didn't mind at all. She only required me to wear proper personal protection. And while I was at it, make a bottle for her too. I tried extracting many types of floral essential oils, and then, based on all sorts of ratios, began adjusting them bit by bit. With only one day left before Nuna's birthday, I looked at the finished product, dabbed a bit on my wrist, let it catch the breeze to smell it, and finally gave a satisfied smile. The scent wasn't too pungent. The top notes were of red plum fruit, and as time passed, the heart notes transformed into a blend of rose and peony. As for the base notes, within the white layers of the base, there was a touch of pure jasmine. The projection and longevity, while perhaps not as long-lasting as expensive commercial perfumes, were something I personally found extremely satisfying. Placing the perfume into the bottle I had designed and specially ordered, I contentedly packed it into its box. Over the past few days spent making this, I had prepared quite a lot of ingredients. Seeing there were leftovers, I decided to blend each one, creating 4 more different types of perfume. For the cold eldest sister, violet was the main theme. For the free-spirited third sister, tulip was the theme. For the introverted fourth sister, I gave sandalwood. And for the lively fifth sister, sea salt. It's true that practice makes perfect. I was quite satisfied with the perfumes I made afterward,
even considering giving them all to Nuna, one of each kind. But I managed to stop myself in time. Being out of touch for several days, I really should head home. Third sister and fifth sister were busy with work and hadn't come home. I sent theirs by courier and messaged them. But for eldest sister and fourth sister, I handed them over in person. After testing the scents, the two women looked at me with great satisfaction. And so I was given another arduous task. From now on, our perfumes won't be custom ordered from outside anymore. They'll be made by you instead. The weather changes with the 4 seasons, and the suitable scents will vary as well. You must study this field well, and prepare at least 4 bottles for each of us every year. I accepted this very happily. Being able to do something for these sisters, who don't lack money, made me feel very fortunate. Nuna's birthday wasn't intended to be a grand affair. Aside from her roommates and a few childhood friends, I was the only other one invited. Nuna was very thoughtful, fearing she wouldn't be able to look after me then, especially since I didn't know any of her friends, so she invited Yan Huigang as well. After meeting up early with Yan Huigang, that rascal was dressed extremely neatly, carrying a large cake, looking incredibly excited. I never would have thought that would see the day we attend the goddess's birthday. Yuntao, it turns out you're actually useful for something. Don't go boasting just because you got lucky. If you have time, help me think about the main task. I gave him a glare. This guy was dressed way too formally, with his hair slicked back, making me look far too casual in comparison. Yan Huigang chuckled. Easy, easy. Let me find an opportunity to get close to the goddess sisters, to see if I can dig up any more of Nuna's interests. Now that's more like it. I nodded with satisfaction. This kid was a diplomatic genius. He'd likely be quite useful at the crucial moment. Before long, the two of us arrived at the venue for Nuna's birthday. The place where Nuna held her birthday was exactly like Senior Chu's place from last time, an entertainment club that she herself had opened. Since I was now a top-tier VIP guest, without me needing to say a single word, the perceptive manager enthusiastically led us straight upstairs. Taking a moment, I sent a message to Nuna. Nuna, I'm here. She replied almost instantly. Just in time, no one else has arrived yet. Come to my suite for a second. I need a little help with something. Were we really that early? I looked down at my phone. The appointment was for 5 p.m., but it wasn't even 3 p.m. yet. It seemed we were a bit early, but all right. Seeing the private room right in front of us, I smiled and patted Yan Huigang's shoulder. No one's here yet. You go into the room first. Nuna needs me for a bit. Okay. Yan Huigang nodded and stepped forward without hesitation. I turned around and headed toward the private suite. I'd stayed in for a night once before. I knocked and the door opened immediately. I pushed the door and walked in. The girl appeared before me, wearing a black one-piece dress that, though simple, was incredibly beautiful. The top revealed her snow-white neck, with the necklace I had given her around it. The hem of the dress was embroidered with large, vivid roses, looking extremely eye-catching. She had one hand behind her back, her face clearly showing embarrassment and bashfulness. Happy birthday, Nuna. I didn't forget to offer my congratulations first before speaking again. What do you need help with? The girl's ears turned a bit red, and her voice became quite small. Well, my hair is stuck in the zipper. Help me untangle it. And could you zip it up for me? The zipper? I agreed immediately without even thinking. Sure. Hurry up and don't let your eyes wander. The blush on Mu Yula's face instantly spread, and even her voice grew quieter. Let my eyes wander? At what? I was a bit dazed, but I still nodded with a proper expression. Don't worry. With that said, I put the gift I was holding down on the table beside us. She bit her lip, swept the rest of her hair to the front, and decisively turned her back to me. A patch of snow-white skin appeared before my eyes. I was stunned. I had assumed that when girls wore dresses, there would be some lining inside, if not a camisole, that at least a bra or something. But at this moment, I felt as if my hands were burning up. Hurry up! Seeing that I wasn't moving at all, Mu Yulu urged me through gritted teeth, secretly feeling a wave of regret in her heart. She shouldn't have intended to tease me just now. She should have just called the club staff to help instead. Things had already reached this point. If she switched people now, it would seem like she was being too timid, so never mind. I tried to pull my thoughts together. My chest was thumping powerfully. I reached out, gingerly placing my fingertips on the zipper, trying to untangle Numa's hair that was caught inside. In this situation, my fingertips were beyond my control, occasionally brushing against the girl's back. The smooth sensation spread from my fingertips. Unconsciously, I felt that the room temperature seemed a bit hot. It was clearly just simple hair untangling, and zipping it up a task of less than a minute, yet it felt like it had drained all my energy. Done. It's done. Compared to my initial calmness, I was now much more nervous. Hearing that, she also breathed a sigh of relief, and it took a fair amount of effort for her to speak. Then you head to the room first. I'll be there in a moment. I agreed immediately. I needed to step out and get some fresh air. Clearly a very simple matter, and Nuna and I hadn't done anything inappropriate, yet it left one feeling unsettled and floating. Watching him leave as the door closed, Mu Yulu glanced back at the shut door. Then, as if drained of all strength, she collapsed onto the sofa. She swore she'd never play this game again. She clearly intended to tease me, but who would have thought she'd be the one suffering in the end? Those warm fingertips, each time they accidentally brushed her back. It was like an electric current running through her, making her whole body feel numb. If she hadn't forced herself to stay upright, she would have long ago slumped down onto the floor. With Yan Huidan around, listening to him chatter away about everything under the sun, restlessness in my heart gradually settled down. Not long after, Nuna's friends began arriving one by one. Yan Huigan and I only knew a few of her roommates, so we just greeted each of them. Nuna was the last to arrive. In that long black dress, she had also changed into a pair of high heels. Her slender waist and perfect silhouette were fully on display. She walked over, her radiant smile full of freedom. Now that you're here, make yourselves at home. It's just like every other year, using a birthday as an excuse for everyone to have fun together. Everyone should just enjoy themselves. Of course, but first, the gifts must be received. Qinling giggled, presenting her gift first. Watching everyone present their gifts in turn, Qinling's eyes darted around before landing on me. Where's the birthday gift for our Lulu from you, little brother? Bring it out for everyone to see. I smiled calmly at that. We arrived a bit early, so I already gave it to her. Gave it already, huh? Qinling drawled meaningfully. As she stepped closer to tease Mu Yulu, a different scent hit her nose. She immediately exclaimed in a strange tone, "Oh my, what's this?" The person who hasn't changed perfumes in ages has actually switched to a new scent today. With that, she leaned closer to Mu Yulu, took 2 deep sniffs, her eyes filled with interest. This smell is quite uniquely fragrant. Such a subtle scent. Which brand's new model is this? I want to go buy a bottle to try it out too. Mu Yulu looked at her and gave a slight smile. It's custom made. You probably can't buy it. While speaking, she glanced at me from afar, making my heart flutter for a moment. Nuna had already used the perfume I made. Nuna was always very popular with the girls, so I couldn't really butt into this birthday party. In the end, I could only hang out with some male friends and play a few rounds of games together. As for that kid Yan Huigang, I had no idea what on earth he was doing. Anyway, he had vanished halfway through and didn't respond to any messages. Actually, Yan Huigang hadn't disappeared on purpose. He had already gotten acquainted and became close with Goddess's roommates. While everyone was joking around and having fun, Qinling had winked at him. Taking the hint, he quietly followed her out immediately after. In another empty private room, Qinling looked at Yan Huigang and spoke. I heard from Lulu that you and Xiao Yuntao are childhood friends, just having been apart for a few years. Yan Huigang nodded. Qinling's gaze toward Yan Huigang suddenly became much more enthusiastic. So, regarding Xiao Yuntao's interests, you surely know them all, right? Quickly, tell me everything. Yan Huigang immediately looked at her with wariness. Sister Qin, why are you asking about Yuntao's interests? He was a man of principle. He couldn't just casually betray his brother's affairs. Besides, usually when a girl asks about a guy's interests, it's because she's developed feelings for him. Since Yuntao only liked his goddess, and the girl before him was the goddess's best friend, if this wasn't handled right, it would be a huge mess. Right at this moment, how could Qinling not realize he had misunderstood? She couldn't help but shoot him a glare. What on earth are you thinking? I'm asking on behalf of Lulu. If it was for the goddess, then it was fine. Yan Huigang instantly grinned. Oh, so that's it, Sister Qin, you should have said so earlier. But in a bit, after I reveal all of Yuntao's secrets to you, you have to tell me about the goddess' interests too. Don't worry, I'm just asking for my brother's sake. They hit it off, immediately reaching an agreement, and began gossiping about everything under the sun. At some point, the two strategists were talking when they suddenly realized something and spoke almost in unison. Could it be that my goddess intends to take the initiative to confess to that kid Xiao Yuntao? Is that Junior planning to find a time to confess his feelings to my Lulu? Having spoken, they looked at each other and smiled, then immediately became excited. Come here, come here. Sister Qin, let's add each other on WeChat first. Then we can start planning this together. You're right, the two of us must make this a truly shocking event for them. Qinling pulled out her phone and opened her QR code. Yan Huigang had just finished scanning it. The smile on his face slowly froze. With a familiar profile picture and contact name, the words scammer stood out prominently. Opening the chat window, the chat history was still stuck on the day he was ranting and raving, only to receive a bunch of red exclamation marks. Sister Chin. So it turns out, a damn person who gave my brothers and me identical speech drafts that day. Was it you? I was completely unaware of this little episode. By the time Yan Huaigan returned, with my good brother by my side, I had a great time playing with him. For dinner, we all had hot pot together, and we cut the cake after the meal. Even though I didn't interact much with my senior all afternoon, the slice of cake I was given had significantly more fruit on top. Around 10 p.m., a message appeared on my phone from my senior. Come to my room. I glanced around and realized that she had slipped out without me noticing. I stood up and expertly walked out of the private room. The door to the private suite next door was unlocked, so I pushed it open and walked right in. After closing the door, I softly called out, Senior. Come in. Her voice drifted from inside. I walked over and saw her sitting on the sofa, with a small 4-inch cake placed specifically in front of her. Xiao Yuntao, I want to eat longevity noodles. She looked up at me with a smile, her tone as gentle as if she were acting cute. It seemed she hardly touched her food during the hot pot dinner tonight. I nodded and asked in a soft voice, what floor is the kitchen on? I'll make them for you. No need, everything we need is right here. She smiled, pointing at the things nearby. A small electric pot and noodles, along with all the ingredients, were already prepared. All right then, just wait a moment for me. I didn't ask her why. She barely ate anything earlier, but just went straight to work. Making longevity noodles is quite fast. Boil the water, toss in the noodles, wait for them to cook, then add a poached egg, greens, shiitake mushrooms, and shrimp. Next was preparing the broth. Mu Yulu got off the sofa and knelt on the rug, resting her head on one hand as she watched, a faint smile on her lips. Xiao Yuntao, has anyone ever told you that you look like a capable little husband when you're in the kitchen? My movements stiffened for a moment, and I turned to look at the smiling girl, knowing she was teasing me again. If it were before, I would have definitely asked her to stop joking. But now, I just nodded and laughed. If I'm a little husband, then what are you, Senior? The little wife? She was a bit surprised by my boldness today. She shot me a glance and then shook her head solemnly. No, I'm the wicked mother-in-law who bullies the little husband. A wicked mother-in-law? Then do you know where my little wife went? I gave a soft chuckle and turned back to my work. The two of us kept teasing and playing along. That blurred line was being stepped over again and again by both of us. A moment later, I brought over a bowl of longevity noodles and placed it neatly in front of her. Senior, here's your special edition longevity noodles. She looked down. It had the perfect look, aroma, and taste. The broth shimmering with a light oil, the ingredients neatly arranged, and 4 slices of carrot in the center. On the carrots, the words Happy Birthday were carved. Thank you. She smiled softly and then tucked in, eating with relish. She ate the entire large bowl until she was very full, without leaving even a drop of broth behind. Our eyes met again unconsciously. Neither of us said a word, just stared for a while before bursting into laughter. All right then, that cake from earlier wasn't good, and I didn't even get to make a wish. Come here, help me put in the candles. She took the candles from the table and poured them all out. I helped her start placing them one by one. I only put in 18, because my senior always wanted to be forever 18. Lighting each candle, I stood up to turn off the lights. All the light was focused on that tiny cake. Senior, let me sing Happy Birthday while you make a wish, I said with a smile. Without a word, she clasped her hands together and closed her eyes before the candlelight. When the song ended, she opened her eyes and blew out the candles in one breath. After I turned the lights back on, she smiled, picked up the knife from the table, and cut the cake directly into 2 halves. Host's cake. Here's half specially for you. Then I must thank the host for her special consideration. My face was beaming. The confidence in my heart grew significantly, thanks to this special treatment from my senior. Over the next few days, whenever I had free time, I stayed home and didn't go anywhere. It wasn't that I didn't want to go out, but the college entrance exam results were coming out in a few days, and I had to wait for my score. Meanwhile, I was busy learning business knowledge, while discussing my confession plans with Yan Huaigang. The 25th was just like any other holiday. I didn't wake up until 9 a.m. After washing up and going downstairs for breakfast, I realized that everyone in the family was present today. Seeing the whole extended family in the living room, I was a little dazed. I smiled, good morning. It's rare to see everyone at home like this. Hearing this, Wu Lianxin couldn't help but smile. Listen to you. Your exam results come out today. Uncle Ji and your sisters all care about you, so they put everything aside to stay home and wait for your good news. Wu Lianxin was nervous deep down, but mostly she was excited.
Her son's admission to Jingda was pretty much a sure thing. Although in her heart she also hoped her son could become the province's top scorer, what made her happiest was the attitude of everyone in the Ji family toward me. With her son being so highly regarded, his future would surely get better and better. That was enough. So that's why. I feel bad for taking up everyone's time. I'm quite embarrassed. I gave a shy smile, greeted everyone, and turned to head into the dining room. The scores wouldn't be available just yet, and besides, high scorers usually couldn't look them up immediately. I wasn't in any rush. After eating, I leisurely sat with everyone in the living room. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Around 10:30, Ji Xiao Yue's phone rang. After taking the call, put the laptop from her lap onto the table, looked at me and said, "The scores are out. Come over and check." I nodded, opened the score inquiry website, and entered my personal information. The result was exactly as I expected. My result page was completely blank. I smiled faintly and said slowly, "Well, just wait for the call." I left both my number and big sister's. A blank score meant a very high rank. It would be posted on the web later than the university's direct phone calls. Although Ji Xiao Yue could easily use her connections to find out my score early. She was lazy, and besides, she wanted to mess with the admissions office a bit. So she calmly looked at Ji Xiaoman and said, "The phone is ringing. Let me get it." No one in the house objected, because the fact that I chose biology was no longer a secret to anyone. Just a few minutes later, my phone rang. All eyes turned to me. I looked down at it, then chuckled softly. "Don't be nervous, everyone. It's just my classmate." And so everyone simultaneously looked away. Swiping the screen, I answered without hesitation. Before I could speak, an excited scream, like a stuck pig, came from the other end. Holy crap, holy crap. Yuntao, my ancestors' graves must be glowing with luck. I silently moved the phone a bit away from my ear. Waiting until Yan Huigang calmed down, I put the phone back to my ear. "What score did you get for such a miracle?" 648 points. This is a number I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Yan Huigang still sounded incredibly agitated on the other end. "Yuntao, even if this score isn't enough to follow you to Jingda, getting into the University of Science and Technology, right next door, won't be a problem." He. You have no idea. My parents are out of their minds with joy. They're frantically calling every single relative. They're probably one step away from hanging a banner. That sounds like the only thing left to do. Well, congratulations, Fatty. I let out a bright smile. Seeing my brother achieve this result really made me feel happy for him. Yan Huigang chuckled for a long while on the other end, before speaking again. "I guess Big Brother's score isn't out yet? Isn't that obvious?" I chuckled, and as we were talking, in the small group chat with my friends from Pingyang Town, a flurry of new message notifications rang out. The scores for my 3 other good brothers were also in. One over 500, the other 2 over 400. The brothers were all very spirited, quite satisfied with their own exam results. They all said in unison that they'd go to the capital together, so we could look out for and help each other. I felt genuinely happy about this. After mutual congratulations, I hung up. Towards noon, Ji Xiaoman's phone finally rang. With just one glance, she handed the phone to Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu answered with a very authoritative tone, rattling on and teasing the student at the admissions office over the phone. Eventually, the student couldn't handle it and handed the phone to a teacher. Just as the teacher at the admissions office was about to break into a cold sweat, Ji Xiaoyu finally revealed her identity. "I am Ji Xiaoyu, Vice Dean of the Institute of Biological Sciences. Xiao Yuntao is my brother. When he won that biology competition, our institute had already set its sights on him. Just tell me his score and rank directly." On the other end, the teacher from the admissions office was stunned for a moment, swearing under his breath, but immediately putting on a radiant smile. "So student Yuntao is Dean Ji's brother. You gave us quite a start. We almost thought we might have missed out on such a fine talent. The situation is this. Student Yuntao performed exceptionally. His total score is 741. This score ties him with a girl from the experimental school, as the top scorer in the province. Both are the future pillars of our country." After listening to the teacher's praise for a while longer, Ji Xiao Yue calmly hung up. Under everyone's expectant gazes, she looked at me and gave a satisfied smile. "Not bad. Even if it's a tied top score, it's still very impressive. You've brought honor to the Ji family." Hearing that, I unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. If I hadn't won the top spot in the province, then no matter what my score or rank was, it wouldn't have meant much. Luckily, I finally achieved it. Everyone in the house had bright smiles on their faces. Wu Lianxin was even more moved. She pulled me into a tight embrace. "Yuntao, I knew you could do it. Our Yuntao is so talented. I'm so proud of you." "Yes." I nodded and gently patted her back.
After receiving countless praises, Wu Lianshin emotionally made a call to share the good news with my grandfather.
Jiboda walked over and gave me a hearty slap on the shoulder, his eyes full of satisfaction. Well done, young man. You must keep working hard in the future. Yes, sir. I nodded firmly. Great families often place a high value on matters of reputation like this. I knew that the more valuable I was, the more secure Wu Lianshin's position would be before Jiboda. Naturally, I would also put in more effort. Ji Xiaoman gave a sincere compliment, and then happily took the two cats with her to work. Ji Xiaoman and Ji Xiaoyu also took turns looking at me with proud eyes, before they each left as well. As for Ji Xiaochao, when the people in the living room thinned out, her eyes darted around restlessly, and she looked at me with renewed enthusiasm. Yuntao, do you really not want to enter the entertainment industry? With just your face, plus this stellar transcript, I guarantee you be an instant hit the moment you debut. Fifth sister. I let out a helpless sigh. I don't like being in front of the camera. Please have mercy and let me off the hook. Then how about you come with me to a puzzle-solving reality show? There are only cameras recording the journey. No one will be chasing you with a camera. If you don't want to be recognized, you can wear a mask. Let's shine together just this once. Ji Xiaochao blinked her eyes, looking incredibly pitiful. Truly a best actress. Her performance was always exceptionally realistic. I couldn't help but feel a bit awkward about refusing. What kind of reality show is it? Great Detective Decipher. It's somewhat similar to an escape room show, but with some differences. I assume you've seen it before. Ji Xiaochao said. I was starting to soften a bit, but hearing that, my heart immediately turned back to stone. That's not going to work, fifth sister. Please find someone else. I'm a coward. I might faint on the spot. On the first day of filming, you might trend on the hot search immediately because of a useless, cowardly brother. Trend on the hot search. You, a coward? Ji Xiaochao looked at me with his scrutinizing gaze. I clearly heard from third sister that you're great at escape rooms. You're not deliberately lying to me, are you? Seeing that, I could only give a forced smile. The reason I succeeded last time was because my senior wasn't afraid at all. I just hid behind her and won. Are you talking about Lulu? Ji Xiaochao's eyes immediately lit up, and she stood up decisively. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wasted so much time beating around the bush. Just pretend everything I just said was just the wind. I blinked my eyes. It seemed I had just been pushed into another mess by my senior. But with her personality, she might actually find this show interesting. Anyway, forget it. I turned around, took out my phone, and sent my senior a message. Top scorer of the 24 science track, Yuntao. Greets Sister Mu, my beautiful senior and last year's top scorer. On the other end, she immediately replied, Well done, well done. This junior brother is truly impressive. You really have that style I had back then. To celebrate a junior with such a bright future, I'll have a surprise for you this Sunday. I quickly smiled and sent back a message. Yes, and looking forward to it. My senior has a surprise for me on Sunday. That's such a coincidence. I was also planning to officially confess to her this Saturday or Sunday. Great. This is perfect. For me to discuss more with Fatty. He. As it turned out, brothers are very reliable at crucial moments. Yan Huaigang recommended a place to me, called Mirror World. Mirror World, just as the name suggests, all the sets and decorations inside were made of reflective materials, creating a magical space. With the help of shimmering colored light, it was enchanting and also perfect for playing hide and seek. Someone who was right in front of me 1 second could vanish with just a turn and a step behind a mirror the next. If I felt too nervous during the confession, I could choose to stand in a special reflective spot. Thousands of mirrors, large and small, would reflect countless images of me, allowing me to express my feelings to my senior through those images, while also observing her every gesture and expression. In such a unique and romantic place, if all went well, I could suddenly appear to give her a surprise. And if the result wasn't as expected, I could say goodbye through the mirrors, allowing both of us to leave gracefully. I visited the location myself, then arranged with the owner to prepare on Saturday, and booked the entire space for Sunday. But as the important day gradually approached, my normally calm mood suddenly began to feel tense. For more than 10 years before I met my senior, it wasn't that I hadn't met girls who made my heart flutter, but those feelings of excitement weren't enough to completely dominate my mind. But since meeting her, everything seemed to have changed entirely. My heart throbbed endlessly for her, and I yearned to walk with her into the far future. That's why I found the motivation and courage to confess. However, no matter how much I prepared mentally, at the thought of baring my entire heart to another person, I still couldn't escape the restlessness, feeling anxious and afraid that she might reject my feelings. Yet, what I feared even more was remaining just friends by her side forever, only to one day witness with my own eyes her belonging to someone else.